clash, the Ice Queen suddenly freezes in pure horror as a new emergency report arrives. Her mind plummets into absolute chaos. Our evolution source is being controlled. That is impossible. Do the vampires not already have a subordinate race? Forcing herself to calm down, the Ice Queen analyzes the terrifying sensation. Wait, no, this signature feeling. It is not a vampire key. She violently snaps her head toward the Snow Elder. That is the key of the Snowman tribe. The Snow Elder stares back with wide, confused eyes. Glacier, why are you glaring at me? He continues to push her forward. Pull out your courage and fight. Are you not afraid of the terrifying consequences if we lose? She stares deep into the Snow Elder's eyes, desperately searching for a flicker of deceit. But in the heat of the moment, the Ice Queen's fleeting suspicion completely evaporates like mist. Like a woman possessed, she charges madly at the old Duke. I am going all in. The scene completely shifts. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Glacier tribe, snow fills the sky like a raging blizzard. Gao Neng casually stands there, hands stuffed in his pockets, admiring his absolute masterpiece. A deeply satisfied smirk crosses his face. My water attribute is finally at 100%. Excellent. I never expected the Glacier tribe to possess a special water attribute. 2 days later, at the frozen lake of the Snow Elf tribe, the gentle sound of trickling water echoes clearly through the absolute silence. Gao Neng is leisurely sunbathing on the shore, while Xiao Meng and Tang Tang happily swim in the crystal-clear water below. He sighs in sheer relaxation. The elf tribe truly does have a wonderful obsession with lakes. Tang Tang pulls herself up to the edge of the shore, looking at him expectantly. Gao Neng, did you successfully break through? He does not even bother to change his relaxed posture, answering with a chillingly brief reply. Not yet. He falls into deep thought. Over the past 2 days, despite devouring evolution, sources left and right, he is completely stuck at the late stage of the 8th tier. His only tiny comfort is that Fang Tang Tang is also stuck at the late stage of the 7th tier. Suddenly, Gao Neng tosses his sunglasses aside and sits straight up, his eyes burning with absolute resolve. Out of the 25 northern tribes, we have already conquered 23. Only the Snow Demon tribe and their subordinate Snowflake tribe remain. Whether or not I can ascend to the 9th tier, all depends on the Snow Demon tribe. Prepare to move out. That is all Tang Tang needs to hear. She jumps up in pure excitement. Awesome. Next stop, the Snow Demon tribe. But Xiao Meng is concerned about a completely different detail. What identities should we use when we march into their territory? Gao Neng makes his absolute decision. We will go as ourselves. It is finally time to pull in the net. His aura shifts as a devilish, wicked smirk spreads across his face. Tell Shui Xiao to bring the faceless snow demon straight from Cold Ice City. The three of them share the exact same sinister expression, absolutely ready to watch the world burn. Meanwhile, Tang Tang let out a sly, mischievous giggle. Oh, this was going to be brilliant. When the snow demon arrived, he would be horrified to find every supreme powerhouse belonged to us. Gao Neng flashed a wicked, calculating smirk. Is our trap a little too ruthless? Xiao Meng immediately chimed in with a pout. He was just as ruthless when he crushed us in the Ice City. Gao Neng's eyes gleamed with predatory delight. In that case, let us crank the cruelty up to the maximum. Recall all our elite fighters from the Western Zone. Toying around with the alien races over there is just a waste of time now. We are going all in. The scene violently shifted to the frozen wastelands of the Ice City. Faceless sat in dead silence upon his imposing throne. Suddenly, an emergency report came in, making him leap to his feet in sheer disbelief. What did you just say? Gao Neng and the Cat King dared to ambush my Snow Demon City? How could they be so audaciously suicidal? But the nightmare was far from over. A shadowy figure frantically materialized before the throne. Lord Faceless, an absolute catastrophe has struck. Faceless snapped his terrifying gaze toward the messenger. Speak. Shui Xiao did not dare to waste a single second. It is the Dragon Girl. She has suddenly descended upon the Blood Clan's royal city, and now, she is carving a bloody path straight toward the Snow Demon City. Faceless felt a chill crawl down his spine. He cut off the report with an enraged roar. The Dragon Girl is doing what? Despite the terror, Shui Xiao laid out a cold, calculated strategy. My tactical advice is simple. The Blood Clan and the Snow Demon Clan must stop this pointless turf war over the Ice City. The real threat is closing in. If you, Faceless, are so desperate to claim this frozen wasteland, then trade me one of your other main territories for it. Do we have a deal? Faceless fell into a suffocating silence. His mind raced at lightning speed. He ruthlessly weighed the immense risks and rewards of this sudden proposal. Finally, his eyes flared with murderous resolve. "The Ice City is yours. In exchange, you will help me slaughter the dragon girl." Shui Xiao crossed his arms, a cruel smile forming. "Deal. Order everyone else to pull back immediately. Defending this Ice City holds zero strategic value now." It was a flawlessly cold-blooded calculation. Without looking back, the terrifying army mobilized behind Faceless. Their destination? The Snow Demon City. Their ultimate prey? The Dragon Girl. 5 monstrous shadows of their dark alliance converged. They tore through the sky, surging forward with apocalyptic killing intent. Meanwhile, Gao Neng was mentally reviewing his masterstroke. The grand chessboard was finally set for checkmate. If we win this monumental clash, the entire northern zone falls into my hands. And if we lose? His eyes flashed with terrifying confidence. That word did not exist in his dictionary. With his current flawless setup, defeat was mathematically impossible. The northern zone boasted exactly 17 supreme powerhouses, excluding the old blood marshal, who was currently regenerating in the blood pool, and subtracting the 2 supreme experts from the Snow Demon clan. That left 14 supreme powerhouses, and every single one of them bowed to his absolute command. Gao Neng's tactical foundation was an impenetrable fortress. Plus, he had his overwhelmingly powerful mother standing right here. Losing now would practically defy the laws of heaven. He turned and called out with a relaxed grin, "Mom, you can sit this legendary battle out." Zilan fell into a stunned silence. Her son's bold declaration completely shattered her expectations. But she quickly smiled, crossing her arms with an elegant sigh. "Very well. We can leave the Snow Demon City's vanguard to Blooddrinker. I shall not lift a single finger." However, her piercing gaze betrayed her true predatory interest. There was only one prey she truly desired: the Snow Demon. Faceless, Gao Neng instantly caught her terrifying battle intent. He gave her a deadpan, uncompromising glare. Zilan innocently waved her hands, brushing off her bloodlust. "It is nothing. You said no fighting, so I will peacefully watch." Suddenly, Tang Tang thrust her finger toward the horizon. Her eyes sparkled with adrenaline-fueled excitement. "Look over there. The prey has finally taken the bait." Gao Neng shifted his gaze, a predatory smirk curving his lips. "It is about time you showed up." The enemy remnants were surging forward like a dark tide. Gao Neng had been craving this ultimate reunion, especially with the monster leading the charge. The enemy remnants were surging forward like a dark tide. Gao Neng had been craving this ultimate reunion, especially with the monster leading the charge. The Snow Demon. Faceless. "Just a few days ago, you absolutely crushed us in the Ice City." Gao Neng's inner thoughts burned with anticipation. "Let us see if you still have that same arrogant confidence today." From afar, Faceless locked eyes with the boy. Even the monster had to admit a grudging respect. For a mere Tier 7 to slaughter the Blood Marshal, Gao Neng's monstrous talent defied the very heavens. But admiration meant absolutely nothing on the battlefield. The blood feud between them could only end in utter annihilation. Faceless halted his advance. He narrowed his terrifying eyes, fully locking onto his fated enemy. "How dare you trespass into my Snow Demon City? You are nothing but short-sighted fools. Today, you will pay the ultimate price for your arrogance." The two opposing forces stand their ground. The atmosphere is thick with killing intent, ready to ignite at any second. Zilan glares daggers at the enemy before her. Absolute disgust burns openly in her eyes. The faceless snow demon catches her deadly stare. He immediately raises his voice to the crowd. "Listen closely. The Dragon Princess is the sworn enemy of our entire coalition. If you help me break this siege on Snow Demon City today, I promise you a legendary reward." Shui Xiao smirks, deeply satisfied by the tempting offer. Lord Faceless has spoken. Shui Xiao rallies the others. He guarantees a heavy reward. What are we waiting for? Old Black nods enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming with greed. Excellent plan. But Snow Spirit hates wasting time with empty words. Then let us get straight to the slaughter, Snow Spirit declares coldly. The warrior beside her immediately catches the drift. Prepare to strike, but their battle formation shifts in a bizarre way. The four elites instantly scatter, completely surrounding the faceless snow demon instead. Sensing the trap, his eyes widen in sheer horror. The ultimate betrayal. His own four allies have trapped him in an inescapable dead end. He screams in absolute panic. What is the meaning of this? Do you not understand the common tongue? I told you to surround the Dragon Princess. Gao Neng steps forward, his voice cool and utterly relaxed. Faceless snow demon. It has only been a few days, yet you are exactly as clueless as before. And just as thick-skinned. The demon bitterly cuts him off. Shut your mouth. Our grudge ends here and now. He points a trembling finger straight at his betrayers. Xue Xiao, what in the world are you doing? Are you entirely blind to the dragon princess standing right there? Xue Xiao casually breaks the silence. Brother Faceless, just accept your fate. Meanwhile, Faceless stares back in absolute disbelief, entirely clueless about what is happening to his own allies. Accept my fate? What the hell are you all talking about? But he does not have to wait long. They instantly give him the most brutal answer possible. Their voices merge into a deafening war cry. Kill, kill, kill. Devastating attacks rain down from all four directions, piercing straight through Faceless and forcing a violent scream from his lungs. The ambush happens in the blink of an eye. Trembling with pure wrath, Faceless glares at his attackers. His eerie eyes glow with a menacing crimson light, completely bloodshot from the sheer disrespect. Seizing a split second when their guard drops, he instantly bursts into motion. Faceless kicks off the ground, desperately attempting to flee for his life. Caught off guard by his sudden speed, Xue Xiao freezes, his brows knitting tightly in deep frustration. Beside him, Zilon frowns, her eyes flashing with dangerous annoyance. She absolutely refuses to let her prey escape. Without hesitation, Zilon summons Bai Feixue. The instant the majestic beast materializes, it unleashes a heaven-shaking roar. Terrifying sound waves erupt forward, transforming into solid bands of energy. The invisible chains violently wrap around Faceless, completely shattering his momentum. From a distance, Gao Neng calmly observes the chaotic battlefield. His eyes track every movement, but he has zero intention of stepping into the fray. Taking advantage of the lockdown, Xue Xiao and his three companions explode forward. Their terrifying silhouettes instantly surround Faceless, completely sealing off any possible escape route. Faceless narrows his eyes, his entire being radiating lethal irritation. Cornered and humiliated, he decides he is done holding back. He ruthlessly launches his counterattack. A blazing beam of crimson energy blasts out from his eerie eye. But shockingly, his target is not his enemies. He aims directly at the sky above. The very next moment, right in front of Tang Tang, that ominous red light rapidly expands, tearing through the clouds like a bloody beacon. But pulling off that move leaves him entirely exposed. For the rest of the clash, Faceless is forced into a desperate, passive defense against an overwhelming barrage of attacks from all sides. Every single strike thrown at him carries lethal killing intent. Unable to dodge them all, he endures brutal hits, his lone figure frantically struggling to block a relentless storm of devastation. Despite the absolute beating, Faceless grits his teeth and buys as much time as possible. Deep down, he remains blindly confident that he can still flip the board. The other races of the Northern District must have seen my signal by now. They will rush here at top speed. I just need to hold on a little longer. There is no way I lose today. Motivating himself with that thought, a fresh surge of adrenaline violently pumps through his battered body. He roars with absolute arrogance. That is right. I am the Faceless Snow Demon, and I will never accept defeat. He forcibly detonates his internal aura. Blinding golden light violently erupts from his body, forcing everyone to shield their eyes as he screams to the heavens. And then, he feels it. The exact auras he has been waiting for, exactly as he predicted. Massive reinforcements are finally arriving. A series of terrifying silhouettes charge toward the battlefield. The Northwest Wolves, the Giants, and other allied forces arrive in full numbers. Faceless smirks. They got here that fast? His morale instantly skyrockets to the absolute peak. He turns back to the Snow Elves, mocking them with overwhelming arrogance. The rest of the Northern District has arrived. Your filthy little conspiracy is completely exposed. Refusing to let anyone off the hook, he glares at Old Black and Xue Xiao. Xue Xiao, you traitors are dead meat. He points his finger at the newcomers, screaming at the top of his lungs to expose the truth. Old Snowman, Snow Maiden, watch out for the Northwest Wolf. He is a damn spy. The entire wolf clan has already been enslaved by the humans. The first to react to this earth-shattering news is the Snow Maiden. Her eyes widen in absolute horror. The giant is equally dumbfounded, his jaw dropping as he yells, "What did you just say?" Realizing the secret is entirely out, Old Snowman fiercely curses and glares at his companion. Damn it, Northwest Wolf, your clan is completely blown. But surprisingly, the Northwest Wolf just shrugs, his expression lazily indifferent. To be honest, I never even planned on hiding it. So what? Everyone was hiding their true colors during the Western District raid anyway. What is the point? Catching the core detail in his words, the Snow Maiden narrows her eyes in suspicion. Wait, what? Are you guys also being mind-controlled like me? The giant freezes, entirely caught off guard by the sudden confession. He mutters in absolute disbelief. I thought I was the only one. The intense battlefield instantly transforms into an awkward support group for enslaved monsters. Everyone looks at each other and simultaneously sighs. Yeah, me too. I am a spy as well. Wow, so we are all in the exact same boat. Honestly, what a relief. Since we are all compromised, I do not even feel bad anymore. Watching this absurd exchange unfold, Faceless turns entirely petrified. His brain completely short-circuits as he stares at the most ridiculous plot twist of his life. Huh? His bloodshot eyes bulge out of their sockets as the horrific truth finally dawns on him. Are you guys... all of you? But before he can finish, all the powerhouses completely ignore his rambling and lock onto him. Just kill him already. Let's slaughter this faceless freak. Honestly, his ugly mug has been pissing me off all day. One of them aggressively complains, charging forward. Faceless can only stare in absolute despair as an apocalyptic wave of attacks descends upon him. He cannot comprehend it. He refuses to accept it. Why? A devastating chain of ultimate moves violently slams into his body. A deafening explosion shatters the sky, sending his broken form flying through the air. His body is completely mangled. In his final moments, his mind descends into pure chaos. How did this happen, Dragon Girl? The humans control the entire northern district. Can our alliance even be saved? Right at the very climax of his despair, a sharp, piercing sound abruptly rips through the air. At the exact same moment, a mysterious chain, glowing with eerie blue light, violently lashes out. It locks securely onto Faceless's body. Refusing to be captured, he struggles like a madman. No, no. Faceless glares furiously at his approaching doom, his voice twisting into a maniacal, despair-filled laughter. Dragon Lady, you win. Shui Wumian grinds out the words, choking on his own bitter resentment. He has no choice but to swallow the crushing reality of his absolute defeat. To think that in less than 20 years, you would carve a bloody path right back to me. Impressive. Truly impressive. Meanwhile, the ever-loyal Xiaomeng turns her gaze to the woman standing beside her. Mother, do you want to finish him off? She asks. Gao Neng's ears perk up at the question, his eyes fixed intently on his mother, waiting for her final judgment. Shrugging casually, Gao Neng makes his own stance crystal clear. I do not have a single shred of pity for this shameless bastard. But still, he is a supreme being of the primordial realm. If keeping him alive is an option, why pull the trigger? Is erasing him from existence right this second absolutely necessary? Zilan's expression darkens into dead seriousness as she turns to her son. Little Neng, you must understand. Shui Wumian is completely different from any other supreme being we have faced. He will never bow his head in surrender, not even if we slaughter his entire clan. Please believe me, everything I am doing right now is for your own good. Although Gao Neng cannot completely fathom her reasoning, he absorbs every heavy word his mother speaks. Hesitation flickers in his eyes as he probes further. So, executing him here is the best possible outcome for the human alliance? Without a doubt. Every move I make is for the survival of humanity and the alliance, Zilan declares, with unshakable conviction. Right at that moment, horrific cracks begin spiderwebbing across Shui Wumian's physical form. Watching their exchange, the dying villain lets out a manic, mocking laugh. Dragon Lady, I knew it. I knew you would never have the guts to let me live. Those venomous words become Shui Wumian's final, bitter curse upon the world. His shattered body has already crossed its absolute limit, yet he forces a psychotic grin right up to his last breath. In the blink of an eye, his form violently detonates, sending a heaven-shaking explosion ripping through the battlefield. Shielding his eyes from the blast, Gao Neng lets out a long, heavy sigh of relief. The brutal war is over. Humanity has finally conquered the treacherous northern zone. Xiaomeng throws herself at Gao Neng, wrapping him in a fierce, celebratory hug. You are incredible. I cannot believe we actually brought the northern battlefield to its knees. Reaching into her pockets, she presents a small, glowing vial. Look at this. It is the core evolutionary energy of the Snow Demon clan. I have a feeling you are going to need this. Chug it down. One drop of this might just be the push you need to break through. Struck utterly speechless by the rare treasure, Gao Neng opens his mouth, but no words come out. Snapping out of his daze, he gingerly accepts the glowing vial, his mind racing. With the northern zone completely pacified, there are zero immediate threats left to handle. A fire ignites in Gao Neng's eyes as he makes a split-second, reckless decision. Whether he shatters his current limits or fails completely, all depends on this ultimate northern evolution energy. Tipping his head back, he downs the entire vial in one massive gulp. He refuses to let a single drop of this divine power go to waste. The reaction is instantaneous and violently overwhelming. A wave of intense dizziness crashes into Gao Nong's brain as the system suddenly detonates with blinding alarms, throwing up dozens of overlapping warning screens. Blinking in crimson red, the holographic text screams, "Warning. Extreme fluctuations detected within the host's spiritual power core. The frantic alerts just keep multiplying. Spiritual energy destabilizing at a critical rate. Danger. Severe mutation protocol initiated." Staring at the floating holographic text, Gao Neng freezes in pure panic. Wait, a mutation? This is not supposed to be a breakthrough? His jaw drops as a massive, ethereal sword violently rips into existence right in front of him. His formless spiritual power has actually materialized into a physical weapon, but the shock has only just begun. Jagged, glowing cracks spiderweb across the divine blade, suddenly peeling back to reveal a terrifying, golden eye. The sheer volume of cosmic anomalies hits Gao Neng too fast for his brain to process. "What in the world is happening?" he stammers, his eyes wide with absolute dread. The fractures on the massive spiritual blade multiply, spreading like shattered glass at breakneck speed. Watching from the sidelines, Tang Tang gasps in sheer terror at the chaotic display. "Gao Neng, get back! Your soul blade looks like it is about to detonate," she screams in a panic. Gao Neng is already painfully aware of the catastrophic chain reaction unfolding before him. He stands completely paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle as the weapon trembles violently. Boom! Just as they feared, the mighty blade shatters into a million pieces, unleashing a blinding flash of divine golden light. As the mystical smoke clears, a colossal, golden dragon erupts into the sky, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. Gao Neng tilts his head back, absolutely and utterly spellbound. He never could have predicted such a legendary phenomenon. The majestic beast coils through the air, radiating an overpowering ancient aura right before his very eyes. His jaw hits the floor, his brain struggling to comprehend the impossible reality unfolding above him. His own spiritual soul has literally metamorphosed into a divine dragon. Stepping up behind him, Zilan affectionately pats his trembling shoulder. "Dragonification. My precious son has finally awakened his true dragon form." "Dragonification?" Gao Neng mutters, completely trapped in a state of absolute disbelief. Bouncing with joy, Xiao Meng confirms the unbelievable truth. "Yes, you actually did it. Your soul has taken the shape of a true dragon." Zilan gently takes her son's calloused hand, her voice soft yet filled with immense pride. "Little Neng, do not be so shell-shocked. You already know that long ago, I ventured into the sacred dragon tomb. Ever since that fateful day, the ancient blood of dragons has flowed through my veins." As Gao Neng begins to piece the legendary puzzle together, she nods. "Exactly. You inherited that very same sovereign bloodline." Taking a deep breath, Zilan finally reveals the heavily guarded secrets of their past. The ancient dragon clan is an existence of unimaginable power. From the very second they draw their first breath, their strength instantly skyrockets to the 9th tier, and upon reaching adulthood, they effortlessly ascend to become supreme beings. That is why, on the day you were born into this world, I genuinely thought the bloodline had bypassed you. The shocking truth hits Gao Neng like a thunderbolt. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turn white, he whispers, "So that explains everything. When I was born, I possessed zero physical talent and zero spiritual power. It was not until, sensing his inner turmoil, Zilan firmly squeezes his shoulder, pulling him out of the dark abyss of his painful childhood memories. Little Neng, do not let those dark times weigh on your heart," she soothes. "Every single ounce of power you wield today was not handed to you by some ancient bloodline. It was forged entirely by your own blood, sweat, and unbreakable willpower. And now, relying strictly on your own monstrous strength, you have shattered the soul seal and forcibly awakened the dragon blood." Overwhelmed with immense maternal pride, hot tears begin to stream down her cheeks. "Your destiny is now bound to the true dragons. You are going to soar straight into the heavens and shake the very cosmos." But amidst the emotional celebration, a sudden, urgent realization strikes Zilan like lightning. "Listen to me. The awakening of your dragon soul proves you possess the raw power to smash through to the 9th tier, she urges, her eyes burning with intensity. "Merge the dragon soul with your physical vessel right this second. If you succeed, your ultimate ascension begins today." Gao Neng ignores the demon's rant. He turns his attention back to his mother's silent command, nodding firmly in agreement. "Understood." Zilan shifts her gaze to the young child beside her. "Xiao Meng, head into Snow Demon City immediately. Bring back more evolution energy." Gao Neng is on the verge of the 9th tier, and his energy supply cannot be interrupted. Xiao Meng does not hesitate for a single second. This is a crucial mission for his big brother. "Leave it to me," he shouts confidently, instantly launching himself into the sky. Watching this unfold, Tang Tang suddenly feels a massive wave of anxiety. Panic grips her mind. Heavens! I have not even reached the 8th tier yet, and Gao Neng is already breaking through to the 9th? No way. I cannot let him leave me in the dust. Driven by pure rivalry, Tang Tang shoots into the air after him. "Xiao Meng, wait for me. I am coming too." With the kids gone, Zilan turns her icy gaze to the remaining elites. "As for the rest of you, your job here is done. Fall back to your territories. I will send word when your next move is required." Shui Xiao and Snow Spirit exchange a heavy, silent glance. Understanding the unspoken command, Shui Xiao bows his head. "Then we shall return to our domains." In a flash of movement, the coalition vanishes into the horizon. Time barely passes before Xiao Meng comes speeding back, cheering at the top of his lungs. "I got it! Brother Gao Neng, catch." He tosses a glowing bottle through the air. "Drink this whole thing and blast your way straight to the 9th tier." Gao Neng catches the vial and downs it in one massive gulp. Perfect. Instantly, the dragon soul within him flares with devastating power. Its golden aura turns absolutely blinding as it unleashes a heaven-shaking roar. The phantom dragon opens its massive jaws, blasting a blinding pillar of light straight through the heavy clouds. Gao Neng looks up at the majestic display. Pure awe washes over him. To think the dragon soul could evolve this far. Powered by 9th tier energy, it easily rivals the 3 ultimate souls of the snow demon. He casts a subtle glance at his mother standing nearby. A dark seed of doubt suddenly takes root deep in his mind. If our dragon clan possesses such heaven-defying strength, why did Mother hide us in the Forgotten Lands for nearly 20 years? He shakes his head sharply, crushing those distracting thoughts. This is no time to question the past. He has a breakthrough to conquer. Gao Neng channels every ounce of his focus. Mental link. Return to me. The almighty dragon god bonds directly to his consciousness. A brilliant blue light bridges their souls, revealing a form of absolute, terrifying majesty. Its draconic eyes burn like twin golden suns. Gao Neng gasps, suddenly realizing the true depth of this power. This is unbelievable. This absolute dominion over the elements. It feels exactly like the power of the legendary pupil. Right at that epic moment, a system chime echoes in his mind. A holographic interface flashes before his eyes. Warning. Host's internal energy has reached its absolute cosmic limit. Do you wish to initiate the breakthrough? A fierce, triumphant grin spreads across Gao Neng's face. He has been waiting for this exact second. It is finally time. Commence the breakthrough. A catastrophic surge of pure energy erupts, forming a colossal pillar of light that entirely engulfs both him and the dragon god. The radiant beam shatters the sky itself, tearing a massive hole through the heavens. The dragon god roars with world-ending authority, its colossal body coiling with raw, untamed power. Without a second of hesitation, the spectral beast dives straight down toward Gao Neng. He stands his ground fearlessly, puffing out his chest to absorb the devastating tsunami of divine energy. Flesh and spirit collide. The legendary dragon god fuses perfectly into its master's mortal body, but the sheer volume of power is brutally overwhelming. Gao Neng grits his teeth, his muscles screaming as he forces his body to contain the endless, chaotic energy storm. His eyes ignite with blazing light. Raw power leaks violently from the corners of his vision. Clenching his fists until his knuckles crack, he unleashes a heaven-shaking roar. Break through to the 9th tier. Standing safely in the distance, Zilan smiles with profound, maternal pride. "My son, you have finally transformed into a true dragon." The aftershock of the breakthrough is nothing short of apocalyptic. A massive shockwave kicks up a blinding storm of debris. As the thick dust slowly begins to settle, a lone, imposing silhouette emerges from the chaos. The very earth beneath his feet has been utterly vaporized. A single, unconscious flex of his newfound power had obliterated the terrain for miles around. Gao Neng slowly flexes his hands, feeling the terrifying, godlike vitality coursing through his veins. A dark, thrilling smile tugs at his lips. If my pure physical strength is already this destructive, what will happen when I actually channel my energy? Yeah, the results completely blew Cao Neng away. I bet I could smash open a geyser with a single punch right here, he thought. This was on a whole different level from an ordinary rank 9. Is this the true power of a dragon? Eager to test his newfound strength, he firmly placed his hand against the earth. With a commanding voice, Cao Neng summoned the power of water. The ground instantly trembled beneath him, answering his absolute command. Massive fissures tore across the surface. Seconds later, endless torrents violently erupted from the depths. The surging waves obliterated the rocks, forming a colossal water pillar that shot straight into the sky. Cao Neng raised his hand to control the flow. Under his will, the massive pillar expanded and soared even higher. Satisfied, he switched gears to test his next elemental attribute. In the very next second, Cao Neng abruptly clenched his fist, unleashing the power of ice. The roaring torrent instantly froze solid, turning into a breathtaking pillar of absolute frost. Cao Neng cheered in absolute thrill. "This is incredible," he shouted. His spiritual energy had skyrocketed beyond his wildest dreams. With this breakthrough, both his strength and spiritual power had multiplied by at least 5 times compared to the late rank 8 stage. Seeing his testing complete, Xiao Meng excitedly lunged forward and threw her arms around his neck. "Congratulations on breaking through to rank 9, she cheered. "You are finally worthy of being my rival once again." Cao Neng let out a helpless sigh. Putting on a serious face, he immediately corrected her. "I have always been the mountain you can never climb, all right?" Refusing to back down, Xiao Meng instantly fired up her competitive spirit. She playfully wrestled his head and let out a menacing giggle. "Do you want to pick a fight with me?" But Cao Neng fired right back. "You are my defeated opponent. I am just worried I will accidentally squash you with my new strength." Xiao Meng eagerly accepted the challenge. "All right, let us test that theory then." But right as their rivalry peaked, a blinding pillar of light erupted in the distance, signaling another breakthrough. Cao Neng muttered in pure disbelief. "Good heavens, it is Fang Tang Tang again. She actually managed to break through too." Xiao Meng's eyes widened as she sensed the sudden violent shift in the atmosphere. "This energy is completely erratic," she warned, her voice laced with urgency. "It is spiraling out of control." Tang's core was burning like a miniature sun, clearly overwhelmed by absorbing too much evolution energy. Gao Neng instantly grasped the catastrophic danger of the situation. She bit off more than she could chew. "Is she going to explode?" he asked frantically. Xiao Meng's hands blurred into motion. "It is not fatal yet, but I need your power right now." Gao Neng did not hesitate for a split second, blasting forward to assist her. Meanwhile, the scene shifts into the dead of night. Inside a brilliantly lit manor within the heart of Snow Demon City. In the grand hall, Zilan sat with an imperial aura, her piercing gaze locked onto the figure kneeling before her. The visitor was none other than Cold Face, the supreme powerhouse of the Snow Demon clan. He bowed with absolute reverence. Cold Face of the Snow Demons pays his utmost respects to the great Bai Fei Shu. Zilan's eyes narrowed with sharp suspicion. Faceless addressed me as the Dragon Girl. "Tell me, why do you choose to call me by that specific name?" Cold Face kept his head bowed, his tone dripping with absolute sincerity. "Because that is your true title, my lady. It is the legendary name the human alliance bestowed upon you. The fairy dragon, Bai Fei Shui." A satisfied smirk graced Zilan's elegant features. "You are remarkably clever," she praised softly. "And since you possess such wisdom, you will remain here and rule the Snow Demon clan in my stead." Cold Face pressed his forehead against the freezing floor, his loyalty completely cemented. "I eternally thank the great fairy dragon for her boundless grace." Having sworn his eternal allegiance, the demon lord vanished into the freezing night. Left entirely alone in the cavernous hall, the formidable Zilan sank into deep, silent thought. "Oh, Gao Neng," she whispered to the empty room. "For 20 agonizing years, your mother had completely surrendered to despair." Whatever tragic memories flooded her mind, hot tears suddenly shattered her icy facade. "But now," she choked out, her voice trembling with fragile emotion. "Now, you have finally given me a glimmer of hope." Meanwhile, deep within the Snow Demon clan's sacred forbidden grounds, Gao Neng stood completely paralyzed, his jaw dropping at the colossal monument looming before him. The absolute evolution source of the Snow Demons was a breathtaking miniature universe of mountains and rivers. The sheer spatial energy radiating from it was incredibly overwhelming. Gao Neng muttered in awe, expecting a snarky reply that never came. He spun around, only to find Xiao Meng frozen like a statue. "Hey, what has gotten into this little brat?" he asked with genuine concern. Xiao Meng was currently pouring every ounce of her terrifying focus into the critical crisis unfolding right in front of them. "It is not a disaster yet, but her aura is highly volatile," she gritted out. "Lend me your power, now." Without a second thought, the duo unleashed their monstrous energy, desperately fighting to stabilize Tang's explosive breakthrough. A heavy sigh escaped Gao Neng's lips as the chaos finally settled. Seriously, she is a walking heart attack. Can she ever do things the easy way? But as the absolute truth behind her reckless gamble dawned on him, a cocky grin stretched across his face. "I suppose her desperate rush makes perfect sense," he thought with a smirk. Jumping from the early 7th stage to the late 7th stage in just 3 days, is already riding a literal rocket. His ego instantly inflated to monumental proportions. But when she is forced to compete with the most dazzling genius in all of human history, to me, I really cannot blame her for pushing past her limits. Tang remained deeply unconscious, her body still absorbing the remnants of the cosmic power. They gently laid her down in a safe corner of the cavern. Xiao Meng crossed her arms, her sharp eyes scanning the girl's vital signs. The breakthrough was a complete success. Once she wakes up, she will be an entirely different beast. Suddenly, an electric shock ripped through Gao Neng's mind. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Wait a minute, what on earth is this? He stared intensely at the unconscious girl, feeling a bizarre, invisible connection. Pure, unadulterated data was surging directly from her neural network straight into his own brain. Cascades of glowing green code rapidly reflected in Gao Neng's wide eyes. His mind was completely blown by the terrifying revelation. This is the exact equation for a spherical reflector nuclear warhead. A brilliant, knowing smile crept across his face. He instantly realized the monumental truth. These were the suppressed, catastrophic weapon blueprints buried deep within her subconscious when she was created as a living humanoid nuke. Talk about hitting the absolute jackpot, he thought, his heart racing with thrill. Thank the heavens this stubborn girl did not get overly greedy. If she had completely suppressed these apocalyptic formulas deep within her own mind, not even she would have possessed the power to download them back into reality. Ding! The familiar synthetic chime of the system suddenly shattered his thoughts. Congratulations to the host. The ultimate hidden quest, Spring Seed, has been flawlessly completed. Gao Neng froze in his tracks. His eyes darted to the golden text blazing across his vision. It was not just any quest, it was an epic-tier hidden mission. The quest triggered as complete. He calculated swiftly. That means the entire Snow Demon clan has officially bowed to my absolute rule. Before he could even celebrate his newfound absolute power, the system interface violently flashed again. The host has been awarded one epic tier skill draw. Do you wish to heavily upgrade a current skill, or draw a brand new terrifying ability? Naturally, Gao Neng was absolutely ruthless in maximizing his own advantage. Are you kidding me? He cheered, his eyes burning with absolute greed. Securing another epic skill is 1,000,000 times better than just polishing an old one. Give me the brand new skill draw, right now. The system's robotic voice dripped with unprecedented snark. Due to the host's incredibly punchable attitude, the system has generously decided to bestow a second draw opportunity. If the host bravely accepts a lethal new challenge, you may draw 2 epic tier skills simultaneously. Please cherish this heaven-defying opportunity. But Gao Neng was far from an amateur. He had forged a will of absolute iron against the system's insidious bait. He completely ignored the glowing golden trap. I absolutely reject your suicide mission, he declared with a dismissive wave. Just hand over my single epic skill draw and shut up. Yet, the system was terrifyingly persistent in dragging him into hell. Although the host is acting like a complete coward, the system will still spin the wheel twice. You may casually observe both results before making your final choice. Once the heavenly prizes are revealed, if the host's greed completely overtakes his logic, you may still accept the lethal challenge to claim both. The system ruthlessly hijacked his control, forcing the cosmic roulette wheel to manifest right before his eyes. Defeated by the software's sheer stubbornness, Gao Neng reached out to spin the golden needle, grumbling aggressively. Damn you, you scamming piece of trash, he cursed through gritted teeth. Mark my words, if I actually change my mind and take your trap, I will literally take your surname. The dual golden needles spun like tornadoes of pure light. Slowly, agonizingly, the first needle locked onto an absolutely mysterious, glowing rune. A split second later, the second needle violently slammed into an adjacent, equally cryptic symbol. The system revealed the final judgment. Congratulations to the host for unlocking 2 utterly unknown epic tier skills. Please carefully select one to keep, or surrender to your darkest greed and accept the nightmare challenge. But the surprises for Gao Neng did not end there. The system had actually granted him 2 epic tier skills. Let me see what kind of legendary treasures I got this time, he thought eagerly. He pulled up the details of the first reward. Epic tier skill, Wormhole. The Wormhole ability allowed the host to open up to 30 virtual pathways. As long as a target was marked, he could instantly teleport to their location. Cao Neng was absolutely thrilled with this godlike ability. This is insanely cool. It is like having 30 teleportation gates scattered anywhere in the world. His mind raced with countless terrifying ways to abuse this new power. A wicked smirk crept onto Gao Neng's face. If I plant a mark on Wu Dingxiang, wouldn't I be able to teleport right behind her at any given moment? Even if I let her go, There is absolutely no way she could ever escape my grasp. What a flawless start, he sighed in deep satisfaction. This is a top-tier skill. Now, let us check out the second one. Cao Neng quickly scanned through the system description. Epic tier skill, Plunder. Plunder was an absolute ability that completely ignored all resistances and defenses. In theory, it could strip away any power from an opponent. Any stolen ability would remain under his absolute control for exactly 30 seconds. However, if he plundered non-combat attributes like destiny or pure misfortune, the effect would last for an entire day. He gasped in pure awe. Stealing an enemy's absolute best move for 30 seconds. This is the ultimate killing weapon on the battlefield. Both epic options were overwhelmingly tempting, leaving Cao Neng completely torn. But the real question is, which one do I choose? The system practically reveled in his agonizing dilemma. It chimed in with mocking excitement. Only children make choices. Real adults take it all. The host merely needs to accept a tiny challenge to acquire both. But Cao Neng resolutely refused to bow to its wicked temptation. I absolutely refuse to accept your trap of a challenge, so you can just give up. Yet, the system continued its demonic seduction, adding a ticking timer to crush his mental defenses. It will be incredibly difficult for the host to reject a challenge again. Therefore, please make your selection now. 5, 4, 3. Hearing this, panic instantly seized his heart. Since when is there a countdown timer? You never had this feature before. Are you trying to force my hand? 2. Cao Neng was pushed to the absolute brink. He desperately grabbed his hair, frantically weighing the options. The system's cold voice finally reached one. With no time left to hesitate, Cao Neng blindly smashed his finger onto one of the holographic panels. I choose wormhole. The agonizing selection process was finally over, and the system successfully registered his definitive choice. Seeing the confirmation glow before his eyes, Cao Neng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a massive sigh of relief. He rubbed his chin in deep thought. While Plunder is an absolute game-changer in one-on-one combat, Wormhole is undoubtedly a weapon of mass strategic value. Reviewing the detailed description, he grew even more satisfied with his epic choice. This was not just about building a simple teleportation network. He could engrave a mark on any object, hand it to someone else, and instantly shift his warp point. A delightfully mischievous scenario popped into his mind. What if I draw a secret mark on Ninger, then for 24 hours a day, I could step straight through the void. No matter the time or situation, I could magically appear right behind her. How amazing would that be? But the moment the playful thought faded, a heavy wave of melancholy crashed over Cao Neng. A deep ache of longing filled his chest. I wonder how my Ninger is doing right now, he whispered to the wind. Meanwhile, at the northern district stronghold, bathed in the warm, golden light of dawn, a lone figure stood silently upon the towering fortress walls. It was Ninger, the very girl occupying Cao Neng's every thought. Her beautiful eyes were locked onto the distant horizon. It has been 3 entire days. Why has he not returned yet? Ninger made a silent vow to the morning breeze. I will wait for you for 1 more day. If you still do not return, I will tear the world apart looking for you. Even if the northern district is massive, I will dig you out from the very depths of the earth. Just thinking about the man she missed so dearly, her fierce expression melted into a heart-fluttering smile, softer than the morning sun. Ninger lets out a soft chuckle. Do not even think about falling into the hands of any other little vixen but me. Suddenly, her sharp senses detect an approaching presence. Her playful expression vanishes instantly. She shoots a cold glance at Second Lieutenant Chen Yan, whose face is pale with dread. Commander Shen, we have an urgent report from the eastern sector. Ninger immediately shifts back into her legendary, ice-cold commanding persona. She narrows her eyes. What happened? Speak. The lieutenant's face drains of all color. He stammers, struggling to force the words past his lips. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Shen personally sent the urgent dispatch. He said. His voice trembles violently as he forces out the next words. Sword Elder is dead. The unshakable calmness that always graced Ninger's face shatters in an instant. Panic flares in her usually steady eyes. What did you just say? Refusing to believe her own ears, she presses forward relentlessly. How could the Sword Elder possibly die? Chen Bai bows his head, drowning in absolute sorrow. Even he cannot accept this devastating reality. He hurriedly recounts the nightmare that unfolded. The pressure on the eastern sector stronghold had reached apocalyptic levels. The 6-winged archangel of the celestial race, along with the sword saint of the beast clan, they all converged there. We stood absolutely no chance of holding the line. Chen Bai bows his head even lower, gritting his teeth to suppress his agonizing frustration. but the absolute order from the Supreme Council was clear. No retreat under any circumstances. The battlefield had already turned into a meat grinder. Right at that desperate moment, the Beast Clan's Sword Saint issued a direct challenge for a duel. He declared that if anyone could defeat him in swordsmanship, he would withdraw his entire army, and the Sword Elder, Chenbai chokes back a sob, unable to describe the gruesome details. But Ning does not need to hear them. The tragic picture paints itself clearly in her mind. She raises a trembling hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. Enough. You do not need to say another word. Ning-Er's mind races. The Sword Elder's swordsmanship was absolutely unrivaled within the entire human alliance. Seeing the burning disbelief in her eyes, Chenbai quickly explains further. He lays out the brutal truth. The Beast Clan's Sword Saint is hailed as the absolute #1 sword under the heavens. Even among the monstrous alien races, his combat prowess stands at the absolute pinnacle. How could Elder Sword possibly withstand such a devastating strike alone? Chenbai's heart clenches in pure agony at the memory of Elder Sword's tragic end. To think his lifeless body was strung up on the Beast Clan's battle flag like a gruesome trophy. The Eastern District base has descended into absolute chaos, and Elder Lee has sworn a blood oath to snatch back his fallen comrade's remains. The rapidly escalating crisis leaves Chenbai drowning in an ocean of anxiety. Hearing this devastating news, the supreme powerhouses from both the western and southern districts are frantically rushing toward the east. But Ning shakes her head, her eyes flashing with sharp intellect. Impossible. Relying on pure logic, she firmly believes the higher-ups have a hidden card to stabilize this catastrophic situation. The Supreme Council members are no fools. Elder Sword's death is a monumental tragedy, but they know full well the apocalyptic consequences of triggering an all-out war right now. Though Elder Lee shared a blood-brother bond with the fallen hero, he was once the military's legendary god of war. A veteran of his caliber would never strike with such blind recklessness. Chenbai blurts out a startling realization. Are you saying Deputy Supreme Commander Shen's intelligence is totally fake? Ning-Er's gaze deepens into a cautious stare. No. The intel itself is undeniably real, but there is absolutely a hidden trap buried within it. I just cannot piece together where the fatal flaw lies yet. Her tone shifts into absolute command as she issues her orders. Chenbai, starting this exact second, you are my sole representative here at the Northern District base. I am heading to the bleeding front lines of the East all by myself. But burn this into your skull. You must never let a single soul know I have left this camp. Leaving him with only the striking silhouette of her retreating back, Ning-Er issues her final decree. To the rest of the world, I am cultivating in this tent. You will be my voice, delivering every single military command. Her breathtaking features are locked in an expression of overwhelming gravity. Staring intensely into the distant horizon, Ning-Er knows this dangerous gamble is the only path forward. She has to hold the line against all odds. At least until Gao Neng finally makes his triumphant return. The scene cuts to the luxurious depths of the Vampire Royal City's grand mansion under a blanket of starlight. A soft, probing voice breaks the silence. You are leaving? Gao Neng gives a firm, decisive nod. Yeah, the alien races of the north have bent the knee, but a storm is brewing back at the Alliance, and I cannot shake this uneasy feeling. Zilan knew this fateful farewell was destined, but she never expected it to strike so soon. Her eyes trace his resolute face. When will you depart? Right this instant. Gao Neng offers no denial, but his gaze softens with a lingering question. Mother, are you absolutely sure you will not return to the capital of hope with us? Zilan gently shakes her head, radiating an aura of majestic control. No, these alien territories require an iron ruler, and little Meng will stay right here by my side. A wicked, beautiful smile graces her lips. The 7th princess of the Dark Elf clan has already uncovered your true identity. However, she is a remarkably useful pawn. I think I will keep her caged in the vampire clan as my personal maid for a little while longer. Naturally, Gao Neng would never deny his mother's brilliantly cunning request. A confident grin flashes across his face. Consider it done. I will make the arrangements immediately. Moments later, the heavy atmosphere shifts as Gao Neng and Tang Tang stride purposefully down the moonlit corridor. His mind races with strategic calculations as he walks. Out of the 30 wormhole passages, I absolutely must leave one anchored to Mother. But with her fiercely independent pride, she would despise me branding an energy mark on her. Suddenly, a stroke of tactical genius hits him. Perfect. I will just secretly plant the spatial mark on Wu Dingxiang instead. He closes his eyes, meticulously weaving his master plan together. I have already cornered Wu Dingxiang into sending a heavily fabricated letter and a token back to the Dark Elf clan, declaring absolute victory in the vampire territory. At the same time, I seamlessly embedded an aura mark right into that very token. That little trap will definitely bear glorious fruit in the future. Gao Neng analyzes every single angle of his flawless scheme. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng is currently commanding the absolute might of every northern race to hunt down Mu Feifei. That arrogant heavenly clan elite has gotten her wings viciously clipped. Even if she dragged her broken body out of the royal city, she will never escape the northern district alive. He tilts his head up toward the glowing crimson moon, his battle-hardened heart finally softening. Every piece is perfectly set on the chessboard. It is finally time to go home. The scene slashes back to the northern district stronghold. The morning sun blazes down, washing the battered architecture in golden light. The rhythmic clang of heavy metal and the roaring chatter of countless workers echo like thunder across the massive reconstruction zone. The laborers roar with passionate motivation, their spirits burning brighter than a forge. Push harder. Once this defensive wall is fully erected, our survival is finally guaranteed. Right in the middle of the gritty chaos, Shimo is flexing his monstrous strength, effortlessly hauling colossal piles of heavy building materials. He grumbles as he marches forward with earth-shattering steps. It has been almost an entire week. That brat Gao Neng really knows how to slack off. Has His Highness not rested enough yet? A passing soldier catches the complaint and bursts into a knowing, scandalous laugh. Brother, if I were in his shoes, a week would never be enough. Do you have any idea what kind of peerless beauty is nursing him back to health? The soldier flashes a wickedly meaningful smirk, chuckling like a seasoned degenerate. For days now, the stunning Commander Shen has not taken a single step outside that tent. Suddenly, a sharp, commanding voice slices right through their brazen gossip. Shut your mouths and put your backs into it. A fierce young warrior steps up, aggressively defending Gao Neng's honor. The man outright slaughtered a supreme powerhouse. It is an absolute miracle he is even alive, let alone severely injured. It is our sworn duty to rebuild the northern stronghold, while our hero recovers his strength. The overwhelming logic instantly silences the two gossips. Nodding in solemn agreement, their eyes reignite with fiery determination as they resume their grueling labor. Damn right, the absolute survival of the Northern District's citizens rests entirely upon our shoulders. Nearby, Qing Lian violently drops a mountain of heavy steel from her shoulders, freezing in place as a heavy silence washes over her. A wave of profound anxiety ripples through her mesmerizing eyes. Honestly, the healing elixirs of our Western Alliance's Duan family have to be vastly superior to the military's generic supplies, right? She mutters, her voice trembling slightly. Driven by an uncontrollable instinct, Qing Lian's gaze locks onto the tightly sealed military tent in the distance. Qing Ge strides past, immediately catching his sister's lovesick stare. He sighs, offering a brotherly reality check. Drop it, little sister. The military's top-tier healing salves are practically miraculous. If that monster is refusing all visitors, he definitely has his own terrifying reasons. Blushing a furious shade of crimson at being so easily exposed, Qing Lian stammers, "You really think so?" But her brother's face suddenly hardens into a mask of pure, chilling gravity. Qing Lian. Meanwhile, a massive shift occurs elsewhere. The sect dispatched an envoy this morning with absolute orders. They demanded we retreat to the underground city immediately. They say the western sector is lost, but the fierce young woman outright refuses. Brother, I am not running to hide underground. I have already broken through to level 7. The northern sector needs our strength right now. Qing Ge sighs, completely helpless against her stubbornness. Little sister, please listen to reason. We belong to the Duan family of the western sector. Every single battlefield out there is desperate for manpower. Furthermore, this is a direct edict from the Holy Maiden. Do you not always follow your master's words as absolute law? Qing Lian glares fiercely, refusing to back down. I know the Alliance's recent intelligence. The eastern and western sectors are burning to the ground. And worse, they just siphoned a massive chunk of the military away from the north. That is exactly why we cannot abandon this place to rot. Brother, tell me the truth. You never actually received any direct orders from my master, did you? Qing Ge falls deadly silent, his eyes dropping to the ground. Qing Lian's sharp deduction has pierced right through his lie. He cannot utter a single word in defense. Qing Lian clenches her fists, her aura blazing with unstoppable resolve. He literally laid his life on the line to protect this northern sector. I will absolutely never betray the blood he shed for this place. She turns sharply on her heel and strides away. Over her shoulder, she throws a casual but firm reminder to her brother. Get back to work. Every day we shave off rebuilding this defensive wall is another day the northern citizens can sleep safely. Suddenly, a confident voice echoes through the air, challenging her bold statement. Saying I threw my life away is a bit of an exaggeration, do you not think? Dealing with a mere supreme expert is nothing but child's play for a true genius. The entire crowd freezes, their attention instantly snapping toward the source of the arrogant voice. Someone points wildly toward the distance. "Hurry! Look up there!" Shimo catches the massive commotion and whips his head around. His jaw drops in sheer disbelief. A wave of absolute euphoria crashes over the crowd as they witness Gao Neng standing tall and unbroken atop the ramparts. It is Gao Neng. He has finally come out. His terrifying injuries are completely healed. Gao Neng casually arches an eyebrow, looking down at the awestruck faces below with a playful smirk. "Well now, my beautiful lady, do you happen to know exactly how a genius with a 100% hidden talent repairs a fortress wall?" Qing Lian freezes in her tracks, completely bewildered by his sudden flex. "What? What exactly are you talking about?" Before she can blink, the massive piles of construction materials around them defy gravity. Countless tons of heavy stone and steel float effortlessly into the sky, suspended by an invisible, godlike force. Shimo gasps, his eyes nearly bulging out of his skull. He is dragging every single piece of material to a single focal point. The crowd erupts into absolute chaos at the mind-bending spectacle. What kind of monstrous power is this? Hovering above them, Gao Neng leisurely orchestrates the chaos with just a single hand. When a martial artist reaches the absolute peak, even a fragile twig can become a deadly sword. And when a supreme genius like myself is strong enough, a single thought can forge an impregnable fortress. The instant the words leave his lips, tons of material smash seamlessly into the ruined wall, reconstructing it with terrifying precision. A soldier screams in absolute fanaticism. 100% talent. Only the legendary Gao Neng, with his 100% awakening, could pull off a miracle like this. The veteran standing next to him violently shakes his head. "Do you think it is just about raw talent? Look at the sheer scale of this stronghold. His spiritual power projection range has to be well over 50 meters. Another warrior shudders, totally overwhelmed by the display. Is this really something a 7th stage cultivator can actually achieve? In mere seconds, the devastatingly massive wall stands taller and more impenetrable than ever before. The entire sector erupts in deafening roars of victory. Gao Neng fixed the wall. He truly is the ultimate savior of the human alliance. He casually drops down from the sky, strolling right through the thunderous applause and worshipful gazes of the massive crowd. Gao Neng flashes a satisfied grin. Now that this little chore is done, it is time to go find Ning-Er. But before he can even take a step in her direction, a frantic figure sprints directly toward him. Gao Neng instantly recognizes the breathless man. It is Chen Bai. He completely ignores the man's panic and cheerfully waves his hand in greeting. "Old Bai, did you run all the way to the northern sector just to see me?" Chen Bai does not answer. He just stares blankly at the colossal, flawlessly restored wall beside them. Did you just build this entire wall?" Gao Neng proudly crosses his arms over his chest, basking in the glory. "Obviously. I spent the last few days in deep meditation and snagged a little bit of divine enlightenment. Forging a fortress with a single thought. Gives off a bit of a mythological deity vibe, does it not?" With a swaggering laugh, Gao Neng dramatically waves his hand at the stunned audience. "All right, everyone, take a well-deserved break. The wall is officially finished, and my stomach is demanding dinner." He turns his head slightly toward the person behind him, a mysterious smirk playing on his lips. "Right, Lieutenant Chen Bai?" Caught off guard by the sudden call-out, Chen Bai stammers. He blurts out a hasty agreement. "Yeah, time to eat." He points stiffly in a random direction, scrambling for an excuse. "That is right. Division Commander Shen ordered me to fetch you for a meal." Gao Neng flashes a bright smile, waving goodbye to the group. "Then Lieutenant Chen Bai and I will head back to the tent. Everyone, get some rest." Tang Tang trails closely behind the two men. Gao Neng furrows his brows, immediately pressing his companion for answers. What is really going on here? Ning-Er's presence, along with the energy signatures of the genetic weapons. None of them are inside the northern stronghold. His instincts scream that something is terribly wrong. He is determined to dig out the truth. "Old Bai, what happened?" But Chen Bai stays completely silent, struggling to find the right words. Suddenly, the horrifying reality dawns on Gao Neng. Wait, this is not right. It is not just Ning-Er. Qing Jing is missing too. Commander Qin, Elder Jian, and their master. Every single one of them is gone from the northern stronghold. Chen Bai shoots nervous glances at the nearby soldiers, desperately trying to maintain the lie. "Gao Neng, what are you talking about? Just follow me. Division Commander Shen is waiting for you." But Gao Neng refuses to play these games anymore. His gaze turns deadly serious as he stares down his companion. "Stop dodging the question. This entire situation makes absolutely zero sense. What makes even less sense is my promise with Ning-Er. We had an absolute agreement. She would never just vanish without a trace. Tang Tang finally loses her patience. She glares fiercely at the hesitant man. You are just a lowly lieutenant. Answer the damn question. What are you so terrified of? Look around you. Can you not tell that no one else can hear a single word we are saying? Chen Bai freezes, utterly stunned by her final remark. What did you just say? Gao Neng casually snaps his fingers, revealing the truth. She is right. They cannot hear us. I have finally broken through, Gao Neng declares, his voice laced with absolute confidence. With the energy barrier I just set up, even the elite experts of the dragon rankings couldn't eavesdrop on us. Chen Bai freezes in utter disbelief. Broken through? He stammers, his eyes wide. Just a few days ago, you reached the 7th stage, and now you have advanced again? Could it be? Have you already hit the mid-7th stage? Chen Bai swallows hard. He senses a terrifying depth to Gao Neng's current aura, a power that definitely does not stop there. But wait, that makes no sense. The dragon rankings boast plenty of 7th stage masters. If their power levels were even remotely close, this energy barrier could never block their senses. Gao Neng, don't tell me. Have you reached the 8th stage? Before he can process it, Fang Tangtang scoffs. She rolls her eyes at Chen Bai's ignorance. Why are you only talking about him? What do you mean, you? She crosses her arms with a proud smirk. It should be you two. Both of us have stepped into the next realm. Chen Bai's jaw practically drops to the floor. His face twists in absolute shock. What? Both of you? Are in the 8th stage? Annoyed by the bragging, Gao Neng pinches Tang Tang's cheek hard. He gives her a stern, silencing glare. Enough, he scolds her lightly. We just reached the 8th stage. Is that really something worth showing off? Gao Neng's expression instantly darkens as he turns back. Old Bai, cut the nonsense and tell me the truth. What exactly happened while we were gone? Seeing that deadly, serious look, Chen Bai knows he can no longer hide the bitter truth. He lowers his gaze, a heavy shadow falling over his face. The truth is, the very next words out of Chen Bai's mouth send a violent shockwave through both Gao Neng and Tang Tang. Elder Sword, he is dead. Chen Bai lets out a trembling sigh. The nightmare began the moment you two left the front lines. For the next agonizing minutes, Chen Bai spills everything. He recounts the emergency assembly, how Speaker Wu Qingjing was brutally stripped of his power, right down to the tragic, bloody fall of Elder Sword. No dark detail is spared. And that is the grim reality of it all. Chen Bai finishes, his voice hollow. Right now, absolute command of the battlefield rests entirely in the corrupt hands of Liang Qi. Meanwhile, Division Commander Shen has marched alone to the eastern stronghold. Gao Neng stands there, completely paralyzed. The weight of the devastating news crashing down on him. He grinds his teeth together so hard his jaw aches. His face is a mask of terrifying, unnatural calm. But down at his sides, his fists are clenched white. Tremors of pure, unadulterated fury rack his body. Thick veins bulge violently along his forearms. He is desperately trying to chain down the monstrous rage boiling in his blood. Murderous intent practically bleeds from Gao Neng's eyes. Are you finished? He growls out, each word dripping with venom. But Chen Bai slowly, grimly, shakes his head. There is one more piece of news, he adds bitterly. 2 days ago, the Heavenly King Group completely severed all elixir supplies. They have relocated their entire operation to the underground city. Gao Neng's eyes narrow into deadly slits. He presses further. And Speaker Wu, where is he right now? He is still trapped inside the Federation building. Chen Bai answers quickly. And Liang Qi is there with him. Rumor has it, Liang Qi wants to breach the underground city. He is definitely after your genetic weapon research. Deep anxiety etches itself across Chen Bai's face. But from what I have gathered, Governor Yun Ping flat out refused to grant him entry. It even escalated into a full-blown armed conflict. Hearing this, a dark, mocking chuckle escapes Gao Neng's lips. He trembles, completely consumed by the absolute absurdity of it all. Armed conflict? The entire alliance is on the brink of annihilation. Elder Sword's bones have not even been laid to rest. Yet this rat, Liang Qi, is scheming to steal my genetic weapons? Boom! Gao Neng stomps his foot in explosive fury. The very earth beneath them fractures and violently quakes. A suffocating, godlike pressure erupts from his body, sending Chen Bai violently crashing onto his back. Do they really think I am dead? Gao Neng roars to the heavens. His spiritual aura blazes like a raging inferno. The overwhelming wrath within him has officially reached the point of no return. Panicking, Chen Bai scrambles up and waves his hands wildly. Gao Neng, please, you need to calm down. The terrifying shockwave immediately draws the frightened gazes of bystanders nearby. A young martial artist watches with wide, trembling eyes. He stares at the cratered ground in absolute awe. What? What kind of monster is that? He murmurs. Calm down. Gao Neng's teeth grind together like crushing stones. In just a few short days, while I was out there bleeding for humanity's survival, that bastard Liang Qi dared to stab us in the back? Without another word of hesitation, Gao Neng turns on his heel. Fang Tang Tang, you are coming with me. His voice is cold as the grave. Target, the Federation headquarters. Tang Tang, whose battle aura was already itching for a fight, smirks darkly. She instantly dashes forward, trailing his devastating wake. Understood. Let's go mount his head on a spike. Chen Bai is completely caught off guard by their explosive departure. Things are spiraling totally out of control. He reaches out, desperately trying to pull them back from the abyss. Wait, stop right there, he screams until his lungs burn. Gao Neng, you cannot just storm the gates like this. Listen to me. Liang Qi holds the absolute military might of the entire alliance. Sweat pours down Chen Bai's face. Even if Gao Neng has ascended to the legendary 8th stage, how could two mere cultivators possibly wage war against the entire Supreme Council? Realizing his shouts are useless, Chen Bai scrambles to his feet. His heart pounds against his ribs like a war drum. This is bad. A bloodbath is coming. I have to warn the higher-ups, right now. The absolute worst-case scenario flashes through his mind. If Gao Neng walks straight into Liang Qi's death trap, the entire Federation will officially fall into the hands of a tyrant. The scene aggressively cuts to the towering Federation headquarters. The midday sun beats down relentlessly on the gleaming glass, ignorant to the storm that is rapidly approaching. Deep inside a secluded office, the harsh, blaring ring of a landline shatters the dead silence. Wu Qingjing slowly lifts his weary eyes. He grabs the receiver, his voice raspy and exhausted. Hello? The frantic intelligence pouring through the speaker hits him like a freight train. His dull eyes instantly snap wide open. What? He has come out of seclusion? That means Gao Neng has finally returned. And he broke through to the 8th stage? Heavens, what an absolute monster. But the brief spark of hope is instantly crushed by the very next sentence. Wu Qingjing's face drains of all color. Say that again? You mean to tell me he is heading straight for the Federation Tower? Wait, are you saying he is coming to seize power by force? The sheer, apocalyptic severity of the situation finally registers. Clack. The phone slips from his trembling fingers, bouncing off the desk. Wu Qingjing collapses heavily into his chair. The board has been flipped, and everything is spiraling, completely out of his control. Gao Neng has returned victorious from the brutal northern battlefields. He has ascended to the realm of high-stage absolute masters. And worst of all, he knows about Elder Sword's murder and Liang Qi's hostile takeover. The frantic warning from Chen Bai echoes violently in his head. A spine-chilling realization washes over Wu Qingjing. This is bad. This is disastrously bad. He is not coming here to play politics or seize power. Cold sweat drips down his weathered face. That boy is coming for blood. Heavens above. He intends to slaughter Liang Qi right inside the Federation headquarters. Right on cue, the ceiling alarms violently erupt. Deafening sirens shatter the building's false peace. As chaotic, blood-red emergency lights begin flashing ominously down the halls. A heavy silence suffocates the room. Wu Qingjing stares blankly at the ceiling above, but the peace shatters instantly. His office door is violently kicked open. Security personnel barge in, gasping for air. Deputy Chief Wu, Councilman Liang demands your presence in the conference room. Immediately, a wave of utter confusion washes over Qingjing, his brows locked together as he points a trembling finger. You people, don't treat me like a fool. Is Gao Neng here? What the hell is Liang Qi planning to do? The menacing guards quickly encircle Qingjing. Their leader steps forward with a cold glare. Apologies, Deputy Chief Wu. We haven't received any such intel. We are merely here to escort you. Qingjing falls dead silent. His mind races at light speed, analyzing the trap. Gritting his teeth, a furious growl escapes his lips. Liang Qi, you bastard. Gao Neng is the ultimate hope of the human alliance. Your petty games will doom us all. Meanwhile, inside the heavily guarded conference room, Liang Qi receives the breaking news. His expression darkens. Stage 8 already? It has only been a few days. A heavy aura leaks from Liang Qi as he turns his back to Councilman Liu and the others. Councilman Liu lets out a sickeningly arrogant sneer. This brat is practically begging for a death sentence. Does he really not understand that total command authority is now firmly in our hands? A bearded lackey eagerly chimes in to stroke their egos. Does this fool actually believe a single Stage 8 can overthrow the entire federal government? Reeking of absolute self-importance, Councilman Gao adds, even if you multiply his genetic weapons by 100, as long as our defense squad goes all out, crushing him is a walk in the park. But Liang Qi's eyes gleam with sinister intent. Gao Neng cannot die yet. We must bind him in chains and control him. Councilman Liu raises a skeptical eyebrow. He lets out a dramatic sigh. Councilman Liang, you are far too soft-hearted. Liang Qi's face twists into an incredibly dark scowl. I am not soft. I merely see that boy as an exceptionally sharp sword, but the moment this sword loses its edge, I will snap it in half without a second thought. Suddenly, utter chaos erupts outside. Panicked screams echo through the immaculate halls. Liang Qi's aura turns lethally dangerous. He snatches his communicator and barks his absolute orders. Capture him now. Restrain him at all costs. Once he is a dog on our leash, no one will ever threaten our absolute rule. Suddenly, once he is a dog on our leash, no one will ever threaten our absolute rule. Suddenly, a terrified staff member bursts through the doors. His face is pale as a ghost. Councilman Liang. Infuriated by the sudden intrusion, Liang Qi spins around to execute the fool. What is the meaning of this? Didn't I issue a direct lockdown order? Unless the sky is falling, do not disturb me. But the guard trembles uncontrollably as he delivers the nightmare report. Councilman Liang. It is Deputy Chief Wu. For some inexplicable reason, Wu Qingjing has completely snapped. He is currently tearing through the federal government building like an absolute madman. We cannot stop him. Qingjing has gone completely berserk. He is an unstoppable force. Every single squad captain is pinned down by him. We have absolutely zero manpower left to establish the outer defense perimeter, if this madness continues. Meanwhile, blood rushes through Qingjing's veins. He chooses this suicidal path for one single reason: to buy time for his student, Gao Neng. Please do not act rashly. You are not ready to wage war against the entire federal government. Blind fury erupts from Liang Qi. He smashes his fist violently against the reinforced table. That old fossil. He is doing this on purpose. Councilman Liu slickly steps forward, taking the reins with a commanding tone. That old man may be stripped of his power, but he is still technically a chief. We cannot cross the line publicly. If he wants to throw a tantrum, let him exhaust himself. With a cruel smirk, Liu issues the ultimate command. Order the royal guard to mount a full-scale lockdown. If anyone else breaches the gates, use the highest executive order. Capture them immediately. Yes, sir. But Liang Qi quickly intervenes. One wrong move, and his grand chessboard will shatter. Remember, you can shatter his bones, but he must be brought back alive. Councilman Liu frowns, clearly anxious about holding back against a monster. If we only order a capture, I fear we will fail. Have you forgotten? Gao Neng slaughtered 2 stage 9s and a supreme powerhouse. But Liang Qi has already calculated every single variable. His confidence is unbreakable. That battlefield was sheer chaos. With countless variables and a swarm of supremes, the boy simply got lucky. Do not forget, he barely just broke through to stage 7. Even if the intel is true and he reached stage 8, he is still, boom. An apocalyptic tremor violently rocks the office. Across the entire compound, the elites are thrown off their feet by the deafening roar. Liang Qi frantically punches the comms button, demanding a sitrep from the front lines. What the hell is going on? An earthquake? But the horrific scream from the other side confirms his ultimate nightmare. No, it is. Gao Neng is here. Even after the call drops, the councilmen are paralyzed by pure terror. All color drains from their faces. He arrived that fast? From the northern district base to here. Even by military jet, it takes 3 hours. Did he tear through the sky himself? Even a stage 8 shouldn't be this terrifyingly fast. Trying to mask his trembling, Liang Qi storms forward, pointing a furious finger. So what if the brat is here? The ultimate energy defense barrier is active. Even a supreme powerhouse would break their teeth on it. Deploy the vanguard and capture him. But the very second those arrogant words leave his mouth, an earth-shattering shockwave rips through the ground. The true nightmare has just arrived. Councilman Liu's face twists in sheer confusion. He turns to Liang Qi, his voice trembling with uncertainty. What on earth is that sound? The strange noise echoes through the hall, sparking a chilling sense of familiarity. He knows this sound from somewhere, but his mind frantically struggles to place it. Could it be? Liang Qi's eyes widen as a terrifying realization hits him. The answer echoes in his mind like a death knell. It is the sound of their absolute defense. The energy barrier is shattering. Outside, the entire headquarters is completely locked down. Gao Neng stands side by side with Tong Tong, projecting an overwhelming aura. Together, they have sealed every single exit, trapping everyone inside. Gao Neng narrows his cold eyes, his focus razor-sharp. Every deliberate move he makes follows the flawless master plan he had set in motion. The officials inside freeze in absolute terror, helplessly watching the impending doom creep closer. Panic sets in as they question reality itself. Is he not just a mere 8th-tier warrior? Pure, suffocating dread strips away their remaining sanity. The impossible is happening right before their eyes. Even a legendary 9th-tier master could never shatter the headquarters' energy shield this easily. How is this even possible? Liang Qi grits his teeth, his expression twisting into a vicious snarl. He vows to risk absolutely everything, ready to burn the world down just to reclaim his stolen power. It does not matter how he is doing this, he barks. If that brat dares to storm this building, we will show absolutely no mercy. Crush him. Daring to attack the Alliance's ultimate defense system is high treason. This single act of rebellion is more than enough to strip Gao Neng of his councilman title forever. Councilman Liu frantically barks orders to the surrounding guards. If they do not take immediate action, this monstrous boy will slaughter them all. Pass down my orders. Do not wait for him to breach the building. Apprehend him immediately. A chorus of obedience echoes back. Meanwhile, outside the crackling dome, Gao Neng is already initiating the final phase of his strike. His concentration is absolute, his energy surging like a raging storm. The staff gathered outside stare in stunned silence, their jaws dropping as they fail to comprehend the apocalyptic scene unfolding above them. Wait, isn't that Councilman Gao? Whispers ripple through the panicked crowd. What in the world is he doing? Looking up at the crackling sky, the horrifying truth dawns on them. He is forcibly dismantling the Federation's impenetrable defense shield. What is going on here? Lin He, the vice commander, roars as he charges forward, acting on the desperate orders from the upper brass. Flanked by a squad of elite guards, he positions himself defensively. Councilman Gao, cease your actions immediately, he shouts, his voice fighting against the crushing aura. I am Lin He, vice commander of the Supreme Council Guard, he declares, trying to maintain his authoritative stance. We have absolutely no desire to make an enemy out of you today. Gao Neng catches every single word, but the empty threat only fuels his deep-seated irritation. Lin He stands his ground, projecting his voice loudly in a desperate attempt to intimidate the monstrous youth. I am warning you one last time. Stop this madness right now. If you refuse, we will be forced to use lethal countermeasures. The terrifying youth barely bats an eye. His face remains a mask of frozen ice, completely devoid of emotion as he casually replies. Vice Commander Lin, is it? I am an official councilman. Coming here to attend a council meeting is completely within my rights. So tell me, why are you deploying an entire elite army just to block my path? Gao Neng stands tall like an immovable mountain. His arrogant confidence radiates outwards, showing absolute fearlessness as he stares down an armed battalion without a single flinch. Lin He swallows hard. You must be joking. Shattering a defense dome does not look like attending a meeting. Furthermore, we are simply following direct orders from above. A dark amusement flickers in Gao Neng's cold eyes upon hearing that pathetic excuse. He tilts his head, his voice laced with deadly curiosity. Following orders? Whose orders? Liang Qi's? Confirming his suspicions, Gao Neng does not back down. Instead, a terrifying smirk creeps onto his face. He knew blood would be spilled today. If that is how it is, then cut the small talk. Let the battle begin. The guards gasp in collective shock. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect such sheer, unadulterated arrogance. They genuinely thought their military presence would force him to surrender. Fight? Lin He barks, his frustration boiling over. Gao Neng, do you truly intend to declare war on the entire Federation government? Have you completely lost your mind? Gripped by furious indignation, Lin He unleashes the resentment burning in his chest. If it were not for your stubborn obsession with marching our forces to the Ice City, the human alliance would never be facing this apocalyptic crisis. The explosive accusation sends shockwaves through the spectating crowd. Frantic whispers erupt like wildfire. Did Councilman Gao's reckless command truly doom them all? I heard the terrifying rumors too, someone in the crowd shouts. The alien mutant races have launched a devastating siege from every single direction. But how on earth is that Councilman Gao's fault? Another voice argues fiercely. He is the legendary hero who personally led humanity to reclaim the northern stronghold. Disgust flashes across Gao Neng's face. The sheer audacity of these manipulated lies sickens him. He glares at the trembling vice commander. Did Liang Qi feed you that pathetic garbage too? Despite his aggressive accusations, Lin He sweats bullets, tightly gripping his weapon in a desperate defensive stance. We saw the bloody aftermath with our own two eyes. If not for your catastrophic failure in leadership, the mutant coalition would never have launched a synchronized strike against us. Suddenly, a desperate, familiar voice cuts through the unbearable tension from behind. The words strike a chord in Gao Neng's memory. Gao Neng, I beg of you, Do not do anything reckless. Turning his head, his cold eyes soften for a fraction of a second. It is someone from his past. Aunt Lona steps forward from the shadows. Recognizing her, a faint, chilling smile graces Gao Neng's lips. Aunt Lona, your timing is impeccable. Be a dear and lend me your phone, will you? I need to start a live stream. Her face goes pale. She rubs her temples in absolute sheer frustration, completely exhausted by this boy's legendary stubbornness. Gao Neng, this is not a game, she pleads, her voice cracking with anxiety. You must come with me right this second. Whatever insane plan you are brewing, we can discuss it later in safety. The faint smile vanishes instantly. A suffocating, murderous intent replaces his playful demeanor. Aunt Lona, he whispers dangerously, if I told you that the entire human alliance is currently being puppeteered by the mutant race, would you still try to drag me away to negotiate? Lona's breath hitches. Her mind violently rejects the terrifying implication of his words. The sheer magnitude of such a betrayal is too apocalyptic to comprehend. What? What kind of absolute nonsense are you sprouting? But Gao Neng cuts her off. He is done playing games, and every wasted second ticks closer to humanity's destruction. Whether I am speaking nonsense or not, you are about to witness it with your very own eyes. His voice rings with unshakable authority. I asked you to start that stream because I hold the absolute, undeniable truth. Hearing the utter conviction in his voice, her final shred of composure shatters. Cold sweat drenches her back as the horrifying reality begins to sink in. A live stream, she stammers, trembling uncontrollably. What exactly are you planning to do? Gao Neng locks his piercing gaze with hers, his aura exploding outwards as he delivers his absolute verdict. To violently seize control. Without another word, Gao Neng unleashes a devastating surge of energy. He launches a second, catastrophic strike against the barrier. But this time, the sheer, crushing power contains a horrifyingly undeniable intent. The intent to slaughter. The defensive barrier groaned under the devastating pressure. Spiderweb cracks violently spread across the energy shield. In mere seconds, it would completely shatter. Panic erupted among the elites trapped inside. The absolute defense was on the verge of collapse. He cracked the energy barrier with a single palm strike. Is this guy an actual monster? That strike was insanely badass. The bystanders outside couldn't believe their eyes. Phones were instantly whipped out to record the legendary moment. This was no joke. Gao Neng was actually throwing down against the entire federal government. He shattered the defensive dome with his bare hands. Hurry, start the live stream. We are broadcasting this legendary clash live. Standing right beside Gao Neng, Tong Tong kept pouting and complaining. You said I could take a swing. Why were you so gentle? Gao Neng ignored her, slowly raising his glowing palm into the air. Deep thoughts swirled through his focused mind. Ever since the dragon soul had awakened within him, his absolute mastery over spiritual energy had reached a terrifying new realm. Even the ultimate defensive barrier of the federal government, when he could completely analyze and break it down in a single heartbeat. Meanwhile, Liang Qi furiously raised his hand into the air. He aggressively commanded all military forces to rally behind him. Everyone, draw your weapons, Liang Qi roared, pointing a trembling finger at our main character. It seemed this arrogant old man desperately needed a brutal beating to learn his place. Councilman Gao has assaulted the Alliance's defenses. He dared to attack the Supreme Council. Arrest him right now for immediate interrogation. Every single heavily armed soldier instantly snapped into combat formation. Their weapons were locked and loaded. The deadly strike force was ready to fire at a moment's notice. Yet Gao Neng just stood there with absolute calmness, facing a literal army. A cold, mocking smile slowly crept across his face. We haven't met for a few days, and Councilman Liang already wants to arrest me? Without skipping a beat, Gao Neng casually threw a mysterious object straight at the old man. Once our main character made a move, he never held back. I am returning this right back to you. Liang Qi was completely caught off guard by the sudden projectile. A deep, primal fear suddenly gripped the arrogant man's heart. But Councilman Zhang immediately dashed forward. He bravely shielded Liang Qi from the incoming attack. I said, I am returning this to you. Zhang flipped the mysterious object open. It was just a card, bearing a single, confusing stroke. What kind of trick is this? He thought, completely baffled. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from right behind him. Gao Neng had materialized out of thin air. The Flying Thunder God technique. Have you ever heard of it? Gao Neng gently rested his hand on Councilman Zhang's trembling shoulder. He leaned in and whispered like the Grim Reaper himself. Flying Thunder God, or simply, teleportation. Sound familiar? Humiliated by the taunt, Councilman Zhang erupted in blazing fury. He whipped around, throwing a devastating punch straight at Gao Neng's face. Teleportation? Stop speaking such absolute garbage. Total arrogance blinded the councilman's judgment. He still looked down on a monstrous genius like our main character. The so-called teleportation of absolute experts is nothing but an optical illusion caused by extreme speed. You are merely a Tier 8 brat. What gives you the right to claim you can teleport? Councilman Zhang poured all his destructive aura into that single fist. In his mind, his supreme power was completely unmatched. I am a supreme councilman. My strength has reached the middle stage of Tier 8. You cannot fool me. Smash. Gao Neng casually caught the world-shattering punch barehanded. The councilman's mighty strength was instantly crushed like fragile glass. Gao Neng tightened his grip, sending violent tremors up the man's arm. He mercilessly crushed those bones to punish such pathetic arrogance. Councilman Zhang let out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. It felt like 1,000,000 volts of lightning were tearing through his mortal flesh. Seeing his trusted pawn being completely destroyed, Liang Qi finally panicked and lunged forward to intervene. The crushing pressure on Zhang's hand forced him straight to his knees. In pure desperation, his body morphed into a horrifying phantom state. Yet Gao Neng coldly realized none of the other elites were actually stepping up to save him. What a bunch of selfish cowards. And here I thought the bond between you noble councilmen was unbreakable. Liang Qi abruptly stopped his advance, choosing to safely watch from the sidelines in dead silence. A toxic, venomous hatred burned intensely within the old man's eyes. Showing absolutely zero mercy, Gao Neng delivered a devastating knee strike straight into Zhang's ribs. The sound of shattering bone echoed through the hall. Ah, so you were just fake friends after all. The sheer agony violently robbed the councilman of his voice. His face turned a sickly shade of purple as dark blood spilled from his quivering lips. The massive crowd watching the broadcast outside collectively gasped in absolute horror. Gao Neng actually made his move. He just shattered Councilman Zhang's spine like a twig. What on earth is happening in there? General Lin. He could no longer suppress his boiling fury. Seeing his own faction member brutally tortured pushed him over the edge. His elite troops instantly aimed every single heavy weapon at our main character. Gao Neng, release Councilman Zhang this instant. Surrender now, or we will authorize lethal force. Liang Qi was practically foaming at the mouth with blazing wrath. He desperately wanted to completely erase this arrogant brat from existence. Gao Neng, you dare to critically injure a supreme councilman? Are you declaring absolute war against the entire alliance? Do you wish to become the sworn enemy of all humanity? Standing right beside him, Councilman Liu smirked with toxic amusement. He always loved fanning the flames of absolute chaos. Councilman Gao is truly a terrifying genius. In the Northern District War, he single-handedly held back an army of 10,000. And now, he's initiating a brutal massacre right inside the federal government headquarters. Is Councilman Gao trying to crown himself as the absolute emperor? Before the poisonous words could fully land, a powerful, majestic voice suddenly echoed from behind Liang Qi. Liang Qi, cease this venomous nonsense at once. Qing Jing surged into the hall like a blazing meteor. He stepped right in front of Gao Neng to fiercely protect him. He stood as an unshakable mountain of absolute justice. Gao Neng's assault on Frost City was entirely justified. Every single thing he did was to protect and stabilize the human alliance. The tension in the room skyrocketed to a breaking point. Liang Qi furiously slashed his hand through the air. He absolutely refused to hear another word of defense for this traitor. His ruthless decision had been etched in stone. Teacher Wu, I know you cherish Gao Neng as your star pupil, but treason is treason. No one can escape the absolute judgment of the law, no matter how monumental Gao Neng's past contributions are. Today, he falls. Liang Qi actually dares to make an outrageous demand. The arrogant old man always believed his superior skills gave him the absolute right to do whatever he pleased. Gao Neng, your overwhelming talent is undeniable, he declares. Submit to my conditions, and I will gladly take you as my personal disciple. After 1 year, I will throw my full weight behind your campaign for a council seat. The tone is not a friendly offer. It is an absolute command, dripping with the expectation of total obedience. All you must do is repent. Drop your blade and spare the innocent Councilman Zhang. Councilman Zhang smirks. Despite his fiercely shattered arm, having backup inflates his miserable ego to new heights of arrogance. Kill me then. Strike me down, Zhang taunts wildly. But even from my coffin, my voice will echo. Gao Neng, your reckless actions today will doom all of humanity. You are a massive sinner to our entire race. Gao Neng just stares at these pathetic, stubborn fools. His patience has completely run dry, and words are no longer necessary. Councilman Zhang is innocent? A cold scoff escapes his lips. Are you seriously talking about him? Cao Nang grips his blade tighter, his dominant aura exploding outwards. He is ready to defy the heavens alone. If the entire world turns against him, his steel will be his only ally. In a flash, his blade presses right against Councilman Zhang's throat. The icy chill of death instantly shatters the corrupt official's arrogant smirk. Wrong. Your real name is Three-Step Blood Arrow. Cao Nang exposes him flawlessly. You are nothing but a Blood Clan servant, raised by the fourth elder of the vampire race. Without missing a single beat, Cao Nang mercilessly strips away the councilman's entire fabricated life. His words cut through the silence like absolute truth, not hesitating for a second. Secretly groomed since age 3, displaying fake miraculous talents by age 12, infiltrating the city guard at 18. You played the long game, climbing the ranks until you infected the High Council itself as an esteemed official. The crowd gasps. Trembling hands pull out smartphones to check the latest intelligence network updates. The horrifying truth stares back at them. Completely undeniable. What in the world? The gallery screams. Councilman Zhang is a Blood Clan spy? How is this even possible? Councilman Zhang's mind completely short-circuits. He stares at the main character in sheer disbelief. What absolute nonsense is this brat spouting? How dare you call me a lowly servant? He roars inward, his massive ego taking over. I am the 7th adopted son of the 2nd vampire duke. I am nobility, not some cheap slave. Outwardly, Councilman Zhang violently refuses to confess. He desperately strains his neck, screaming his innocence to the heavens. You are maliciously slandering me. But Cao Nang is entirely done playing games with this vile creature. His time is way too precious. With a furious glare, he raises his blinding blade. Save your breath. Whether you are human or monster will be proven the moment my sword falls. A terrifying, radiant aura erupts from the steel, completely blinding everyone in the room. The sheer intensity leaves the crowd wondering if he actually has the guts to strike. But as the blinding light fades, the councilman's lifeless body hits the floor. The entire gallery erupts into absolute, horrified shock. An assassination inside the sacred council halls. Every single witness is paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of the event. Their eyes bulge at the bloody, unthinkable scene. It feels like a waking nightmare. Yet, the cold, hard reality is painting the floor red, forcing them to accept the impossible truth. He killed him. He actually slaughtered an official. But as the panic rises, one sharp-eyed guard notices something horribly wrong with Zhang's corpse. Cao Nang murdered Councilman Zhang. Wait, no, everyone, look closer at the body. A sinister, crimson flame suddenly ignites from the fresh corpse. A monstrous, unearthly presence is trying to tear its way out of the dead flesh. The terrifying revelation hits the crowd like a thunderbolt. Cao Nang was completely right. The councilman's true nature is finally being exposed. Beneath that, human skin hides a disgusting monster, an alien soul from a terrifying foreign race. The highly respected official was a monstrous spy all along. The ghostly alien entity shoots into the air, desperately attempting to flee, but Cao Nang's piercing gaze locks onto it instantly. Trying to escape your soul in front of my very eyes? Pathetic. His blade flashes a second time, cleanly slicing the corrupted connection in half. Councilman Zhang's mortal shell and his monstrous disguise are violently turned to absolute dust. The crimson essence writhes in the air, permanently locked out of its host. With a terrifying calmness, Cao Nang extends his bare hand, capturing the demonic energy to inspect its foul secrets. The writhing energy instantly condenses. It forms a pulsing, blood-red orb that rests obediently within his palm. A highly toxic, bizarre aura bleeds from the sphere. Watching this supernatural display, the arrogant Liang Qi is completely paralyzed. His previous bravado is shattered by absolute terror. What kind of dark sorcery is this? Someone stammers. Meanwhile, as Cao Nang analyzes the pulsing orb, a legendary revelation downloads directly into his mind. So that is the truth. His eyes narrow dangerously. Without a second of hesitation, he levels his dripping blade straight at another official's face, reading his darkest secrets like an open book. And you, Wang Dingyuan, his voice booms like thunder. Your real name is Lu Tong. Who would have guessed you are the royal consort to the 5th princess of the Southern Water Spirit clan? The accused official violently flinches. His face twists into a mask of pure, absolute panic, completely, utterly shocked that his deepest secret was exposed. No one can comprehend how Cao Nang possesses such god-tier intelligence. Hearing this explosive accusation, Liang Qi snaps his head toward the man, his eyes burning with intense suspicion. The terrifying accuracy of the claim forces everyone to believe the boy. What absolute garbage are you spitting? Wang Dingyuan stammers desperately. What 5th princess? I have zero idea what you are talking about. You dare deny it? Cao Neng's aura violently spikes. He drags his heavy blade across the marble floor, sending blinding sparks dancing through the tense air. Are you a foreign alien spy or not? Without waiting for another lie, he explodes forward like a supersonic missile. Another traitor's head is about to roll. Take one strike from my blade, and we will find out your true colors. But just as the death blow is about to land, Councilman Liu violently erupts, screaming an absolute command to the elite guards. Vice Commander Lin He of the Royal Guard. His voice shatters the chaos. I command you right this instant. Stop Cao Neng before he strikes again. Lin He sprints forward in an absolute panic. He has to stop Gao Neng's reckless rampage. Gao Neng, stay your hand, he screams. You have no authority to execute anyone, even if they are guilty. We must interrogate them first. Seeing an opening, Diyuan steels his resolve. There is no way he will die here today. Gao Neng, killing me will not be that easy, he sneers. The distance between them vanishes in a heartbeat. It is a life-or-death clash. I am an 8th tier expert, a late-stage 8th tier at that, but Gao Neng simply blurs past him like a phantom. A sinister smirk curls on his lips as he hears that pathetic boast. Late-stage 8th tier? Is that it? In mere seconds, a blood-curdling scream shatters the air. The so-called expert has been brutally crushed. Gao Neng slowly turns his head around. With icy dominance, he reintroduces his true level to the room. He just never wanted to waste his energy on pointless brawls before. My apologies. I am at the 9th tier. Suddenly, toxic aura erupts from the crushed enemy's body. But this is exactly what Gao Neng had anticipated. With a single, devastating punch, he subdues the threat instantly. Did they really think they could hide their tricks from him? As the shocking news already floods the internet, an even more terrifying revelation drops on the crowd. Council member Wang was actually an alien spy all along. But wait, did Gao Neng just say he reached the 9th tier? Is he truly a 9th tier powerhouse? If not, how could he slaughter a late-stage 8th tier council member with a single strike? Liang Qi stands completely paralyzed by Gao Neng's declaration. The 9th tier? Even Qing Jing, his most loyal supporter, refuses to believe her own ears. Just days ago during the Northern Zone War, he had only broken through to the 7th tier. How could he possibly jump to the 9th tier so fast? A cold sweat drenches Liang Qi's back as he realizes the horrifying truth. If this is real, the boy's power is absolutely monstrous. If his talent has truly awakened to the 9th tier, then even ordinary supreme powerhouses would fail to stop his wrath. Meanwhile, Tang Tang fumes in the background, completely ignored. Jealousy burns in her eyes as everyone worships Gao Neng's godlike talent. What is so amazing about that? She yells. I, the Grim Reaper Tang Tang, have also reached the 8th tier. Are you all blind? Turn the cameras to me. I am an 8th tier too. I jumped from the 6th to the 8th tier in just 3 days. But right then, a menacing voice pressures Lin He. Lin He! Gao Neng has just murdered 2 council members, the man barks. Regardless of Council Member Zhang and Council Member Wang's hidden identities, he aggressively points his finger. You are the Vice Commander of the Guard. You know perfectly well the penalty for executing council members without a trial. Hearing this threat, the color drains from Lin He's face. He lowers his head in defeat and mutters, I know. But Gao Neng instantly steps up, his aura dominating the room. You are in such a rush to have the guards arrest me. Is it because I have already seen through your disguise? You dirty spy of the heavenly race. Your real name is Song Tianxing, is it not? The exposed traitor furiously glares back. Lin He, are you going to commit treason? Song Tianxing threatens. Gao Neng glances at Vice Commander Lin He, waiting for his choice. With a hardened glare, Lin He roars back. Yes, without missing a beat. Gao Neng locks eyes with the Vice Commander. He coldly orders Lin He to pull the guard team back. Caught in an impossible dilemma, Lin He realizes he has no choice. Gritting his teeth, he raises his hand to his troops. All units, stand down. The elite soldiers instantly lower their weapons. Sir, yes sir. The surrounding crowd watches in absolute disbelief. The balance of power has just shifted entirely. The council guards have actually retreated. Does this mean everything Gao Neng claimed is the absolute truth? These bastards are really alien spies. The crowd erupts into a furious uproar. Kill them all. Execute the traitors. Cornered and desperate, Liang Qi's face turns ashen. Tearing away his righteous disguise at last, he bursts into manic laughter. Do you really think you have won, boy? You are dead wrong. It is already too late. In half a day, both zone strongholds will be wiped off the map. Tell me, how exactly do you plan to win this war? Gao Neng simply chuckles, slowly raising his clenched fist. That is a very good question, he replies with deadly calm. Let me show you the answer. Boom! He explodes forward like a supersonic missile. He targets one of Liang Qi's men, moving faster than the eye can track. His killing intent suffocates the entire room. I plan to win. With this, Gao Neng roars. Bam! His fist ruthlessly craters into the traitor's face. The sickening crunch of bone echoes through the hall. The spy crashes backward into the dirt, gargling out broken screams. Gao Neng's eyes blaze with merciless wrath as he tightens his bloody knuckles. I will use these very fists. Bam! He delivers another devastating blow to the traitor's skull, to smash every single alien bastard that dares to invade humanity. The spy's face is a mangled mess of shattered teeth and blood. Yet, he still chokes out a pathetic, mocking laugh. Win with your fists? How utterly ridiculous. You weak humans are already doomed. The traitor spits. Gao Neng stares down at him, his expression cold as ice. Just as I calculated, Gao Neng mutters softly. Mu Feifei was much more cautious than the vampire clan and the water spirit race. She never even bothered to transform you into an alien. You are nothing but an ordinary, pathetic human traitor. Gao Neng slowly turns his piercing gaze toward Liang Qi. Council member Liang, he smirks with lethal intent. My apologies for making you wait. Step by step, the Reaper of Death closes in on his final prey. The crowd holds their breath in terror. He has already slaughtered 3 spies. Is Council member Liang about to be his 4th victim? To think the Supreme Council had been infested this deeply, Liang Qi tries to force a confident laugh, but rivers of cold sweat pour down his trembling face. Staring into the eyes of a true monster, Liang Qi's spirit completely shatters. You win, Gao Neng, he whimpers in absolute despair. But what fate awaits him next? Now that no one in the Alliance can stop you from taking the chairman's seat, you must be feeling incredibly smug, aren't you? Hearing this, Gao Neng simply offered an indifferent smile. A chilling sense of satisfaction danced in his eyes. Should I not be? He replied. I effortlessly broke through to the 9th tier. I casually slaughtered your accomplices. And I shattered your grand master plan, without breaking a sweat. His words were spoken softly. Yet, they struck with the devastating force of a lethal blade. You tell me, why shouldn't I be proud? The confrontation hit Liang Qi like a physical blow. He completely lost control, roaring like a wounded beast. But let me tell you something. I was not wrong. The Northern District stronghold was already beyond saving, he screamed. Yes, I abandoned the North. But what crime did I commit? Bam! A lightning-fast fist smashed directly into his face. The devastating impact drew instant blood. Liang Qi's glasses shattered into pieces upon the brutal strike. He collapsed heavily onto the cold ground. Trembling, he looked up at the towering figure of Gao Neng. Liang Qi's eyes were swollen shut, barely able to focus. Yet, he continued to shriek his pathetic defiance. Just kill me, Gao Neng, kill me if you have the guts. If it weren't for me, the Alliance would have fallen long ago. What exactly did I do wrong? Gao Neng's answer was another merciless punch to Liang Qi's left cheek. The overwhelming force sent the traitor flying through the air. Agonized groans escaped his lips as his body violently tumbled, slamming against the unforgiving earth again and again. Unable to endure the immense trauma, Liang Qi violently coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. His eyes rolled to the back of his head in sheer agony. Gao Neng slowly closed the distance between them. His voice dropped to a terrifyingly cold interrogation. The projection of the Dragon Fairy, Bai Fei Shua, above the Frost City. That was your doing, wasn't it? Lona gasped in absolute horror. She simply could not believe her own ears. What did you just say? Beside her, Qingjing was equally paralyzed by the shocking revelation. It was you? That projection above the Frost City. Liang Qi, you were the mastermind behind it all? Struggling pathetically, the battered traitor managed to force himself up. He practically spat out his confession. So what if it was me? His face was completely bruised and horribly swollen. Yet he somehow managed to form a twisted, sickening grin. What if I did it? Your plan to assault the Northern District was a catastrophic mistake from the start. I simply stepped in to stop you. Someone suddenly grabbed the traitor's collar and hoisted him up. Qingjing prepared to unleash a furious strike on Lin He, roaring at the top of his lungs. How could you commit such an atrocity? Smack! A resounding slap echoed sharply as it struck the traitor's face. Qingjing kept a death grip on Liang Qi's collar, yanking him close for a furious interrogation. Do you have any idea what you have done? The war between the supreme beings was entirely triggered by that damned illusion you projected. And because of your treacherous scheme, Elder Sword lost his life. Despite the heavy accusations, the madman simply erupted into gleeful laughter. At the end of the day, wasn't it your order to attack the North that started this entire chain reaction? You all won the war anyway. What is the point of bringing this up now? Just kill me, Gao Neng's cold voice suddenly cut through the chaotic scene. A chain reaction, you say? The real reason was that you were terrified. Terrified that I would uncover the truth behind Feng Tangtang's father 16 years ago, wasn't it? Lin, his eyes widened in absolute shock as he gasped. How on earth do you know about that? Tang Tang frantically rushed to his side. Gao Neng, what are you talking about? She pleaded. What do you mean about my father? Gao Neng half closed his eyes, his voice softening. Tang Tang, your father was murdered by these people. His piercing gaze shifted toward the empty space as he calmly questioned the crowd. Liang Qi obviously knows the truth. Teacher Wu, you were aware of this too, weren't you? Two bystanders in the whispering crowd suddenly connected the dots. Wait, the incident they just mentioned. Could they be talking about the legendary genius from the Heavenly King Corporation? The son of Chairman Fang Yuan. He was once hailed as the greatest hope for the Alliance's technological future. He was actually murdered? And Liang Qi was involved? The man holding Liang Qi abruptly dropped him to the ground. He hurriedly confessed. Gao Neng, you are right. I knew that Liang Qi was involved in that incident 16 years ago. Suddenly released from the iron grip, Liang Qi stumbled weakly. He crashed heavily to his knees upon the rough terrain. Refusing to let up, Gao Neng pressed on. I know you were not a direct participant, Teacher Wu, and I also understand exactly what you have been worrying about. You merely wanted to maintain the balance of power. But if we only care about balance, where is the justice? A sinister mass of pitch-black energy abruptly materialized in the palm of Gao Neng's hand. He turned his gaze back to the devastated girl, his tone gentle yet resolute. Tang Tang. As for the people who truly orchestrated the tragedy back then, the Alliance has actually already eliminated most of that faction. Now, Liang Qi is the only one left. I am handing him over to you. Terrifying black tentacles erupted from the shattered earth. They tightly bound Liang Qi's battered body. Your greed and selfishness dragged you into the abyss. And worse, they caused the tragic death of Elder Sword. The writhing darkness hoisted the traitor up, violently pinning him against a massive, cross-shaped pillar. Escape was completely impossible. Liang Qi. Today, death is the only path left for you to walk. Gao Neng turned back to his companion with unwavering determination. Every single person involved in that incident, I swear to hunt them all down. And as for the alien spies lurking in the City of Hope, I will not show a single ounce of mercy to them either. Tang Tang raised her heavy cannon, aiming it squarely at the pinned traitor. She spoke with chilling composure. You once said my father was the greatest scientist in the world. If he were still alive, his research would have undoubtedly succeeded. Not a single ripple of emotion disturbed her cold expression. Gao Neng. Thank you, she murmured indifferently. The massive cannon roared to life, charging up with a blinding, intensely powerful light. Bound and utterly defeated, Liang Qi had absolutely nowhere left to run. He could do nothing but accept his inevitable, gruesome fate. Boom! The devastating energy blast obliterated him head-on, unleashing a massive shockwave across the battlefield. The four companions watched the execution in solemn silence. Slowly, the thick black smoke began to dissipate into the wind. A heavy, suffocating silence washed over the desolate surroundings. Aunt Lu, unable to suppress her burning questions any longer, finally broke the quiet. Gao Neng. Was Liang Qi not an alien spy? Why didn't you just let him die on the battlefield instead of publicly executing him like this? Hearing this, Gao Neng's aura turned dangerously frigid. Aunt Lu. Elder Sword is dead. He slowly turned his piercing gaze toward her. A raw, uncontrollable fury was barely contained beneath his icy words. The real nightmare was just beginning. Why does he still have the right to seek redemption? Hearing those heavy words, Lona can only stare at him in stunned silence. Qingjing squeezes his eyes shut. Gao Neng, he finally speaks, turning to the young man with a weary sigh. My position as chairman was stripped away, but the tyrant who took my place, Liang Qi, you have already ended his life. The battlefield falls silent. Gao Neng stands tall, quietly absorbing the older man's words. Liang Qi deserved death for manipulating the Supreme Parliament, but as the man who taught him, I cannot wash the blood off my own hands. Let us use this moment to convene the High Council. I want to officially pass the chairman's seat to you. Qingjing's voice grows desperate. If what those traitors confessed is true, we still have time to order a full retreat. We can deploy an elite strike team. We will ambush the alien horde from behind and buy our people a chance to survive. Gao Neng's brow furrows. A burning curiosity flares in his eyes. Teacher Wu, has the fire of revenge completely died inside you? The question strikes Qingjing like a physical blow. Revenge? He whispers, completely caught off guard. Gao Neng does not hold back, letting his inner fury spill out. Liang Qi dug his own grave. That much is true. But let us not forget the real enemies. He was twisted by the alien scum that slithered their way into our parliament. And what about Sword Elder? His body is being displayed like a trophy right in front of the Beast Army's main camp. Are you saying we just leave him there? At the mention of their fallen comrade, Qingjing's face darkens with overwhelming sorrow. Gao Neng, I know the bond you shared with Sword Elder was forged in blood. But the eastern defensive line is practically collapsing as we speak. Lona steps in, her voice tense. He is right. We have to survive this monstrous wave first. Only then can we think about revenge. But Gao Neng flatly shakes his head. Defend? Absolutely not. He clenches his fist so hard his knuckles turn white, thrusting it toward the blood-stained sky. The time for cowering behind walls is over. Right now, we go on the offensive. That bold declaration hits Lona and Qingjing like a truck. They stare at him, their minds completely blank with shock. But Tong Tong's eyes light up with absolute thrill. Hell yeah, Gao Neng is right. Let's counterattack right now and send those alien freaks straight back to hell. The fiery words ignite the crowd. The surrounding warriors roar in furious agreement. He is right. Blood debts must be paid in blood. Avenge Sword Elder. Slaughter the Holy Sword Beast clan. Qingjing recoils, slightly overwhelmed by the sudden bloodlust. He tries to reason with them, but Lona maintains her cold composure. She quickly breaks down the grim reality. The western, southern, and eastern sectors are entirely surrounded. Our defenses are literally crumbling. How exactly do you plan to attack? Gao Neng's blazing aura recedes for a moment. He pauses, then gives a slow, calculating nod. You have a point, teacher. If we are going to launch a full-scale assault, we do need a proper war council to iron out the details. He turns his gaze to the towering federal headquarters behind them. So, please, order every single council member to assemble at the eastern sector. We hold the meeting there. Qingjing's eyes nearly pop out of his skull. The eastern sector? Are you insane? Lona's eyebrows knit together in sheer disbelief. Why the east? The west, south, and north are all under heavy alien bombardment. As the Supreme Council, we need to command from the center to monitor the whole battlefield. But Gao Neng merely smirks, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Aunt Lu, have you ever heard of this ancient proverb? Suddenly, violent lightning crackles around his fist. A massive gale whips up, tearing through the plaza. The emperor guards the nation's gates. The king dies for his land. He levels his sword directly at the towering headquarters. To protect his own neck from me, Liang Qi hoarded 5,000 elite troops just to guard this pathetic federal building. Meanwhile, the eastern sector is bleeding out from a severe lack of manpower. This, Gao Neng's voice booms like thunder, is the poisonous temptation of power. It is the exact reason humanity is failing to fight to the bitter end. Thrusting his blade toward the heavens, his majestic aura explodes outwards. So here is my ruling. The human alliance will make its final stand. We will fight the alien horde to the death. Right there in the eastern sector, the atmosphere practically ignites. Every warrior screams in absolute unity. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Clenching his fist, Gao Neng lets his dominating voice wash over the crowd. Look at the Supreme Council. Every single one of them is a Tier 8 powerhouse. Yet they hide here for safety? I say the safest place for them. A is soaked in blood on the front lines. Qingjing falls totally silent, frowning in absolute awe. Suddenly, Lin He thrusts his hand into the air. Councilman Gao, I am ready to follow you into the jaws of death at the eastern sector. The entire guard battalion stands with you. The infectious bravery spreads through the crowd like wildfire. I want to fight too. I may only be a Tier 2 energy warrior, but I do not care. I belong on the battlefield. Why the hell are we hiding here? The front lines are calling our names. Qingjing hesitates, cold sweat dripping down his face as he weighs the apocalyptic odds. Fight to the death? The Alliance has already lost Sword Elder. They are down to merely 19 supreme powerhouses. Meanwhile, at least 30 alien warlords are swarming the west, south, and north. Gao Neng smiles, fully satisfied with the absolute chaos he has just commanded. Teacher Wu, I believe I am the supreme military commander of this alliance now, correct? Qingjing stutters, completely trapped. I doubt anyone here has a death wish to object. Gao Neng's expression instantly turns ice cold, since I hold the highest command. Listen closely, Teacher Wu. I have a mission you need to execute this very second. Stepping closer, his voice drops to a deadly, calculating whisper. When I devoured the souls of those 3 alien generals, I ripped a very interesting secret from their minds. I know exactly who the traitor hiding in our alliance network is. If I announce right now that the northern sector is under my absolute control, That rat will broadcast the news to the alien forces in a heartbeat. Gao Neng's brow furrows as his aura darkens. If we're going to fight these alien bastards to the death, he steps forward, gripping the man's shoulder like a vice. We need to purge our own ranks first. I will hand you a master list. You already know every major player within the Alliance's upper echelons. Once you have these names, do not hesitate. He leans close to Wu Qingjing's ear. His eyes blaze with pure, unadulterated killing intent. Slaughter every single one. Wu Qingjing's eyes snap wide open. A shockwave of disbelief crashes over him. Did he just hear that correctly? Gao Neng's expression remains ice-cold, completely unfazed by his own earth-shattering command. Anyone who makes it onto my list is guaranteed to be an alien spy. Trust me. Wu Qingjing immediately tries to reason with him. This isn't about trust. The Alliance has laws. We can't just screw the law. Gao Neng ruthlessly cuts him off. We are out of time. Execute them now. Deal with the fallout later. The older man's face drains of all color. He stammers, completely overwhelmed by the sheer madness of the plan. You absolute lunatic! But after a tense silence, Wu Qingjing finally steals his resolve. He straightens up, his voice firm. Understood. Consider it done. With that settled, Gao Neng pivots to face Luna. All right, Aunt Luna, I need your help with a few things too. Unlike the terrified elder, her face lights up with an eager, welcoming smile. Say the word, Second Elder Gao. Aside from my supreme mastery in alchemy and assassination, my absolute greatest strength is my perfect obedience. So, whose head do you need? Just point the way. Gao Neng merely chuckles, waving his hand. Let's dial back the killing, Auntie. It's bad for our public image. Instead, I need you to compile a completely different kind of list. Luna tilts her head, unable to hide her sheer confusion. A list? What kind of list? Like a hit list? She presses eagerly. Gao Neng calmly breaks down his master plan. A registry of every elite genius on the verge of breaking through their bottlenecks. From all the major sects and noble families. Anyone with potential, starting from Tier 5. I don't care about their background, just find them all. Luna's jaw practically hits the floor at the sheer scale of his demand. That's an insane number of people. What are you scheming? Without a word, he tosses a metallic flask straight into her hands. She instantly senses a terrifying, otherworldly energy radiating from the container. What in the heavens is this? The power pulsing inside is completely overwhelming. But it doesn't feel like any alchemical pill I've ever encountered. What exactly are you holding out on me? Gao Neng crosses his arms, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I am going to force an entire generation to level up. Using just this flask of blood. The realization hits Luna like a bolt of lightning. She stares down at the heavy metal container, her eyes trembling with absolute shock. Bloodpool spring water, the sacred, priceless energy source of the vampire clan's holy land. There has to be at least 2 liters of it in here. Enjoying her priceless reaction, Gao Neng simply laughs. Take a sip yourself, Auntie. If you need more, just say the word. Drink as much as you desire. I've still got a massive jug of the stuff back home. Luna's brain practically short-circuits at his casual tone. A massive jug? Gao Neng runs a hand through his hair, striking a disgustingly arrogant, main character pose. Well, it's not that incredibly huge, honestly. I think the biggest one is roughly the size of a standard water cooler jug. The real flex is the sheer variety and endless quantity I've hoarded. Suddenly, his playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by dead serious focus. Aunt Luna, do you comprehend what I'm asking of you? Luna's eyes are now shining brighter than high-beam headlights. She lunges forward, fiercely gripping his hands. I understand perfectly. In fact, I'm marrying my daughter off to you right this second. Gao Neng instantly freezes, utterly petrified by her aggressive proposal. Sweating nervously, he waves off the 2 elders as they blast into the sky to execute their missions. He sighs in relief, silently praying Aunt Luna's matchmaking dreams never actually come true. His gaze tracks their fading silhouettes across the horizon. After all, I am a paragon of justice, pure of heart and entirely unbiased. Gao Neng closes his eyes, centering his spirit and shedding his goofy facade. Right now, his singular devotion is to the Alliance's survival. Frivolous romance and matters of the heart have zero place on a blood-soaked battlefield. Without another thought, he whips out his tactical communicator, the brutal purge of the alien spies, which is safely in Wu Qingjing's capable hands. The mass power-leveling project of the Alliance is entrusted entirely to Luna. His eyes narrow to deadly slits. Now, it is time for him to take absolute command of this war. Gripping the comms device tightly, Gao Neng's voice booms across the encrypted frequency. This is Gao Neng. Acting as your supreme military commander, I am issuing a direct order. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, a mysterious phone camera records his commanding broadcast. I am ordering every single supreme expert to abandon the western and southern sectors immediately. Fall back to your original defensive coordinates. His voice drops to a dangerously low, authoritative growl. I repeat, this is a non-negotiable military mandate. The scene violently shifts to the eastern sector base. Inside the command center, Gao Neng's towering projection fiercely rallies the troops. All supreme experts, retreat to your designated posts. Suddenly, a blazing crimson streak shatters the sky above. It is none other than the supreme expert, Fairy Lu. As she tears through the clouds, memories of Mu Bai violently crash into her mind, though her flashbacks of him are undeniably bizarre. Fairy, your beauty is simply divine. His voice echoes in her head. In one memory, he's shamelessly flirting. Hey little sister, wanna practice some swordplay together? In another, he's obnoxiously boasting, my blade arts have reached the pinnacle of divinity. Beg me, and I might just teach you. Fairy Lu grinds her teeth, tears of bitter regret welling in her eyes. Mu Bai, I was the one who failed you, but I swear on my soul, I will slaughter them all and reclaim your body. Suddenly, a piercing ringtone violently shatters her grief-stricken monologue. She rips her phone out, answering it with absolute fury. If you're calling to order me back to base, save your damn breath. The voice on the other end remains unnervingly calm. That's not it, Fairy Lu. We just needed you to see this. Her phone screen blinks, flashing an incoming encrypted video file. Fairy Lu accepts the file, and her pupils shrink to mere pinpricks of pure shock. The grainy footage displays Gao Neng wielding a massive blade, ruthlessly executing a strike. Is that Gao Neng? The video reveals a brutal sequence. He viciously impales Liang Qi straight against a massive stone pillar. Your pathetic greed and hunger for power have finally dragged you down into the abyss and causing the death of Sword Elder. Then came the moment he laid down the ultimate judgment. Liang Qi, today, your only path is death. Or that unforgettable scene where Gao Neng raised his blade to the heavens, declaring a total death match between the human alliance and the beast race in the Eastern District. And finally, the moment he gripped the communicator and laid down the absolute law. I will repeat this one last time. This is an order. Every supreme expert was commanded to return to their posts immediately. Fairy Liu's face darkened like a thundercloud. This arrogant brat. She gritted her teeth in pure frustration. He just broke through to Tier 9 and he already dares to act this wild. Yet, despite her blazing anger, she had no choice but to comply and turn back. Fairy Liu's eyes burned with silent fury. Gao Neng, she vowed in her heart, if you fail to avenge Mu Bai, I will end you myself. Meanwhile, inside the Eastern District Command Center, Gao Neng's voice boomed through the speakers. I repeat, this is an absolute order. All supreme experts, return to your designated positions immediately. Li Tianan froze mid-sip. Water cascaded down his chin as his gaze turned utterly murderous. With a sharp crack, the sturdy glass in his grip shattered into dust. Trembling with rage, Elder Li pointed a shaking finger at the speaker. That damn brat. His wings have barely hardened, and he already dares to bark orders at me? He snapped his head toward Shen Changsheng, his voice echoing with indignation. Look at this, Shen Changsheng. I told you this kid was a wild monkey. Give him an ounce of power, and he tries to overturn the heavens. At this point, the only person alive who can keep Gao Neng on a leash is your granddaughter. If you do not use this chance to teach him a lesson, before he could finish his rant, a sharp knock interrupted the heavy tension. Reporting for duty. The heavy doors swung open, revealing Ninger delivering a flawless salute. Reporting to Deputy Supreme Commander Shen and Elder Li, I have returned and await your instructions. Shen Changsheng composed himself, his tone softening. Ah, Ninger, tell me, are you already aware of Gao Neng's little stunt? Her expression remained perfectly stoic as she nodded. He contacted me the moment he returned to the Northern District. I was briefed on the entire situation while en route. Shen Changsheng leaned forward, probing for the full picture. So, are you heading to the federal government to assist him, or did you come straight here? Ninger raised a classified document file, her voice calm and measured. He is more than capable of handling the federal government's affairs on his own. However, the Eastern District base requires a completely different setup. I am here to deliver his exact tactical deployments. Hearing this, Li Tianan erupted like an active volcano. This is crossing the line. That little punk drops a heaven-shaking order on my head, and he still does not trust me? He whipped around to glare at Shen Changsheng, fully throwing a tantrum. He even sent his own wife to monitor me. This is blatant disrespect to his master. Huffing heavily, Li Tianan collapsed into his chair, resting his chin on his hand as his anger simmered down. Fine, fine, fine. Let us hear it. What is his grand master plan? Grandpa, I will be stepping in as the acting supreme commander for now. Just tell me what you need arranged. Ninger took her seat alongside them, elegantly flipping open the tactical dossier to read them out one by one. Directive 1. We are to immediately establish 20 elite vanguard legions. The strict requirement is exactly 3,000 personnel per legion. The formation will follow standard military protocol. However, there is one critical difference. Each legion must be led by a designated vanguard officer. Shen Changsheng's eyes went wide with shock. A vanguard officer? Ninger silently slid a specific sheet of paper across the table. The members of the dragon rank will take full command, a total of 20 individuals. The roster is finalized. Shen Changsheng's eyes scanned the names rapidly. Simon, Wei Ya, Chu Jin, even Feng Tangtang. None of these kids have an ounce of battlefield command experience. Looking at the bigger picture, these are the true foundational talents of our alliance. For the sake of their growth and training, keeping them safely in the rear lines would be the logical choice, right? Ninger closed her eyes, maintaining her absolute composure. According to Gao Neng's strict instructions, they absolutely cannot remain at headquarters. As for his specific reasoning, even I am kept in the dark. Shen Changsheng's face darkened instantly. Even you do not know? Defeated, the old man let out a long, exhausted sigh. Fine, I will make the arrangements. After all, he is the supreme commander of this alliance. Just then, Ninger's brow furrowed slightly. There is one more piece of intel. Barely having caught his breath, Shen Changsheng's heart leaped into his throat again. Intel? What kind of intel? Snap! With a flick of her fingers, Ninger instantly deployed a dense purple isolation barrier, completely sealing the room. Shen Changsheng was thoroughly bewildered. An energy shield? Is there really a need to be this paranoid inside our own command center? Unfazed, she dropped the bombshell. It is about Gao Neng's mother. Ninger revealed a truth so earth-shattering it nearly blew their minds. She is the Dragon Maiden. Bai Feixue. The old man reacted as if struck by divine lightning. He immediately interrogated her, panic bleeding into his voice. Who else in the alliance knows about this? Does Wu Qingjing know? Ninger silently shook her head. Li Tiannan's jaw literally hit the floor, unable to process the sheer weight of those words. That brat's mother is the legendary Dragon Maiden. Bai Feixue? Then, his father must be. Still reeling from the immense shock, Shen Changsheng whipped his head toward Elder Li. What did you just realize? His father is actually... Elder Li suddenly choked on his own words, snapping his mouth shut and dropping his gaze. I cannot say it. I absolutely cannot speak of this recklessly. If I do, even someone of my level will be silenced. Hearing a supreme expert speak of being murdered to keep a secret, Shen Changsheng could no longer mask his utter horror. A supreme expert. Terrified of being silenced? Even Ninger's stoic facade cracked with burning curiosity. Just what kind of terrifying entity was his father? Sweating bullets, Li Tianan desperately tried to explain. Look, the bottom line is, I cannot run my mouth about anything related to Bai Feixue. But wait. Why would Gao Neng specifically tell you this devastating secret right now? There has to be a deeper reason. Ninger nodded, her eyes flashing with intense clarity. Yes, there is. He finally revealed his mother's identity because of one simple fact. The entire Northern District battlefield is now fully under our absolute control. The two Grand Elders stood frozen, their minds completely short-circuiting at the sheer magnitude of the revelation. Unable to contain themselves, both men slammed their hands onto the table, leaping to their feet in absolute, breathless disbelief. What? The shocking news echoed through the room. 25 alien races in the northern region. He actually brought them all under his control? Cold sweat poured down Changsheng's face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even with Bai Feixue's help, those are over 39 supreme powerhouses in the north. Ninger calmly approached the table. She unrolled a massive map, her eyes glowing with resolve. According to his grand design, this is the exact marching route for our human alliance to join forces with the alien army on the northern battlefield. Tiannan's face darkened like a thundercloud. He clutched his forehead, overwhelmed by the sheer audacity of the plan. Shen Ninger, this joke has gone way too far. This marching route completely treats the ruthless northern aliens as our sworn allies, he stammered, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Something like this completely defied all human logic. Those monsters can never be trusted. Gao Neng must have walked right into a trap. I bet his mind is already being controlled by the snow demon's dark witchcraft. Tiannan could only let out a heavy, defeated sigh. This is utter nonsense. uniting the northern region? If that kid is truly so legendary, then why didn't he just charge in and snatch Elder Jian's corpse back? Her expression remained completely unbothered. Oh, he already went to do exactly that, she replied flatly. The two men felt their brains short-circuit as they screamed, "Huh?" Ninger just gave a brisk, carefree nod. Yeah, he went completely alone. Instantly, terrified shrieks of shock echoed throughout the entire building. Meanwhile, over at the brutal eastern battlefield, a massive war tent loomed within the Beast Clan encampment. Inside the dimly lit tent, a gruesome scene unfolded. Mubai hung suspended from a heavy wooden beam, completely at their mercy. Cruel, roaring laughter echoed all around him. It had been ages since these monsters felt such a twisted thrill. Beneath the ropes, Mubai's body was completely covered in horrific, bloody gashes. After 19 long years of bitter suffering, their bloodlust was finally boiling over again. It was an absolute feast of cruelty. Beastmen rioted in drunken celebration, their wicked laughter drowning out everything else. The supreme powerhouse known as Crazy Spirit Rat gripped a wine cup, his eyes gleaming with malice. A vile sneer twisted across his face. Will those pathetic pieces of human trash actually dare to show up here? Beside him, the supreme powerhouse spirit ape Yuanju swirled his drinking bowl, knowing the foolish pride of humans. They will definitely come. We just need to prepare a proper slaughter for them. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from the center of the massive tent. The brilliant rays of light violently tore through the dead silence of the night sky. Right at that moment, an imposing silhouette materialized. 3 majestic pairs of wings unfolded. It was Mu Lu. He scanned the chaotic room before asking, "Is John really still asleep?" The 2 beast lords burst into thunderous laughter. Brother Jian has been dead to the world for 2 whole hours. His temper is truly something else. No matter how loud this banquet gets, he refuses to open his eyes. Hearing this, Mulu unleashed a deafening roar that shook the very foundations of the camp. Jian. Mulu's overwhelming aura pulsed outward like a shockwave. Jian. From a neighboring tent, an annoyed voice finally growled back. What now? A massive, clawed hand roughly shoved the tent flap aside. Staring at the chaotic scene outside, the figure clicked his tongue in pure irritation. The Beast Clan's Sword Saint stepped into the light. His terrifying eyes were bloodshot, glowing with a demonic crimson hue. Did a supreme human powerhouse finally show up to challenge me? He stepped right up to Mulu, radiating pure killing intent. Seeing the legendary Sword Saint awake, Mulu immediately revealed the urgent reason for his arrival. According to urgent intel from the Western region, the North is making a massive move. They've deployed supreme powerhouses to launch a full-scale strike against the Vampire Clan. Mulu's expression turned incredibly grim as he continued. But Fei Fei hasn't sent me a single message. I suspect something catastrophic has happened in the North. Hearing this, the Beast Sword Saint casually grabbed a jug of wine. He tilted his head in mild amusement. An attack on the vampires in the northern region? Did that rabid wolf finally make his move? Mulu nodded firmly. Of course. Rumor has it that the leader of the Northwest Wolf Pack is leading the charge. The Sword Saint looked completely unfazed. He casually popped the cork off his wine jug and took a massive, greedy gulp. Then there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Wolves and bats have been sworn enemies for ages. Let those beasts tear each other apart. In the end, we will be the ones to swoop in and finish this war. Mulu could only let out a heavy, helpless sigh. You're still exactly the same, always drastically underestimating the enemy. Suddenly, the half-empty wine jug was tossed high into the air. I never underestimate my enemies. The harsh truth is, my enemies are just way too weak. I never underestimate my enemies. The harsh truth is, my enemies are just way too weak. The Sword Saint's crimson eyes flared. He pointed 2 fingers at the sky, and instantly, a terrifying blade aura sliced the falling jug perfectly in half. The residual shockwave from that terrifying/violently grazed Mubai, who was still chained to the execution spear. The Sword Saint coldly stared at his own fingertips before scoffing. Humanity boasted about having the #1 supreme sword powerhouse, and what was the result? That pathetic bug couldn't even survive 3 of my strikes. A mocking sneer curled across his monstrous face. He collapsed on the very second strike. It was an absolute bore. Mulu propped his chin on his hand, chuckling along with the arrogant warrior. Honestly, who in this world could even survive 3 of your strikes? The Sword Saint planted his hands on his hips, radiating explosive arrogance. My sword can cleave through towering mountains and sever raging rivers. If those fragile humans cannot withstand my blade, then they are not worthy of my respect. If you hadn't forced me to be so overly cautious, I would have slaughtered that Lee whatever his name was with a single strike. Mulu threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. With Brother Jian leading our vanguard, the entire human race is destined to bow down as our slaves. The Sword Saint coldly replied, "Human bones are disgustingly fragile. Dealing with them is simple, just kill. Slaughter them until sheer terror breaks their minds, and they will never dare to resist again." Mid-laugh, Mulu suddenly paused, a dark curiosity in his eyes. "Jian, what's your grand plan after we completely crush the eastern region?" The Sword Saint casually crossed his arms. "First, a 3-day, 3-night bloodbath. We must massacre enough of them to establish absolute dominance. Once the streets are completely drowned in their blood, we'll drag the pathetic survivors straight to the death mines. The old captives have practically all died off, and we are heavily in need of fresh meat." Just then, a panicked werewolf soldier came sprinting into the tent, violently interrupting their dark plotting. "Urgent report! Urgent report! An envoy from the Human Alliance has arrived at our gates." The moment those words dropped, both Mulu and the Beast Sword Saint froze in utter disbelief. "A human envoy?" Sweating heavily, the werewolf hastily added, "It's true, and they didn't come empty-handed. They brought a formal letter." Meanwhile, an ominous letter arrives at the enemy camp. It contains 4 cryptic lines of text. "I descend from the highest peaks, crossing over this mountain ridge. The huaji smells divine, and the grain carries a sweet scent." Nearby, the beast commanders read the bizarre message, their minds spinning with wild guesses. What is the meaning of this nonsense? It reads like human poetry, or perhaps a travel journal. This definitely does not look like a plea for peace. The whole tone is just incredibly bizarre. Catching the shifting mood, Mulu seizes the perfect chance to mock his rival. "Humph, this is nothing but a pathetic human prank. A truly boring provocation. Hey Sword, they are openly insulting you." The Beast Clan Sword Saint is left completely speechless by the audacity, but humiliation quickly morphs into boiling rage. He snaps back with a brutal, single-minded command. The Beast Clan Sword Saint violently shreds the letter to pieces. The raw display of fury leaves his royal guards trembling in fear. With murder in his eyes, he growls, "Where is the human envoy right now?" The terrified guard quickly responds, "He is waiting right at our frontline borders." Without a second of hesitation, the Sword Saint issues his bloody decree. "Kill him." Seeing this unhinged reaction, Mulu pours more fuel on the fire. His sarcastic sneer cuts deep. Sword, you never change, do you? Have you completely thrown away the rules of war? Executing an envoy between 2 warring armies? How barbaric." But the Beast Clan Sword Saint coldly dismisses the mockery. "I am the one who sets the rules here, and I refuse to play by theirs." Back at the enemy gates, Gao Neng stands waiting in absolute silence. His legendary sword rests firmly in his grasp. He calmly runs his fingers along the gleaming blade, completely unfazed by the danger ahead. "It has been months, yet I kept forgetting to give you a proper name. Today is a beautiful day, the perfect day for a baptism." His eyes darken with an overwhelming, murderous aura. A fierce determination locks onto his face as he makes his choice. "From this moment on, your name is invincible. If my sword is invincible, then I am invincible." Right on cue, a massive pack of wolf-riding beastmen explodes from the tree line. They grip their crude weapons, bloodlust radiating from their battle cries. The ancestor has given his absolute order. Slaughter this human where he stands. Kill him. Even facing an entire cavalry, Gao Neng does not even flinch. He nonchalantly sheathes his weapon with a chilling smirk. "My invincible sword was not forged to butcher mere chickens." In a flash of terrifying speed, Gao Neng vanishes from his spot. Armed with nothing but his bare hands, he charges straight into the beastman horde. Bang! With a single devastating punch, the first wolf rider is instantly obliterated. He tears through their ranks like a walking natural disaster. One by one, the mighty beast warriors fall like autumn leaves. He is carving a direct, bloody path straight toward the Beast Clan Sword Saint. Reaching the fortress gates, he delivers a monstrous kick to a charging dire wolf. The massive beast becomes a living projectile, smashing outward with explosive force. The impact completely shatters the heavy iron doors of the Beast Clan stronghold. Witnessing this godlike display of power, the remaining beastmen freeze in absolute terror. Just one punch. He sent our elite cavalry flying hundreds of meters away. Is this monster even human? Panicking, the guards frantically scramble to fire the emergency flare. This brat is a high-level threat. We need immediate reinforcements. Do not let him escape. But their panic is completely pointless. Gao Neng casually strolls through the ruined gates, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. Escape? Rest assured, you pathetic mutts. I am not going anywhere. I came here today for one simple reason. I want the Beast Clan to give me a proper explanation. Facing this overwhelming pressure, the enemy forces are paralyzed by shock. Is this arrogant fool actually trying to raid our main camp all by himself? He must have a death wish. Behind him, a mountain of wolf and beastmen corpses paints the ground in crimson. The battlefield is completely devoid of life. Gao Neng clenches his slightly trembling fist. He shakes out his hand, letting out a long, relaxed exhale. These elite beast riders are painfully weak. I only used 1/10 of my actual power, yet not a single one of them could survive a basic punch. Dropping down from mid-air with flawless grace, Gao Neng lands perfectly. He takes slow, deliberate steps toward the surviving beastmen. A massive tiger warrior drips with cold sweat. By the gods, he really came entirely alone. His aura is utterly monstrous. Should we trigger the main alarm? The beast beside him grits his teeth in pure panic, but it is just one single human. If the Supreme Commanders find out we called for backup over a single human boy, the punishment will be worse than death. Then, a massive shadow suddenly blocks the path of several tiger beasts. What are you afraid of? A towering, heavily muscled figure glares down at them. To deal with a puny human, you actually need to send an alarm to the Great Palace? The tiger beasts turn pale at his imposing aura. It is none other than Xiongba. He grits his teeth. His arrogant voice booms. Watch me spin this little bug around. He puffs out his chest as an explosive aura erupts from his body. A tiny human dares to show off his power in front of our beast clan? Listen well. My fists have never tasted defeat since the day I was born. His warm-up complete, Xiongba unleashes a devastating, lightning-fast punch straight toward Gao Neng. Living by his own warrior code, Xiongba roars his demand. State your name. I never slaughter nameless nobodies. The massive fist closes in on Gao Neng's face. Gao Neng's face darkens. His sharp eyes, which have never known defeat, narrow slightly. Slowly, he raises a single finger to meet Xiongba's devastating punch. A mere touch halts the giant completely in his tracks. That is because you have never met me. Gao Neng's eyes blaze with raging fire as a majestic dragon manifests behind him, roaring into the heavens. The terrifying sight drains all the color from Xiongba's panicked face. Before the giant can even flinch, Gao Neng casually reaches back and lightly draws his blade. A gentle, almost invisible slash glides right through Xiongba. The massive beast immediately unleashes a deafening, agonizing roar. Xiongba's legs scramble, desperately trying to build momentum to flee. But Gao Neng has already seen through his pathetic escape plan. Want to run? His aura dragon lunges at a blood-red streak, its claws locking it in a death grip. Gao Neng's eyes glow with lethal intent. He reaches out and crushes his hand. Shatter! The blood streak instantly vanishes beneath the dragon's merciless talons. The surrounding tiger beasts stare at each other in absolute horror. This guy, he is definitely not a normal high-level warrior. Hurry! Call for reinforcements. Suddenly, a brilliant flare streaks across the sky. Gripping his sword, Gao Neng's eyes light up at the signal. Finally, the signal has been fired. The ultimate question hung heavily in the air. Would a level 8 monstrosity step onto the battlefield next? Or perhaps a catastrophic level 9? Gao Neng lifted his gaze, his mind racing with a terrifying theory. Had the legendary blade of the Beast Clan finally returned to the Xiangcheng East District base? Meanwhile, high above on the headquarters rooftop, Ning'er, Tiannan, and Changsheng watched the chaos unfold. Changsheng's brow furrowed, his eyes shadowed with absolute dread. It was completely unthinkable. The proud Beast Clan had actually fired a desperate distress flare. Had Gao Neng's cover already been blown? Standing nearby, Tiannan ground his teeth in pure, unadulterated frustration. That reckless brat had talked a massive game, but look at the blazing mess he made. I actually believed he could lay low for a while, but he got exposed in record time. Tiannan barked, his aura flaring dangerously. Shen Changsheng, hold the fort right here. I am going in to pull him out. Panic flashed in Ning'er's eyes as she quickly stepped in his path. Elder Li, wait. Remember exactly what Gao Neng told us. He specifically ordered us not to send backup, no matter what happens. But Tiannan was practically vibrating with rage, immediately shooting down her desperate warning. Absolute nonsense, he roared into the wind. Do you have any idea what Gao Neng means to the future of humanity? My life is completely expendable. But if he falls out there, suddenly, a playful voice dropped from the sky above, shattering the overwhelming tension. Oh please, Gao Neng is not going to die. Tiannan flinched in absolute shock as Fang Tangtang seemingly materialized out of thin air. It was Fang Tangtang, pouting with an innocent expression. She casually complained about the boy in question. The signal has already been fired. This is the absolute perfect chance to harvest some enemy heads. It is such a massive shame he refused to let me crash the enemy camp with him. Hearing this completely casual confession, the blood utterly drained from Changsheng's face. What did you just say? Tianan looked equally, incredibly horrified. He didn't just infiltrate? Are you telling me that lunatic charged straight through their front gates? Tang Tang simply crossed her arms and nodded with total, blissful satisfaction. Exactly, he said. A true warrior kicks down the front door. Kill one that blocks the path. Slaughter 10 that dare to follow. It sounds incredibly thrilling, yet he coldly left me behind. Tianan was completely speechless. Cold sweat cascaded down the old warrior's pale, wrinkled face. Snapping out of his shock, Tianan desperately grabbed her arm. Are you completely out of your mind? He bellowed, his face twisting in terror. The Beast Clan possesses their legendary holy sword, not to mention a terrifying six-winged archangel lurking right nearby. Forget being a mere level 9. Even a supreme powerhouse charging in there is just begging for a gruesome death. The sheer explosive intensity of Tianan's reaction finally made Tung Tung flinch. Whoa, hold on a second. I know you guys are absolutely panicking right now, but just take a deep breath. Reaching deep into her pocket, she pulled out a sleek, high-tech pair of tactical goggles. The dark lenses gleamed ominously in the dim light. Behold, the Heavenly Eye system from the Heavenly King Corporation. Instead of screaming at me, why do not you just see the bloody front line for yourselves? Without a second of hesitation, Changsheng and Tianan snatched the goggles. Looking out from the towering headquarters, the battlefield feed snapped into focus. Their jaws violently hit the floor. Gao Nang stood tall, his blade dripping, completely surrounded by a mountain of slaughtered beast warriors. This absolute madman actually breached the main camp solo. He is a dead man walking. Terrified by the visual, Tianan desperately ripped the goggles off. Screw the orders. I am going in to save him right now. But Changsheng grimly shook his head, his voice heavy with crushing despair. It is far too late. If he had stayed on the perimeter, maybe. But he is already plunging into the very heart of the enemy stronghold. Catching their blind panic, Ning'er quickly and sharply analyzed the situation. Elder Li, Grandpa, calm down and look closer at the footage. Would the vicious Beast Clan really just let him casually stroll that deep without launching a massive counterattack? Her sharp logic struck a chord, and Tianan frantically slapped the goggles back over his eyes. Wait. You are completely right. Something is horribly off here. Tianan muttered, his eyes narrowing like a hawk. The distress flare went up ages ago, yet this brat is practically taking a leisurely stroll. Let us see exactly what kind of insane trick he is pulling. Meanwhile, down at Ground Zero, Gao Nang swaggered right up to the Beast Clan's imposing iron gates. I remember reading about a very specific, legendary bloodline hidden within the beast ranks. He mused inwardly. A vicious, incredibly excited smirk stretched across his handsome face. He was absolutely thrilled at the thought of facing them. The inheritors of an ancient, savage bloodline, born to be the absolute zenith of warriors. Speak of the devils, the earth violently trembled as two colossal behemoth kings crashed down, completely blocking his path. Well, you two must be the fabled behemoth beast kings, right? The towering titans bared their razor-sharp fangs, thick plumes of scorching smoke blasting from their nostrils. Identify yourself, human, one roared. We know the face of every single human supreme powerhouse, yet your pathetic face is utterly unknown to us. Gao Neng casually stood his ground, offering a remarkably lazy, dismissive shrug. Obviously, you do not know me. Whoever said I was a supreme powerhouse? Taking that as a fatal sign of weakness, the first behemoth king instantly exploded forward with a mountain-shattering punch. If you are nobody, then die like nobody. Gao Neng merely offered a chilling, deadly smile. Perfect timing. Let us test my absolute limits. Aura erupted like a raging volcano as Gao Neng tightened his fist. Boom! Flesh met bone in a devastating collision. To everyone's absolute shock, it was the monstrous behemoth king who was sent skidding violently backward, gasping heavily through plumes of smoke. The second behemoth king completely froze in his tracks. For the first time, naked fear flickered in the beast's brutal eyes as he stared at the human boy. You dare claim you are not a supreme powerhouse? Do you take us for absolute fools? Meanwhile, Gao Neng stood perfectly untouched, his fist casually clenched, radiating overwhelming, unspent power as he utterly mocked the giant. I always heard the behemoth kings took absolute pride in their invincible physical strength. A terrifying smirk played on Gao Neng's lips as a dangerous thought crossed his mind. But I wonder, how does it compare to the supreme might of the Dragon Clan? Miles away at the headquarters, Changsheng and Tiannan stood completely paralyzed, their jaws practically unhinged at the godlike display unfolding through their lenses. Suddenly, a horrifying realization hit the retreating behemoth king. He viciously ground his massive fangs together. I know. I finally remember who you are. A massive, trembling claw pointed straight at the smirking teenager. You are Gao Neng, the legendary human prodigy with the absolute highest tier energy source. We cannot possibly defeat a monster like him. The second beast's eyes bulged in pure, unadulterated shock. What did you just say? This absolute demon is the fabled Gao Neng? Realizing his cover was utterly blown, Gao Neng offered a wickedly confident grin. Am I really that incredibly famous already? Excellent. I absolutely love a grand reputation. Pure panic seized the behemoth kings as they roared at the lesser beast soldiers cowering below. We will hold this demon back. Go! Wake the ancient ancestor immediately. This brat's power practically defies the heavens. If the ancestor does not intervene right now, none of us will survive this day. Without a single second of hesitation, Gao Neng shifted his deadly stance. Elevating into the air like a god of war, his hand gripped the hilt, slowly sliding his legendary blade from its humming scabbard. The sharp ring of unsheathed steel echoed across the blood-soaked battlefield. Today, I have come to collect a massive debt of blood. For Sword Elder, with a terrifying roar, Gao Neng unleashed a blinding, heaven-severing slash straight into the enemy ranks. I am laying down the absolute law. No matter what god or demon stands in my way today, absolutely nothing will stop my blade. The once proud Behemoth King could only stare in absolute paralyzing despair as the devastating shockwave completely engulfed them. Deep within the trembling Beast Clan stronghold, desperate screams echoed into the darkness. Ancestor, save us! The human envoy of death has arrived. Gao Neng is here. The Beast Clan's sword saint, Mu Lu, Tian Qi, and Kun King Yuanju freeze in absolute panic. What did you just say? Mu Lu gasps, completely shell-shocked. Gao Neng stormed our camp all by himself? Tian Qi sits completely paralyzed, cold sweat soaking his back. Did Gao Neng actually kill the Bloodmaster? He stares intensely at the trembling Beast Clan scout. The scout nods frantically. Yes. Furthermore, he slaughtered over 10 great generals and is carving his way here. Kun King Yuanju crushes his fists together, his eyes burning with raw defiance. Fine by me. This human so-called high-energy warrior. Today, I want to test his limits myself. The Beast Clan Sword Saint suddenly shoots to his feet, roaring. None of you need to lift a finger. This is the heart of my Beast Clan. A single strike from my blade is enough to sever his head. Only Mu Lu remains seated, his mind racing with cautious calculation. Sword, hold your temper. If Gao Neng dares to come here, he surely has a trump card. If I am not mistaken, someone else is backing him for a classic pincer attack. The Beast Clan Sword Saint whips his head around, glaring. Are you saying he wants to lure us out, so his allies can steal the corpse of their supreme expert? Mu Lu nods grimly, exposing the trap. Exactly. And Gao Neng will use his Earth Escape technique to slip away. This very Gao Neng once infiltrated my royal city. He possesses an uncanny ability to vanish straight through the dirt. Tian Qi and Kun King Yuanju immediately volunteer. If that is the case, the two of us will stay behind and lock this place down. Mu Lu tightly shuts his eyes, anxiety etching his face. No, that is not enough. Since they dare to raid the Grand Palace, a massive wave of supreme experts will descend upon us. We might not be able to protect this corpse at all. Suddenly, a wicked gleam flashes in his eyes, his face twisting into a cunning smirk. But wait, this corpse holds no real value anymore. What if we just let them take it? Compared to a dead body, Gao Neng's head is worth infinitely more. The Beast Clan Sword Saint looks enlightened, while Mu Lu chuckles darkly. This is the fatal flaw carved into human bones. They constantly spout absolute nonsense about comradeship and honoring the fallen. They will pay a meaningless, heavy price for it. In this scenario, we will make them pay that ultimate price using Gao Neng. If the four of us strike him together, let us see if he can escape then. Kun King Yuanju clicks his tongue in deep admiration. A brilliant scheme. Tian Qi follows suit, his laughter dripping with pure disdain. Humans are truly pathetic. The Beast Clan Sword Saint grips his hilt tightly, grinding his teeth in vicious mockery. Earth escape? My blade can cleave the very foundation of this world. Thinking he can dodge my sword by hiding in the dirt is nothing but a foolish delusion. Meanwhile, outside the camp walls, the Behemoth King takes the full, devastating brunt of Gao Neng's blade. In a split second, his massive body is sliced cleanly in two. The Tiger Generals standing nearby drop their jaws in sheer horror. The Behemoth King is dead? Gao Neng stands there, holding his blood-drenched sword. He lets out a deeply disappointed sigh. Now that I have reached level 9, I finally realize how incredibly lonely it is to be invincible. His icy gaze slowly shifts toward the remaining Behemoth King. You are next. The giant beast freezes, stuttering helplessly in pure terror. You. Over on the other side of the battlefield, Tiannan and Changsheng are hit by another wave of absolute shock. This kid actually one-shotted a level 9 behemoth king? Since when did that brat possess such monstrous power? Suddenly, Tang Tang's urgent voice shatters their observation. This is bad. Tiannan turns, his face laced with confusion. Bad? What do you mean bad? Ninger immediately relays the critical alert, the Sword Saint. He has drawn his blade. High in the sky above the 4 powerhouses, a terrifying fissure violently tears through the clouds. Gao Neng snaps his head up, his eyes widening in shock. The sky-splitting slash is hurtling directly toward him. Gao Neng, surrender your life. High above the battlefield, the Beast Clan Sword Saint swings his legendary blade down. Since you dared to storm our camp alone, I will grant you the gruesome death you seek. Gao Neng flinches as the apocalyptic aura crushes down on him. Amidst the billowing dust, he struggles to keep his footing. The strongest swordsman of the alien races. Has he actually surpassed the realm of man and sword as one? He has reached the legendary state of heaven and man as one. The ultimate strike of the Beast Clan Sword Saint locks onto his soul. Dying beneath my absolute strongest technique. Consider it your greatest honor. A blazing blood-red slash instantly devours the distance to Gao Neng. Watching from afar, Mu Lu clicks his tongue in sinister praise. A strike with absolutely no mercy. If Gao Neng relies solely on his earth escape to dodge, he will undeniably perish. Tian Qi stands beside him, his voice thick with absolute certainty. No matter what parlor tricks he pulls, his fate is already sealed in blood today. Feeling the cataclysmic energy of the blade, Kun King Yuanju grins. Even if he uses some bizarre artifact to evade this single strike, we have already locked onto his energy fluctuations completely. Yet, in the face of death, Gao Neng chuckles. He casually clicks his tongue. Well. Remaining completely unfazed as the doom-bringing blade approaches, he smirks. The grand setup is finally complete. With a flick of his wrist, Gao Neng tosses a strange stone onto the dirt. 10 minutes earlier, at the right flank of the Beast Clan camp. Long before I even sent that letter, I had already planted these wormhole-engraved stones all around the perimeter of their base. The apocalyptic slash finally obliterates the ground, but the wormhole activates instantly. The earth is violently chewed up, carving out an abyss-like trench. Nearby beast warriors are blasted into the sky like ragdolls. As the dust slowly settles, the Beast Clan Sword Saint peers down from the heavens. Down below, in the devastating aftermath of his ultimate attack, only a bottomless, shattered canyon remains. A smug, triumphant grin spreads across his face. With his pathetic level of strength, if he had tried to dodge, he could never escape my all-seeing eyes. Since there was zero sign of evasion, he has been reduced to absolute ash. He triumphantly raises his sword high, declaring his total victory to the terrified masses below. The human's high-energy warrior has been executed by the blade of the Beast Clan Sword Saint. Meanwhile, a frantic crowd gazes up at the Beast Clan Sword Saint in sheer awe. Congratulations, Ancestor. You have slain another great general. The Ancestor is invincible and majestic. Beside him stands Kun King Yuanju. He offers a respectful nod. Brother Sword's techniques are truly advancing day by day. Tian Qi also appears beside them, with Mu Lu following closely behind. To think such a massive threat would fall so easily under your blade. We are truly in awe. But suddenly, Mu Lu's eyes widen in sheer horror. He screams in disbelief. Wait, this is wrong. Where is the corpse? Tian Qi steps forward to observe, thoroughly stunned. He is right. There is no body beneath the rift. There is not even a single strand of hair. Kun King Yuanju waves off their panic with a different theory. He arrogantly assumes the devastating slash simply turned the human into dust and ashes. Mu Lu spreads his wings, hovering anxiously in the air. That is absolutely impossible. A level 9 powerhouse's body is incredibly hard to vaporize. Even if he was turned to ash, there would be residual energy leaking out. I feel absolutely nothing. He might still be alive. Hearing this, the Beast Clan Sword Saint merely chuckles. He boldly guarantees his victory once more. No way in hell. At that moment, I completely locked onto his energy aura. He could not dodge. He took my blade head-on. He is dead without a doubt. But in the next split second, the Beast Clan Sword Saint's confident face drains of color as an urgent report arrives from behind. Ancestor! Disaster! Gao Neng. He is massacring everyone in the rear camp. The Sword Saint freezes, his jaw dropping in pure shock. What? How is that even possible? Tian Qi stands nearby, sweating bullets. Brother Sword, an unexpected anomaly has occurred. Mulu cannot help but throw a word of blame at the Sword Saint. Sword, you truly were careless this time. Mocked and humiliated, the Sword Saint clenches his fists, his eyes turning bloodshot. No, impossible. I clearly killed him. Driven by pure rage, he violently blasts into the sky to hunt down Gao Neng. Gao Neng, I want to see where you can hide. The other three immediately launch themselves into the air to follow. Brother Sword, wait for us. Meanwhile, chaos erupts at the Beast Clan's rear provision camp. The food warehouse is on fire. Put it out quickly. Roaring flames aggressively swallow their camp, turning the night sky into a blazing inferno. Several frantic Beast Clan soldiers urge each other to carry water and extinguish the raging fire. Who the hell did this? Suddenly, a lone figure shoots high into the sky, right before their terrified eyes. A moment later, Gao Neng lands with feather-like grace. Today, I will bathe in the fresh blood of the Beast Clan. He is instantly surrounded by fierce, bloodthirsty beast warriors. Look, a human. Is he seriously here all alone? Wait. I recognize him. That is Gao Neng. With a razor-sharp glare, Gao Neng softly declares, "Time to pay back the old man's blood debt." With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashes a devastating slash. 100-strike convergence. The overwhelming slash instantly blasts the surrounding beasts into the distant horizon. High above, the Beast Clan Sword Saints group finally arrives at the scene. Tianqi spots Gao Neng and frantically points his finger. Look quickly. It really is Gao Neng, and he does not look injured at all. Mulu stares down at the human in sheer panic. This is way too bizarre. In just a flash, he escaped all our eyes and invaded the rear camp. Kun King Yuanju has no patience for more useless talk. His blood boils with impatience. We do not have time to figure it out. Stop him now. Suddenly, the Sword Saint roars with earth-shattering fury. Everyone step aside. He is mine to kill. He hastily plunges from the sky like a meteor. He shoots downward, leaving the other three completely stunned by his reckless speed. The Beast Clan Sword Saint grips his blade with white knuckles, pulling it back for a lethal strike. His face darkens, his bloodshot eyes overflowing with deep, venomous resentment. This time, I absolutely will not miss. The moment the words leave his lips, an explosive sword aura erupts. Die for me. The strike crashes straight into the ground, obliterating rocks and sending shockwaves everywhere. As the thick dust cloud finally settles, the Beast Clan Sword Saint slowly emerges. He glares into the bottomless, terrifying trench he just carved into the earth. Mulu and Kun King Yuanju quickly arrive right behind him. How is it? Is Gao Neng dead? Tianqi touches down a second later. Brother Sword. The Beast Race Sword Saint furrows his brows in hesitation. But before he can even speak, incoming intelligence leaves him completely dumbfounded. A human powerhouse is assaulting the left flank of the camp. It is Gao Neng. Gao Neng is attacking. Standing nearby, Monarch Yuanju voices his deep dread regarding the boy's terrifying presence. Brother Mu, this cannot just be a matter of pure speed. We are all peak experts. It makes absolutely no sense that he manages to slip through our fingers every single time. Tianqi immediately chimes in, echoing his raging frustration. He is right, old brother. Do you have any clues about this trickery? Mulu stands at the side, stroking his chin as he coldly analyzes the battlefield. The way I see it, Gao Neng must possess some form of instant teleportation. However, an ability like that demands a massive toll on his stamina. Hearing this, the Beast Race Sword Saint fires back a sharp rebuttal. Even if it drains him, I am afraid exhausting his energy in just 1 or 2 bursts will not be enough to take him down. Are you telling me we have to play a deadly game of hide-and-seek with this brat? Tianqi violently nods in agreement with the grim assessment. Exactly. If we keep chasing him around blindly like this, he will just inflict catastrophic damage on our forces and teleport away into thin air. Mulu furrows his brow and heavily closes his eyes. Do not panic. This teleportation power absolutely must have a limit. He deduces that Gao Neng is using something hidden around the camp to trigger his rapid jumps. I bet Gao Neng has already planted some kind of spatial anchors to prepare his escape routes around our perimeter. With a dark glint in his eyes, he proposes a lethal countermeasure. Therefore, the 4 of us must split up. We will guard all 4 cardinal directions and lock down his every single movement. The Beast Race Sword Saint fiercely cuts him off. Wait a minute. What about the central command tent? If he wants to snatch the corpses, the main tent is exactly where he will strike. Mulu instantly shoots down that theory with absolute confidence. Impossible. The 4 of us were stationed inside the main tent earlier. Even if Gao Neng has heaven-defying skills, he could never plant a teleportation anchor right under our noses. Just like that, the 4 figures launch themselves into the sky. Sword brother, you flank him from the left. Exactly. If that rat teleports, send the signal immediately. We will surround him from all sides. Understood. One of them rockets toward the glowing camp. Down below, Gao Neng is slaughtering the beastmen like livestock. The Beast Clan Sword Saint dives straight at him. Gao Neng, do not even think about running. If you have the guts, fight me head on. He raises his massive blade high, aiming a lethal strike right at Gao Neng. A smirk plays on Gao Neng's lips. The Beast Clan is truly barbaric and brainless. They know nothing of the great ancestral art of guerrilla warfare. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When they stop, we harass. When they tire, we strike. When they retreat, we pursue. Since you have already arrived and landed. In a flash of light, Gao Neng teleports, vanishing from the Sword Saint's sight. Then it is time for me to fall back. Furious, the Beast Clan Sword Saint roars to his three comrades. Old Mu, Brother Tian, Brother Yuan, Gao Neng has teleported. High above, Mu Lu receives the warning. Tianqi hovers in dead silence, waiting to ensure Gao Neng never returns alive. Even the Kun King, Yuanju, snarls. Leave him to me. But on Mu Lu's side, nothing. On Tianqi's side, absolute, eerie silence. Even around the Kun King, Yuanju, there is no sign of battle, only a haunting stillness. Yuanju furrows his brow in confusion, with no movement from any of the four directions. Did that coward just run away entirely? Suddenly, a booming voice from the camp grabs Mulu's attention. Four supreme experts acting so majestic. But today, I just feel like causing a massacre right inside your base. The Beast Clan Sword Saint screams in panic, whipping his head toward the main camp. Shock paralyzes him. How is this possible? Tianqi and Kun King Yuanju freeze in absolute terror. Flashing back to moments ago, a beastman had received a torn piece of paper bearing a strange symbol left by Gao Neng. Hidden within that provocation letter, Gao Neng had secretly carved his wormhole mark between the very lines. And the bloody result? Mountains of slaughtered beastmen corpses now choke the camp's courtyard. Back in the present, Gao Neng holds 3 sticks of incense. Elder Jian. The first time we met, you casually took me in as your disciple. It is a shame I never had the destiny to formally bow to your name. He turns his gaze, full of deep reverence, toward Elder Jian's lifeless body. Right now, I complete my disciple ceremony, and I swear to you, I will absolutely win this war. Suddenly, a figure tears through the clouds from above. Gao Neng. Hearing the furious roar, Gao Neng glances up, his eyes blazing with intense light. A massive phantom dragon materializes behind him with its jaws wide open. Gao Neng's draconic manifestation bites directly into the Beast Clan Sword Saint's devastating strike. Standing his ground below, Gao Neng grips his blade and laughs mockingly. The Beast Clan Sword Saint is nothing more than this. Without an ounce of mercy, Gao Neng unleashes a terrifying slash. The enemy's energy shatters into 1,000,000 pieces. Instantly, the ground beneath Gao Neng violently cracks open. The Beast Clan Sword Saint watches the spectacle, stammering in absolute disbelief. You... Gao Neng and Elder Jian's body plummet into the deep crevice. Did you really think I would face your blade head-on? In a blinding flash, a teleportation spell makes both of them vanish without a trace. The Beast Clan Sword Saint is left hovering in the sky, clutching his blade as shock paralyzes his mind. Suddenly, a terrifying realization hits the Sword Saint. His face goes pale, drenched in cold sweat. Wait, that is not right. Did he just let out a dragon's roar? Meanwhile, at the Eastern District base, 4 figures stand on a towering rooftop. Changsheng and Tianan watch the distant battlefield with their jaws dropped. After a long moment, Tianan slowly removes his glasses. Did you clearly see how Gao Neng teleported to every single gate of that camp? Beside him, Changsheng also takes off his glasses, completely clueless as to how the boy pulled it off. The sheer scale of the scene leaves Tianan sweating profusely. And that final strike from the Beast Sword Saint, did you see it? Changsheng replies, his voice trembling with sheer panic. Gao Neng actually took that strike head-on. Tiannan erupts in sudden anger, slamming his fist hard against the rooftop railing. That foolish brat. Just to protect old man Jian's body, he stubbornly blocked that ultimate attack. You stupid kid, why did you not just run away? Stepping up behind Changsheng, Ninger appears. Seeing her, the old man voices his heavy worries. Ninger. That strike from the Beast Sword Saint. Even if it were Elder Li, he would struggle to survive it. And Gao Neng has only just broken through to level 9. I am afraid he... Seeing his distress, she shakes her head rapidly to explain. Grandpa, you have completely misunderstood. Ninger's eyes sparkle with unwavering faith as she looks at Changsheng. Knowing his personality, he would never do something unless he was absolutely certain of victory. Her words make both elders snap their heads back, wearing expressions of total bewilderment. That Beast Clan Sword Saint was genuinely terrifying. When that blade fell, it almost claimed his life. Back on the ground, Gao Neng and Elder Qin are sprawled out, one face down and the other face up. Tong Tong stares at the sight, utterly confused. Gao Neng? Why are you lying on the dirt like that? Standing right beside her, Tiannan nearly jumps out of his skin. Gao Neng? The old man throws his head back, his brain scrambling to process the timeline. You, Gao Neng, how on earth did you get back here? Were you not just blocking that monster's sword strike a second ago? Furthermore, is this place not 10 kilometers away from the beast camp? Still flat on his back, Gao Neng snaps up and looks around. Ah, he had crash-landed in the completely wrong spot. 8 piercing eyes immediately lock on to Gao Neng. Looking at Tong Tang, the horrifying realization of his stupid mistake hits him. Damn it all! Did I not tell Tong Tong to find a secluded spot away from everyone? My wormhole mark was planted on her back, and she just ran straight into a crowd. My top-secret wormhole ability is about to be completely exposed. Before he can even formulate a lie, Tiannan storms over and lifts Gao Neng into the air by his collar. You little punk, you better explain this honestly right now. How did you magically return here? Gao Neng drops his head, not daring to meet the old man's furious gaze as he stammers. Well, about that. Is that really how it is? Sweating bullets to defuse the situation, Gao Neng scratches his cheek and forces an awkward smile. When I broke through to level 9, I just conveniently awakened a spatial ability. Hearing this, Changsheng stared at the young man in absolute shock. He immediately pressed for answers. Can you actually teleport through space? Are there any limits to this overwhelming power? Feeling the heat of the interrogation, Gao Neng quickly changed the subject. About that. We should focus on more important matters first. Ninger stepped forward and gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Her eyes filled with worry as she asked if he had suffered any hidden injuries. Seeing her deep concern, Gao Neng quickly waved his hands to reassure her. No, I am perfectly fine. Not even a single thread of my clothes was torn. But in reality, his pale complexion told a completely different story. He was secretly suffering from severe internal injuries after being forced to reveal his ultimate trump card. That terrifying sword strike had nearly drained every drop of his energy and vitality. Hearing his confident words, Ninger clapped her hands in pure joy. He had survived a legendary strike that even her grandfather could not block without taking physical damage. If you were not already this ridiculously strong, I would seriously want to slice you open for research. Hearing her wild declaration, he could only offer a helpless, goofy smile at Ninger. Do you honestly still want to do that right now? Turning around, she looked toward Changsheng and Tiannan to discuss the next critical move. Commander Shen, Elder Li, we must notify everyone immediately. The entire camp needs to know that Gao Neng has successfully recovered the body of the Sword Elder. Changsheng stepped forward and firmly grasped Gao Neng's hands. An incredibly emotional and grateful smile spread across the veteran commander's face. She is absolutely right. Gao Neng charged into the savage Beast Clan encampment entirely on his own. Against all odds, he brought our revered Sword Elder back home. Gao Neng. No, Counselor Gao. On behalf of the entire Alliance military, I offer you my deepest gratitude. Nearby, Tiannan carefully cradled the Sword Elder in his arms. Old Swordhead, you have finally returned to us. A heartbreakingly sad smile appeared on his weathered face. If you were still alive to witness the majestic power of this stubborn brat, you would be incredibly proud, wouldn't you? Standing tall with absolute authority, Changsheng pointed down and issued a solemn order to a nearby soldier. Go retrieve a military flag. We must respectfully shroud the Sword Elder. The command was instantly executed without hesitation. Yes, sir. The Sword Elder rested peacefully on a stretcher, heavily shrouded by the glorious flag of honor. 4 elite soldiers carefully lifted the stretcher by its 4 corners. Salute. As they watched from the high ground, Tong Tong suddenly shifted her sharp gaze toward Gao Neng. Gao Neng, you inflicted absolute devastation upon the Beast Clan today. They will definitely retreat now, right? Staring fiercely into the distant horizon, he firmly denied it. No. They will absolutely not retreat. His chilling response left Tang Tang completely paralyzed with confusion. They will not retreat? But did you not already burn their entire supply of military rations to ashes? Seeing her utter confusion, Ninger quickly stepped forward to explain the grim reality. Tang Tang, the savage Beast Clan will never pull back. Not only will they refuse to fall back, but they are going to immediately launch an absolute blood-crazed siege against our city walls. Staring wildly between the two, Tang Tang asked in sheer disbelief. A full-scale siege? Are you saying those monsters want to fight us to the bitter death? Turning her desperate eyes to him, she asked, Gao Neng, please tell me you have a plan for this? Gao Neng shifted his piercing gaze toward Changsheng to evaluate their current standing. Are the critical tasks I assigned to Ninger fully prepared? The veteran commander met his gaze, slowly detailing their current and tense predicament. The impossible list you provided mostly consists of the ultimate geniuses from the legendary dragon rank. Even in my absolute position as the supreme commander, I still must formally contact their powerful and aristocratic families. After all, but before the old man could finish his sentence, Gao Neng raised his hand and made a ruthless command. Issue a direct, undeniable military order. Force them to assemble at the Eastern Zone this exact second. This is absolutely no longer the time for useless political hesitation. Without a single moment of delay, Changsheng passed the absolute, unyielding order to his loyal subordinates. You are entirely right. He immediately commanded his communications officer to broadcast the emergency decree. Every single person on that list must gather at the Eastern Zone base instantly. The Supreme Command was strictly obeyed. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Gao Neng turned his intense focus toward Tiannan with a questioning look. Master, Commander Shen, has Ninger informed you about the other terrifying matter? Hearing his incredibly serious tone, Tiannan's face went completely blank. The powerful master clearly had zero idea what the boy was talking about. What? What exact matter are you talking about? Realizing they were still completely in the dark, Gao Neng immediately dropped the devastating truth bomb upon them. The 25 terrifying races at the Eastern Zone battlefield are already under my absolute control. Did Ninger seriously not mention this monumental fact to anyone? Changsheng and Tiannan stood utterly frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. Finally, they awkwardly muttered, She did tell us. We simply refuse to believe such an impossible claim. Pushing that mind-shattering news aside, Tiannan sternly reminded the young warrior, Gao Neng, this is absolutely not the time for jokes. The Beast Clan's devastating invasion will erupt at any second. Shouldn't we be desperately formulating a defense strategy? Changsheng fully agreed with his old friend's tactical logic. He locked his deadly serious gaze directly onto Gao Neng. He is exactly right. What exactly are the preparation conditions for that spatial teleportation you mentioned earlier? If we can fully utilize this godly ability, we might actually survive the Beast Clan's assault. Without a word, Gao Neng calmly produced a mysterious box and placed it right in front of Changsheng's widened eyes. I will explain the deep details of that later. Staring directly at the Supreme Commander, he continued his instructions. Inside here are 20 specially forged command tokens. Once the 20 supreme geniuses of the dragon rank arrive, you must personally distribute these 20 tokens to them. Holding the heavy, mysterious box in his hands, Changsheng looked completely lost. What exactly is the true purpose of these items? Seeing his deep confusion, Gao Neng stepped closer to Changsheng to reveal the secret. On the surface, they proudly represent an absolute decree from the legendary Supreme Council, but his vague words only deepened the commander's burning curiosity. That is just the political surface, but the actual truth. His next earth-shattering words made Changsheng jump in pure shock. The true, hidden function of these tokens is the exact condition you just asked about. They are the very keys to spatial teleportation. Gao Neng suddenly raised his hand, completely refusing to dive any deeper into the magical box's ancient mechanics. You absolutely do not need to ask any more pointless questions about this matter. There will never be more than 20 of these divine tokens, and no one in this world can ever replicate them. Just place your faith in me and pass them out as ordered. Changsheng fell completely silent, unable to argue against the boy's absolute confidence. He accepted the heavy box, closed his eyes, and let out a long, defeated sigh. Forget it. I used to think that you were simply an unparalleled genius, but I never expected you to be an absolute, heaven-defying monster. Changsheng rubs his chin, marveling at the boy's monstrous talent. This grandson-in-law of his is simply too overpowered, an unstoppable force of nature. His gaze shifts toward Tong, who stands entirely alone, sneezing in the cold. Oh, forget it. Even this is infinitely better than Fang Yuan's granddaughter, who practically throws herself into the boy's arms every single day, only to get absolutely nothing in return. Meanwhile, in another sector, Gao Neng and Ninger stroll side by side. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Ah, right, there is something you need to pick out. Lifting a glowing, dark purple elixir, Gao Neng's eyes gleam. The evolutionary essence of all 25 supreme races in the Northern District is right here in my hand. Which bloodline do you want to absorb first? He asks casually. Ninger stares at him in sheer disbelief, her jaw dropping. Wait, did you literally rob all of them to get this? Gao Neng does not even bother hiding his ruthless streak. He gives a firm, unapologetic nod. Obviously. Yes. Facing his overwhelming confidence, she quickly selects the most optimal path. The werewolf clan's essence will do. I specialize in metal attribute arts, and their unique physical traits will boost my power perfectly. Knowing exactly what his girl needs, Gao Neng hands over the glowing vial. Done. But be careful. The evolutionary origin energy inside is dangerously pure. Watch your dosage. Before the words even leave his mouth, she tilts her head back and downs the entire legendary vial in one crazy gulp. Outside, Changsheng and Tiannan suddenly sense a terrifying disturbance. Boom. A blinding pillar of pure energy erupts directly from the base where the young couple is staying, piercing straight into the heavens. The awe-inspiring light leaves Tiannan utterly speechless. A breakthrough. Mr. Shen, this is the unmistakable aura of your granddaughter. Beside him, Changsheng's eyes widen in absolute shock. He never expected Ning-Er to shatter the bottleneck to level 8 at a time like this. Could this miraculous speed also be the work of that monstrous brat? Back inside, Ning-Er hovers gracefully in midair, the empty vial forgotten. A majestic, tyrannical wave of internal energy detonates from her core. Blinding halos of light swirl around her form. Moments later, the explosive transformation settles, and she lands elegantly on one knee, radiating newfound supreme power. Seeing her glorious success, Gao Neng pumps his fist, practically glowing with pride. A flawless level 8 breakthrough. She meets his eyes, a confident nod confirming her victory. Yeah, I did it. Wasting zero time, he instantly lunges forward, arms wide open to scoop her up. Perfect. Let us go find a quiet room and dual cultivate to consolidate your foundation. Swish! She dodges him beautifully, leaving him hugging nothing but thin air. We have bigger things to worry about right now. Next time, without missing a beat, Ning-Er struts forward, leaving a pouting Gao Neng in her dust. Our 3-month challenge limit is not over yet. Sure, you might be a tiny bit stronger than me right now. She pauses, tossing a dazzling, competitive glare over her shoulder. But when the 3 months are up, who crushes, who is still completely up in the air? Seeing the fierce fire in his girl's eyes, Gao Neng lets out a low, affectionate chuckle. Is it really unknown? I would not be so sure about that. In the shadows of the military fortress, their playful banter cuts through the darkness. We will wait and see. Oh, I will be waiting. Meanwhile, back at the Beast Clan's blood-soaked encampment, the Beast Clan's Sword Saint stands menacingly beside a bottomless abyss. Suddenly, the oppressive auras of Mu Lu, Tianqi, and the Kun King Yuanju materialize behind him. The moment their boots hit the dirt, Tianqi demands answers. What happened with the boy? Did Gao Neng actually manage to escape? The Sword Saint's face contorts into a mask of pure, seething rage. Gritting his fangs, he recounts the humiliating clash. That absolute freak. He blocked my ultimate strike, and then vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Tianqi's eyes widen in twisted admiration. To casually block a death blow from Brother Sword. This Gao Neng is a supreme threat that must be exterminated. But the Beast Clan Sword Saint whips around, his face pale with dread. There is a much more terrifying problem than just his absurd combat strength. He clenches his jaw so hard it nearly shatters, lowering his voice to a dark whisper. If my senses were right, Gao Neng possesses the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. That single sentence drops like a nuclear bomb. The 3 mighty warlords freeze in absolute horror. What did you just say? Kun King Yuanju snarls, completely rejecting the nightmare. Brother Sword, this is not a damn joke. Is Gao Neng not just a human? He is supposed to be some high-level energy warrior. How in the hell could he be a legendary dragon? Mu Lu is equally paralyzed by the revelation. Sweating profusely, he searches his memories. Are you absolutely certain you did not misjudge his aura? 18 years ago, the entire Dragon Clan was utterly annihilated. To back up his terrifying claim, the Sword Saint drags up a buried secret. Do you all not remember? The dragon girl we hunted back then? She was heavily pregnant. Mu Lu strokes his chin, the gears spinning rapidly in his mind. Wait. The timeline matches perfectly. 18 years ago, we discovered the pregnant dragon girl. Today, Gao Neng is exactly 18 years old. In a flash of terrifying realization, another puzzle piece clicks into place for the cunning strategist. My deep cover spies within the Human Alliance recently reported an anomaly. Outside the Southern District gates, a supreme powerhouse known as the Dragon Fairy descended from the heavens. Rumor has it, her name is Bai Feixue. This horrifying intelligence makes the Sword Saint's blood run ice cold. Could the Dragon Girl really have survived? If she is still breathing, she will unleash hell on us to get her revenge. He glares at Mu Lu, deeply disturbed by the implications. If it is just the dragon girl, we have nothing to fear. But the real nightmare is that Gao Neng is 80% likely to be her flesh and blood. Mu Lu clicks his tongue, twisted admiration in his voice. She hid herself perfectly within the human alliance, using her own son to conquer them from the inside. What an utterly terrifying mastermind. A sinister, calculating smirk creeps onto the old strategist's face as he strokes his beard. However, there is a counterplay. Does the dragon girl not want to use the human alliance to butcher us? Then we will just flip the board and use the human forces to tear her apart. The brilliant, venomous idea makes the Sword Saint burst into a cruel, booming laugh. Exactly. The foolish humans have a pathetic little saying, "Those not of our blood are bound to be our mortal enemies." 2 days later, inside the high-security war room of the Eastern District Base, every heavy hitter of the military sits tensely around the massive command table. Following the miraculous news of Gao Neng's victories, the Western and Southern districts are burning with adrenaline, launching a massive, all-out counterattack. As long as the East holds the line, the glorious human alliance will never crumble. Counselor Tang furrowed his brows in heavy silence. Although the remains of the Sword Elder had finally been brought home, Commander Qin Jianfei still lay locked in a deep coma. Counselor Feng chimed in with a grim tone. With the Great War looming over us, there is simply no time to hold a proper funeral. Seeing the room filled with the top brass, Qing Jing sat beside Gao Neng and cleared his throat. "All right, everyone is here. I will be hosting today's Supreme Council meeting. You all know the dire situation we face. The upcoming battle is our absolute priority, and survival demands that we pool every ounce of our strength." With the grim opening out of the way, the chairman pointed directly at the young man. "Gao Neng, the floor is yours. Issue the specific battle commands." But Gao Neng just shrugged his shoulders, looking completely unbothered. "Teacher Wu, isn't this against the rules?" Hearing this, Qing Jing's temper instantly flared into a blazing inferno. The old man pointed a trembling finger right at Gao Neng's face. "When you barged into the Federation government building, did you care about the rules then? Did you care about the rules when you started barking orders at Supreme Realm experts? Drop the innocent act with me. The era has changed. This is your generation's world now, and that is exactly why you are sitting in that commander's chair today." Beside him, Counselor Zhao nodded in heavy agreement. "Chairman Wu is absolutely right." Counselor Guo raised his voice. "Faced with the total extinction of humanity, all the old rules must be shattered." Counselor Feng also jumped into the fray. "Old relics like us should no longer stand in the way of the new era's evolution." Seeing the old guard finally yield, Gao Neng suddenly pushed himself up from his seat. "If that is the case, then this junior will do as you say. I will keep my battle plan brief." His expression turned deadly serious. "The Supreme Federation Council. Counting myself, we have 1 chairman and 16 counselors." Gao Neng's piercing gaze swept across the powerful figures in the room. "If my memory serves me right, excluding Chairman Wu, there are 3 other rank 9 experts here. In other words, out of the 16 people currently in this room. Counting myself, we boast a total of 5 rank 9 and 9 rank 8 powerhouses, correct?" Counselor Guo looked at the young man and gave a slow nod. "That is correct. The absolute bare minimum requirement to enter the Supreme Council is rank 8 strength. But why is Counselor Gao bringing up our cultivation levels?" Gao Neng slammed his hands down onto the war table, his aura locking onto the old masters. "I expect every single counselor in this room to directly bleed for this war. I want you all fighting on the front lines, just like the Sword Elder did." The counselors flinched as the weight of his words crashed over them. "Counselor Gao, are you seriously demanding that we personally march out to slaughter the enemy?" Counselor Zhao abruptly spoke up, his voice tight. "But if we do that, who will lead?" To crush their doubts, Commander Gao Neng immediately clarified his ruthless strategy. "We are still the commanders of this battlefield. Only, we won't be hiding in the safety of the rear lines anymore." Gao Neng crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He knew exactly how to play these old foxes. "I know what you are truly worried about. I know you don't fear death, so I will give you an ironclad guarantee. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Every single one of you can handpick your own successor for your seat. The council will absolutely not interfere." That shocking promise hit the room like a bombshell. Counselor Tang and Counselor Feng exchanged utterly bewildered looks. Counselor Zhao violently kicked back his chair and stood up. A sly smirk crept onto his face amidst the confusion. "Counselor Gao, you truly have nerves of steel. I can't believe you actually dared to offer that. If that's the deal, then I will gladly be selfish for once. If I fall in battle, my worthless son will inherit my supreme seat." Hearing this, Counselor Tang's eyes gleamed as the brilliant scheme clicked into place. He quickly followed up. "It seems today's meeting really has thrown the rulebook out the window." Then it settled. My position will be passed down to my second younger brother. Catching the fever, Counselor Feng hurriedly turned to Gao Ning. Counselor Gao, our final affairs are officially in order. Give us your direct orders. What do you need our old bones to do? Counselor Chiang also completely surrendered his trust to the young genius. That's right. For the sake of the alliance, we are handing our lives over to you. Seeing the absolute fire in their eyes, Gao Ning wasted no time unfolding his master plan. For this apocalyptic clash, we will divide our forces into exactly 21 grand armies. One massive legion will serve as the absolute vanguard, to guard the main gates. Gao Ning leaned forward, his hand tracing across the glowing tactical map behind him. The remaining 20 armies will launch targeted defensive counterattacks across different sectors. Mark my words, this war will be won through an aggressive defensive strike. From across the war table, Counselor Qi suddenly raised his hand, his eyes narrowing at the tactical flaw. Hold on a second, Counselor Gao. Why does this battle formation feel completely off balance? The northern sector has 0 strike points. I thought we were launching a massive counterattack? A confident smirk curved on Gao Ning's lips at the sharp question. Excellent observation. I'm glad you asked. Our military forces are indeed absent from the north, because we already have massive reinforcements waiting in that exact sector. The moment those words dropped, the war room exploded into a frenzy of whispers. Reinforcements in the north? Was he planning to mobilize the legendary northern garrison forces? But the barrage of doubts wasn't over. Counselor Qi pressed the interrogation even further. But from the intelligence I've gathered, after that last bloodbath, the Northern Legion has barely any troops left breathing. Counselor Chiang interjected with grim facts. Furthermore, the Eastern Alien Alliance is moving with catastrophic aggression this time. It is highly likely they are bringing over 100,000 troops. The North is already stretched incredibly thin. Gao Ning didn't try to hide the terrifying truth. Instead, he threw an even darker reality onto the table. According to my absolute latest intel, the Eastern Sector hasn't just brought 100,000. They have stationed 200,000 elite troops in their rear lines, and the Alien Alliance's Supreme Realm experts are multiplying. They have gained at least 10 more monstrous powerhouses. Total panic shattered the room's discipline. 19 Supreme Experts? 300,000 monstrous troops? How in hell are we supposed to fight that? Our Eastern forces only have 80,000 soldiers and 5 Supreme Experts. Bam! Gao Ning violently smashed his palm onto the tactical map. Exactly. If we use traditional tactics against those nightmare numbers, I guarantee every single one of you knows the horrifying fate that awaits us better than I do. His eyes burn with an absolute, unshakable resolve. Gao Ning delivers the crushing truth without a single ounce of hesitation. Our human alliance is destined to lose, but I absolutely refuse to abandon a single inch of our territory. Counselor Tang shoots up from his seat, his entire body trembling with overwhelming anxiety. Counselor Gao, you mentioned we have reinforcements from the north. What exactly are these mysterious reinforcements you speak of? Gao Ning lowers his head slightly, then slowly raises his piercing gaze toward the remaining counselors, the alien races of the northern battlefield. Hearing this, Counselor Zhao jolts back in sheer panic. The northern alien races? How is that even possible? Counselor Feng sits paralyzed in his chair, his face already drenched in cold sweat from pure terror. Counselor Gao, please stop joking around. This concerns the very life and death of the entire human alliance. Counselor Chiang nervously adjusts his glasses, his hands shaking. He glares intensely at the young man. The northern alien races are our mortal enemies. Why on earth would they ever help us? Watching the room erupt into chaotic murmurs, Gao Ning stands tall and boldly drops a bombshell. It is a bit complicated to explain this situation, but all 25 tribes in the north are currently under my absolute control. Counselor K slams his finger onto the table, his face twisted in pure outrage. Counselor Gao, you have to be kidding me. How could more than 19 supreme experts of the north fall under the control of just one person? To prove his impossible claim, he gently places a vial of glowing red liquid onto the table. Wait, that is the sacred spring of the blood tribe. One by one, vials filled with dazzling, multicolored liquids are lined up under the stunned gazes of the council members. Gao Ning points at them, casually introducing each supreme treasure. Next is the sacred spring of the wolf tribe, the glacier tribe, the ice river tribe, the snow tribe, and the snow demon tribe. The entire conference room plunges into dead silence, no one daring to utter a single word of doubt anymore. Seeing the situation finally under his control, Gao Ning spreads his hands apart and gives them a slight, nonchalant shrug. The evolutionary sources of 25 tribes, accumulated over 100 years, are all sitting right here. Can you finally believe my words? On the other side, Qingjing is sweating profusely, his face pale with utter bewilderment. He stares at Gao Neng, his trembling voice barely able to stutter out a sentence. Gao Neng, did you actually rob all of this from the north? The young man looks calmly at Qingjing, thoroughly explaining the origin of these vials. He didn't steal them, he simply walked in and took them. Now that I hold their evolutionary sources hostage, if they dare to go against my will in the slightest, I can slaughter them all at any given moment, or even wipe out their entire race. Below the table, Counselor Chiang turns his head to exchange a horrified look with Counselor Feng, the evolutionary source. Does controlling it truly grant that kind of terrifying power? He gives a slow nod, murmuring a grim explanation. Our research into the alien race's evolutionary sources has been stuck at a dead end for years, but it seems achieving such a feat is not entirely impossible. Counselor Liang squeezes his eyes shut, his deep voice breaking the tension. At the very least, these potent evolutionary energies are all right here in our hands. But colluding with the alien races is truly. Right in the middle of their tense debate, the heavy doors of the conference room suddenly burst open. Everyone inside freezes in absolute shock, totally clueless about what is happening. Framed in the doorway stands Jianfei, his entire body wrapped tightly in blood-stained bandages as he limps heavily into the room. A wave of overwhelming relief sweeps through the crowd. Commander Qin! Commander, you are finally out of bed? Jianfei hurries over to Gao Neng's side, his battle-scarred face overflowing with profound gratitude. Gao Neng, thank you, truly, thank you. But he does not stop there. Jianfei violently drops one knee to the floor, planting his hand on the ground and bowing his head in deep reverence. Thank you for bringing my master's body back home. Ah. This sudden display of extreme respect leaves Gao Neng completely flustered. He quickly reaches out to pull him back up. Commander Qin, please, get up immediately. Elder Jian was not just your master. He was also a wonderful mentor to me. Jianfei raises his misty eyes to look at Gao Neng, gritting his teeth tightly before delivering a dire report. Thank you. But, just moments ago, the military department intercepted the absolute latest intelligence. The Eastern Alien Alliance has unexpectedly received a massive reinforcement of 200,000 troops, and they are already mobilizing. I estimate they will launch an all-out annihilation strike within just 2 hours. The second those fatal words leave his mouth, Counselor Chiang screams out in horror, mirroring Counselor Feng's sheer devastation. What? The situation has already reached the brink of destruction. Counselor Liang slowly raises a trembling hand, proposing the unthinkable. Everyone, I officially propose that we initiate Backup Protocol 0. Qingjing's jaw drops at this catastrophic suggestion. Gao Neng stands perfectly still, his mind racing as he repeats the ominous phrase to himself. Backup Protocol 0? It is a mysterious, desperate strategy that even Counselor Chiang is completely clueless about. Backup Protocol 0. Counselor Guan sits frozen, frantically looking at the equally confused faces around him. I have no idea either. How does the Alliance have a top-secret protocol that we do not even know about? Suddenly, Counselor Guo stands up, carrying the heavy burden of this hidden knowledge. He grimly explains to the panicked room. Backup Protocol 0 is our ultimate doomsday contingency for the Great War. In the bloody aftermath of the last Great War, the Supreme Council held an emergency meeting and secretly put this apocalyptic measure into motion. It is completely normal that newly appointed counselors like yourselves are kept in the dark. The moment he finishes speaking, Counselor Guo turns toward Counselor Liang with a deeply conflicted expression. Old Liang, Backup Protocol 0 is the Human Alliance's absolute final trump card. And right now, we are still a full year away from the true war. If we recklessly activate Backup Protocol 0 at this exact moment, not only is the protocol completely unfinished, but what the hell are we supposed to do when the real battle begins next year? Despite dreading the horrific consequences, Counselor Liang knows he has no other choice. Old Guo, the situation has already breached the point of no return. If we do not play this hand now, I am afraid we won't even survive to see next year. But this vague, terrifying exchange only pushes Counselor Chiang's anxiety to the absolute limit. Old Guo, Old Liang. Is no one going to actually explain what this protocol is? Qingjing aggressively nods in agreement, resting his chin on his trembling hands. Old Liang, Backup Protocol 0 has always been under your direct command. Please, reveal its terrifying truth to everyone. Meanwhile, at the Human Command Center, Counselor Liang begins to lay out the grim reality of their situation. Everyone here knows the bitter truth. Following the Great Catastrophe, every single orbital satellite equipment outside Earth was completely destroyed. Those broken husks now just drift dead in space. As a tragic result, we cannot receive any signals from anywhere outside the capital of Hope. However, the very core of Backup Plan Zero is to rebuild that exact satellite network. A holographic image flares to life, showing a glorious web of satellites wrapping the globe from all sides. Today, because the alien races have occupied almost every region, we simply cannot launch hundreds of thousands of new satellites to forge a permanent positioning grid. Counselor Liang raises his hand, directing everyone's gaze toward the massive observation screen. But with this revolutionary new drone technology, a cutting-edge modern satellite materializes on the display. We can launch a mobile satellite positioning network right into the sky, perfectly blanketing a massive combat zone of 1,000 square meters. A bright realization flashes in Counselor Guan's eyes. The pieces of the puzzle finally click together in his mind. So Backup Plan Zero is actually the foundation for a flawless precision strike? Counselor Liang's eyes narrow with deadly intent. Spot on. Once we regenerate the satellite grid, we can rain down absolute destruction on every single alien race target within that perimeter. Adjusting his glasses, Counselor Chiang hastily voices his doubts. If this weapon is so incredibly powerful, why was it not deployed from the very beginning? If we had a functional satellite grid this whole time, how on earth did humanity get pushed to the absolute brink of extinction? He draws a heavy sigh before explaining the cruel reality. The reason is devastatingly simple. Against high-tier alien forces, a satellite system is laughably easy for their aerial units to obliterate. Furthermore, the drones synchronized with this combat network are strictly a one-time use weapon. It is a massive gamble. Down below, Counselor Zhao whispers urgently to his peers. If we unleash this ultimate trump card right now, what happens if they resurrect a year from now? He nods grimly, his voice laced with desperation. 300,000 troops of the Spirit Army are already crushing down on us. If we do not fight now, there will be no tomorrow. However, Counselor K fiercely pushes back with an entirely opposite stance. We must endure. Backup Plan Zero must be locked away until the absolute final battle. It is the only key to securing our victory for the next 20 years. Qingjing violently slams the table, leaping to his feet with a thunderous roar. We are completely out of time for these pointless debates. We will vote right now. Decide whether to trigger Plan Zero or call upon the reinforcements from the north. He then shoots a piercing gaze at Gao Neng, probing the young warrior's mind. Gao Neng, what is your move? A brilliant spark flashes in Gao Neng's eyes. Letting out a soft sigh, he makes his ultimate stand. Freedom and democracy it is. Let the votes decide our fate. A sea of hands instantly shoots into the air, carrying a storm of conflicting ideals. I stand with old Liang. We can never trust the alien race. I object. Others roar back. Exactly. We support the plan. Support. Scanning the chaotic room to tally the numbers, Qingjing points a steady finger directly at the boy. The results are in. 7 votes in favor, 4 votes against. Gao Neng, the final choice falls to you. Gao Neng steps forward, his voice cutting through the heavy tension. Why does no one here want to follow my grand strategy? My path is infinitely safer than rushing blindly into Backup Plan Zero. Qingjing's voice drops to a grave, terrifying octave. Gao Neng, you must understand. Asking us to place our absolute trust in the northern alien race is an impossible pill for these counselors to swallow. Suddenly, Qinlei crashes into the scene, his booming voice echoing through the halls. Enough! Trailing right behind him is an awe-inspiring lineup of peak experts. These are the supreme powerhouses Gao Neng had secretly summoned beforehand. Qinlai strides forward, his expression carved from pure granite. Without a word of hesitation, he reveals the ultimate bargaining chips, 25 glowing life essences belonging to the northern alien race. He commands the room with absolute authority. I can personally guarantee that every single word this kid Gao Neng says is the absolute truth. Holding these divine essences is the golden key to making the alien race bow to our commands. Standing by his side, Tiannan lets out a confident chuckle, throwing his full weight behind Qinlei. Ning and Cheng Sheng immediately step up as well, fiercely defending Gao Neng's master plan. Even the legendary Qin Jianfei stakes his entire honor on the line to guarantee success. Overwhelmed by this unstoppable united front, Qingjing has no choice but to surrender to the tides of fate. The scene shifts. A strategic map rests squarely beneath Gao Neng's hand. 1.5 hours after receiving Commander Qin's intel, the Alien Legion has fully assembled outside the East District headquarters. From his high vantage point, he silently surveys the battlefield below. A massive black tide of 300,000 allied alien troops surges forward. Leading the charge are the Beast Clan, Sword Saint, and Mu Lu. Alongside them stand the Kun King, Yuan Jiu, Diao Qi, and other formidable alien leaders. A terrifying total of 12 supreme powerhouses have joined the bloody fray. On his side, Yi Qinglian and Shashima have stepped up to join the brutal offensive strike. As for the human alliance, the dragon rank geniuses have fully absorbed the Holy Spring's energy, successfully breaking through to level 8. Up above, Gao Neng leans on the railing, narrating as he observes. Master Zhou Jin, the head of the MA sect, has harnessed the evolution energy and is showing signs of a major breakthrough. If they can just buy enough time, the human alliance will gain yet another supreme powerhouse to turn the tides of fate. Beside him, Chang Sheng's face is etched with deep worry, uncertain of how this will end. The alien alliance is marching with absolute certainty of victory, yet the North District remains dead silent. Seeing the older man's intense anxiety, Gao Neng raises a hand to instantly calm his nerves. The mountain roads from the north to the East District are treacherous. They just need a little more time, so there is absolutely no need to panic. He then turns his sharp gaze to Ning-Er. Ning-Er, I am leaving the defensive counterattack entirely in your hands. She gives a firm nod of absolute obedience. With that settled, Gao Neng leans in close to the formidable Tang Tang. Student Fang Tang Tang, you devoured so many premium resources just to hit level 8, so you better show off your true worth. She pouts her lips, glaring right at him. Did you really need to point that out? Left behind, Shen Changsheng shifts uneasily. He has no idea what those two are plotting. Hey, what exactly are you trying to pull? Gao Neng casually turns back, waving a dismissive hand. Relax. Just wait for us at the command center for a bit. High above the headquarters, the flying heavenly dragon hovers, waiting for its master's command. Fang Tang Tang and I will hold them off for a while. Without another word, the duo flies off into the horizon. Shen Changsheng screams after them in pure panic. Hold them off? With just the two of you? They have supreme experts on their side. Seeing his frantic state, Tiannan pats his shoulder to calm him down. Do not panic. Have you forgotten? That kid can teleport. He knows his limits. He is not just rushing in blindly. Despite the reassurance, a knot of dread remains in Changsheng's stomach. Even with teleportation, they are facing over 10 supreme experts. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Gao Neng flashes a wicked grin. With my talents, of course I am rushing in. It is time to play a massive game. The wind howls past him as he glances back at Tang Tang. Are you ready for this? She hoists her weapon high, her eyes practically sparkling. Ready and waiting. Down below, a terrifying legion of titan behemoths marches in perfect, weaponized formation. Inside the human tanks, soldiers grip their controls with sweaty palms. This is the beast race's ultimate nightmare, the heavy armored behemoth legion. 50,000 heavy armored beasts make up the vanguard, and they are charging right now. Prepare to fire the artillery. But just as the order is given, Gao Neng's voice booms from the back of the heavenly dragon. Hold your fire. Let me handle the opening act. Like a meteor, the two of them dive straight toward the enemy lines. The entire human battalion freezes in absolute shock. Wait, they are charging in? Just the two of them against 50,000? Are they insane? A soldier squints against the glaring sun, trying to make out their silhouettes. Wait a minute. What in the world is she holding? It is an advanced weapon of mass destruction. And this time, it is not some low-yield neutron explosive. This is the real, terrifying deal. Tang Tang grins like a kid holding the ultimate toy. An actual atomic bomb. She drops the payload, letting it whistle through the air like a reaper's scythe. Back at the base, Tiannan and Changsheng's jaws hit the floor. What did she just say? An atomic bomb? This is the front line. Our own troops are down there. Before Tiannan can even blink, an apocalyptic flash swallows the horizon. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, painting the battlefield in blinding white light. The mighty titan behemoths scatter like terrified insects trying to outrun the blast wave. Jianfei stands his ground, screaming orders at the top of his lungs. It is a nuclear strike. All units, activate the energy shields immediately. Put on your hazard suits. The shockwave is coming, but it is too fast. They cannot make it in time. Suddenly, Tiannan spots something impossible and points at the sky. Wait, look at that. Dozens of clones of Gao Neng suddenly materialize in midair. It is Gao Neng's genetic weapon. What kind of crazy stunt is he pulling now? The clones raise their hands, weaving a massive, transparent absorption barrier. The barrier acts like a black hole, greedily devouring the nuclear hellfire. Jianfei stares in utter disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. Is he actually absorbing the fallout? He is literally swallowing the nuclear radiation and thermal energy whole. Changsheng stammers, completely baffled by this godlike display. Seeing their confusion, Ning-Er finally reveals the boy's deepest secret. It is nothing strange. He simply possesses 100% uranium talent and 100% hydrogen talent. The moment those words drop, Jianfei looks like he has been struck by lightning. What? A flawless uranium talent? With the secret out, Qingjing steps forward with a heavy sigh. It is true. Gao Neng has maxed out both uranium and hydrogen talents. I kept it hidden to protect him from being targeted. Tiannan rubs his chin, his tactical mind still trying to process the physics of it all. Even with those two talents, he should only be able to absorb the radiation. How is he surviving the devastating heat generated by nuclear fission? Qinlei looks up at the blazing sky, clicking his tongue in absolute admiration. It means he is just like me. He has a 100% fire talent too. This kid is an absolute monster. Observing the battlefield from above, Zhou Wende shakes his head in awe. A point-blank nuclear detonation tactic. This is absolute madness, yet incredibly brilliant. Feng Hua nods slowly, crossing his arms. It is an uncopyable strategy. Without Gao Neng and Fang Tangtang, anyone else would instantly turn to ash. Down below, the mushroom cloud completely engulfs the Titan behemoths. The once proud beasts scream in terror, scrambling to escape the inferno. This human is a lunatic. Is he trying to drag us to hell with him? Our 50,000 vanguard troops are trapped. If we do not run, we are all dead meat. Standing proudly on his flying heavenly dragon, Gao Neng slides his hands into his pockets. A wildly arrogant smirk spreads across his face. I, Gao Neng, am truly invincible. But his boast is immediately answered by a deafening roar from the flames. Kun King Yuanju emerges from the firestorm, his eyes burning with fury. Invincible? You overestimate your worth, human. The beastly king takes a massive breath, inhaling gale force winds into his lungs. He channels the storm into his weapon, spinning it with devastating momentum. Shatter. Black clouds rapidly swallow the sky as lightning violently cracks. Gao Neng raises an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. This monster is actually suppressing a nuclear blast. He is manipulating raw wind and rain elements, forcing the atomic inferno to bow down. The sheer elemental mastery is breathtaking. This must be the Eastern Sector's strongest primate supreme expert. The king smashes his weapon into the scorched earth with terrifying force. So, this is the legendary Kun King Yuanju. His glowing eyes lock onto Gao Neng with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. His gaze is as sharp as a guillotine blade, promising a brutal death. But looking down from the heavens, Gao Neng sees the grand design. The entire behemoth legion is perfectly trapped inside his massive crater. Gao Neng's confident smirk returns in full force. Everything is falling right into place, he whispers, thoroughly amused. I have bought enough time. Unless they are elite powerhouses. Not a single ordinary beast is crossing this radioactive death zone. Down on the battlefield, Yuanju brandishes his massive staff and lunges forward with blistering speed. He roars in absolute fury. You are not escaping that easily. Standing atop the flying earth dragon with Tang Tang secured in his grasp, Gao Neng flashes a mocking smirk. Oh, it really is exactly that easy. Before the devastating staff strike can land, Gao Neng triggers a spatial shift and vanishes into thin air. Bye-bye. Not far away, Mulu coldly watches the spectacle unfold. Teleportation once again? This ultimate escape technique leaves Kun King Yuanju seething with uncontrollable rage. That detestable brat. The Beast Clan Sword Saint steps up beside them, his voice grim. It will be extremely difficult for our infantry to launch another wave of attacks on such short notice. Hearing this, a dark idea sparks in Mulu's mind. True. But since he delivered such a magnificent gift, it is only right that we return the favor. Courtesy demands ultimate reciprocity. His chilling words make Kun King Yuanju snap his head around. Brother Mu. Do you have a master plan? Mulu's eyes gleam with a sinister, calculating light. No plan. Every strategy has a blind spot, but absolute power has no flaws. He wants a head-on clash? Then we will crush him 10 times over to satisfy his death wish. The Beast Clan Sword Saint finally grasps the vicious intent. Excellent. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. Kun King Yuanju sneers with arrogant pride. Let us show those pathetic humans that the number of supreme powerhouses dictates true power. Back at the base, Gao Neng's teleportation deposits him and Tang Tang safely inside. He is instantly met with a chorus of stunned voices. Gao Neng. A bright, confident smile spreads across Gao Neng's face as he announces their victory. The first wave of our counterattack is a complete success. Now, prepare for total war. Ninger, please take good care of our dear classmate Tang Tang. Drenched in sweat, Tang Tang looks up at the girl. Sister Ninger, was I super awesome out there? Ninger nods enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with pure admiration. Tang Tang is the most awesome of all. In the distance, Jianfei stammers. utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Prepare for war? War against what? Gao Neng turns to him, explaining with chilling calmness. The supreme powerhouses. My little stunt just provoked every single alien supreme powerhouse to charge our front lines. The moment the words leave his mouth, Jianfei's face drains of color as he screams in pure terror. What? Emergency report. The Beast Clan Sword Saint and the Six-Winged Angel have already breached the vanguard. At the surveillance station, 2 female operators frantically shout out the nightmare scenario. All 12 supreme powerhouses are charging straight toward us. The council members pale in absolute shock, exchanging terrified glances. None of them expected the final showdown to trigger so incredibly fast. Only Protocol Zero remains. Even if we have to sacrifice the entire East District base, we must fight them to the bitter end. There is simply no other choice. Gao Neng tightly grips his collar, a fearless smile cutting through the heavy despair. No problem at all. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Jianfei stares at Gao Neng like he has lost his damn mind. Plan? What freaking plan? Gao Neng shifts his gaze to Qin Lei, whose hands are already glowing with crackling magic. It is time for the supreme powerhouses to clash, right? I understand perfectly. Beside him, Tiannan boldly steps up, his voice echoing with absolute conviction. The lives of 30,000 guards have been saved, and 50,000 alien vanguard troops are heavily crippled. You did incredibly well, you little brat. Now, leave the rest of this bloodbath to us. But their grand declaration is not quite enough for Gao Neng. He waves his hand dismissively. I would love to leave it to you, old men, but I cannot trust you completely. Gao Neng looks at them all, calmly breaking down the brutal reality of the battlefield unfolding before their eyes. 30,000 guards cannot stop an onslaught of 300,000 aliens. 5 supreme powerhouses cannot possibly defeat 12. If we simply play defense, we will be completely annihilated. Gao Neng slowly raises his hand. In a flash of blinding light, 15 ultimate gene weapons materialize right behind his back. But right now, their 12 supreme powerhouses have foolishly abandoned their reserves for an all-out assault. And that makes this the absolute perfect chance to wipe them off the face of the earth. Tiannan glares at him, his face darkening with heavy suspicion. You are going to take them out, kid? He asks, his voice deceptively calm. And exactly what are you planning to use to finish them? Are you relying on these new genetic weapons of yours? Staring at the 15 genetic weapons lined up before them, Qin Lei rests his chin on his hand, lost in deep thought. What is so special about these 15 genetic weapons? Are they a brand new design? Gao Neng has already forged Tier 8 weapons before. Could these possibly be Tier 9 artifacts? But even Tier 9 would not be enough. Suddenly, a voice echoes from within the group, making him jump out of his skin. How much longer are you going to make me wait? I am losing my patience. The voice is shockingly familiar, causing everyone to panic and trace the sound to a mysterious silhouette. Xiaoman? In an instant, the figure levitates in midair. A dense, impenetrable protective barrier completely envelops her. A few seconds later, the mystical smoke clears to reveal Gao Xiaoman. It truly took a massive amount of energy to reach this place and join you guys. Seeing her, Qin Lei shoots a completely bewildered look toward the Cat King. Meanwhile, Gao Neng's genetic weapons surge forward like absolute madmen. Gao Neng turns his piercing gaze to Qin Lei. All right, Elder Qin, let us go and intercept the Beast Clan. I bet they have already arrived to return the favor. Then, let us show them the true meaning of despair. With an explosive burst of aura, he shoots into the sky. Gao Xiaoman and the rest follow closely behind, refusing to be outdone. Without missing a beat, Tiannan, Qin Lei, and Jianfei launch themselves upward. This brat is getting more arrogant by the day. Old man Qin, we cannot afford to fall behind this little monster, right? Flying right beside him, Qin Lei gives a firm nod. Exactly. Let us show them our power. As they soar, Jianfei closely observes Gao Neng's genetic weapons, his mind racing with questions. If that one genetic weapon is actually the Cat King in disguise, what about the other 14? Could they also be someone else entirely? Ning finally pulls back the curtain on the ultimate secret behind the gene weapons. The truth is absolutely staggering. These are not just mere clones. They are 14 supreme alien experts, dragged straight from the brutal northern battlefield. Jianfei's normal expression shatters, replaced by sheer, unadulterated awe. He simply cannot stop praising the boy's monstrous intellect. The decisive battle, a life-or-death struggle turned into a flawless defensive counterattack. So this was the endgame all along. Gao Neng, that absolute madman, he actually pulled it off. Whipping his head toward Qingjing, Jianfei demands answers. Speaker Wu, did you know about this insane plan from the start? As it turns out, the old man knew everything, but kept his lips sealed until this very explosive moment. from the exact second he set foot in the eastern base. No, wait. From the very moment he charged in to snatch back Elder Jian's fallen body, his grand master plan had already been set into motion. Ning-Er raises a finger, her eyes gleaming as she continues unraveling the boy's terrifyingly brilliant web. Without the beast race camp serving as the perfect bait, there was no guarantee all 12 supreme experts would mobilize. He had been fishing for the big catches this entire time. Jianfei clicks his tongue in disbelief. This kid is not just a genius. He is an absolute anomaly. Ning-Er suddenly falls silent, a heavy storm of thoughts brewing in her mind. A true life-or-death battle. It might not just be the bloodbath happening right before their eyes. If this is truly meant to decide their ultimate fate, then a devastating, one-hit kill strike against the Eastern alien forces is absolutely mandatory. High above, the sky bleeds a menacing crimson. On one side, the bloodthirsty alien horde. On the other, the gene weapon standing tall alongside Gao Neng and Xiao Man. The tension snaps as the beast race sword saint violently grips his hilt. He does not waste a single breath, lunging forward with killing intent radiating from his blade. Gao Neng, offer up your pathetic life. The razor-sharp tip of the sword tears through the air, aimed directly at Gao Neng's heart. Seeing the boy in lethal danger, Qin-Lei screams out in pure panic. Gao Neng, get out of the way! But before Gao Neng even twitches, a gene weapon materializes out of thin air, bare-handed. It clashes directly against the Sword Saint's legendary blade. The impact triggers an earth-shattering explosion, swallowing the battlefield in a massive cloud of thick smoke. As the heavy dust gradually settles, an unbelievable sight is revealed. Gao Neng's gene weapon stands there completely unharmed and terrifyingly calm. The beast race Sword Saint stares in bewildered shock, his eyes glued to the impossible figure. A nearby alien shouts out, his voice dripping with mocking disbelief. Blocking a supreme strike with a bare fist? And it is Brother Sword's legendary blade at that? Just who the hell is this guy? Monarch Yuanzhou narrows his eyes, his instincts screaming as he makes a chilling guess. That thing is not human. Standing opposite him, Mulu confidently confirms the suspicion. You are exactly right. Right before their eyes, the gene weapon undergoes a gruesome metamorphosis. The human shell melts away, revealing the horrifying true form beneath. A massive wolf. Emerging from the lingering smoke, a brand new alien powerhouse reveals himself to the stunned crowd. It is none other than the legendary Northwest Wolf. Beneath a sky roaring with thunder, the Northwest Wolf stares down the beast race Sword Saint without a single shred of fear. Spotting this, Tianqi's face twists in anxious fury as he furiously roars out. Northwest Wolf, have you lost your damn mind? You abandoned your post in the north just to run all the way here and play hero for the humans? Hearing those venomous words, the Northwest Wolf violently clenches his fists. He grinds his teeth, his aura exploding outwards. Enough of your garbage. Without a second of hesitation, he lunges forward like a beast unchained. Let our fists do the talking. Seeing the chaos unfold, Li Tiannan instantly seizes the golden opportunity. He kicks off the ground, rocketing straight into the fray. A rare chance to cross blows with the #1 sword. Your grandfather here definitely is not missing out on this party. The two completely different powerhouses team up, locking onto the beast race Sword Saint as their ultimate prey. But the veteran warrior is ready. He swings his mighty blade forward, forming a massive energy barrier that easily parries their combined assault. Down below, Qin-Lei watches Li Tiannan's blazing battle spirit. His own pride refuses to let him be outdone for even a second. You crazy old ghost, Li Tiannan. You actually get to pick your opponents? Charging straight at the strongest enemy right off the bat? There is no way I am letting you steal all the glory. Erupting with explosive power, Qin-Lei launches himself into the high heavens. He flies straight toward Mulu, who is currently spreading his terrifying wings. Locking eyes with his prey, Qin-Lei unleashes his full combat aura, the celestial race's absolute strongest. The six-winged great archangel. I need to experience this legendary power for myself. Seeing the human's supreme confidence, Mulu smirks with utter, mocking disdain. Then use your pathetic life to experience it. In a flash, a suffocating, blood-red mist erupts, completely swallowing the air around him. As if possessing a third eye, Mulu suddenly snaps his head back, his gaze piercing the mist to spot Yin Shui. Yin Shui, why the hell are you here? Wait, unless she. Mulu's mind races, but Yin Shui simply shuts his eyes tightly. He does not even bother giving Mulu a single glance, treating him like utter trash. Brother Mu, there is absolutely no need to waste our breath. Fast as a phantom wind, Yin Shui dashes forward. Shrouded entirely in the sinister red mist, he launches a direct, lethal strike. Boom! Two devastating fists slam into each other, one from Yin Shui, one from Mu Lu. Feeling the terrifying impact trembling through his bones, Mu Lu furiously grinds his teeth, an anxious frown tearing across his face. It seems fate has dictated a complete bloodbath for us today. Meanwhile, back on Gao Neng's side, Monarch Yuanju violently swings his massive staff as he charges in. Things are getting incredibly lively over here, are they not? Do not tell me those freaks from the northern battlefield actually showed up? Just as the crushing staff is about to smash his skull, Gao Neng triggers his teleportation skill, vanishing into thin air. In that split second, the faceless snow demon materializes out of the void. Floating ominously in the sky, he declares, "Everyone who could come has arrived." That sudden appearance leaves Monarch Yuanju completely dumbfounded, his jaw practically hitting the floor. The snow demon race. Do not tell me Wu Mian is here too? Having zero patience for small talk, the snow demon violently gathers icy energy into his palms. Wu Mian is already dead. The snow demon race is now completely under my command. Enough talking. Let the slaughter begin. The blood-soaked sky has now become an arena for the world's most terrifying factions. The werewolf race, the blood race, the snow demon race, the ice river race, the glacier race, and the snow spirit race. Those monsters from the north, they really all came. Over on the enemy lines, Monarch Yuanju stands beside Mu Lu, his brow fiercely furrowed in absolute, utter confusion. Just what kind of crazy pills did these bastards swallow today? Spotting the catastrophic shift in the battlefield, Tian Qi screams out his command. We cannot afford to overthink this anymore. Just kill them all first and figure out the rest later. Down on the shaking earth, Gao Neng tilts his head up, his eyes sparkling as he watches the supreme experts tearing each other apart. Woohoo! Over 12 supreme experts in an all-out chaotic deathmatch. The great Tao is about to be utterly shattered. What a spectacular, mind-blowing sight. Even with the world practically ending around him, the boy's bizarre sense of humor refuses to die down. Man, if the timing was not so completely inappropriate, this would be the absolute perfect chance to do a live stream. Shaking off the joke, Gao Neng's eyes sharpen as he turns around, calling out to Xiaoman, who is standing right behind him. However, the real nightmare was just beginning. How much longer until the Northern Army arrives? The system calculated rapidly before replying. The path is treacherous. Expect them in approximately 30 minutes. Back in the sky, Tiannan and the Northwest Wolf unleashed a relentless assault on the Beast Clan's Sword Saint. Watching the struggle from below, Gao Neng could not resist throwing some vicious taunts. "Hey, Beast Clan Sword Saint, did a few days apart make you this weak?" he yelled. "Aren't you the absolute pinnacle of the Beast Clan? I thought your blade was supposed to reap my soul. Go on, count how many strikes you have wasted on me. How does that absolute failure taste?" Gao Neng ruthlessly recounted every single missed attack. "If your memory is failing you in your old age, allow me to refresh it for you. 5 strikes, 5 legendary attacks, and you haven't even grazed a single hair on my head." His mocking voice echoed across the heavens, leaving the proud Sword Saint absolutely humiliated. "That strike back at the main camp? I let you land that hit on purpose. And tragically, you still could not even scratch me. Are you furious yet?" Tiannan floated nearby, listening to the relentless trash talk. The Northwest Wolf frowned deeply, offering his own brutal assessment of Gao Neng's tactics. Absolutely shameless. Humiliated beyond belief, the Beast Clan Sword Saint looked ready to explode. Veins bulged in his bloodshot eyes as he roared, "You think I cannot slaughter you? Then open your eyes and watch me carve you into pieces." Without another word, he completely ignored the 2 masters before him and shot straight up into the clouds. The Northwest Wolf instantly recognized the shift in atmospheric pressure. "Brace yourselves," he roared. "He is preparing a 3-strike chain." Tiannan's expression darkened at the grim warning. "Understood. Everyone, guard your own lives." Gripping his blade with white knuckles, he channeled his aura to form a massive glowing shield. Down on the ground, Gao Neng locked his eyes onto the battlefield. A gasp of awe escaped his lips. "This is my first time seeing Master use this technique. The aura radiating from it is overwhelming." High above, the Northwest Wolf hovered in the void. He instantly assumed the perfect stance and activated his ultimate defensive art, the Diamond Physique. Taking his stance, the Beast Clan Sword Saint hoisted his massive blade toward the heavens. With an ear-splitting battle cry, he unleashed 3 devastating consecutive strikes. The first swing tore through reality. A blinding pillar of crimson energy plummeted toward the earth. The Crimson River Strike. Safely behind his barrier, the Northwest Wolf tracked the lethal trajectory. He thrust both hands upward, pouring his absolute limit into repelling the monstrous Crimson Wave. But the Beast Clan Sword Saint was far from finished. The massive blade rose once more. The second strike descended. A golden, crescent-shaped shockwave ripped across the sky. The blinding aura of the setting sun strike. Now, the Northwest Wolf was forced to endure the crushing weight of two legendary strikes. Agony contorted his face as he roared in reluctant admiration. As expected from the absolute pinnacle of the Beast Clan, his sheer destructive power easily ranks in the top 3. Sensing the wolf's defenses crumbling, Tiannan roared over the deafening blasts to bolster his spirit. "Hold the line. It is not over yet." This time, the furious sword saint thrust his blade dead ahead. The third strike launched. A massive ring of azure energy spiraled downward with apocalyptic force. The galactic river strike. "Perish, all of you," the saint bellowed. Unwilling to let his ally fall, Tiannan instantly abandoned his position. "I am coming to help." He dashed right into the blast zone, merging his aura with the Northwest Wolf's barrier. Down below, Gao Neng watched the terrifying spectacle with absolute gravity. Such monstrous output. This is the true power of man and heaven uniting. Master and the others are being completely overwhelmed. Beside him, Gao Xiaoman stepped forward, her eyes flashing. "I am going in!" But Gao Neng swiftly drew his own pitch-black blade, blocking her path. "Stand down. I will handle this," he declared. "He is my master. I will be the one to save him." Without another second wasted, Gao Neng blasted into the sky. "Master, let me carry this burden." He skyrocketed straight toward the eye of the storm, intercepting the suffocating pressure of the 3 apocalyptic sword waves. Spotting his reckless disciple, Tiannan's eyes widened in sheer panic. "You foolish brat, stay back. We can hold the line. Your body will disintegrate under that third strike." But Gao Neng merely offered a fearless smirk, his eyes blazing with absolute confidence. "Do not underestimate me, master. I can take it." He had absorbed the legendary diamond physique from the Wolf Clan. He had mastered the immortal regeneration of the Blood Clan. By fusing these 2 god-tier abilities together, he charged directly into the jaws of death, gripping his blade tight. Coupled with the dormant Dragon Clan bloodline coursing through his veins, his pure defensive capabilities were already on par with Supreme Realm experts. Gao Neng unleashed a devastating flurry of 6 consecutive strikes to violently clash with the Beast Clan Sword Saint, Tyrant's Blade. 1 sword, 6 slashes. Ning and Jian Fei watched in utter disbelief. A radiant golden ring violently erupted in the sky, engulfing their entire field of vision. Floating nearby, the Northwest Wolf's jaw practically hit the floor. The silhouette tearing through the chaos was none other than Gao Neng. In a matter of seconds, he had utterly pulverized the Sword Saint's 3 legendary strikes into cosmic dust. Li Tiannan and the Northwest Wolf immediately channeled their qi, desperately falling back to evade the resulting shockwaves. Bizarre, glowing azure trails lingered in the exact spots they had just evacuated. Without warning, Gao Neng teleported directly in front of the 2 grandmasters, acting as an impenetrable human shield. The older men stared at his back in sheer bewilderment. A terrifying, pitch-black blade rested casually in the young man's grip. A cold sweat broke out across the Northwest Wolf's body, his eyes bulging in absolute shock. That strike, the sheer overwhelming power behind it, he stammered. Beside him, Li Tiannan stared at his disciple in absolute terror and awe, his voice trembling as he muttered, "When in the heavens did this reckless brat become such a monster?" High above, the Beast Clan Sword Saint was practically vibrating with fury. His eyes glowed a murderous crimson as he ground his teeth together. Gripping his blade until his knuckles bled, the furious saint muttered, "That oppressive aura, it is unmistakably the power of a true dragon, just as the prophecies foretold. But your dragon force is still too raw." With a vicious snarl, the Sword Saint dashed backward, creating massive distance. Swinging his colossal blade, he unleashed a relentless barrage of dark crimson crescent waves straight at Gao Neng. "Is this the absolute limit of your potential?" he roared, his voice dripping with lethal provocation. The colossal crimson slash was mere inches from tearing Gao Neng in half. Time seemed to freeze as the blade of energy descended. But thanks to his freakish agility, Gao Neng vanished into thin air, sidestepping death itself. His face morphed into a mask of pure, unadulterated killing intent. In a flash of lightning, he materialized directly behind the arrogant Sword Saint. Catching the Supreme Master completely off guard, Gao Neng tightly gripped his lethal daggers. A sinister, emerald-green flame violently erupted around the dual blades. A chilling thought crossed Gao Neng's mind. Time to test out Aunt Luna's personal assassination arts. But lurking in the shadows, Gao Neng ruthlessly drives 2 daggers straight into his back. The Beast Clan Sword Saint freezes, completely caught off guard by the impossible ambush. Gripping the hilts with iron intent, Gao Neng forces the blades deeper and deeper into his enemy's flesh. Fury erupts from the Beast Clan Sword Saint. He violently twists around, his jaw unhinging to reveal rows of terrifying fangs. Gao Neng, he roars with earth-shattering rage. Launching himself upward, the beast unleashes his devastating magic. A storm of deadly pink energy blades erupts into a catastrophic whirlwind sword rain. Countless strikes rain down, threatening to shred Gao Neng into nothingness. But in a flash of defying speed, he vanishes into thin air right before the fatal blows connect. Reappearing high on a shattered wall, a smirk of absolute disdain plays on Gao Neng's lips. He crosses his arms, looking down at the legendary warrior like a god judging a mortal. The Beast Clan Sword Saint truly lives up to his terrifying reputation. If my teleportation was even a fraction of a second slower. Gao Neng chuckles as his battle-torn clothes suddenly rip apart, shredded by the lingering sword intent. I am afraid my time in this world would have come to a brutal end. Below him, Ning'er gazes up with eyes full of overwhelming panic, her hands tightly gripping a fresh set of clothes for him. "How are you?" Ning'er cries out, her voice trembling. "Your face. Did you get hurt?" He bursts into a carefree laugh, instantly breaking the deadly tension. "Almost ruined my flawless looks, but do not worry, I am still as handsome as ever." Hearing his teasing tone, the heavy anxiety vanishes from Ning'er's sparkling eyes. A massive wave of relief washes over her. "Then my heart can finally rest," she whispers with a soft smile. Commander Qin Jianfei steps forward, utterly mesmerized by the young man's monstrous display. A mere level 9 actually blocked a lethal strike from the Sword Saint, and even landed a counterattack? This level of power is simply terrifying. Coldly adjusting his fresh tie and collar, Gao Neng shoots the commander a dead serious glare. "Commander-in-Chief Qin, right now is not the time to be marveling at my performance." His brow furrows, the playful aura completely replaced by the sharp instincts of a veteran tactician. Those two devastating strikes from the Sword Saint just now. Did none of you notice the hidden truth within them? Cold sweat drips down Qin Jianfei's face as raw confusion and dread set in. What? What exactly do you mean? The commander stammers. Slipping his right hand into his pocket, Gao Neng maintains his absolute composure as he breaks down the reality. I know everyone's minds are entirely consumed by the life-or-death outcome of this brutal war. But think about it. If the human alliance suddenly awakened a few more supreme experts from witnessing this battle, wouldn't our chances of absolute victory skyrocket? Elder Wu Qingjing steps out from the shadows, his eyes widening in sudden realization. He is right. Gao Neng is absolutely right. We have been completely blind. He clenches his fists as a dormant fire ignites in his soul. An overwhelming surge of determination erupts from the old master. A clash between supreme experts is unfolding right before our very eyes. This is a miraculous chance for enlightenment. An old fossil like me has been trapped in this bottleneck for far too long. I was the one who sealed my own potential away. Wu Qingjing violently turns to Qin Jianfei, his voice booming with absolute authority. Winning this war matters, yes. But from this second forward, we cannot miss a single drop of martial insight to break through our limits. Struck by the profound wisdom, Qin Jianfei instantly bows. Understood. With the seeds of evolution planted, Gao Neng shifts his intense gaze back to Ning'er. Ning'er, did you manage to grasp any enlightenment? She closes her eyes, letting the chaotic battle aura flow through her senses. The harvest is beyond imagination, she murmurs. Though obviously, not everyone can absurdly jump straight to level 9 like a certain monster I know. Her vibrant blue eyes flutter open, replaced by a deadly serious glint. But apart from the martial insights, I noticed a glaring problem. High above the apocalyptic battlefield, 3 godlike beings continue their cataclysmic clash. Ning'er points toward the heavens. The Beast Clan Sword Saint is a peak supreme expert, easily holding his ground against 2 absolute powerhouses. But the 6-winged angel seems surprisingly overpowered right now. It does not make any sense. Gao Neng tilts his head to the bleeding sky, resting his chin on his hand as his mind races to calculate the variables. It all comes down to their battle synergy, he deduces sharply. Elder Qin's base strength naturally suppresses your master's, making him far more compatible with the blood-drinking attribute. She nods slowly, her gaze locked onto the aerial deathmatch as tension knots her stomach. For all our sakes. I pray you are right. Suddenly, a demonic roar shatters the very fabric of the sky. Gao Neng, show yourself and face me. Like a meteor of pure hatred, the Beast Clan Sword Saint dives from the heavens at neck-breaking speed. A terrifying aura of dark crimson flames engulfs his massive form. I have walked this earth for hundreds of years. The beast bellows, his voice cracking with humiliated fury. And never have I suffered such a humiliating disgrace. His monstrous eyes ignite with an eerie, blood-curdling crimson light. The Sword Saint's killing intent locks onto his prey. Get out here and die. Pulling his monstrous blade back, he channels every ounce of his wrath into one apocalyptic swing. A colossal crescent of raging red energy tears through the atmosphere. The devastating shockwave rockets straight toward the very tower sheltering Gao Neng and the Alliance. The surrounding staff can only watch in absolute, paralyzing horror as death approaches. Jaws drop. Eyes widen in pure despair. But just before the strike annihilates everything, the legendary Northwest Wolf shoots into the sky like a bullet. The crowd watches in breathless suspense as the human powerhouse intercepts the godlike attack. Northwest Wolf recklessly thrusts his bare hands into the apocalyptic red sphere of destruction. Agonizing roars tear from his throat as the raw power threatens to melt his flesh. Yet, brilliant streaks of golden aura ruthlessly force their way into the crimson mass. With a beastly surge of inner strength, he violently crushes the energy sphere into nothing but fading smoke. Northwest Wolf hovers in the sky, his eyes blazing with a terrifying sapphire light. Old Ghost Sword. He growls, his voice rumbling like thunder. We are both peak supreme experts. How dare you look down on my presence? Blinded by rage, the Sword Saint charges at his new challenger. Get the hell out of my way. A savage grin spreads across Northwest Wolf's face. Make me, if you have the guts. The ultimate collision. Northwest Wolf's devastating golden punch violently clashes against the beast's legendary blade. The impact instantly detonates a blinding flash of cataclysmic light. The sheer, unimaginable force of two titans colliding fractures the very fabric of space. A monumental shockwave rips across the heavens, but lurking within the blinding explosion, a terrifying twist of fate is about to unfold. Li Tiannan stares up at the massive explosion before him. Awe washing over his features, he mutters, "Magnificent. What a terrifying formation." But then his expression darkens, teeth gritting as the bitter truth of his own strength hits him. With my current power, I cannot even step into that battlefield. Meanwhile, on another blazing front, Shui Jingling and Tian Qi are locked in a devastating clash of steel and aura. A blinding sword strike tears right across Tian Qi's left cheek. He squeezes his eyes shut, shrieking as agonizing pain explodes across his face. Consumed by pure fury, he shoots into the sky like a rocket, leaving a trail of dark red aura in his wake. Damn you all to hell, he curses through gritted teeth. High above the chaos, Gao Neng floats effortlessly, observing the battlefield below. Sitting perched on his shoulder, Gao Xiaomeng chimes in. Mommy, can I go tear that guy apart? Gao Neng's expression turns dead serious. His brows knit together as he gives a single, chilling command. Go. Without a second thought, Gao Xiaomeng obeys. The heavens split open as a brilliant blue beam launches forward, flying perfectly parallel to Tian Qi's crimson trail. Like a flash of lightning, she intercepts the fleeing Tian Qi, leaving him utterly bewildered. Gao Xiaomeng smirks. Do not even dream about escaping. Tian Qi glares at the familiar with absolute disgust. Snarling, he sneers. You are not even a supreme expert. How dare you block my path? You are courting death. Driven by rage, Tian Qi lunges forward, his hands reaching out to crush Gao Xiaomeng. But in that split second, the cat's physical form melts away, separating into a bizarre liquid state. His eyes widen to the size of saucers, pure shock washing over his arrogant face. What the hell is this thing? He stammers in disbelief. It is 100% elementalization. The eerie liquid instantly latches onto Tian Qi's body, and raw panic floods his features. My arm. I cannot feel my arm anymore. Before he can even finish his panicked scream, Gao Xiaomeng surges forward, rapidly engulfing his entire figure. The grayish sludge completely swallows him whole, leaving nothing but a single struggling arm exposed to the air. Moments later, even that final arm goes completely limp, dropping downward like a lifeless piece of meat. Down below, Qin Jianfei, Gao Neng, and Wu Qingjing watch the sky, their faces shrouded in heavy, solemn silence. The elderly Wu is the first to break the tension. Qin Jianfei stutters out, completely bewildered. His soul. It was entirely devoured. A living, breathing, supreme-level soul was just swallowed whole by the Cat King. Still reeling from the shock, he snaps his head toward Gao Neng, his eyes demanding answers. Gao Neng, what exactly is this cat of yours? But the young man does not even glance their way. Keeping his eyes fixed lazily on the sky, he simply asks, Do you guys trust me? Qin Jianfei immediately gives a stern nod. Taken aback by the sudden question, he answers without hesitation. Of course we do. Wu Qingjing voices his agreement as well, turning his attention back to Gao Neng. Even with confusion lingering in his eyes, the old man states, "If I did not have absolute faith in you, why would I have handed you command over this entire battlefield?" Gao Neng peacefully closes his eyes. A warm smile graces his lips as he speaks with genuine gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Wu." Opening his eyes, Gao Neng looks back up to the heavens, straight at his familiar's ongoing battle. His voice carries an unshakable resolve. "And because of that, I completely trust Gao Xiaomeng," he continues, his expression showing nothing but absolute faith in his companion. "I trust Gao Xiaomeng with my life, just as you have trusted me with yours." As if responding to his words, the sky instantly darkens into a menacing gray, and fierce lightning begins to tear through the clouds. Wu Qingjing and Qin Jianfei stare intensely at the apocalyptic clash happening above between Gao Xiaomeng and Tianqi. The two older men exchange a deeply conflicted, uneasy glance. "I understand your conviction." Seeing the sheer gravity of the situation, Qin Jianfei finally voices his full support for Gao Neng's decision. "We place our faith in that little girl too." Wu Qingjing's expression hardens, his brow furrowing slightly as he backs up the commander's words. "Right now, victory is our only option. Whatever ruthless methods or wild cards you choose to deploy, we will not stand in your way." Hearing their unwavering support, the young man turns around, flashing them a wickedly confident grin. "Thank you, teacher." "And thank you, Commander-in-Chief Qin." Suddenly, a panicked shout rips through the command center as a staff member desperately alerts everyone around him. The Cat King is making a new move. High above, the liquid entity slowly begins to release its death grip, revealing Tianqi's pale, lifeless face, with his eyes completely rolled back. Gao Xiaomeng finally detaches herself from the enemy's body entirely. Tianqi's physical form miraculously seems to revert to normal, yet those blank, horrifying white eyes remain. A frantic voice from the crowd shatters the silence. "But how? That supreme expert was at death's door just moments ago. How is he completely healed?" Wu Qingjing stares at the sky in sheer terror, his voice trembling as he speaks. Standing beside him, Qin Jianfei firmly shakes his head, his expression grim. "No, this is wrong. Is she resurrecting him? Just look at his current state. His soul was devoured by the Cat King, and it never returned. Could she have turned a supreme expert into a mere mindless puppet?" Floating amidst the storm, the eerie liquid shifts and morphs, transforming back into the silhouette of a young girl. Gao Xiaomeng flashes a chilling, arrogant smirk. She gently presses her glowing blue finger against Tianqi's forehead. A terrified soldier below gasps. "The Cat King is acting. Does she plan to?" The two figures hover ominously above the world. The sheer magnitude of her power is so overwhelming, it begins to dye the very fabric of space a brilliant blue. A colossal orb of azure light instantly engulfs his body. Tianqi begins to convulse violently, his veins bulging as if they are about to explode from his skin. Wu Qingjing stands utterly paralyzed, his mind failing to comprehend the impossible scene playing out before him. He gasps out loud. To think true resurrection actually exists. It looks like even the terrifying energy reserves within his body have been restored to 100%. The sheer absurdity of it causes even the stoic Qin Jianfei to scowl in shock. But how is this logically possible? An alien race using the origin source to resurrect requires a 20-year cooldown. Instant revival should completely shatter his cultivation base. Down below, Gao Neng's face goes completely dark. He stands frozen in place, an unprecedented look of grim realization washing over his features. A chilling thought echoes in Gao Neng's mind. Could my previous judgment have been completely wrong? What if, in reality, Gao Xiaomeng is actually? His thoughts race as his eyes dart downward, desperately trying to formulate a plan. If his theory is correct, then his mother's connection to this mess is far from simple. What should his next move be? Sensing the intense anxiety swirling around Gao Neng, a soft hand suddenly reaches out, gently grasping his large hand. Ninger steps forward, offering a bright, encouraging smile as she softly comforts him. "If you cannot figure it out, just follow your intuition. I trust my judgment, and you should trust yours too." Hearing her sweet words, the chaotic storm in his heart instantly subsides. A confident smile finally returns to his face. Gao Neng grips Ninger's hand tightly, his voice brimming with absolute gratitude for her comfort. "Thank you." Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Mulu stares up at the sky. He watches Gao Xiaoman and Tianqi floating freely above, his face twisted in utter confusion. Shock and bitter frustration boil within him as he witnesses the scene unfold. Unable to hold back, Mulu roars at the top of his lungs. That Cat King possesses the power of perfect resurrection. Tianqi grits his teeth, his brows knitting tightly together. Turning his head, Tianqi endlessly mutters, "Angel brother and I am sorry." Mulu is completely dumbfounded, his jaw dropping in pure shock. He screams out his name, "You absolute madman." Suddenly, a blinding beam of pink light blasts directly into Tianqi's body. He convulses in agonizing pain, unleashing a blood-curdling scream that shakes the heavens. From right below his waist, a terrifying mutation occurs. A long, menacing whip formed entirely of jagged bone segments violently erupts from his flesh. As the bone whip lashes backward, the bizarre pink aura surrounding Tianqi flares up with blinding intensity. Gripping the bone whip tightly, he moves like a phantom. He charges directly at Mulu with explosive speed, leaving the man frozen in complete bewilderment. Tianqi viciously cracks the bone whip against Mulu, sending him flying violently backward. Mulu swiftly regains his balance, instantly stabilizing his stance as he retreats. "So, that is how it is," he shouts. Mulu grits his teeth so hard they nearly shatter. Cold sweat begins pouring down his trembling body. He stares at him in absolute terror. "You actually found fortune in disaster. You used perfect resurrection to shatter the very limits of your race." Tianqi's eyes instantly snap open, glowing with a horrifying blood-red light. Thick, dark veins bulge furiously across his entire face. With a beastly roar, Tianqi screams, "If I had a choice, I would rather never break through." At that moment, Mulu realizes he is completely surrounded by two more menacing figures. He darts his eyes around in sheer panic. Yin Shue stands there with a deadly, stern aura, echoing the exact same terrifying sentiment. "If I had a choice, I would rather never break through." Elder Qin glares down at Mulu with absolute disgust, seamlessly backing up Yin Shue's words. "Mulu, there is nowhere left for you to run." The three powerhouses furiously channel their inner ki. Blinding pillars of multicolored light erupt around each of them, shaking the very air. Moving at blinding speeds, all three shoot toward him like meteors. Their voices merge into a chilling, synchronized chant, "Kill, kill." Panicking, Mulu screams in absolute terror, "Get away from me!" Desperation taking over, he roars to the heavens to unleash his ultimate power. Celestial descent. A massive golden pillar of divine light suddenly explodes from Mulu's body. It forms an absolute barrier, violently blasting the three attackers away in different directions. Yin Shue glares at him, a heavy sense of dread washing over his face. Acknowledging Mulu's terrifying power, he gasps, "Celestial descent." He actually pulled out the ultimate trump card of the Celestial clan. Elder Qin suddenly snaps his gaze upward to the sky. Deep anxiety and utter confusion paint the old master's face. Countless glowing golden portals begin tearing through the heavens above. Even the crackling lightning shifts to a blinding, holy gold. A voice trembles in the wind. "That is the true supreme trump card of the Celestial clan." An entire legion of angels abruptly descends from the rifts. Within seconds, the sky is completely flooded with divine warriors. 50 Tier 9 angels materialize, forming the legendary Seraphim Legion. Mulu barks a thunderous command to the angelic army. A sinister halo of light begins spinning violently above his head. Combining their terrifying holy magic, the entire Seraphim Legion dives straight toward the three of them. The Angel Legion descends like a plague. They slaughter everything in their path without a shred of mercy. Blinding beams of holy light barrage toward Tianqi. Caught in the relentless crossfire, Qinlei and Yin Shue are completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the attack. Yin Shue steps up to the front line. He unleashes a devastating palm strike, sending an advancing angel rocketing backward as he roars, "Get the hell out of my way!" A vicious storm of Yin Shue's wind blades completely engulfs the divine creature. But as the dust settles, the angel stands there without a single scratch. Absolute shock washes over Yin Shue's face at the creature's monstrous durability. "To take my full-powered strike head-on, what kind of insane strength is this?" Meanwhile, a separate squad of angels cuts off Elder Qin from the rest of the group. Surrounded on all sides, a flash of pure astonishment crosses his seasoned face. He slowly looks up. His sharp gaze instantly pierces through the angel's divine facade. "It seems we are not dealing with your average level 9 entities today," he mutters darkly. Across the chaotic battlefield, Mulu suddenly ignites his aura. Like a fired arrow, he launches himself straight into the endless sky. He abandons his entire squad and the trio down below without a second thought. Yin Shue stares up at his shrinking figure in total disbelief. "Mulu, where exactly does that bastard think he is going?" Gao Xiaoming's expression instantly darkens. Her brows knit together as a chill runs down her spine. "This is not good," she screams over the roaring winds. As Mulu ascends higher into the clouds, he unexpectedly crosses paths with Gao Neng. The young powerhouse is calmly surveying the chaotic battlefield from above. Mulu flashes a deeply sarcastic sneer. "Long time no see. But Gao Neng remains dead silent, his eyes burning with a bone-chilling hatred. With an explosive roar, Mu Lu attempts to channel the legendary power of the Dragon Girl. Suddenly, a colossal detonation violently tears through the sky, raining massive sparks in every direction. Down on the war-torn earth, Qin Jianfei and Wu Qingjing shout in sheer panic. They scramble desperately to dodge the burning debris crashing down from the heavens. As if sensing an overwhelming and terrifying presence, he speaks with absolute gravity. "That is Zilan." She abruptly descends from the sky, her face an unreadable mask of ice. Wisps of arcane smoke still drift from her fingertips, the aftermath of a devastating spell. Qin Jianfei finishes his earlier thought, his voice tight. The Dragon Maiden. She is the legendary Dragon Fairy, Bai Fei Sui. High above, an earth-shattering brawl erupts, the tension thick enough to slice with a blade. Without warning, Gao Neng draws his blade. He shoots forward like a meteor, leaving Qingjing completely bewildered. "Gao Neng, what are you doing?" Gao Neng throws a glance over his shoulder. "That is my mother." Qingjing freezes in disbelief, his eyes widening as he watches the young man soar into the chaotic sky. "Wait, your mother?" Qingjing's face grows incredibly solemn as he desperately racks his brain for Gao Neng's origins. If memory serves him right, this boy was born in the Forsaken Wastelands. Is his mother not just an ordinary human? Because the woman hovering in the sky right now is an absolute powerhouse, the legendary Bai Fei Xiu herself. Beside him, Ning materializes out of thin air. She firmly confirms the impossible truth. Gao Neng's mother is indeed the Dragon Fairy, Bai Fei Sui. The revelation hits Qingjing like a physical blow. "What?" Jianfei furrows his brows, turning to double-check with Ning "Are you saying Gao Neng's mother is actually Bai Fei Xiu?" She nods, unraveling even more closely guarded secrets about Gao Neng's lineage. The truth is, Gao Neng himself only learned of this during his campaign in the northern battlefield. Before that bloody expedition, his mother's true identity was a complete mystery to him. Up in the clouds, Mulu locks in a brutal clash with Zilan. A sinister smirk creeps onto his face. "Dragon Maiden, 18 years have passed. Is this pathetic display all the strength you have left?" She offers no words, only tightening her fist as immense mana gathers. Boom! Zilan unleashes a devastating punch straight into Mulu's wing. The impact sends him staggering back, blood spilling from the sheer force. Down below, Qingjing shudders at her overwhelming might. What monstrous power! Jianfei gasps in absolute shock. The Dragon Fairy's raw strength can actually be compared to the legendary Elder Qin. Back in the blood-soaked sky, Mulu wipes his mouth and lets out a chilling laugh. "Dragon Maiden, is this really the extent of your legendary prowess?" Suddenly, the falling angelic feathers begin to glow with a blinding, volatile light. Zilan's eyes narrow, but Jianfei realizes the horrific truth first. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Get back! This six-winged angel is detonating his own wings." A blast at this range could fatally wound even Elder Qin. Hearing this, Gao Neng's blood runs cold. Absolute panic seizes his heart as he cries out, "Mother!" But the moment the word leaves his lips, a catastrophic explosion swallows the sky in blinding white light. No! Ning Jianfei, and Qingjing stand paralyzed below, horrified by the devastating blast. Everyone thinks the worst has happened. But from the heart of the smoldering smoke, an eerily calm voice calls out to Mu Lu, "Six-winged angel, Heavenly Commander Mu Lu." Zilan flexes her hand, revealing terrifying, razor-sharp dragon claws as she mocks him. 18 years later, and you are still as pathetic as ever. Gao Neng gasps, his voice breaking as he stares in awe. The smoke completely dissipates, revealing his mother in a breathtaking, awakened form. "You want to witness my true strength so badly?" Zilan's gaze is infinitely sharper than Gao Neng's blade. "Then open your eyes in despair." Bam! She vanishes and reappears, gifting a colossal punch straight to Mulu's face. The heavenly being is launched away before he can even raise a guard, violently crashing into the earth and cratering the ground. Jianfei trembles from head to toe as he witnesses the one-sided massacre. Is this the true, unleashed power of the Dragon Fairy? Qingjing swallows hard, terror gripping his soul. Such unimaginable might. Is this truly the legendary strength granted to those who survive the Dragon Tomb? It only takes a single strike for Mulu to cough up a massive mouthful of blood, his divine resilience shattered. Yet, the battered angel laughs maniacally from the crater. He has proven his twisted theory. "Dragon Maiden, you finally revealed your true, filthy identity. The dragon race is not extinct after all." High above the ruined earth, Zilan hovers majestically with Gao Neng protecting her back. She fiercely adds to the revelation. "No, We are not just alive. I even had a son with a human. From the depths of the crater, Mulu screams his crazed interrogation. 18 years ago, the bastard in your womb was him, was it not? The crown prince of the dragon race. This earth-shattering revelation sends shockwaves through Gao Neng's very core. He looks at his own hands. I am. Of the dragon race? Chaos erupts among the human ranks below. The soldiers huddle together, whispering furiously. The dragon race? Counselor Gao is the crown prince of the dragons? Doesn't that make him an enemy to humanity? How is that even possible? He looks entirely human, another argues. But look at him. The dragon claws, the scales, the horns. Even his eyes have transformed. Those are the legendary traits of pure-blooded dragons. Zilan stands resolute in the sky. Her beautiful face darkens like an approaching storm, offering no excuses to the murmuring humans. Seizing the moment to sow discord, Mulu spits with utter contempt. You two are the peak of the noble dragon race, yet you reduced yourselves to stray dogs, begging for the human alliance's protection. How pathetic. Refusing to stay down, the angel forcefully spreads his remaining wings, shooting back into the sky to confront the mother-son duo. Now look closely, you arrogant lizards. Mulu roars. Do you really think these humans will still blindly follow your orders? As the aerial clash reignites, Jianfei and Qingjing can only watch in stunned silence. The dragon fairy is actually a pure-blooded dragon? Is she not just a human who inherited power from the dragon tomb? No, that is impossible. Jianfei vehemently denies the poison in the air. Gao Neng cannot be of an alien race. The heavenly race is just trying to tear us apart from the inside. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes from behind, catching Qingjing off guard. I always wondered why the savage tribes of the northern battlefield fought alongside us humans, but now, the puzzle pieces finally fit. Counselor Liang steps out from the shadows, his tone dripping with venom. It is simply because our esteemed commander is a monster himself. Counselor Guo immediately chimes in, his eyes cold. I propose we instantly initiate Contingency Plan 0. Jianfei whips around, utterly shocked by their sudden appearance. Old Liang, old Guo, Jianfei shouts. Weren't you two supposed to be on standby outside the perimeter? What are you doing here? Counselor Liang's face twists in rage as he points an accusing finger at Jianfei. Still talking about standby? Are you blind to the apocalypse happening right in front of us? The dragon race is just using humanity as meat shields to wipe out their rivals. Mark my words, once the angels are dead, we are next on their chopping block. Even while locked in a deathmatch high above, Qinlei catches wind of the mutiny. Do not listen to the heavenly race's venom, he roars at the top of his lungs. His booming voice echoes across the battlefield, anchoring Gao Neng's spirit. Gao Neng's dragon maiden is absolutely not from the dragon clan. She merely drank dragon blood inside the dragon tomb. Mulu's lips curl into a sinister, scheming smile. His voice booms across the battlefield, desperately trying to manipulate the young man's mind. Drink dragon blood? Since when did such a legendary substance exist in this world? As for this so-called dragon tomb, it is an ancient, sacred land guarded by the dragon clan for countless generations. It is a forbidden realm where only true dragons can ever set foot. Qinlei furrows his brows, fiercely debating Mulu. If only true dragons can enter the dragon tomb, then how on earth did Bai Fake Show become pregnant? Do not even try to sow discord. Hearing this, Mulu throws his head back, his mocking laughter aimed directly at Zilan. Exactly. What shameful acts did she commit inside the dragon tomb to betray the dragon ancestor? I am afraid only she knows the dirty truth. I cannot fathom what kind of mere human could force a noble dragon maiden to lower herself to such a pathetic state. She can only grit her teeth in blazing fury, unable to silence him. Suddenly, a massive mouthful of dark blood erupts from Zilan's lips. So, it is the Beast Clan Sword Saint. The warrior charges at her, his deadly blade raised high. Dragon Maiden. 18 years ago, you managed to escape your fated doom, but today will be the day you finally die. Right behind Zilan's back, a devastating sword strike cuts through the air. The lethal attack aims straight for her vital points. The Beast Clan Sword Saint's terrifying blade closes in on Zilan. Its ungodly speed brings it mere inches from her face, right before a massive, earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupts. But wait. From the thick, billowing smoke, a massive dragon claw bursts forth to block the deadly blade. Bai Feixu reveals her true form, using her sheer physical might to completely shatter the Beast Clan Sword Saint's fierce attack. Having crushed the assault, Bai Feixu opens her massive jaws and unleashes a heaven-shaking roar. Seeing Zilan's ultimate transformation, Mulu's eyes light up with twisted delight. He lets out a triumphant, villainous laugh. Well done, Sword. You finally forced her to stop hiding her true body. While the Dragon Maiden is distracted, Mulu points his finger directly at the human army, barking a commanding order. All of you, open your eyes wide and look closely. This is absolutely not some cheap transformation technique, nor is it a mere illusion. This is her absolute true form. How could a lowly human ever transform into a real dragon? Only the legendary Dragon Clan possesses such overwhelming power. The gathered soldiers stand completely paralyzed by the awe-inspiring sight before them. It is a dragon. It is not an illusion. She is actually real. Bai Fei Sui is truly a member of the Dragon Clan. She is an alien race, exactly like the Celestial Clan. Floating high above, Qin Lei hears the panicked murmurs and quickly steps up to defend Zilan's honor. Even if Bai Fei Sui is truly from the Dragon Clan, that does not mean Gao Neng is one of them. You said it yourself. No outsider can ever enter the Dragon Tomb. He could simply be Bai Fei Sui's adopted son. That is right. Gao Neng is a proud member of our human race. Gao Neng, do not fall for their venomous tricks. You are absolutely not an alien. Hovering silently in the chaotic sky, Gao Neng simply lowers his head, completely speechless. Am I truly human? Was I just an adopted child? A deep, sorrowful shadow flashes across Gao Neng's eyes. No! Zilan is my real mother. She carried me in her womb and gave birth to me. I am absolutely not some random orphan she picked up. Reigniting the blazing fire within his soul, the young man lifts his chin proudly and lets his voice echo across the heavens. And as her true-born son, no matter what mistakes I might make in this life, there is only one absolute rule I will never break. The moment those words leave his lips, Gao Neng violently unleashes every ounce of energy sleeping within his body. That is, I will never stand by and watch my mother be bullied by anyone. His heaven-defying declaration catches Ninger completely off guard. First, a massive dragon claw tears through reality. Then, a razor-sharp tail whips through the dense smoke. Finally, a majestic, fully formed dragon emerges in the sky. Gao Neng has unleashed his ultimate transformation. Counselor Gao. Gao Neng is actually a member of the Dragon Clan too. The Beast Clan Sword Saint watches the magnificent beast, his face draining of all color in pure, unadulterated terror. It is actually a legendary five-clawed golden dragon. Beside him, Mulu mirrors the exact same expression of sheer horror. His mind practically short-circuits from the shock. How is this possible? How could a descendant tainted with lowly human blood awaken the absolute noblest bloodline in existence? Blinding golden light erupts from the eyes of Gao Neng's dragon avatar. Every single drop of blood and every cell in his magnificent body feels like it is caught in a roaring, unstoppable inferno. Within this godlike form, Gao Neng finally understands the undeniable truth. It is not an illusion. Just like his beloved mother, he is a true, undeniable dragon. With a soul-shattering roar, he tears through the sky, diving straight toward the treacherous duo of Mulu and the Beast Clan Sword Saint. Meanwhile, Bai Fei Sui opens her colossal jaws, rapidly charging a devastating sphere of pure, concentrated energy. Barely dodging Gao Neng's furious dive, the Sword Saint screams in absolute panic. Mulu, watch your back. In that exact split second, Bai Fei Sui's catastrophic energy blast fires like a meteor, hurtling straight toward the two villains. The Beast Clan Sword Saint frantically raises his legendary blade to block the apocalyptic beam of light. However, in his desperate struggle, he completely forgets about the ferocious golden dragon striking from his blind spot. Gao Neng raises his indestructible, razor-sharp claws high into the heavens. With a blinding flash, he slashes mercilessly across the warrior's exposed back. Seeing his comrade fall, Mulu urgently propels himself forward to intercept the fatal blow. Sword, watch out. We absolutely cannot underestimate a terrifying level 9 giant dragon. Across the battlefield, Bai Fei Sui's draconic features twist into a mask of pure, unadulterated wrath. Mulu, you and that pathetic swordsman will meet your miserable ends right here, right now. Suddenly, shooting up from the ground like a fired bullet, Xiao Meng joins the fray. Brother, I always knew the day would come when you would stand by our side. The fierce girl rockets toward Gao Neng, ready to back up her precious ally. Today, we slaughter every last one of them together. But before she can unleash her strike, the Beast Clan Sword Saint cruelly intercepts her with a lightning-fast slash. You think a pathetic little street cat like you has the right to challenge me? The vicious blade cleanly slices Xiao Meng's body entirely in half. But in a stunning twist of fate, her severed body instantly dissolves into a thick cloud of mystical smoke. Bursting from the phantom smoke, two perfect, lethal clones of Xiao Meng emerge. Both shadows lunge simultaneously at the Beast Clan's Sword Saint. A flurry of lightning-fast claws shreds the arrogant warrior's face into a bloody mess. The Beast Clan Sword Saint clutches his mangled face, screaming out in agonizing, humiliating pain. "I will slaughter you all. I will tear you to pieces." Watching the brutal sky battle unfold, Ning-Er and Changsheng stand frozen in absolute awe. Meanwhile, Qingjing and Jianfei watch the escalating disaster in dead silence. Frustrated by their paralyzing shock, Counselor Liang violently slams his fist onto the fortified wall, his face flushed with boiling anger. Two terrifying dragons. The entire destiny of our great human alliance is actually being dictated by two damn beasts. Hearing this grim reality, Counselor Guo urgently turns to pressure Qingjing. "Chairman Wu, you cannot afford to hesitate any longer. You must activate absolute backup plan number 0 right now, while we still have a chance." Counselor Liang sharply turns to the chairman, tightly clenching his fists as he delivers his desperate warning. "Old Wu, listen to reason. We all know the terrifying truth about Gao Neng's situation. He might just be blinded by his mother's influence, but at the end of the day, he is a dragon, a creature of an alien race. Shut your mouths." A sudden shout makes Councilman Guo and Councilman Liang flinch in shock. They turn to see Shen Ninger standing there. Her commanding presence alone demands an explanation. "Councilman Liang, Councilman Guo, your battlefield is not here in the command center. The Supreme Commander of the Human Alliance is currently Gao Neng." Ninger's face darkens with absolute authority. "What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to seize power?" Feeling utterly humiliated, Councilman Liang explodes in blazing fury. "You arrogant little brat. How dare you speak to me with such insolence? Do you know that even your grandfather wouldn't dare? Why wouldn't I dare?" A thunderous voice slices through his pathetic rant. Shen Changsheng frowns, glaring daggers at Councilman Liang. "Councilman Liang, this is the command center. Your place is out there on the bleeding front line. Wasn't this already decided by the Supreme Council?" Confronted by this overwhelming aura, the councilman shrinks back in visible hesitation. "You. All of you." Fortunately, Qingjing steps up to diffuse the explosive tension. He places a calming hand on Councilman Liang. Ning-Er's words might be piercingly blunt, but the Supreme Commander of the Human Alliance is undeniably Gao Neng. Besides, hasn't our master plan already been approved by the Supreme Council? Yet, his rage refuses to die down as he points a trembling finger forward. But his true identity wasn't exposed back then. Now, he is a literal dragon. Ninger furrows her brows, instantly cutting him off. "So what if he is a dragon?" Insulted beyond belief, Councilman Liang jabs his finger at her. "Shen Ninger, you are nothing but a junior. I can be magnanimous and forgive your disrespect just this once, but this is absolutely not the time for you to interrupt." Ninger responds with deadly silence. With a single snap of her fingers, Gao Neng's genetic weapons materialize out of thin air. The terrifying arsenal completely surrounds Councilman Guo and Councilman Liang. They stumble back, trembling in pure horror. "Genetic weapons." Ning-Er stares them down with absolute conviction. "That is right. All 98 remaining weapons are entirely under my control. If Councilman Liang and Councilman Guo wish to defy the commander and forcefully activate Contingency Plan 0, Councilman Liang's voice drops to a freezing glare. "Are you actually threatening me?" Ning-Er's imposing aura does not yield an inch, clapping back instantly. "No, I just want to burn one fact into your mind. This is war." She mercilessly aims the lethal weapons straight at them. War is not a childish game, and true soldiers do not care about your age or your pathetic status. War is the most brutal reality. If you are weak, then you better obediently shut your mouths. Councilman Guo grinds his teeth so hard they might shatter. "Shen Ninger, if you foolishly believe this little stunt will force us to support Gao Neng, then you are dead wrong. We have lived long enough. We do not fear death." Beside him, Councilman Liang inflates with blinding self-righteousness. To think Gao Neng secretly left this ace up his sleeve. It seems that monster has been plotting against us from the very beginning. Unfazed, Ninger fiercely doubles down on her stance. "Exactly. My constant presence in the command center has always been to prevent catastrophic betrayals like this." This bold confession only feeds the toxic paranoia festering in Councilman Guo's heart. He lets out a mocking sneer. Councilman Gao truly schemes without leaving a single trace. It seems the six-winged angel was right all along. His disgustingly arrogant attitude pushes Ninger past her absolute breaking point. "Councilman Guo, do you find something amusing?" The old man barks back. "Can I not laugh? To think humanity is forced to bow under the oppressive aura of a filthy dragon." Ninger locks eyes with him, staring straight into his soul. She repeats his exact words like a venomous echo, the oppressive aura of a dragon, is it? With suffocating intensity, she steps forward, forcing the old man into a corner with her relentless pressure. When the Northern District was on the brink of absolute destruction, you cowards were ready to abandon 20 million innocent citizens. He stayed behind. He defended the base and saved those people. Is that the oppressive dragon aura you are so afraid of? Crushed by the weight of their own guilt, both councilmen immediately lower their heads. Their lips tremble pathetically, unable to form a single word of defense. Ninger's voice echoes like thunder through the room. Without Gao Neng, the Northern District would have fallen. 1/4 of Hope City would have been devoured by the alien race. Humanity's throat would be pressed against the sharpest blade of extinction. Even after he sacrificed everything to achieve this. Just because he is a dragon, you immediately assume he has some evil ulterior motive? She holds absolutely nothing back, stripping away their hypocritical masks and exposing every single one of their sins. When the city walls shattered, it was the dragon who held back the alien horde for us. And what exactly were you doing? Those traitors seized the Supreme Council. They hijacked Supreme Military Command, caused the tragic death of Elder Jian, and left Hope City completely surrounded by enemies. Every single word strikes like a devastating physical blow to the faces of the two politicians. They stand completely paralyzed, choking on Ninger's brutal interrogation of their past cowardice. Slowly, she raises her hand, pointing straight toward the epic clash of the two draconic figures tearing through the sky. This is war. This is the bloody reality the human alliance must desperately face. Ninger looks up at Tian Nan, who is locked in a world-shattering duel against Mu Lu, pointing to the ultimate proof of true loyalty. The absolute strongest powerhouses of humanity. They have not wavered for a single second. Her finger shifts toward Elder Qin, driving the undeniable truth home. They are out there right now, fighting shoulder to shoulder with Gao Neng. Raw emotion bleeds into every syllable she speaks. We trust Gao Neng with our lives, because what we trust is his unwavering character as a man. Ninger screams the final truth, basking in the deeply supportive gazes of Qing Jing and Jian Fei, and not the blood of his race. Councilman Liang and Councilman Guo are visibly shaken to their cores. Their stubborn foundation is cracking under her fiery speech. Yet, a disgusting kernel of doubt still festers within Guo. But suddenly, Councilman Liang completely snaps. He steps forward, waving his arms in pure, unfiltered hysteria. Why is he a dragon? Are you all completely blind to the monster he is? Bai Fake Sui is an alien, and Gao Neng is exactly the same. They are both. Before the vicious words could even leave his mouth, a commanding voice sliced through the tension like a blade. Furthermore, even if Gao Neng possesses the power to transform into a dragon, that does not make him a monster. The one who spoke was none other than Zhou Ruoro, the legendary master of the ancient Ma sect. She stood tall upon the towering city walls, gazing down with piercing eyes that left Councillor Liang completely stunned. Sect Master Zhou, Councillor Liang sputtered, desperately trying to maintain his authority. This is the Supreme Military Command Center, even with your esteemed status. But she instantly shut him down a second time. As the master of the ancient Ime sect, I naturally have no right to enter this place. However, if my memory serves me right, in that exact split second, the air around Zhou Ruoro warped violently. A terrifying, mountain-like aura erupted from her very core. Her voice echoed with absolute authority, emphasizing every single syllable. Any supreme expert of the human alliance holds the unshakable right to supervise the high counselors. Qing Jing instantly sensed the earth-shattering shift, this suffocating sword intent, this overwhelming energy. It was the unmistakable aura of a supreme expert. Shen Changsheng's eyes lit up with wild excitement. Sect Master Zhou has actually broken through. The human alliance has just gained another supreme expert. Councillor Liang and Councillor Guo hastily bowed, their arrogant attitudes completely crushed. Congratulations, Sect Master Zhou. 10 years of bitter cultivation have finally borne fruit. This is a massive victory for all of humanity. But the Sect Master merely narrowed her eyes, a freezing aura radiating from her gaze. What exactly do you call a victory for humanity? Councillor Liang, Councillor Guo, are you two really foolish enough to miss my point entirely? A cold sweat broke out on Councillor Liang's forehead as he stammered. What exactly are you implying? Sect Master Zhou. She stepped forward, her overwhelming presence pressing down on them. Let me ask you, how do you define an alien? If transforming into a dragon makes someone a monster, then what are you two? During the Great War 18 years ago, Councillor Liang, you drank the holy water by sheer luck, did you not? That gave you the power to transform. Zhou Ruoro's voice dripped with razor-sharp mockery. If a human who can transform is not a freak of nature, then tell me, what are you? Counselor Liang stammered, frantically trying to defend his pride. That is different. But she ignored his pathetic excuses, instantly shifting her deadly glare to his partner. And you, Counselor Guo, both of your legs possess the unique abilities of an alien race. The accused counselor flinched, stuttering helplessly as he desperately searched for words. But I only used it to. The deafening ring of steel cut him off. Zhou Ruoruo unsheathed her blade, her killing intent silencing the entire room. To survive and achieve absolute power, humanity must constantly break its own limits. We must constantly evolve. By your twisted logic, are all energy warriors monsters too? Since when does a normal human body naturally manifest an energy core? I myself absorbed the evolutionary energy from the northern alien race. I now wield the absolute power to control ice. Does that make me an enemy of humanity as well? She lowered her blazing eyes, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Let me enlighten you fools on one final truth. My ascension today. It was all entirely thanks to Gao Neng. It was his guidance that shattered my bottleneck, allowing me to step into the realm of supreme experts. Counselor Liang's jaw dropped in sheer horror. Gao Neng. Did this? Counselor Guo staggered back, completely mind-blown. A mere kid helped you reach the supreme realm? How is that even scientifically possible? He is only at the 9th tier himself. How could he possibly guide you? Zhou Ruoruo stood her ground, her faith unshakable. That boy achieves the impossible every single day. He holds miracles in the palm of his hand. I care nothing for your pathetic definitions of what makes a monster. No matter how terrifying his powers may become, I only acknowledge one absolute truth. Gao Neng is human. If anyone dares to question his humanity again, they will have to argue with my blade first. Having delivered her final, devastating warning, Zhou Ruoruo did not waste another breath. In a flash of blinding light, she launched herself directly into the heart of the battlefield. I am going to fight for the future of humanity right alongside Gao Neng. Counselor Liang, Counselor Guo, you two cowards can do whatever you please. The two high and mighty counselors stood frozen in place, completely humiliated by warrior after warrior. A bitter sense of shame choked their throats, leaving them utterly speechless. They mumbled, but Shen Ninger stepped forward, her icy gaze delivering the ultimate fatal strike to their egos. Counselors, this is the ultimate command center of humanity. If you two only plan to cower behind backup plan 0 to secure a hollow victory, then get out of our way. Leave the actual life and death fighting to the real warriors. Her ruthless words pierced straight through their crumbling pride, igniting a dormant fire within the old veterans. The human alliance had no room for cowards. Counselor Liang fiercely pointed a trembling finger at her, his eyes bloodshot. Shen Ninger, you can curse my methods all you want, but the one thing I will never allow you to call me is a coward. If I actually return alive from this bloody battlefield today, then I am completely unworthy of the Liang family name. Counselor Guo's fighting spirit suddenly roared back to life like a dormant volcano. Well said, old brother. We ancient fossils have lived long enough anyway. Today, we put everything on the line. Roaring with newfound resolve, Counselor Liang violently ripped off his upper garments. He unsheathed his battle-worn weapon, his muscles tensed and ready for an absolute massacre. Old Wu, I will see you in the next life, Counselor Liang roared across the room. Qing Jing, who was suddenly called out by his old nickname, blinked in utter confusion before responding. Old Liang, there is no need to wait for the next life. We will meet in the underworld soon enough. Hearing this, Counselor Liang tilted his chin and laughed maniacally, happily making a promise. Perfect. I will be waiting for you in hell. The fiery counselor then shifted his fierce gaze toward his old rival. Shen Changsheng, you raised one hell of a granddaughter. My useless brats back home could never compare to her. And frankly, neither can I. Having finally made peace with his impending death, Counselor Liang exploded off the ground like a ballistic missile, soaring into the sky right alongside Counselor Guo. Down below, Shen Changsheng watched their heroic departure. He gently stroked his chin, a deep, knowing smirk playing on his lips. Of course you cannot compare to me, he whispered with a chuckle. After all, there is a very high chance that my future grandson-in-law is a literal dragon. Shen Ninger slowly raised her eyes to the apocalyptic sky. She watched as legendary figures streaked across the horizon, all rushing to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gao Neng. The time has finally come, she murmured. Qing Jing and the remaining warriors nodded in unison, their battle auras flaring to life as they prepared for the final stand. Tang Tang took one last, deep breath, as the true nightmare was just about to begin. Sister Ninger, if we are launching a full-scale counterattack, There is absolutely no way I am missing out on the action. Ning-Er answers with a confident smile. In a flash of light, she swaps into her sleek battle gear. Together, they blast into the sky, rocketing straight toward the aerial battlefield. Down below, the call to arms spreads like wildfire among the troops. Hear me, defenders of the human alliance. Ning-Er's voice echoes with absolute authority. Whether the blood flowing through Gao Neng's veins belongs to a dragon or not, we all know one undeniable truth. During the Battle of the Northern District, it was Gao Neng who led our forces to crush an army of over 200,000 alien invaders. Every single word she speaks drips with raw, unshakable conviction. And right now, he is risking his life on the front lines once again, fighting toe-to-toe with the enemy's supreme powerhouses. Her passionate speech ignites a roaring fire in the hearts of the great army. She is absolutely right. Gao Neng is the hero who saved 20 million civilian lives in the Northern District. Just moments ago, he slaughtered tens of thousands of alien troops single-handedly. A fierce warrior steps forward, his voice booming with absolute certainty. He is no alien monster. He is one of us, the supreme commander of our human alliance. This explosive morale boost is exactly the spark Ning-Er was waiting for. Raising her fist to the heavens, she delivers her ultimate battle cry. Today, we might leave our status, our wealth, and even our lives on this very soil. But there is one thing we will never surrender. And that is victory. We will crush the Eastern Alien Coalition and claim our triumph. An earth-shattering roar erupts from the defending army. Weapons pierce the sky as they chant in perfect unison. Victory, victory, victory. Ning-Er's expression turns dead serious, her aura flaring with intense leadership. For the very survival of the human alliance, I now issue my final order. Leading the charge, she dives straight into the enemy lines, kicking off the massive counterattack. Meanwhile, across the blood-soaked plains, Councilman Liang and Councilman Guo are also rallying their elite forces into the fray. Charge! Councilman Liang bellows like a raging beast, his booming voice hyping up his men. Warriors of the Guardian Vanguard, today is the day you prove your true strength to the world. Let your blood boil. Let this be the most glorious battle of your lives, for the future of the Alliance, for the dawn of humanity. Kill them all. In an instant, the army's killing intent skyrockets to terrifying heights. Kill! The unified scream of countless soldiers shakes the very earth. Watching this insane display of human courage, Da Hu and his gang are struck with sheer panic. Are you kidding me? Have these humans completely lost their minds? They barely have tens of thousands of troops, yet they dare to clash with us head-on? Beside him, a mysterious figure cloaked in black lets out a wicked, mocking laugh. Ha ha ha. I never expected the tides of fate to shift this beautifully. A green-faced alien chimes in with a sinister grin. Our supreme powerhouses could not gain the upper hand. The entire battlefield was locked in a bitter stalemate. Who would have thought these foolish humans would voluntarily abandon the safety of their massive fortress walls? The black-cloaked alien snaps his head back, screaming with bloodthirsty excitement. Brother Mu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Order the coalition to attack, now. Mu Lu, the enemy commander, is already glaring heavily at the chaotic battlefield below, but a shadow of doubt clouds his mind. Yes, this is a golden opportunity. But are humans truly this suicidal? Could this be a deadly, calculated trap? Seizing the exact moment Mu Lu loses focus, Ziluo descends from the sky like a falling meteor, smashing down with a ruthlessly savage strike. The brutal impact sends Mu Lu skidding violently backward. His allies scream at him in utter desperation. Brother Mu, give the damn order. If we wait for them to retreat behind those walls, we will lose everything. Mu Lu's mind races at lightning speed. If they do not fight to the death right here, their only other option is a humiliating retreat. 300,000 Eastern Alliance warriors forced to run away. He flat out refuses to let that absolute nightmare become reality. With blazing resolve, he makes his ultimate choice. Relay my command. Order the entire coalition to flank them from the left and right. We will fight this human alliance to the bitter, bloody end. That was the exact command the bloodthirsty hordes were waiting for. They roar like wild beasts, surging forward in a massive, unstoppable tidal wave. Crush the Eastern District base. Wipe out every last human. Back on the human side, Councilman Liang triggers his ultimate gigantification skill. His face twists into a fiercely arrogant smirk. Come get some, you worthless trash. Every muscle in his massive body bulges with explosive, T-tangent-like power, gripping his colossal battle axe. He unleashes a heaven-splitting downward slash, creating a massive shockwave that obliterates the enemy's front line. The devastating aftershock violently blasts the alien scum into the dirt. Not wanting to be outdone, Councilman Guo bursts into wild laughter. Old Liang, save some of the fun for me. This epic opening strike sends a massive adrenaline rush through the rest of the veteran warriors. Hell yes, I have not felt my blood pump this hard in over 10 years. One of the fearless elders even throws his head back and declares his ultimate resolve. I have already found a worthy successor to take my place. So today, I am more than happy to leave my old bones right here on this battlefield. Hearing this, the black-cloaked alien's eyes widen in sheer, creeping dread. These high-level humans possess absolutely no fear of death. Are they truly planning to fight until their aura runs dry and they die surrounded by our forces? Dahu is sweating bullets, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying situation. I have never seen humans deploy a suicidal battle formation like this. They have gone completely insane. Right as the battlefield chaos reaches its absolute peak, Ning'er's high-tier mechanized armor crashes into the fray. She and Tang Tang stand proudly on its massive metal shoulders, their heavy landing sending a violent tremor that shatters the enemy grunt's morale. With a sharp, deadly wave of her hand, Ning'er issues her merciless command. Show absolutely zero mercy. Annihilate them all. Standing right beside her, Tong Tong is practically vibrating with explosive, pent-up battle lust. Today, the Reaper herself is going all out. I will not stop slaughtering until my hands literally break. She unleashes an apocalyptic storm of rapid-fire bullets, turning the enemy front line into a blazing hellscape of smoke and fire. Desperate to stop the carnage, Dahu and his comrade lunge forward, aiming to take Tang Tang out at close range. Damn it, focus your attacks. Kill that heavy weapon psycho first. But do they honestly think the humans will just let them attack so easily? Suddenly, blinding streaks of lethal light flash across the sky. Before a single alien can even process what is happening, a flurry of razor-sharp slashes tears through the giant tiger warriors. Crimson blood drips from his mouth. His eyes roll back in absolute shock. As the beast falls, the true attacker is revealed, wielding a deadly genetic weapon. The surviving beasts stare in horror at Ning'er's fierce formation. With level 8 genetic weapons guarding them, how are they supposed to advance? Mulu's voice booms across the battlefield. Do not panic. The humans are just burning out. Wasting energy like that, they will not last. Keep splitting up and surround them from all sides. They will drain their stamina in no time. But Zilan refuses to give him time to strategize. She lunges with her dragon claws, though Mulu narrowly dodges the fatal strike. Mulu clicks his tongue in pure arrogance. Dragon Lady, getting anxious now? Wars are never won by brute force alone. He turns to his most powerful ally. Sword, can you still hold out? Despite being surrounded, the Beast Clan's Sword Saint scoffs. Not a problem at all. He lifts his chin with absolute certainty. These weaklings could never take me down. Hearing this, Mulu's confidence skyrockets. Victory is practically in his grasp. He smirks to himself. Though the battle of supreme experts is locked in a stalemate, the humans stand no chance of actually winning. The sheer gap in numbers is undeniable. Humanity's only choice is to retreat to their base before the ultimate trap snaps shut. Those old fossils and the two girls push too deep. They are dead meat. A thrill of pure ecstasy runs through Mulu. If they stay, they die. If they run, they die. He raises his voice to frenzy the beast army. Charge, tear them to pieces. Keep pushing forward. But as he glances down at the shifting battlefield, Mulu suddenly freezes in absolute shock. What on earth is happening? Mixed within the human alliance forces. It is not just the standard guard units. Qingjing, Changsheng, and Fei Jian are all down there. Qingjing even issues a chilling new order. The Supreme Council and the guard units. No one is to hold back. Everyone, charge forward for me. This completely shatters Mulu's predictions. Even the entire human command team is joining the bloodbath. Are these humans aiming for mutual destruction? They are practically begging for death. Could the human alliance truly be this foolish? The Beast Clan Sword Saint roars impatiently. Mu, stop spacing out. Just hold the line a little longer, and humanity will fall. The ferocious shout snaps Mulu back to reality. But the lingering dread refuses to leave his face. Clashing head-on against Gao Neng's terrifying dragon form, the Sword Saint sneers with absolute contempt. Kids will always be kids, overflowing with talent, but absolutely pathetic at battlefield tactics. Delusional in his confidence, he boldly declares, humanity is about to face utter ruin. Scanning the brutal meat grinder below, the tiny force of human guards is completely swallowed by the raging beast tide. The monsters roar to the heavens. Kill them all. Mulu observes the shrinking circle with dark suspicion. The trap is almost sealed. Do the humans seriously have no backup plan? The sheer difference in military power is suffocating. The entire human alliance is drowning in a sea of snarling beasts. The ultimate encirclement is finally complete. The Beast Clan Sword Saint clenches his fists, bursting into maniacal laughter. It is done. Our victory is etched in stone. But suddenly, a deafening war horn shatters the sky. The Beast Army freezes in mass confusion. Who is sounding the command horn? A chilling sense of doom crawls up Mulu's spine. He mutters in horror, while even the black-cloaked figure cries out in shock. That war horn, that marching rhythm. At this exact second, a single, terrifying thought strikes every beast's mind. Yuanju's eyes widen as he gasps in pure terror. Unless, and the thunderous earthquake of a massive charging army instantly confirms his worst nightmare. The northern region allied forces have arrived. Led by Commander Shui Fen, they set their sights right behind the eastern forces. Charge. A heaven-shaking battle cry erupts from the ground below. One of the beast elites turns pale green, screaming in horror. The northern allied forces? Not just their supreme experts. Humanity actually mobilized their entire northern army. Every single anomaly of this battle suddenly makes absolute sense. The giant tiger warriors tremble in realization. No wonder they dared to abandon the defensive walls. Mulu stomps the air in a fit of blinding rage. Those absolute lunatics. Are they not afraid of the southern and western regions launching a sneak attack? How dare they pull this off? Hovering calmly, Gao Neng finally speaks. Instead of moving every single soldier, I stationed 50,000 troops at the border of the north and west. Siphoning his massive aura, Gao Neng reverts to his human form. His eyes lock onto his enemies as he coldly declares the ultimate truth. With our western human army backing them up, our defenses are flawless. In this war, you have already lost. Unwilling to accept this crushing reality, Mulu screams like a madman. Damn it! Damn it all! Mulu's brain is short-circuiting. How on earth did you force the northern races into absolute submission? It makes no sense. Why would the proud northern clans ever take orders from humanity? Gao Neng simply chuckles, completely unfazed. Do you really need to ask? It is obviously because I am a true dragon. That single sentence lands like a devastating slap across Mulu's arrogant face. The beast commander grinds his teeth, glaring with pure venom. Seizing the distraction, Zilon unleashes a devastating breath attack. Caught off guard, Mulu desperately scrambles to block the blast. Trembling in fear, Yuanju frantically shouts over the chaos. Brother Mu, the tide has turned. We have to fall back. But Mulu's eyes are bloodshot with despair. Retreat? How the hell are they supposed to retreat? To trap the humans? Their army is already scattered into 16 isolated groups. The real nightmare has just begun. There is no other way left, the opponent stubbornly urges. If we do not fall back now, we will be completely surrounded. He bluntly lays out their grim reality. Our scattered forces have already lost their escape routes. At this point, risking our lives is the only option. We still hold the advantage in numbers. Even if they encircle us, defeat is not set in stone. Despite his confident words, a heavy shadow of unease weighs on Mulu's heart. This grand army of 300,000 is the entire foundation of the East region. Every race has their own hidden agendas. If they retreat or taste defeat now, this fragile alliance will shatter forever. But if they can just merge their scattered forces back together, they still have a fighting chance. It is as if Gao Neng can read his very thoughts. The young man raises an eyebrow, a mocking sneer curving his lips. You are already broken apart. Do you honestly believe you can just piece yourselves back together? Mulu grits his teeth, refusing to back down. We will not know until we try. Do not think you can use cheap mind games to stall for time. He frantically barks orders to his subordinates. They must merge the divided units, smash through the rear encirclement, and rebuild their battle formation immediately. This is exactly what Gao Neng has been waiting for. He narrows his eyes at the desperate man before him. Angel Tribe, your defeat is already sealed. Suddenly, an urgent report echoes from below humanity. Has a new commander. Mulu has no time to exchange verbal blows with Gao Neng, his panicked gaze snapping toward the battlefield beneath them. What is going on? Could it be the north, south, or west regions? He racks his brain for answers, but when he spots Shimo standing at the epicenter, the terrifying truth hits him. This is not a regional force. These are humanity's reinforcements. The moment these reinforcements arrive, they unleash a devastating all-out assault. With a single, earth-shattering punch, Shimo sends dozens of Beast Tribe warriors flying into the air. The man is practically vibrating with unprecedented battle lust. Since Gao Neng is no longer human, that means I, Shimo, am once again number 1 on the dragon ranking. Fueled by competitive fire, his attacks grow deadlier by the second, leading the entire army to obliterate every obstacle in their path. Elite warriors from every martial sect have descended upon the battlefield. They provide crucial combat support, crushing any enemy foolish enough to stand in their way. Qinglian charges at the very front, leading a massive battalion to converge with the main forces. Their sudden, explosive entrance leaves Mulu completely stunned. The human army has been lying in ambush right beneath their feet. Gao Neng coldly shatters the last remnants of Mulu's hope. That is right, 20 squads in total. And every single ambush location aligns perfectly with the exact spots you need to merge your troops. That single sentence strikes Mulu like a bolt of lightning, freezing his entire body. He simply cannot believe his own ears. Every single rallying point is rigged with a deadly ambush. For the first time since this brutal war began, a primal terror crawls up Mulu's spine. Everything. It is all within your calculations. He stands paralyzed in shock, until Zilan kindly offers a deadly reminder. Mulu, you let your guard down. She unleashes a terrifying surge of inner energy, her jaws opening wide as she launches herself at her prey like a fired arrow. The majestic phantom of the white dragon closes in on Mulu from behind. Yet, the man is still trapped in his daze. Suddenly, every survival instinct in his body screams in pure, unadulterated terror. In a literal flash, Zilan closes the gap, her lethal presence hovering mere inches from his back. He cannot react in time. By the time he snaps out of his stupor and whips his head around, his arm vanishes into Zilan's jaws, followed by a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. The Beast Tribe Sword Saint catches wind of the gruesome commotion. One glance at the bloody scene, and he cries out in absolute panic. Tian Xiaomeng and Ruo Ruo instantly notice his distraction. Seizing the golden opportunity, they lunge forward to execute a flawless pincer attack. But the Beast Tribe Sword Saint is no ordinary warrior. He instantly reads their killing intent, sweeping his blade in a fierce counterattack. Get lost! Clearing his path, he bolts toward Mulu, desperate to save his falling ally. But Gao Neng will never make things that easy. You actually think you can save someone right now? He materializes out of thin air, completely blocking the Beast Tribe Sword Saint's path. I am afraid you cannot even save yourself, he mocks. Boiling with rage, the opponent levels his blade and roars. You arrogant bastard, get out of my way. Gao Neng naturally has no intention of stepping aside. His eyes glow as he activates the Azure Dragon illusion art. This exact moment of blinding rage is exactly what I was waiting for. The instant their eyes lock, the Beast Tribe Sword Saint's body goes completely rigid. The lethal sword thrust aimed at Gao Neng's throat halts unnaturally in midair. When the Beast Tribe Sword Saint finally regains his senses, he realizes the battlefield has vanished. He is trapped in an entirely different dimension. He gnashes his teeth, scanning the eerie surroundings. Damn you! A mere high-level brat dares to cast illusions on me? Fueled by pure spite, he unleashes a devastating sword wave. Shatter to pieces. Instantly, jagged cracks spiderweb across the deep blue void, threatening to tear the illusionary realm apart. The Beast Tribe Sword Saint blasts through the shattered fragments, bursting back into reality. I am out! He frantically scans his surroundings, screaming at the top of his lungs. Tian Tian, where are you? But the sight that greets him next hits his mind like a physical blow. The person he has been desperately searching for appears before him, draped in an elegant, flowing gown, calling his name in a sickeningly sweet voice. The Beast Tribe Sword Saint finds zero humor in this twisted trick. His blood boils over, each word dripping with venom. Gao Neng, you crossed the line. How dare you desecrate her image with your cheap illusions? Channeling every ounce of his towering fury into his blade, he unleashes his ultimate strike. Break! But the moment his blade cleaves through the air, the illusion shatters, revealing Mulu's terror-stricken face. Crimson blood soaks the Sword Saint's blade, dripping down in a horrifying rhythm. The Beast Tribe Sword Saint's eyes turn bloodshot with pure horror. He stands petrified, staring blankly at the nightmare before him. His full power, wrath-fueled sword strike has impaled his own ally straight through the chest. Coughing up a mouthful of dark blood, Mulu forces out his final words. Sword. Run. Quickly. Dying by your hand is the best possible end for me. The Beast Tribe Sword Saint cannot believe his own eyes, releasing a soul-shattering cry of absolute despair. Tian's mind completely shatters. He clutches his head, screaming out at the cruel reality. No, this is a nightmare. The one I just killed was Gao Neng. I killed him. Meanwhile, Mulu tightly grips his bleeding chest, glaring in terror at the looming shadow behind him. Gao Neng, do you truly believe you have won? Mulu spits a mouthful of blood. The battlefield is merciless. You may slaughter 1,000 enemies, but you will sacrifice 800 of your own. The old commander is standing at death's door, yet his arrogance remains unshaken. My final command has already been issued. Even if trapped, my 300,000 soldiers will never yield. They will drag your forces straight down to hell. This ends in mutual destruction. Yet, Gao Neng does not flinch. His eyes remain icy and calculating. Your logic is flawless. However, you overlooked one tiny detail. A confident smirk dances on his lips. His voice drops to a chillingly calm whisper. I can teleport. Mulu's eyes widen in absolute horror as Gao Neng's figure instantly dissolves into thin air. Oh no. Meanwhile, deep in the chaotic trenches, Qing Lian is locked in a brutal clash against a massive elephant warrior. The beast throws a devastating punch. The sheer, crushing force leaves Qing Lian with no choice but to cross her arms and brace for impact. Just as she struggles to hold her ground, a mysterious seal glowing at her waist ignites with a blinding, ethereal light. In a fraction of a second, Gao Neng materializes right behind the giant beast, like an absolute boss. He flashes a charming smile. How are you holding up, gorgeous? Backup has arrived. The sudden, impossible entrance leaves Qing Lian utterly speechless. Her heart skips a beat. Gao Neng? Swish. Before the beast can even process what happened, blinding flashes of sword aura slice through the air. The massive elephant warrior is effortlessly annihilated, his severed head rolling into the blood-soaked dust. Watching through the battle projections, Mulu's soul crumbles. His trembling lips whisper, I miscalculated again. We have lost. We have utterly lost. With teleportation on his side, defeating the enemy lines is merely a countdown. Gao Neng has become an unstoppable force of nature. At this very moment, Gao Neng's raw power and dominant status have reached absolute divine heights. Backed by this supreme authority, he unleashes his terrifying abilities without a single shred of hesitation. The divine blade in his grip erupts with power. The ethereal glow is so piercing, it feels as if it could slice straight through reality itself. Atomic laser energy courses through his veins. Ascending like a god of war, he tears open a space-time wormhole. In a blinding flash, Gao Neng locks his deadly blade right at his next victim's throat. This is the devastating strike he has been charging all along. He unleashes his ultimate technique. 4 symbols illusion. Azure Dragon. Sensing the catastrophic danger approaching, Mulu desperately attempts to flee the execution ground, but Gao Neng reads him like an open book. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he fully channels his overwhelming aura. Tyrant Sword, 1/devastation. The resulting shockwave whips up a raging tornado, completely obscuring the battlefield in dust and flying debris. But mere smoke cannot blind a true predator. If anything, the hunt excites him even more. Trying to run? Do you really think you can escape? Instead of giving chase, Gao Neng stands firmly in place and taps into his inner essence. Dragon's Roar. A massive energy wave blasts forward like a homing missile. It violently locks onto the fleeing commander. Space itself bends around the attack. No one escapes the Grim Reaper. Bursting with arrogant swagger, he casually raises 2 fingers in a mocking salute to his fallen foes. Challenging him is nothing but a total death wish. Ah, the sheer loneliness of absolute invincibility. Gao Neng's terrifying mastery over the battlefield simply cannot be underestimated. He slaughters the alien invaders like mere insects. Utilizing the 20 genius squads of the Dragon rankings as anchor points, he rapidly teleports across the entire war zone. In just a matter of minutes, half of the commanding generals from the 16 alien armies have been completely wiped out. He proves himself as a master tactician, combining all his terrifying abilities in a flawless symphony of destruction. Anyone below level 9? Instantly beheaded with a single swing. His blade reaps souls without effort. And if they are level 9? Well, they just get a second swing. A giant panda warrior drops to its knees, frantically begging for its pathetic life. Please don't kill me! But Gao Neng's heart is made of cold steel. Step onto his battlefield, and you forfeit your life. He never spares his enemies, except this time. Consider yourself lucky. You are a national treasure. Drop your weapons and scram. Watching the mighty panda warrior beaten into a pulp, the giant tiger commander is completely paralyzed by fear. This one-sided massacre plunges the alien alliance into absolute chaos. How can we regroup under this assault? Forget the formation. We need to break out and retreat. But the hardcore loyalists refuse to break rank. You cowards. Lord Mulu's final command was to merge our forces. No one is permitted to break formation. A green-faced alien general trembles like a leaf. Pride means absolutely nothing when death is knocking. Screw your orders. We are not lapdogs of the Tian tribe. Nobody is throwing away their lives for your dead commander. The battered panda staggers to its feet, roaring to the terrified masses. Fall back, save yourselves. But another faction violently blocks their escape route. There is nowhere to run. The rear is completely sealed off. We have to fight to the death. Meanwhile, the Tiger Tribe warriors frantically scramble like rats trapped in a burning cage. Our generals are already dead. Fight with what? It is every man for himself. A horse-faced warrior stammers in absolute hysteria, his mind completely broken by the slaughter. High above the blood-soaked dirt, an old man watches the glorious chaos unfold. He throws his head back, laughing with wicked satisfaction as the enemy crumbles. At long last, I hold the severed head of an alien supreme master, he gloats, eyes gleaming with madness. I, the demon child Li Tianan, am truly at the pinnacle of power. Driven entirely by boundless greed, the old man cares for absolutely nothing but his own glorious ascension. As a master, I cannot let my own disciple outshine me, can I? He strokes his chin, eyes scanning the smoke. Speaking of which, where exactly is that little monster hiding now? Gao Neng unleashes an absolute slaughter. His aura blazes as he relentlessly hunts down the remaining alien tribe members. Not a single one will escape alive. The 12th general falls. He turns to Zhou Jin with a rare look of sincerity. His mission here is finally complete. I am done here. It is time for me to head over there, he declares. Oh, by the way, your mother just broke through to the Supreme Expert realm. You can thank me for that later. Before leaving, he cannot resist throwing a playful jab. His signature smirk returns. So, when you and Wei Ya finally tie the knot, do not even think about asking me for a wedding gift. I already gave you the ultimate present. Zhou Jin glares at the arrogant youth standing before her. Pure annoyance flashes across her beautiful face. Does he really have to be so incredibly stingy? She mutters. Meanwhile, Gao Neng grips his blood-stained sword. He strides confidently toward the thickest cluster of tiger demons. Retreat. He shoots a sharp, mocking glare at an alien behind him. His casual tone masks a terrifying killing intent, sending shivers down the creature's spine. Now. Who is next on the chopping block? Across the battlefield, Shashima seethes with explosive rage. Someone has finally pushed him past his breaking point. I am rank 1 on the dragon ranking. I am built different, he roars. Before that brat Gao Neng steals my kills, I will slaughter every last general. Shashima unleashes a devastating punch. The air shatters around his fist as he aims for a one-hit knockout. Die for me. The azure serpent stands tall, practically mocking his incoming attack. This arrogant defiance pushes Shashima into absolute madness. I said die. Boulders explode into a million pieces upon impact. Yet, the azure serpent slithers away without a single scratch. Why will you not just die? Shashima screams in frustration. The serpent smirks with absolute disdain. I duck, I weave, I vanish. You cannot even touch my 36 ultimate survival arts, it taunts. But karma strikes instantly. The serpent's incredibly long tail gets tangled in the heavy rubble. Too busy gloating, it completely trips over its own massive body. A pathetic shriek echoes across the battlefield. The mighty serpent crashes face first into the dirt, its tail painfully twisted. It never saw this humiliating defeat coming. Shashima does not waste a single second. His massive fist crashes directly into the serpent's skull. Smoke violently erupts from the snake's head as its vision blurs into pure, spinning darkness. Shashima lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Taking down this slippery serpent took way more energy than he expected, but his blazing fury is far from extinguished. He raises his bloodied fist for one final, devastating strike. Just accept your death. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes from the heavens. Shashima violently snaps his head upward, and his eyes widen in pure horror. Gao Neng is plunging from the sky, his blade aimed directly at him. Gao Neng, unwilling to let his story end like this, Shashima channels all his power. He desperately raises his arms to block the lethal strike. No, but in a shocking twist of fate, Gao Neng's blade completely bypasses him, sinking deep into the azure serpent instead. Toxic green blood violently splatters across Shashima's face. Before he can even process the shock, Gao Neng is already walking away. He cheekily waves his hand in the air. Do not look so heartbroken, just count it as an assist. Gao Neng laughs. Shashima shakes with raw fury, his hard-earned kill completely stolen right before his eyes. This is absolutely shameless. I had that beast pinned to the dirt, and he just snatches the glory. The pure audacity of it leaves him completely speechless. Wiping his face, disgust washes over him. Viscous green slime drips from his jaw. Why in the world is this alien's blood glowing green? He groans. High above the chaos, the alien commander watches the slaughter unfold. A bitter wave of absolute regret washes over his cold heart. It is all over. Our grand army of 300,000. Entirely wiped out. The green-faced commander trembles as he witnesses the total massacre of his forces. The tides of battle have completely turned into an inescapable nightmare. At this devastating rate, I fear not even 50,000 will make it out alive. Suddenly, a horrifying scream shatters the air behind them. Save me! It is Elder Ox. He is violently thrashing on the ground in agonizing pain. It is Elder Ox. This is an absolute disaster. He has been critically wounded by a human supreme expert. Eerie white streaks begin to snake around the massive beast's body. Anyone with eyes can see the terrifying truth. That mysterious liquid belongs to the feline king, and it is forcefully mutating him. Elder Ox wildly thrashes in agonizing torment. His bones crack and shift under the bizarre power. The remaining commanders freeze in pure terror, completely paralyzed by the horrific sight. The viscous white liquid climbs higher up his massive frame. It violently drains his life force with every passing second. If he stays trapped in that terrifying substance, his death is absolutely certain. It is over. I never imagined this horrifying truth. She actually possesses the divine power to resurrect an alien supreme expert. Elder Ox unleashes a soul-shattering roar. Violent surges of energy crackle through his veins like raw electricity. The green-faced commander and the cloaked figure watch with mounting dread, witnessing their mighty comrade reduced to such agony tears at their souls. Yet, a terrifying thought crosses their minds. Is this brutal torture actually triggering an extreme racial evolution? Elder Ox has been completely mentally dominated. Fear violently grips their hearts. Is this the humans' twisted plan? To turn our entire race into their mindless puppets? Elsewhere, Mulu clutches his violently aching chest. My limits have been reached. Dragon Maiden, you have won. He chokes out. Fresh, dark, crimson blood continuously drips from his pale lips. Drawing upon his absolute last ounce of fleeting strength, he glares upward. However, if you expect me to bow like a dog and submit, you are completely delusional. Xelon floats above him like a descended celestial goddess. An ancient, terrifying divine power radiates from her very soul. Her majestic aura is simply overwhelmingly intoxicating. Xelon's overwhelming power has already utterly crushed Mulu's resistance. Did you seriously believe that offering your pathetic loyalty would buy you a second chance at life? She scoffs. The suffocating tension between Xelon and the broken Mulu violently shatters the air. Even at death's door, neither warrior is willing to completely surrender their pride. Mulu completely understands his grim reality. His internal organs are shattered. Forcing his spiritual energy now would just instantly trigger his own messy demise. I know you have zero intention of letting me live, he coughs bitterly. But to die without understanding the terrifying truth? That is a humiliating fate his warrior soul simply cannot accept. His piercing gaze locks onto the majestic goddess before him. Just tell me one thing. How in the world did you mortals pull this off? I never thought Gao Neng could actually reach this stage. Xelon mutters under her breath, though no sound escapes her lips. Mulu nods slowly. The heavy truth finally dawns on him, bringing a strange sense of relief to his burdened soul. So that is how it is. I finally understand. Those fools from the Northern District never stood a chance against you. The Dragon Lady stands tall before Mulu, delivering the cold, hard truth. I assume you still have a shred of dignity left. He refuses to let his legendary life end in such a pathetic way. Were all his sacrifices for nothing? Is this truly how his story closes? A desperate, reckless plan flashes through Mulu's mind. If death is inevitable, he might as well burn every last drop of his remaining life force. But the fire in his eyes quickly fades into a weary sigh. He knows deep down that fighting back now is completely pointless. Mulu gazes up at the endless sky. A bitter realization washes over him. His fate has been sealed, completely and utterly devoid of meaning. Xelon actually possesses the power to control the evolutionary source itself. Even if his soul manages to escape, he would still be nothing but a puppet in her hands. He places a trembling hand over his heart as a radiant aura bursts from his body. My only choice left is to die with my freedom and my pride intact. Mulu completely abandons his stubborn resistance. In his final moments, he simply craves true liberation. Heavenly God, Mulu, slowly closes his eyes. Magnificent, divine wings unfurl from his back. His physical body begins to disintegrate into thin air, leaving behind nothing but shimmering specks of golden light. Blinding bolts of lightning erupt from his fading form. The intense glare completely swallows his existence, hiding his final expression from the world. Watching a supreme being end his own life like that, the beastkin sword saint trembles in absolute terror. Zilan coldly shifts her piercing gaze to her next target, the Beastkin Sword Saint. It is your turn. Showing a rare sliver of mercy, she grants him the right to end his own life. What is your choice? The Sword Saint knows running is impossible. He is trapped in an inescapable nightmare. Dragon Lady, you truly are terrifying. Failing to kill you 18 years ago is my greatest regret. He grinds his teeth together, a desperate will to survive burning in his eyes. His thirst for vengeance is entirely unfulfilled. How can he possibly let himself die so easily? But I know exactly what you are planning. You want to reset the entire world. Zilan's patience with this stubborn fool is wearing dangerously thin. She is offering him one final chance. Humans have a saying, from dust you came, and to dust you shall return. I am sure you understand the weight of those words. But the Beastkin Sword Saint utterly refuses to bow down. He stubbornly fights back against the crushing pressure. Do you honestly think we are the masters of this fate? The evolutionary source is a double-edged sword. Zilan completely loses interest in arguing with a dead man walking. Everything ends right here and right now. You talk way too much. The Sword Saint glares at the Dragon Lady with pure, unadulterated contempt. He refuses to show fear to anyone. It seems your son is still completely in the dark. In response, Zilan simply raises her hand, silently issuing her final decree. Their little chat has officially reached its bloody conclusion. The Sword Saint lets out an agonizing roar. He realizes the brutal truth. His only way out is suicide. The Beastkin Sword Saint tightly grips his blazing, fiery blade. A look of absolute, terrifying resolve flashes in his eyes. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he plunges the burning weapon straight toward himself. With one swift, brutal strike to his own neck, he submits to the Dragon Lady's inescapable judgment. Demonic, eerie flames instantly erupt around his entire body. The unholy fire viciously consumes his flesh and bone. Just as his consciousness begins to fade into the endless void, the Sword Saint forces out one final, breathless whisper. Heavens, I am coming. The blood-stained blade slips from his ruined body and plummets downward. It has perfectly executed its final, grim duty. The sword stabs violently into the trembling earth, standing exactly as it had at the beginning. The ultimate executioner of fate. Outside the barrier, the Outlander armies watch the horrifying massacre, their faces twisted in absolute paralyzing shock. The terrifying thud of that blade piercing the ground sends a clear message. Another legendary life has been violently extinguished. Our ancestor is dead. The heavenly god of the angel faction is dead. The Beastkin Sword Saint is dead. We are entirely doomed. Millions of terrified eyes are glued to Zilan's majestic silhouette. Her posture remains flawlessly straight as she walks, never once bothering to look back. The mighty Outlanders finally break, realizing that any further resistance will only bring unimaginable agony. We admit defeat. We surrender completely. What more do you want from us? The Dragon Lady slowly turns her icy gaze toward the broken army. She offers them one final, brutal ultimatum. Submit to me, or face death. Choose death, and I shall grant you a painless end. Jingxing falls into a heavy, agonizing silence. It is an impossible choice to make. After all, no living creature truly wants to be erased from existence. But the crushing weight of survival forces his hand. He drops heavily to his knees, swallowing his pride once and for all. Very well, I am willing to submit. Zilan raises her hand with the terrifying grace of an absolute sovereign. She literally controls who lives and who dies with a single breath. With a dismissive wave, she commands, "Then do not dare to resist." Suddenly, Zilan's daughter manifests onto the battlefield. She stands shoulder to shoulder with her fearsome mother, calmly observing the fallen conquerors. "I am here, mother." An eerie, pulsating gray light violently surges from the young girl's body. Her delicate features mirror the terrifying beauty of the Dragon Lady herself. Xing remains kneeling, bracing himself for the consequences of his submission. Suddenly, the strange gray liquid shoots directly toward him. He never expected the sheer, overwhelming density of this bizarre power. Had he known it would feel like this, he might have chosen the sweet release of death. Xing's massive body convulses in absolute, agonizing torture. He is completely swallowed by the suffocating sea of white smoke, vanishing from sight. But moments later, a devastating shockwave violently blasts the smoke away. Xing bursts forth, his massive body rippling with unprecedented, godlike power. Hidden in the shadows, a mysterious hooded figure widens their eyes in utter disbelief. Xing did not die. He actually evolved again. The green-faced warrior can only watch in absolute terror. The massive ape has evolved to a terrifying new realm. But there is a deadly catch. Its very soul is now completely under her control. Her cold gaze sweeps across the remaining alien forces. She offers them a simple, chilling choice. What about the rest of you? Will you obediently accept my forced evolution, or will you choose a gruesome death? The masked insect kin instantly drops to its knees. It doesn't dare utter a single word of defiance, terrified of being slaughtered. I also pledge my total submission. The remaining alien invaders immediately follow suit. Their will to fight has been utterly shattered. We submit, we yield. Their desperate cries echo across the bloody battlefield. Only two towering figures remain standing, trembling in absolute panic. Seeing their mighty army reduced to nothing, even their proud ancestors break. We, the Great Tiger Clan, accept our defeat. To continue this war would only invite total annihilation. We have lost this war. A heavy spear clatters violently against the blood-stained earth. That single sound marks the total collapse of their arrogant pride. The invaders' faith has been completely crushed into dust. This apocalyptic nightmare is finally coming to an end. We surrender as well. The Great Tiger and the green-faced warrior finally bow their heads. They choose survival over endless suffering. We surrender. It is over. The human defenders freeze as those words echo through the air. Their shocked expressions slowly shift into disbelief. The alien alliance gave up? That means humanity has actually won. Suddenly, a massive cannon appears out of thin air. No one even knows who dragged this heavy artillery onto the front lines. A blinding pink light erupts from the massive barrel. A dazzling surge of celebratory energy blasts out into the open sky. Tang Tang has finally arrived. She is the crazy one wielding that ridiculous weapon. Her face beams with absolute joy as she looks at the stunned crowd. What are you all staring at? Celebrate. We finally won. The human warriors exchange bewildered glances. The reality of their survival is hitting them like a shockwave. They never even dared to dream of this impossible outcome. Victory! A deafening roar of triumph completely shatters the silence. They fought through hell and back for this exact moment. We won. The human alliance has won. Chants of victory echo like rolling thunder. Gao Neng slowly descends from the bleeding sky. A massive weight finally lifts off his heavily battered shoulders. He no longer needs to rack his brain to crush the alien forces. The impossible battle is finally over. A brilliant smile breaks across his face. Every drop of blood and sweat was totally worth it. 12 supreme alien powerhouses, 300,000 elite invaders. Against all odds, humanity has crushed this apocalyptic army. Master Tiannan watches his incredible disciple from afar. His heart swells with overwhelming pride. The heavy burden of humanity's survival can finally be set down. The old master has nothing left to fear. This stinking brat. He actually pulled off a miracle. Overwhelming emotion grips Tiannan's chest. Hot tears quietly stream down his weathered, scarred face. Old sword master. Are you watching from the heavens? We did it. We finally avenged your heroic sacrifice. The supreme holy ant king is dead. Even the terrifying six-winged angel has been slaughtered. The human defenders scream until their throats bleed. Pure, unadulterated ecstasy washes over the entire battlefield. The human alliance stands totally victorious. Suddenly, Tong Tong sprints toward the main character like she just struck pure gold. Gao Neng, we actually won. But before she can tackle him into a massive hug, Gao Neng hilariously shoves a hand right into her face, blocking her path. No. This war isn't completely over yet. Tong Tong freezes in her tracks. A wave of absolute confusion instantly wipes away her massive smile. Not over? Wait, don't tell me you plan to? Gao Neng tightly grips his blood-stained blade. An overwhelming aura of absolute confidence explodes from his entire being. Exactly. He points his razor-sharp sword straight toward the bleeding horizon. His next words reveal a terrifyingly ambitious master plan. We are going to conquer the entire eastern battlefield. He has already calculated every single variable. The map, the enemy routes, the perfect strategy for absolute domination. There are exactly 29 alien powerhouses holding that zone. The almighty Mu Lu and the Sword Saint have been slaughtered. Plus, we have already brainwashed and evolved 19 of their elite fighters. If we want to devour the eastern zone, this is our perfect golden opportunity. Tang Tang's eyes practically sparkle with ruthless excitement. She is 100% ready to back this insane play. Hell yes. We crush the eastern zone right now. Then we hijack every single drop of energy from their evolution source. Gao Neng's supreme confidence isn't just reckless arrogance. He knows that taking this massive gamble is the only way forward. This masterstroke will secure their ultimate survival. Humanity absolutely needs that massive stockpile of evolution energy. Without it, Fighting the endless alien swarms will be impossible. However, a dark shadow still lingers in the back of his mind. A chilling mystery he absolutely must solve. Just what exactly is my mother's true goal? Why did she use Gao Xiaomeng? Whose twisted side is she actually on? Yet, despite all these maddening questions, one absolute truth anchors his soul. His instincts have never betrayed him in battle. She might be hiding terrifying secrets, but my mother is definitely not an enemy of humanity. Otherwise, she would have just sat back and watched us slaughter each other into extinction. Suddenly, a familiar voice snaps him out of his intense thoughts. Speak of the devil! She is right here, Xiaoneng. Zilan gracefully steps onto the ruined battlefield. She has been frantically searching for her legendary son through the chaos. Tong Tong instantly drops her ruthless warrior act. Hello, Auntie. She greets with a massive, polite smile. Zilan's eyes soften as she looks at the fierce young woman. Zilan has always secretly approved of Tong Tong's fiery spirit. It has only been a few days, but your strength has grown incredibly fast, little Tong. Gao Neng narrows his eyes at his mother's highly suspicious behavior. What kind of dangerous game is she playing now? His elite senses instantly detect a massive fluctuation in the air. She hasn't spoken a single word out loud. She just erected a high-level soundproof barrier. Tang Tang immediately catches the tense vibe between the two monsters. She hilariously slaps her hands over her ears. Understood. You two have your scary family chat. I cannot hear a single thing. Zilan doesn't waste a single second with polite pleasantries. Her piercing gaze locks onto her son. I will not beat around the bush, Xiaoneng. Are you secretly in love with that girl? Cao Neng turns to watch her retreating silhouette. A profound warmth softens his usually sharp gaze, and the deep affection in his eyes is simply impossible to hide. Across the battlefield, Ning Er silently focuses on the aftermath. She expertly rounds up the remaining prisoners, deliberately giving mother and son the private space they desperately need. Hearing his mother's teasing question, Cao Neng does not even try to deny it. Yes, I like her, he admits without hesitation. A knowing smile touches Zilan's lips, clearly entirely satisfied with his choice of a future bride. As a fiercely supportive mother, she issues a simple command. If you love her, marry her. Once you conquer the Eastern Zone, I will throw you the grandest wedding this world has ever seen. The sudden escalation catches Cao Neng completely off guard. He desperately tries to pump the brakes on her overwhelming enthusiasm, feeling that a wedding right now is entirely too rushed. Mom, I am not even legally old enough to get married yet, he protests helplessly. Besides, we are standing on the brink of an all-out apocalyptic war. Zilan just shakes her head, realizing her battle-hardened son is completely clueless about romance. Why wait? When your father first told me he loved me, he married me on the spot. The sudden mention of his father makes Cao Neng freeze in his tracks. A heavy silence falls between them. It has been countless years since he last saw the man who gave him life. Mom, what exactly was he? Cao Neng finally asks. He was undeniably human, she replies softly. Even though half the blood surging through your veins belongs to the mighty dragon tribe. Zilan's gaze drifts toward the distant horizon, lost in a bittersweet ocean of memories. She wants her son to never forget the fragile, mortal half of his legendary lineage. Never forget where you come from, she whispers. Burning with curiosity, Cao Neng cannot hold back his ultimate question. How did a normal human ever manage to cross paths with a majestic dragon like you? Dropping her imposing aura, Zilan finally peels back the curtain on her mysterious past. She begins to weave the epic tale of their fateful first encounter. Years ago, that foolish man actually charged straight into the forbidden dragon tomb. I saved his life and followed him to the outside world. But as a true dragon, I had to completely seal my powers and disguise myself as a human. A suffocating weight crashes down on Cao Neng's chest. The agonizing realization hits him like a physical blow. His father had sacrificed an unimaginable amount for their family. Did the Holy Sword faction cause his disappearance? Cao Neng demands, his aura spiking with raw fury. Is he trapped in the Eastern Zone right now? Zilan shakes her head grimly. No, he is not in the East, the South, or the West. To be completely honest, I have no idea where in this world he vanished to. But mark my words, her dragon aura violently erupts. I will tear this world apart until I find him. Forcing her overwhelming emotions back down, Zilan refuses to dwell on the painful past any longer. Her eyes harden as she switches back into commander mode, issuing a direct order to her son. Enough of that. The Eastern Zone is currently completely defenseless, and we must strike while the iron is hot. I will handle the cleanup here. Take Xiaomeng and move out immediately. Deep anxiety gnaws at Cao Neng's instincts. Leaving his mother behind right now feels incredibly wrong. Are you really not coming with us into the vanguard? He asks. desperate to stay by her side. Zilan places a comforting hand on his shoulder, patiently explaining her grand strategy. She intends to act as his ultimate shield, keeping the messy political fallout far away from his path of conquest. If Xiao Meng and I both march on the Eastern Zone, do you honestly believe I will not unleash absolute chaos? She smirks fiercely. Behind her terrifying reputation lies a boundless maternal love that would burn the world for her son. They both know this separation is only temporary. Her eyes lock onto his with burning intensity. Keep your eyes on the prize. Your only target is claiming the evolutionary energy core hidden within the East. Now go. I will prepare the ultimate wedding and await your triumphant return at the City of Hope. Fired up by her absolute faith, Cao Neng vows to perfectly execute this mission. He will never let her down. Understood. I am heading out. With a final nod of respect, Cao Neng turns his back on the conquered battlefield. He steps toward his next legendary journey, with Ning waiting by his side. Startled by his sudden approach, Ning blinks her gorgeous eyes in pure confusion. "We are moving out already?" she asks, tilting her head. Cao Neng gives a firm, confident nod. "The waiting is over. From this second on, you two are directly under my command. My mother will clean up the ashes here. I am taking you and Tang Tang with me to conquer the Eastern Zone." But the heavy battle tension vanishes as a mischievous smirk creeps across Cao Neng's face. He leans in dangerously close, deciding it is the perfect time to shamelessly flirt with the stunning warrior. "By the way, Ning exactly how astronomical of a bride price is your family going to demand?" Caught completely off guard, she hilariously taps her chin, pretending to seriously calculate the most outrageous demand possible. I would say no less than 3 literal mountains of solid gold," she declares proudly. The astronomical figure hits Cao Neng like a devastating martial arts technique, shattering his cool composure instantly. The blood completely drains from his face, leaving him looking like a ghost. Staring at her in pure horror, he desperately stammers, "Hold on. Are you entirely sure you are using the right unit of measurement?" Ning simply turns toward him, fluttering her eyelashes with weaponized innocence. Her utterly pure, angelic expression could easily melt the hardest iron and force any man to surrender his entire fortune. Her slender, delicate fingers reach out, daringly lifting the mighty Cao Neng's chin. Her sweet voice drops to a heart-racing whisper, sending electricity shooting straight through his veins. "What? Do you truly believe I am not worth a mere 3 mountains of gold? Take a closer look. Absolutely every single inch of me is flawless perfection." Their gazes lock, freezing time and drowning out the chaos of the battlefield. The romantic tension hits a boiling point as she playfully delivers her absolute ultimatum: 3 mountains of gold. "If you are missing even one single coin, I am not marrying you." Blushing furiously under her intense stare, Cao Neng cowardly averts his eyes, pretending to be utterly disgusted. "I cannot believe this. Who knew you were actually such a terrifying money-grubbing demoness?" Ning bursts into a ringing, melodic laughter. Seeing this legendary powerhouse get completely flustered over a joke is undeniably adorable. "So, when can I expect my payment?" she teases mercilessly. Thoroughly defeated by her lethal charm, Cao Neng metaphorically raises the white flag of surrender. Against these ruthless negotiation tactics, can you at least give a poor man some time to consider his options? Take all the time you need. After all, I am definitely not the one rushing to the altar. She winks. Cao Neng grits his teeth, completely outmatched in this battle of wits. "Just wait, you enchanting little demon. Do not get too arrogant just yet," he vows silently. Watching her triumphantly strut away, a dark, possessive urge momentarily flashes through Cao Neng's mind. She is so dangerously captivating, he almost wants to conquer the world just to lock her away safely. "Just wait until the Eastern Zone is firmly in my grasp. You are next on my list." But before he can plot his romantic revenge, Tang Tang suddenly crashes into the scene, instantly obliterating their private atmosphere. "Hello? If you two lovebirds are done whispering sweet nothings, someone could have told me." Tang Tang crosses her arms, puffing her cheeks out in an explosive fit of adorable jealousy at being completely ignored. "Do not even dream about leaving me behind," she declares passionately. True to her chaotic nature, Tang Tang is already bouncing on her heels, practically vibrating with reckless battle energy. Despite her childish temper tantrums, she gets straight down to deadly business. So, what is the master plan for this bloodbath? The Supreme Expert's ratio is 20 against 8. We can crush them as easily as flipping our hands. But the brilliantly tactical Ning already has the perfect chessboard mapped out in her mind. Her eyes sharpen with pure strategic genius. "No, we must split our forces into 2 paths. One vanguard to annihilate the Eastern Zone, and an ironclad defense line to secure the Northern Zone. However, Cao Neng's instincts scream that something is terribly wrong. A heavy shadow crosses his face as he analyzes her flawless strategy. Little do they know, a fatal variable is lurking just out of sight. Gao Neng shakes his head. This delay is completely unnecessary. His eyes gleam with dangerous ambition. He plans to conquer the east and north instantly, leaving an empty fortress for their enemies. He lays out the intel he gathered earlier. The northern district's evolution energy? He has already drained it dry. Until it regenerates, that territory is practically worthless. With a confident smirk, Gao Neng reveals his ultimate trump card. A legendary beast he tamed in the past. The flying giant dragon. With this majestic creature on their side, their victory is absolutely guaranteed. Defeat is no longer an option. Our next move is simple, he declares. We march straight east and crush everything in our path. Gao Neng has absolute confidence in his tactical genius. When the king returns, the east has no choice but to bow. The chessboard is already set. All they have to do is make their move. It is an absolute massacre. Under the overwhelming might of 39 powerhouses, the eastern battlefield crumbles in a single day. They never stood a chance. The scene shifts to a tranquil lake. Lush greenery surrounds the crystal-clear water. The air feels fresh and utterly peaceful, but heavily armed guards stand at attention, following Gao Neng's direct orders. He lounges comfortably with 3 girls, while Wu Na sits opposite him, trying to maintain her composure. Gao Neng holds a steaming cup of tea. He takes a slow, deliberate sip. His calm demeanor is utterly terrifying. Wu Na does not dare breathe too loudly. One wrong word could mean death. After a grueling internal struggle, she finally breaks the silence. I will surrender, but I have one condition. Gao Neng anticipated this from the very start. He knows exactly what this mother desires. The life of her daughter is worth more to her than the entire world. Gao Neng. Her voice trembles with suppressed emotion. I just need to know. Is Ding Xiang still alive? He answers without a single second of hesitation. A ruler like him has his own unbreakable principles. Her, she is perfectly fine, but instead of relief, pure wrath ignites in Wu Na's eyes. She refuses to believe him. Do not play games with me. If you are lying, I would rather die than bow to you. Gao Neng gently sets his teacup down. His voice drops to a soft whisper. Then, do you want to see her? Instantly, Wu Na's eyes light up like blazing stars. See her? Where? Can we go right now? Gao Neng understands the desperate heart of a mother. We do not need to go anywhere. He simply snaps his fingers. Just wait a second. The space behind his chair begins to ripple and distort. Wu Na holds her breath in agonizing anticipation. Her heart pounds like a war drum. Could it really be true? Slowly, Ding Xiang steps out from the shadows behind Gao Neng. Her eyes widen in absolute shock as she stares at the woman standing before her. Tears immediately spill from Wu Na's eyes. It is really her. Ding Xiang, she cries out, her voice breaking. The two crash into each other in a desperate embrace. Years of separation melt away in an instant. My sweet girl, you are alive. My daughter has finally come back to me. Yes, mother, I am home. Gao Neng just crosses his arms, watching the tearful reunion. Honestly, this family drama is getting a bit boring. Are we done here? He interrupts smoothly. It is time for Wu Na to fulfill her end of the bargain. Yes. She bows her head in total submission. The Dark Knight Elf tribe pledges loyalty to you. Our evolution source is yours to command. With the pact sealed, Gao Neng throws a lazy wink at Xiaoman. Go on then. Stretching her arms with a tired yawn, the little one trudges toward the water. Without a second thought, Xiaoman dives straight into the depths of the freezing lake, executing her master's orders flawlessly. Gao Neng's lips curl into a victorious smirk. His master plan is falling together perfectly. Without shedding a single drop of blood, he claims another entire race's power source. Keeping that little elf girl alive was the smartest move he ever made. But as he basks in his own genius, a deadly aura suddenly materializes right behind him. It is Ning Er. So, her voice drips with sweet venom. You have been secretly raising the 7th princess of the Dark Knight Elves this whole time? Is this what they call hiding a beauty in a golden mansion? Gao Neng freezes. He needs to explain himself instantly, or he is a dead man. No, it is strictly for military strategy, Ning Er scoffs, her jealousy flaring up. Oh really? You have the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it? Sweating bullets, Gao Neng has to offer heavy compensation. I will give you another mountain of gold. Wait, make it 4 mountains, please? The moment those words leave his mouth, a brilliant, victorious smile blooms on Ning Er's face. Deal, but she is not done tormenting him just yet. And what about Yi Qinglian? How many mountains of gold is she worth? Gao Neng curses his own carelessness. He walked right into a trap. But there is no backing down now. Suddenly, Tang Tang eagerly pops her head into the conversation. Sister Ning what about me? Make him pay a few more mountains for my sake too. Shut up, flat chest. Read the room, Ning snaps playfully. Meanwhile, the ethereal chains of their binding contract flare to life, radiating with intense magical power. Wu Na and Ding Xiang are instantly bound by the glowing energy, but instead of fighting back, Wu Na sinks to the ground, gracefully accepting her fate. Being a prisoner is a small price to pay for her daughter's safety. The mighty Dark Knight elf tribe is now officially conquered. Gao Neng clears his throat, his playful aura instantly vanishing into cold authority. He stares down at his new subjects, stating his final, non-negotiable terms. My mother, Zilan, needs someone to look after her. I will spare your entire tribe, but in exchange, Dingxiang must serve as my mother's personal attendant for 1 year, and your tribe owes me a mountain of gold. Wu Na does not have the luxury of bargaining. Whatever this terrifying young master demands, she will execute without question. Understood. With their mission accomplished, Gao Neng and his unstoppable crew turn their backs and walk toward their next conquest. Things definitely did not go as Wu Na had originally planned. She only offered Ding Xiang to the blood tribe, hoping the girl would bring back a royal prince. Now Ding Xiang has finally returned. But the man standing beside her is absolutely no prince. Wu Na feels a sharp sting of disappointment. But sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Cao Neng, she realizes his power and status completely eclipse any royal bloodline. Anxious, Wu Na frantically pulls her daughter aside. She fears the absolute worst. Ding Xiang, during your captivity, did he do anything unforgivable to you? Her emotions spiral into utter confusion. He didn't? She stands there bewildered. Should she be relieved or utterly disappointed? Meanwhile, at the base of the majestic tree of life, the trio desperately chugs the mystical water, gulping down every last drop. Their sole mission is to recharge their depleted energy. They need to drain the entire supply just to see if it still holds any magic. Cao Neng stares intently at his empty bottle. Not a single flicker of change in his aura. The realization hits him. This mystical water has completely lost its effect on his body. It seems the spring of life yields diminishing returns. But hope is far from lost. The East District still harbors countless other powerful races. Without a second thought, Cao Neng tosses the worthless bottle aside. It has officially outlived its usefulness. If I devour the evolutionary core of the entire East District, will it be enough to push me into the legendary realm of a supreme powerhouse? Cao Neng's mind races, calculating the perfect strategy. He needs a flawless ascension on his first try. Only then can he crush the peak supreme powerhouses of the South and West. With their energy fully restored, the team stands ready for bloodshed. Cao Neng tightly grips his legendary blade. All right, we've had our fill here. Time to feast elsewhere. His eyes gleam with dangerous excitement as he points his sword toward their next prey, the Celestial Tribe. This upcoming conquest fills Cao Neng with absolute, unwavering confidence. Total victory is already firmly within his grasp. The Celestials might be the reigning titans of the East District, but without their heavenly archive catalog and their elite Seraphim army, no matter how desperately they struggle, they will be crushed beneath the might of the supreme powerhouses standing right behind him. By the time they arrive, the afternoon sun has hidden behind the towering structures. Welcome to the North District battlefield, the Blood Tribe Royal Palace. This dark territory holds one of the most perilous forbidden zones in existence, an underground nightmare known as the Demon Abyss. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts before the stationed guards. Shock ripples through the ranks. What is happening in their domain? The soldiers stare in pure bewilderment at the golden anomaly. What is the source of that unnatural, glowing energy? Sensing immediate, deadly danger, they brace for combat. The anomaly is bursting from the very depths of the Demon Abyss. Quick, investigate the source. The guards instantly fall into a defensive formation, ready to slaughter whatever emerges. Stay sharp, everyone. Nothing crawling out of the Demon Abyss is a pushover. Cao Neng had stationed this elite squad here for one specific reason: to instantly neutralize any emerging threat without hesitation. Lord Cao Neng entrusted us with this patrol. Do not fail him. Suddenly, a hand pierces through the blinding veil of light, clawing its way out. What is that thing? A feminine silhouette materializes within the glow. The guards watch in awe as a figure slowly steps into reality. Heavy suspicion grips their pounding hearts. From the brilliant light steps a woman with cascading, golden hair. Her eyes burn with an intense, auroral glow, a gaze so piercing it feels like it is reading their very souls. Fei Fei's ethereal presence leaves the soldiers utterly mesmerized. Could a mere human truly look this divine? She stands absolutely motionless before the trembling guards. Unaware of her true identity, they keep their weapons raised in high alert. Suddenly, a terrified soldier screams a warning to the squad. Run! Panic shatters their formation as they sprint for their lives. They must have realized exactly what she is. In a split second, the entire unit scrambles in pure, unadulterated terror. Not a single soul dares to look back even once. But Fei Fei's eyes flash with demonic fury. Crackling electricity violently erupts from her body. Her dormant power has finally awakened. That bizarre light acts like a magical singularity, gripping the fleeing soldiers and brutally dragging them back to their doom. No more observing. Fei Fei unleashes her devastating, suffocating aura. Their desperate escape was completely doomed from the start. The sheer magnitude of her power is terrifying. What kind of monstrous strength is this? A frightened guard screams, sensing true horror. Commander, what in the world is that? Their eyes widen in absolute despair. Horrific wings begin violently tearing out from her back. That golden radiance turns lethally hot, ready to incinerate anything in its path. Those who tried to run are about to pay the ultimate, bloody price. The golden glow corrupts into a blood-red inferno. It relentlessly scorches the flesh of her chosen victims without mercy. Only now does the true nightmare dawn upon them. A six-winged celestial. Lethal crimson thorns rocket forward with devastating, blinding speed. A brutal massacre, the guards have absolutely no chance of surviving. A severed hand hits the ground as a guard's arm is reduced to ash. Fei Fei lands with terrifying grace. She is a being of pure, venomous cruelty. Her stunning face remains completely frozen in ice. Not a single ounce of pity for the miserable lives she just ruined. With a mighty flap of her wings, she commands the rampaging thorns to retreat. Her colossal power flows back into her wings, obedient to her every whim. Sizzling electricity coils around her magnificent form. She descends like an absolute god of destruction, unfurling 12 glorious wings. Fei Fei knew exactly that this was his territory, which was the only reason she came here, yet he was nowhere to be found. Up above, Gao Neng's eyes reflect pure, unadulterated vengeance as a blinding golden aura erupts from his very soul. You have finally returned? The intense chaos magically fades away, seamlessly transitioning into a breathtakingly clear blue sky. 3 days later, at the heavily fortified Eastern Sector stronghold, Wu Qingjing arrives on the scene, flanked by his elite security detail. A bright smile of pure joy instantly lights up his face. He has finally laid eyes on Gao Neng, the exact hero he has been desperately waiting for. They made it at last. Teng Ninger and Gao Neng had drained their stamina flying here over an agonizingly long period. The very second Gao Neng's boots hit the ground, Qingjing bombards him with questions. You two finally made it back. Did everything go smoothly out there? Gao Neng flashes a confident smile, quickly easing the older man's massive anxiety. The enemy resistance was practically a joke, so everything went perfectly. The energy evolution mission is officially complete. However, despite the massive victory, a lingering shadow of doubt still heavily haunts Gao Neng's sharp mind. But the western and southern sectors showed absolutely zero reaction to any of this. It is strangely quiet. Qingjing calmly processes the critical intel before speaking up. As long as you succeeded, that is all that matters. Now that you are finally back, we can immediately kick off the official chairman election. Gao Neng instantly shakes his head, flat out rejecting the massive offer. The young hero values his absolute freedom way too much to be tied down to a desk. Your term has not even ended yet, Professor. Why the sudden rush? Qingjing's face drops in crushing disappointment. He truly wanted the boy to take the throne. So, you just want to wait a few more months? Hearing the defeat in his mentor's voice, Gao Neng suddenly feels a massive shift in his own iron resolve. At least if you take charge, everyone will finally be safe. Gao Neng sighs. Forget it. There is really no point in dragging this out. The tides of war are constantly shifting. The sooner I take absolute power, the safer humanity will be. Qingjing suddenly flares up in fiery anger at this perceived mockery. The old man actually took it seriously. You little brat. I knew you were always eyeing my position from the shadows. I actually thought you knew how to be humble. Was I not just being incredibly humble a second ago? Qin Jianfei steps forward, snapping a crisp, serious military salute to Gao Neng before delivering the ultimate report. Right now, in my supreme capacity, as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, through the military commission, I officially appoint Gao Neng as General of the Alliance. Even though Gao Neng is completely caught off guard by the legendary promotion, his instincts kick in and he sharply returns the commanding salute. Ninger will officially serve as Lieutenant General. Meanwhile, Tang will assume the high rank of Major General. Chen Bai stands rigidly at the head of the grand formation, perfectly managing the ceremonial protocols. He loudly commands the medal presentation salute. Only now does Gao Neng realize his old comrade is actually here. Is that Captain Chen? You have really worked hard. Chen Bai nervously stammers. No, not at all. General Gao flatters me way too much. Gao Neng looks at him with a spark of genuine admiration. He is truly a lone wolf, yet undeniably strong. As the old saying goes, he who wishes to wear the crown must bear its crushing weight. It really is the ultimate truth. The heavy, suffocating burden resting on these young shoulders is the absolute hope of all humanity. Of course, Gao Ning simply cannot resist throwing a hilarious jab at his old friend. Old Bai, how in the world are you still just a captain? They say you become like the company you keep. We are this incredibly close, and you have not learned a single thing from me? This general is highly disappointed in you. Chen Bai physically trembles with earth-shattering rage, desperately forcing his facial muscles to keep a straight look. General Gao is completely right, he forces out, while violently cursing Gao Neng to hell in his mind. How dare this smug brat look down on him when he has not even hit 30 years of age yet? He calculated that by 30, he would easily make major. Being a major at 30 is a legendary feat on its own, so why does he always have to watch this arrogant kid show off his insane achievements? Gao Neng's face beams with unshakable, borderline arrogant confidence. He casually pats Chen Bai's tense shoulder in mock comfort. Captain Chen, do not lose hope. Heavy burdens and soul-crushing pressure are what forge true strength. You really should start putting a little more pressure on yourself. Chen Bai can only stand there frozen, crying an ocean of imaginary tears in pure, agonizing frustration. This gathering was absolute torture for him. Thank you for the brutal reality check, General Gao. He muttered bitterly. I swear I will never stop here. But the voice from behind casually offered some advice, telling him not to crush himself under the weight of his own massive expectations. After all, for an ordinary guy like you, touching the prestigious rank of Lieutenant General Ning is an absolute pipe dream. Hell, even my rank of Major General is something you could never reach in this lifetime. Chen Bai swallowed his shattered pride, completely rendered speechless, before turning to Jianfei. Commander Qin, he pleaded, you summoned me to the East Zone base specifically for the Medal of Honor ceremony. How did it suddenly turn into this utter humiliation? This was not my doing, but Gao Neng's direct request, the commander replied. Meanwhile, within the towering walls of the City of Hope, a massive public election was shaking the very foundations of the sanctuary. Giant broadcast screens lit up the bustling streets as citizens eagerly cast their votes. The atmosphere was absolutely electric, buzzing with newfound hope and sheer excitement. Councillor Liu appeared on the grand broadcast. Despite his overwhelming schedule, he publicly urged the masses to throw their absolute support behind Councillor Gao Neng. Councillor Guo gleefully joined the political frenzy. He eagerly stepped up to the podium, dedicating his precious time to back the rising star. Candidate B single-handedly crushed an allied army of 300,000. He is the true light of humanity. The sheer volume of public worship for Gao Neng was growing to a terrifying degree. Voice after voice echoed their unyielding loyalty to the young powerhouse. Deep down, however, Gao Neng desperately wanted to reject the throne, despising the heavy chains of political authority. I am not trying to be falsely modest here, he argued. How could a nobody from the Forgotten Lands possibly shoulder the immense weight of the Supreme Council? But Teacher Wu's response was absolute. The organization has already made its final decision. The mantle of chairman now belongs entirely to you. Trapped by their unwavering faith, he could no longer refuse. Then I dare not decline. I, Gao Neng, will push past my absolute limits and never betray the hopes of the people. Now that I stand as your chairman, I swear to reclaim every inch of Hope City. Humanity will take back what is ours. Long live Councilman Gao. We stand with Gao Neng. The election concludes with an overwhelming landslide. Gao Neng's victory is absolute. 5 days later, inside the Federal Parliament building. What did you just say? Chairman Wu Qingjing freezes, a shockwave of disbelief hitting him. Are you telling me the border cities in the Western Zone are completely empty? Panic threatens to shatter his composure. Sitting around will not solve this crisis. It is true, sir. Not just the Eastern Front. Every single mutant city in the Southern Zone vanished overnight. Our vanguard forces are terrified. No one dares to advance into the dead zones. They could only retreat and report back. Wu Qingjing's mind races. The pieces of this puzzle do not fit. The sheer absurdity of it sends chills down his spine. Instead of reinforcing the eastern battlefield, the mutant forces in the west and south simply abandoned their strongholds without a fight. What sort of nightmare are they plotting? Wu Qingjing takes a deep breath, desperate to regain control of the spiraling situation. We must not panic just yet, he mutters. Thank the heavens, our new chairman officially takes office next week. But right now, as the acting leader, I am calling an emergency session of the Supreme Council. He barks orders at his staff, demanding immediate solutions. Summon every council member at once. His assistant hesitates, knowing this level of alarm is no laughing matter. Chairman Wu, are you absolutely certain about calling a Supreme Council meeting right now? Gao Neng is right in the middle of preparing for his wedding with Ning'er. The words hit Wu Qingjing like a physical blow. His eyes widen in pure shock. A wedding? Since when? The assistant silently hands over a gold-trimmed invitation. Buried in paperwork, the chairman had completely missed the news. The elegant script spells it out clearly. The wedding will take place exactly 3 days after Gao Neng's inauguration. That leaves them with a mere 10 days. Wu Qingjing chuckles in disbelief. Gao Neng always moves with terrifying speed, even in matters of the heart. A wave of fond reassurance washes over the old man. This brat. He wastes absolutely no time, does he? The youth of today are truly a force of nature. He is a chairman now, a lieutenant general. An event of this magnitude usually takes a year and a half to plan. Wu Qingjing's expression hardens. He must find another way. He cannot burden Gao Neng right now. Dragging the boy into this unconfirmed mess before his wedding would be an absolute betrayal. Besides, the eastern and northern borders are locked down, he reasons. We hold the tactical advantage on the main battlefield. With his mind made up, he decides to convene a secret war council with the High Elders. Summon Commander-in-Chief Qin Lei. Bring Councilman Liang and Councilman Guo to my office immediately. We have matters to discuss. Understood, sir. Moments later, the heavy doors of the Alliance war room seal shut. Wu Qingjing stands before the gathered titans of humanity, the weight of the crisis heavy on his shoulders. Before making any drastic moves, he needs the tactical insight of these veterans. Gentlemen, what do you make of this anomaly in the west and south? Councilman Guo's face is grim. This puzzle is a deadly one. It appears the mutant horde has abandoned their relentless assault. They have shifted into absolute defense. Councilman Liang taps the table, his brilliant mind already analyzing the battlefield constraints. A theory is forming in his head. The core issue is their unprecedented coordination, Liang states, pulling back their defensive perimeter on such a massive scale. That level of unity is beyond anything the mutants have ever displayed. Jianfei steps forward from the shadows, offering a risky but tempting proposition. Chairman Wu, if the situation is this demonic, shouldn't we call in Chairman Gao? His teleportation ability is unmatched. If we send him to scout the southern and western dead zones, he could instantly uncover their sinister plot. Wu Qingjing realizes his mistake. Caught up in the impending doom, he forgot to share the monumental news. Gao Neng's wedding is in exactly 10 days. The heavy atmosphere in the war room instantly lifts. A rare wave of joy washes over the battle-hardened council. Is that so? Now that is a glorious victory in itself. Exactly. The union of Chairman Gao and General Shen Ning'er is the ultimate beacon of hope. It proves to the entire alliance that humanity finally holds the advantage. When this news drops, the entire world will be watching. This is our chance to inject unshakable morale straight into the heart of humanity. Wu Qingjing nods firmly. The young hero has bled enough for them. He deserves this sacred time. That is exactly why I kept him out of this emergency session. The boy has earned his peace. If the threat escalates, I will brief him myself. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashes in Councilman Liang's sharp eyes. Since Gao Neng is off the board, we must deploy our absolute best elite strike teams to scout the shadows. Commander-in-Chief Qin Lei's brow furrows deeply. He has been analyzing this impossible scenario from the start. The mutant beasts are aggressively territorial. Willingly abandoning their hunting grounds goes against their very nature. For the southwest regions to orchestrate a mass exodus simultaneously leaves only two terrifying possibilities. The first, the western and southern mutant tribes have forged an alliance. Councilman Liang frowns, sensing the dark undertone in the commander's voice. And the second possibility? Qin Lei does not sugarcoat his nightmare scenario. His voice drops to a chilling whisper. The second option. A supreme overlord has awakened in the southwest, a beast so incomprehensibly powerful, it has forced the fractured mutant tribes to bend the knee and unite. Pandemonium erupts within the war room. The terrifying theory sends shivers down their spines. Impossible. That violates everything we know. 100 years have passed since the Great Cataclysm. The mutants have always slaughtered each other for dominance. But if an overlord has truly risen, the real nightmare is just beginning. If the 100 alien races had not been constantly tearing at each other's throats, humanity would have been wiped out ages ago. True unification was never going to be this terrifyingly simple. He shared the very same heavy doubts that plagued the rest of the council. But what other choice do we have? Even I know the odds of this working are practically zero. However, there is a far more critical issue we must face right now. Qinlei stepped forward, slamming his bold strategic proposal onto the table for the entire room to dissect. His master plan was absolute madness. He wanted to strike immediately, conquering the West and South zones to finally end 100 years of bloody warfare and forge a permanent solution. There would be zero room for hesitation, no time to miraculously lick their wounds, and absolutely no chance to pull back and rest. They would hoard every ounce of plundered resources for one solid year of explosive growth before launching a final death match against the alien races. Counselor Tang suddenly raised his hand, instantly dragging every eye in the room toward him. "I believe there is absolutely nothing left to debate here," he declared coldly. The crushing weight of the room shifted entirely onto the two aggressive newcomers as they stood united. "Counselor Tang, Counselor Tong," the proctor questioned, his gaze sharp. "What exactly is running through your minds?" He did not hesitate to unleash his radical perspective upon the seasoned veterans. "Ladies and gentlemen, the two of us are merely rookies. We just inherited the seats of our fallen grandfathers, who proudly bled out on the battlefield." Counselor Tang's voice carried a heavy, lingering sorrow as he addressed the elite gathering. "However, after tasting the absolute glory of our last victory, I must speak the truth. My grandfather's cowardly, conservative tactics have zero place in this ruthless modern era." Beside him, Counselor Tong's eyes burned with that exact same reckless ambition. He is exactly right. The alien races in the West and South zones are desperately retreating. Why the hell are we not crushing their abandoned strongholds beneath our boots right now? Jianfei scoffed at their arrogant words, a deep surge of utter disgust churning within his chest. Meanwhile, Counselor Tong's face twisted into an ugly scowl at the mounting opposition. He immediately slammed his fist down. To quote the legendary Chairman Gao himself, "If the human alliance ever wishes to touch true absolute power, we must devour resources. There are completely defenseless cities sitting right in front of us like a massive feast. That is pure, raw power waiting to be claimed. Are you telling me we just walk away?" A suffocating silence choked the council hall as the elders weighed the terrifying risks. This was a razor's edge scenario, far too explosive to decide on a whim. "Is this not pure suicide? I fear we are walking straight into a deadly trap," Counselor Guo argued, his cowardice painfully obvious. He craved the glorious spoils of war, yet refused to risk a single drop of his own blood. The human alliance had violently clawed their way out of hell, just to secure this tiny, fragile sliver of an advantage. Risking everything we have built out of sheer greed for resources? That is absolute madness. Hearing these pathetic excuses, Counselor Tong's aura flared with blazing fury. He no longer gave a damn about respecting his elders. What if Chairman Gao were standing right here? Do you honestly think a monster like him would turn his back on a mountain of free resources? We literally conquered the entire East Zone. Are you seriously telling me we are too cowardly to march into completely abandoned cities in the West and South? Counselor Liang watched the council tear itself apart, his patience finally snapping. He knew there was only one absolute authority left to settle this. They needed Chairman Gao's divine judgment, but Counselor Tong viciously cut down every counter-argument, radiating the terrifying arrogance of a dictatorial king. "Elder Liang, you are suffocating us with your pathetic paranoia. If Chairman Gao were sitting in that chair right now, I guarantee he would launch a massive two-pronged assault. He would devour every single vacant city in both zones simultaneously." Those insanely arrogant words shattered the last shred of Counselor Liang's restraint. He practically vibrated with the urge to brutally remind this brat about the bloody horrors of the East Zone massacre. "Was it not you, Elder Liang, who stubbornly clung to the cowardly Project Zero fallback plan during that exact war? And look at the miserable results. This sickening conservatism will be the death of us all." The elder's eyes turned bloodshot. He was absolutely done holding back against this disrespectful whelp. "Fine. Call me an over-conservative coward if you must," the veteran roared, his powerful aura exploding through the grand hall. "I have survived this long by being cautious. Chasing after immediate, blood-soaked profits has always paved a one-way road to extinction." Yet, Counselor Tong merely smirked, drowning in his own twisted ambition. He was blindingly hungry for instant, earth-shattering glory, completely blinded by the immediate profits. Need I remind you that Chairman Gao miraculously conquered both the North and East zones in a mere 7 days? If we are only chasing short-term gains, arguing over this will just drag us deeper into chaos. Instead of blindly arguing, we should seize 1 or 2 strongholds in the Western District first. We can plot our ultimate strike from there. Qinlei nodded in absolute agreement. To him, this battle strategy was flawless. If the situation goes south, we simply fall back into the shadows. The rest of the council remained utterly silent. Not a single soul dared to oppose the plan. After all, they were vultures always hungry for a profitable slaughter. As long as we do not march too deep, the risks are virtually zero. Besides, our current army of supreme experts easily rivals the full might of the western and southern districts. Councilman Dong soaked in the unanimous agreement. A wide, deeply satisfied smirk crept across his seasoned face. You fools really only see what is right in front of you, he chuckled darkly. Since we all agree on capturing the strongholds, I propose we kill two birds with one stone. Jianfei narrowed his eyes in pure shock. The sheer audacity of the words struck him like a blade. A double offensive was borderline madness, but Councilman Dong radiated an absolute, unshakable resolve. His domineering aura flooded the room. No one here possessed the power to stop him. Exactly. We claim an abandoned stronghold and transform it into an impregnable fortress. From there, we launch terrifying probing attacks against the surrounding alien tribes. This gives our elite squads the ultimate hunting ground. Better yet, it forces the western and southern aliens to expose their true fangs. Qing Jing weighed the cold logic of the plan, finding it terrifyingly sound. He turned to the ancient elders. What are your thoughts? A heavy silence filled the room, broken only by a wave of submissive nods. I have no objections. It is a gamble worth taking. Councilman Liang grumbled with obvious displeasure. He crossed his arms defensively, yet his head bobbed in a reluctant nod. No objections here either. I belong to the conservative faction. What groundbreaking tactical genius could I possibly offer? He added with a bitter scoff. Qing Jing turned his piercing gaze to the final holdouts. He locked eyes with Jianfei. And what about you, Commander-in-Chief Qin? A standard probing operation is tactically sound. As long as we do not march blindly into their jaws, we will survive. With every single voice finally in harmony, their brutal path forward was set in stone. Since the decision is final, the booming voice declared, sealing the bloody fate of the council. Elder Liang will personally deliver the results of this summit, relay every single detail of our war strategy directly to Gao Neng and Shen Ninger. Councilman Liang ground his teeth in sheer frustration, utterly despising the pathetic task. So, the mighty conservatives are reduced to mere errand boys now. He spun on his heel and stormed out, his foul mood radiating through the cold halls. It was the harsh, undeniable truth of the martial world. The new waves will always violently crush the old. Ever since the devastating battle of the Eastern District, Elder Liang's towering authority had crumbled to dust. Qinlei watched his retreating back, knowing full well the old man's throne would soon be usurped. The era of the dying old guard was bleeding to an end. The Supreme Council would inevitably fall into the hands of a terrifying new generation. The scene aggressively cuts to the heavily fortified Eastern military base. Elite soldiers stood like immovable steel statues, their killing intent scanning the perimeter. A towering guard stepped from the shadows and threw up a crisp, military salute. Apologies, Councilman Liang. Chairman Gao has ordered you to hold your ground. Councilman Liang's blood boiled instantly. He had swallowed his immense pride to come here, only to be treated like a stray dog. Is Chairman Gao truly that busy, or is he just playing house and preparing for his little wedding ceremony? But as the guards exchanged nervous, terrified glances, the dark truth slipped out. Negative, sir. Chairman Gao completely vanished right after the grand election. General Shen holds total, absolute command over all the ceremonial preparations. Then where in the world is he? Before Liang could finish his venomous rant, a sleek silhouette glided out from the fortress depths. It has been far too long, Councilman Liang. Were you looking for me? Councilman Liang stumbled back, his eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock. Tang Tang, what in the world are you doing here? Tang Tang stretched her arms lazily, totally unfazed by the elder's aggressive aura. It is quite simple, she hummed. Gao Neng has entered absolute secluded cultivation. Sister Ninger is buried in wedding preparations, so, naturally, this mighty general is the one ruling this domain. The words hit Councilman Liang like a devastating physical blow. His heart hammered furiously against his ribs. Secluded cultivation? Do not tell me that monster is already breaking through to the mid-stage of level 9. Tang Tang violently shook her head, scoffing at the old man's sheer ignorance. Her eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. Mid-stage of level 9? Are you joking? He reached the late stage of level 9 ages ago. The elder's jaw practically hit the floor. The late stage? That is absolutely impossible. Wait, did you just say he achieved it ages ago? Tang Tang burst into a bright, mischievous laugh. thoroughly enjoying the absolute panic paralyzing the old man's face. "Why do you look like you have seen a ghost?" "It is really no big deal. Even Sister Ninger and I have hit the late stage of level 8. A chilling, horrifying realization washed over Councilman Liang. He finally understood the terrifying truth. Absolute monsters always flock together. Tang Tang cleared her throat loudly, her playful aura instantly dissolving into deadly seriousness. The time for childish banter was officially over. "All right, spill it. What is the actual crisis?" Councilman Liang instinctively darted his eyes left and right, paranoid that assassins were lurking in the shadows. "I carry top-secret tactical orders for Gao Neng's ears only. This open courtyard is entirely too compromised." Recognizing the terrifying gravity of the situation, Tang Tang gestured toward the secure command center. "Fine, follow me inside." The heavy iron doors of the general's office slammed shut behind them, sealing them in a chamber built for whispering world-ending secrets. Tang Tang leaned aggressively against the mahogany desk, tapping her fingers with blazing impatience. She had an empire to run, and zero time for old men's riddles. Start talking, and make it quick. Refusing to be intimidated by a mere child, Councilman Liang calmly lifted a steaming cup of tea and took a dreadfully slow, calculated sip. "These are the absolute strategic directives of the Supreme Council," he sneered, carefully placing the porcelain cup down. "If I am going to spill state secrets, it will only be to Chairman Gao himself." A vein visibly popped on Tang Tang's forehead. She slammed her hands onto the desk, her ferocious aura flaring violently as she pointed right between his eyes. "Are you daring to look down on this, General? Out there, you claimed it was an open security risk. Now we are in private, and you seal your lips? You decrepit old fox. Are you playing games with me?" Counselor Liang intentionally pushes Tang Tang to the brink of fury. With her lower rank, what can she even do against him? The secrets of the Supreme Council meeting are strictly classified, locked away for full members only. Even though you hold the rank of Major General in the military, Liang sneers, you still are not a member of the council. You. Tang Tang seethes with rage, but honor demands she maintain her composure. Swallowing her pride, she forces a stiff nod of agreement. "Fine, then you can just sit and wait," she snaps. "Let me make this clear. Gao Neng has not stepped out of that room in 3 whole days. Wait if you want to." Counselor Liang freezes, entirely unable to process this shocking revelation. To him, it feels like an absurd dream. Wait a minute. Is that monster actually breaking through again? Tang Tang crosses her arms, shooting the counselor a look of pure disgust. She genuinely cannot understand his ridiculous doubt. "Do you think it is a joke?" A terrifying scenario instantly flashes through the old man's mind. If true, the consequences of this evolution would be absolutely catastrophic. A late-stage rank 9 realm. If he is truly in secluded cultivation to shatter that bottleneck, it defies all logic. Counselor Liang simply cannot fathom how Gao Neng could advance at such godlike speed. A supreme entity. Is the legendary dragon bloodline truly this terrifying? He stares blankly into his glass of water, his soul seemingly ripped straight out of his body. If the cultivation speed of the dragon race is truly this monstrous, the future of humanity is set in stone. Absolutely no one will be able to stop Gao Neng's march to the absolute top. Counselor Liang vigorously shakes his head, violently snapping himself out of his spiraling thoughts. What is the point of worrying about this now? Whether in the future or the present, that boy is already an unstoppable force of nature. Noticing the old man's weird panic, Tang Tang chimes in with a sharp reminder. Because of his critical state, I am the only person on Earth allowed to enter his room right now. Speak your mind now, or prepare to wait 8 to 10 days for an audience. But Counselor Liang has his own pride as a high-ranking official. He absolutely refuses to be looked down upon by a junior. Tell him to come out himself, the counselor scoffs. And then, I will naturally deliver my message. Blazing fury erupts in Tang Tang's chest. She desperately wants to lunge forward and smash Counselor Liang's smug face in. She forcefully turns away to swallow her raging wrath, fighting the urge to completely lose her mind. Fine, then keep waiting. Hours bleed away as the sky darkens into the dead of night. Suddenly, a bodyguard's report catches Tang Tang completely off guard. What? That old fox is still lurking out there? She pauses her intense video game session, a half-eaten slice of cake in her hand. If only Xiao Meng were here to deal with this mess. Just picturing it fills Tang Tang with immense satisfaction. Xiao Meng could easily use her transformation powers to mimic Gao Neng and scare that old fool away forever. But then, a stroke of absolute genius strikes her mind like lightning. A sly smile creeps onto her face. That is it. I have the perfect plan. Following her direct orders, the bodyguard steps out to deliver a message to the stubborn counselor. Counselor Liang, the guard announces, Chairman Gao invites you in. However, because he is at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, you may only speak through the door. Suspicion flickers in the old man's eyes, but he quickly nods in eager agreement. Just knowing Gao Neng is willing to talk is enough. Speaking through a door will have to do. The bodyguard escorts Counselor Liang down the hall, gesturing toward a heavily secured room on the right. Right this way, Counselor. Suddenly, a deep, authoritative voice echoes from behind the heavy steel door. Little does he know, a masterful impostor is pulling the strings. Counselor Liang, the voice booms. What is so urgent that you insist on disturbing my seclusion? Completely convinced that the legendary Gao Neng is standing on the other side, Counselor Liang immediately reports the dire situation. The alien races in the eastern and western zones are showing terrifying abnormal movements. They are shrinking the front line, organizing a massive, unified defense. Inside the room, Tang Tang crosses her arms, giggling silently as she projects her voice outward. Overflowing with supreme confidence, she feels like an absolute tactical genius. It is the perfect deception. She might not possess shape-shifting abilities, but perfectly mimicking his voice is absolute child's play. But the victorious smirk instantly vanishes from Tang Tang's face as the counselor reveals his next words. Therefore, the Supreme Council has decided to launch a massive two-pronged assault to probe their defenses. Tang Tang nearly chokes on her own breath, absolute shock replacing her confidence. What did you just say? She demands. You absolute fools want to attack the Western Zone. Oblivious to her panic, the old man calmly relays the Council's classified tactical decision. That is correct. Does Chairman Gao have any strategic insights on this matter? If you believe this operation is too reckless, I will call it off immediately. Instead of fearing the danger, a chaotic thrill sparks in Tang Tang's eyes. Reckless? She projects with a booming, arrogant tone. What is there to be afraid of? If the strongholds of both the eastern and western zones are severely weakened, why stop at just one? We should launch a full-scale invasion and crush every single stronghold they have. Outside the heavy door, Counselor Liang's eyes nearly bulge out of his skull in pure shock. A total invasion? Heavens! Have I truly been too cowardly and conservative all this time? Suddenly, a hesitant cough echoes from the room, dialing back the extreme aggression. Wait! Hold your horses! There is no need to rush. Go wait in the main hall while I carefully review the battle plans. Counselor Liang frowns, deeply bewildered by this sudden shift in tone. But standing before the supreme authority of Gao Neng, he does not dare utter a single word of doubt. Understood. I shall await your command in the main hall. The moment the old man's footsteps fade down the corridor, the heavy steel door cracks open. Tang Tang wipes a bead of sweat from her forehead, realizing her impulsive bluff almost triggered a catastrophic war. That was way too close. I almost sparked an absolute disaster. I need to tell Gao Neng about this immediately. If the sky falls down, it won't be on my head. Meanwhile, deep within his secluded chamber, the real Gao Neng remains utterly blind to the outside chaos, lost in deep meditation. His aura surges with devastating intensity, yet it still falls frustratingly short of his ultimate goal. The final threshold remains just out of reach. After completely devouring the boundless evolution energy from the Eastern Zone, his body has successfully awakened 50 distinct, terrifying attributes. Every single one has been maxed out to 100% perfection. Yet, his cultivation is viciously deadlocked at the late stage of rank 9. How can absorbing a mountain of pure energy still not trigger his breakthrough? Gao Neng grinds his teeth in frustration, desperately searching his mind for the missing piece of the puzzle. Is his entire path of cultivation fundamentally flawed? But lurking in the shadows, a revelation that will change everything is fast approaching. Logically speaking, the energy he absorbed is more than enough to ascend to the supreme realm. So, where exactly is the bottleneck? Without a single knock, the door bursts open. Tang Tang barges in with zero hesitation. Gao Neng, the Grim Reaper. Tang Tang is entering. If you are completely naked, you better cover up. She raises her voice, her chin tilted up with that signature pride. Staring right at him, she throws out a completely unexpected question. If the eastern and western zones have empty cities right now, do we strike or not? The moment those words hit Gao Neng's ears, his entire mind freezes. Strike! Tang Tang just accidentally triggers a thought he has completely overlooked. That is it. Do the ancient elites not rely on life or death battles to shatter their limits? His eyes light up as he immediately agrees with her crazy idea. Tang Tang blinks, completely caught off guard. It is her first time seeing him look so intensely fired up. Yeah, fighting is definitely worth a shot. We should totally crush them. Gao Neng immediately halts his cultivation and hops down from his spot. Grabbing a towel to wipe away his blazing sweat, he finally addresses the elephant in the room. So, why did you actually come looking for me? Thank the heavens you barged in here. But seriously, what is up? She suddenly waves her hands defensively. Nothing at all. Just keep doing your closed-door training. Exhaustion from his intense session is finally catching up to him. Gao Neng decides it is time to let his body breathe. No more isolation for today. I am heading out for a quick stroll. Panic flashes across Tong Tong's face as she immediately blocks his path. No way. If you step out that door right now, everything is completely ruined. You want to go outside? Absolutely not. Liang Shan is still sitting in the living room. Her brain scrambles, tossing out wild excuses just to keep him trapped inside. Look at you, dripping in gross sweat from head to toe. Walking out like that will completely destroy the majestic image of a general and the Alliance Parliament. You need a deep scrub before you even think about showing your face. Gao Neng pauses, taking a quick sniff of his own shirt. Okay, the battle stench is actually pretty over. You need a deep scrub before you even think about showing your face. Gao Neng pauses, taking a quick sniff of his own shirt. Okay, the battle stench is actually pretty overpowering. A shower. Yeah, a shower is definitely the right move. After all, Gao Neng always secretly cares about maintaining his flawless public image. Taking her chance, Tang Tang bolts toward the exit like a fleeing assassin. One more minute in here, and her entire cover will be blown. Great. You get washed up. I will go order the staff to draw you a hot bath. Meanwhile, down in the Grand Hall, Councilman Liang casually sips his steaming tea, patiently waiting for the main character. Striding into the room, Tang Tang clears her throat, ready to politely kick the old man out. Councilman Liang. Gao Neng just had a massive spark of enlightenment. He might shatter his limits at any second, so he sent me to pass on his words. What words? The councilman asks, his curiosity piquing. Tong Tong's mind races at light speed as she smoothly spins her web of lies. Thank goodness she is a quick thinker, he says. Proceed entirely according to the master plan. As for the specific details, I have zero clue. What exactly are you guys scheming anyway? Councilman Liang swallows the bait completely, without a single shred of suspicion. According to the plan. Excellent. I understand everything perfectly. With a respectful nod, the old man turns on his heel to leave. The last thing Councilman Liang wants is to interrupt a supreme awakening. I shall deliver his response to the Supreme Council. As for our little secret, you can ask Chairman Gao yourself. Mission accomplished. Meanwhile, inside the steamy bathroom, a ringtone shatters the silence. It is Ninger calling. Standing under the scalding water, Gao Neng reaches out and quickly answers the ringing device. Hello, Ninger? Her crystal-clear voice chimes from the other end of the line. Did you finally break through your limits? Gao Neng lets out a long sigh. Not yet. I am still hitting a massive wall. However, I am changing my strategy. I am going to hunt down and challenge the Supreme Realm experts. Ninger immediately senses the fiery determination in his voice. This aggressive approach is exactly what he needs. That is a brilliant plan. If you ask me, your first target should definitely be Old Li. Gao Ning's eyes widen in sheer disbelief at her bold suggestion. You want me to strike my own master first? Ninger does not pressure him, but calmly lays out the tactical advantage she has mapped out. First of all, the two of you know each other's combat styles inside and out. You can go all out and strike with absolute lethal force, but Old Li loves you too much to ever deal a fatal blow. Second, since he represents the military faction, using him as your stepping stone will send a crystal-clear message to every other supreme expert you challenge next. A confident smirk creeps across his face. My thoughts exactly. As Gao Neng brings up his next target, a spark of pure anticipation lights up Ninger's eyes. There is one specific supreme expert I absolutely must visit. Who is it? She asks. In an instant, the playful warmth vanishes from his voice, replaced by an icy chill, Wuxin of the esoteric sect. On the other end, Ninger instantly understands the deadly weight of those words. Meanwhile, at the towering gates of the Eastern military base, the atmosphere is terrifyingly silent. Not a single guard is in sight when Gao Neng materializes like a ghost right behind Tang Tang. He crosses his arms, staring down at her with a highly suspicious brow. Are you secretly sneaking out to pick fights with people too? Ignoring his glare, Tang Tang smoothly vaults onto her sleek racing motorcycle, flashing him a brilliant, mischievous grin. She revs the engine. Just focus on your cultivation and wait for my glorious good news. With a thunderous roar, she peels out, leaving Gao Neng choking on her dust. He does not even get the chance to spit out a single word. Gao Neng can only sigh in absolute defeat. That girl is a storm that absolutely no one can predict. Narrowing his eyes, he whips out his phone once again. He dials a very specific number. It is time to pull some strings behind the scenes. The screen connects to Ninger's mother, a woman of terrifying influence. Hello, Auntie Lou? Well, Well, look who it is. Lona's playful, teasing voice echoes through the speaker. She always hopes for the day these two will finally tie the knot. To her, this sudden call can only mean one glorious thing. Did you finally change your mind and decide to marry my precious daughter? I know it feels like a slight against her pride. But since you are the chairman now, I have reconsidered everything. Even if she becomes your second wife, I have absolutely zero complaints. Gao Ning's eye twitches at the sheer absurdity of her words. With zero time to waste, he ruthlessly cuts straight to the chase. Auntie, please, we are not discussing that right now. I need a massive favor from you. Can you shadow Fong Tong Tong for the next few days? Hearing the serious tone in his voice, Lona knows she cannot refuse the young chairman. Hello? The signal is getting terrible. Did you say a 1-liter bottle? Fine, fine. Just wait for my intel. The line goes dead, allowing Gao Neng to finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Now that the chaotic girl is handled, his gaze shifts back to his master plan. So, should I give my master a warning call before I ambush him? A wicked grin stretches across his face. Nah. That would ruin all the fun. With the stage set, Gao Neng devises a plan so bold it borders on madness. It is time to push his master's buttons. To cut off all routes of retreat, he makes a single phone call. The media will trap the old man first. Deep within the untamed mountains, Tian-nan relaxes in his secluded wilderness retreat. Submerged in a steaming spring, he sways to a gentle melody, completely at one with nature. A cold drink rests in Tian-nan's hand. He lets out a deeply satisfied sigh. With a disciple like that, what more can a master ask for? Supreme confidence swells in his chest. He alone has forged a monster like Gao Neng, so what if those old fossils boast higher cultivation? Can their brats match my disciples' raw power? Are they even half as devoted? This old master can finally enjoy a peaceful retirement. A wide, triumphant grin spreads across Tiannan's face. Life has never tasted this sweet. Every single one of those geezers now bows to him. Even the mighty Qin Lei? He now has to respectfully call him Brother Tiannan. Would that fool dare call him Old Ghostly ever again? Would he dare? Absolutely not. Suddenly, an unnatural noise shatters his peace. Voices boom from right outside his door. Everyone get ready. Wait until old Li shows his face. Tiannan blinks in absolute confusion. He stares blankly at the entrance. Who in the world would trespass at this hour? All units, take your positions. The old master's jaw drops. What kind of madness is unfolding on his front lawn? Tiannan scrambles out of the spring. He hastily throws on his robes and creeps toward the door. What is going on? Who dares to invade my sacred mountain at midnight? This place is utterly off the grid. Yet somehow, an entire broadcast crew has set up their heavy cameras. A massive sea of paparazzi had already swarmed the entrance, just waiting for Tiannan to step outside. He cracked the door open, only to be hit with this shocking scene. His peaceful retirement was completely ruined. What in the world is going on here? He muttered under his breath in sheer confusion. Paparazzi? I didn't even bring any female celebrities home today. Furious, Tiannan slammed the door wide open and stormed out to demand answers. Who sent you all? What are you doing surrounding my house? The media mob instantly erupted into chaos. Elder Li is out, someone screamed. Dozens of microphones were aggressively shoved into his face. Elder Li, please give us a statement. We just need a few words. Annoyance flared wildly in Tiannan's eyes. Being bombarded by this suffocating crowd was driving him absolutely crazy. His quiet sanctuary had officially turned into a war zone. Elder Li, what are your thoughts on Gao Neng showing up to challenge you today? Why do you think Chairman Gao chose you as his very first target? They say the student always surpasses the master. Are you feeling unconfident about this upcoming battle, Elder Li? Bombarded by the rapid-fire questions, the supreme expert stood completely frozen. His mind went entirely blank. What on earth were these people talking about? Hold on! Freeze! He shouted, throwing a hand up to stop the madness. Who is challenging who? Finally, one daring reporter stepped up to clearly explain the situation. Chairman Gao just released breaking news to the entire media world. He officially declared a hunt against the remaining supreme experts to break through his own limits. And his very first opponent is his former master, you, Elder Li. Hearing his disciple's name, the truth struck Tiannan like lightning. So Gao Neng was the mastermind behind this entire circus. Suddenly, the heavens seemed to split open. A blinding light rained down from the sky, forcing the massive crowd to desperately shield their eyes. The rhythmic thud of helicopter blades violently shook the ground. A figure began descending the rope ladder. Gao Neng had finally arrived. Sword firmly in hand, Gao Neng's face was terrifyingly calm and calculating. Chairman Gao was truly hunting his own mentor. What catastrophic result would tonight bring? Tiannan stared at the descending figure in pure, unadulterated disbelief. He never dreamed his own student would pull a public stunt like this. This arrogant brat wants to fight me. And he brought a media circus to watch? Tiannan gritted his teeth, his aura turning dangerously dark. The true motive was crystal clear now. I get it now, he thought bitterly. This shameless punk wants to step on my legendary reputation to secure his seat as chairman of the Supreme Council. Utterly shameless. But with the cameras rolling live, running away was simply not an option. The legendary elder had absolutely no reason to refuse a direct challenge on his own turf. Besides, a sly thought crossed the old master's mind. If the kid coughed up enough evolutionary energy, a friendly spar wasn't completely off the table. They could just stop at the first touch. He would generously give the brat a little bit of face. Meanwhile, Gao Neng leaped the rest of the way down, landing on the earth with flawless, elegant grace. Tiannan glared daggers at the monster he had personally trained. He couldn't hold back his sharp scolding. Look at you, smelly brat, acting all high and mighty now. Too good to walk, so you have to fly around in a chopper? Instantly, the media swarm pivoted, aiming all their flashing weapons directly at Gao Neng. Chairman Gao, is there a specific reason Elder Li is your first target? Chairman Gao, please give us the inside scoop on this historic clash. Standing fearlessly before the man who taught him everything, Gao Neng didn't even flinch. Of course, he stated smoothly. There is an old proverb, the student always surpasses the master. As his direct disciple, I intend to verify that philosophy today. Crushing my master is my ultimate way of repaying him for his brilliant teachings. A gasp rippled through the crowd before one reporter bravely shouted out, how could a mere disciple possibly match the legendary elder's immense power? You are only a level 9 fighter, but Elder Li is a true supreme expert. Isn't the gap in your strength completely insurmountable? Gao Neng's lips curled into a dangerously confident smirk. He had fully anticipated this exact doubt. There is a slight gap. Indeed. Without warning, he leveled his blade dead center at Tiannan's face. His voice dripped with absolute, unwavering arrogance. Because of that, I'll hold back a little. At most, I'll just snap both of my master's legs. Boom! Pure, explosive rage contorted Tiannan's face. He had wanted to keep the peace, but this rebellious brat was practically begging for a death sentence. Gao Neng's blood was boiling with raw, electrifying anticipation. He had waited years for this exact moment to tear down the legend with his own 2 hands. All right, the press conference ends right now, Gao Neng barked. Let the official battle commence. The reporters scrambled, diving into safe positions while keeping their cameras rolling. Keep your lenses focused, folks, a broadcaster yelled into a mic. You are about to witness the epic, world-shaking clash between Chairman Gao and Elder Li. The resentment building in Tiannan's chest finally reached its explosive boiling point. His eyes burned with the devastating fury of a disrespected god. You really want to dance with death, smelly brat, he roared. Let's see if you survive when I stop pulling my punches today. Gao Neng merely leaned forward, delivering a perfectly timed psychological strike. He knew exactly how much his master hated public humiliation. Master, the entire world is watching right now. Are you going to lose face and run away like a coward? Instantly, the blade in Gao Neng's hand erupted into roaring flames, threatening to incinerate the entire courtyard. The blazing heat grew completely suffocating. Furthermore, if you truly refuse to fight, I will unleash 100% of my flame attribute. One strike will completely obliterate this crowd, and I will personally burn your precious house to ashes. Tiannan was absolutely stunned by the sheer, unhinged lunacy of his student. The old man desperately wanted to avoid this senseless war, but with his beloved home on the line, he was forcefully pushed into drawing his own sword. Have you lost your damn mind, brat? But before Tiannan could even blink, Gao Neng vanished like a phantom, reappearing seamlessly in his absolute blind spot. Channeling every ounce of his cultivated power, the disciple unleashed pure hell. Moon-piercing thrust. Panic gripped Tiannan. He absolutely could not let his hard-built home be reduced to dust. Pushing his defensive aura to its absolute limits, the master threw his body directly into the path of destruction, desperately blocking the devastating strike. Stop this madness, Tiannan roared, his cool facade shattering into a million pieces. If you dare burn my house down, I will fight you to the bitter end. But Gao Neng just flashed a wicked, merciless grin. Relax, master. That backstab just now? I held back. The chilling truth hung heavy in the air. If I hadn't, you'd already have a gaping hole straight through your chest. Before this house burns to ashes, Gao Neng offers Tiannan one final piece of advice. I highly advise you to take this seriously, master, because even if you risk your life right now, you are simply no match for my current power. Tiannan's patience completely snaps. At this rate, his own disciple's arrogance is going to drive him utterly insane. Such absolute insolence. If I do not utterly crush this rebellious brat today, where does my dignity as a master stand? Tiannan decides to stop holding back. He steps into the fray, ready to unleash hell. Today, I will teach you the true meaning of experience. He unleashes a devastating surge of lightning, a terrifying power he has cultivated for countless years. But Gao Neng refuses to back down. His eyes burn with defiance as he prepares to fight to the bitter end. Then let me show you how the new generation crushes the old. Master. Instantly, Gao Neng unleashes a torrent of lightning, radiating a destructive force that completely eclipses Tiannan. Witnessing the impossible sight before him, the master freezes in absolute shock. Ghost lightning? How is this even possible? You can project the ghost lightning art outside your body, and without even using your own bodily fluids? Gao Neng smirks, ready to reveal his ultimate breakthrough. I forged this power myself. Since my water affinity is perfectly at 100%, I can command the moisture in the air at will. I do not need to drain my own body like you do. Refusing to be outdone, Tiannan desperately channels his energy to regain the upper hand. He absolutely refuses to swallow this bitter defeat. You think a little talent makes you invincible, you rebellious brat? But Gao Neng wastes zero time. Knowing words are useless now, he unleashes his extraordinary power to the absolute maximum. Face reality, master. You truly cannot lay a single finger on me. The two catastrophic streams of lightning violently collide. They instantly merge into a colossal sphere of pure, world-ending energy. A terrifying flash of lightning violently tears the sky apart, ruthlessly crashing down upon the mountain peak. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, the male reporter turns pale with sheer terror. Good heavens, is this supposed to be a friendly spar? This is a full-blown battle to the death. The female reporter beside him immediately straightens her posture, gripping her microphone as she delivers a breathless broadcast. What an earth-shattering master and disciple showdown. It is a catastrophic clash between heavenly lightning and water lightning. Which elemental force will reign supreme? High up in the trembling sky, Tiannan is completely overpowered. Blasted several meters back, he roars in fury. You damn brat, are you actually trying to kill me? Hovering in the air, Gao Neng is entirely engulfed in violently crackling lightning. A wildly excited smirk spreads across his face as he declares his terms. Listen well, master. Today one of us is leaving this mountain with a broken leg. Tiannan's expression darkens into absolute rage. Gritting his teeth so hard they might shatter, he condenses a blazing spark of pure energy onto his fingertips, fully accepting the deadly challenge. Fine, have it your way. I will no longer show any mercy. In a split second, he leaps into the heavens, unleashing a devastating slash aimed straight at Gao Neng. Without a single ounce of fear, the disciple draws his blazing blade and charges forward. In a breathtaking clash of steel, Gao Neng parries the overwhelming strike, violently deflecting the attack away. Immediately pivoting toward Tiannan, Gao Neng narrows his eyes and dramatically complains, Master, what kind of hidden technique was that? You never taught me that move. The old man merely scoffs with absolute defiance. Nonsense. If I taught you all my secrets, how could I possibly keep a monster like you in check? Hearing his master's confession, a wildly arrogant smirk dances across Gao Neng's face. His eyes gleam, as if he just spotted a fatal flaw in the old man's defense. Ah, so that is how it is. But tell me, master, did you perhaps forget one tiny little detail? He glares at Tiannan with predator-like intensity, his smile dripping with pure excitement. You just stepped right into my absolute close combat range. Azure Dragon Illusion Art. Sensing the terrifying aura erupting from his disciple, Tiannan's jaw drops in sheer panic. This is extremely bad. Every instinct screams that a catastrophic strike is coming. In a desperate panic, Tiannan forcefully activates his teleportation ability to create distance. He furiously curses as he retreats. You treacherous little brat! You dare use dirty illusions to ambush your own master? But before the old man can even secure a safe distance, Gao Neng activates the Void Shuttle. In a flash of godly speed, he materializes directly behind Tiannan. Seizing the perfect opening, a victorious grin spreads across Gao Neng's face. He swiftly draws his blade, delivering a chillingly sinister whisper. Do not worry, master. I will not use any tricks today. I am going to crush you fair and square. The moment those words hit his ears, Tiannan violently snaps his head back, his eyes bulging in absolute horror. To his utter disbelief, Gao Neng's blade is now violently erupting in blazing hellfire. Raising his fiery longsword high into the heavens, the disciple shoots forward like a catastrophic meteor, aiming right for his master. A terrifying realization hits Tiannan, this brilliant little demon. He faked an illusion just to force my retreat and charge his ultimate strike. Without hesitation, Gao Neng twists his body and violently unleashes the devastating six-fold unified slash. A massive tidal wave of scorching flames completely swallows the sky, hurtling straight toward the defenseless master. But in a split-second reaction, Tiannan miraculously raises his blade to block the catastrophic impact. He fiercely roars against the roaring flames. "You arrogant brat! If I cannot block this single strike, I will strip myself of the title of your master." The earth-shattering collision violently deflects the fiery shockwave, but the redirecting flames shoot off like a fiery dragon, blasting straight into Tiannan's peaceful retirement villa. The luxurious sanctuary instantly erupts into a violent inferno. Witnessing his beloved home being reduced to ashes, Tiannan's face turns completely dark, his soul utterly shattered into speechless despair. A fraction of a second later, a volcano of pure, unadulterated rage violently erupts. He furiously screams at his disciple, "Gao Neng, you absolute menace! Spare my beautiful villa right now." But the onslaught is far from over. Gao Neng leaps directly into Tiannan's face once again. Raising his blazing sword to the heavens, he flashes a wildly arrogant grin and completely agrees. "Yes, master. Do not worry. This strike is aimed exclusively at your head." Moving at godlike speed, the master cannot even raise his arms to defend. He can only stand frozen, staring wide-eyed as the terrifying blade comes crashing down. Without missing a beat, 6 devastating slashes merge into one unstoppable force. Gao Neng unleashes an infinite barrage of absolute power. Caught completely off guard, the brutal attack rushes straight for his opponent's face. The sheer fury behind the strike is absolutely terrifying. Li Tiannan roars with unparalleled ferocity. "You ungrateful brat! Even if I die, my ghost will never let you off the hook." Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning violently strikes the mountain peak. The aftermath of that heavenly lightning is completely catastrophic. The earth is shattered, buildings are reduced to rubble, and amidst the settling ashes, a figure lies there, charred black and smoking like a ruined chimney. It is none other than the great Li Tiannan. His clothes are torn to shreds as he sprawls helplessly across the cracked earth. There is zero reaction from the legendary master. He is burned so badly that not a single hair remains. Lying as motionless as a statue, descending gracefully from the sky, Gao Neng lands right next to Li Tiannan. "Master, do not play dead," he calls out softly. He stares intently at the fallen man, a flicker of worry finally crossing his eyes. "Master, are you actually okay? Did you really pass out from that?" He stares at his own hands, his expression dropping into deep thought. Such high-intensity combat, and still no sign of a breakthrough? Gao Neng asks himself. Could it be that Master has gotten weaker? A frown of sheer dissatisfaction crosses his face. His eyes narrow as he mutters under his breath. "This will not do. I need to find someone much stronger." Suddenly, he pulls out a small crystal vial and pops the cap with his thumb. He gently tilts it over Li Tiannan's dry and ruined lips. Gao Neng speaks softly. "Master, do not dare call your disciple unfilial. I am using the incredibly precious water of life just to heal you, so you absolutely cannot hold a grudge against me later." With his duty done, he grabs the rope ladder of a hovering helicopter. He projects his voice with absolute confidence. "Let's go." On to the next target. Down below, right where the mighty Li Tiannan still lies motionless, a massive crowd of curious onlookers starts to gather. 2 news reporters witness this horrifying scene, their faces draining of all color. The male reporter gasps in pure shock. "Oh my God, this is an absolute tragedy." The female reporter beside him is trembling with disbelief. Is this really the military's ultimate war god? The supreme expert? Li Tiannan? Despite their overwhelming fear, their journalistic instincts kick into overdrive. "Hurry up. We need to capture this unbelievable footage right now." Miles away, Qingjing watches the crushing defeat of Li Tiannan unfold on his computer monitor. He pinches his brow in total helplessness, squeezing his eyes shut as if to wake from a nightmare. He won. He actually won, just like that. He gasps. Old Li is a genuine supreme expert. Through and through. At that exact moment, Qin Lei also witnesses the tragic downfall of Li Tiannan on the news. He nods in pure awe, affirming the ancient truth: the new generation's waves will always crush the old. High above the clouds, Gao Neng relaxes inside the flying helicopter. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence of the cabin. The female captain, holding her walkie-talkie firmly, glances back at the young prodigy. She asks in a gentle, respectful tone, "If your goal is to challenge supreme experts just to force a breakthrough, could you reveal who your next target is?" Without breaking a sweat, he pulls out a small notebook to answer her. "Of course I can," he replies smoothly. Slowly flipping through the pages, Gao Neng stops at a specific entry and decisively tears it out. He holds up the ripped page, a look of pure, unadulterated excitement blazing in his eyes. I have compiled every single supreme expert I want to fight into this little book. I am going to challenge them one by one, and here's the person right after my master. Gao Neng flashes the page for her to see. It displays a stunning photograph, complete with a detailed introduction of his next formidable opponent. The moment the female pilot catches a glimpse of that photo, her jaw drops. Her eyes widen as she instantly recognizes the legendary figure, Fairy Liu. The supreme expert of the Alliance and the undisputed #1 beauty in the world? When do you plan on challenging her? A brilliant, confident smile spreads across Gao Neng's face. It takes exactly 2 hours to reach her domain. That gives me plenty of time to rest. In 2 hours, I will battle Fairy Liu. Hearing this earth-shattering scoop over the comms, the female reporter back on the ground frantically screams into her mic. Hurry! Dispatch a crew to Fairy Liu's estate right now. If we wait until tonight, it will be far too late. If I had known, I would have chartered a chopper myself, she curses. The male reporter immediately dials the broadcast station, panting heavily in absolute panic. Headquarters. This is reporter Yang Fan. Please send a crew to Fairy Liu's residence immediately. He listens for a second before groaning. Yes, I know I might not make it in time. The sun completely vanishes beneath the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the dead of night takes over, painting the sky with a sea of glittering stars. Deep within a tranquil forest, ancient lanterns illuminate a quiet courtyard. There, standing gracefully before a massive boulder, is none other than Fairy Liu. 19 years, she whispers softly to the stone. I originally planned to wait 1 more year before letting you out into the world. She gently presses her index finger against the cold rock. Her voice carries a serene calm, mixed with a faint trace of sorrow. However, it seems I simply cannot wait any longer. The very moment those words leave her lips, the massive boulder violently splits in half. Fragments of shattered stone and a cloud of fine dust explode into the air. As the giant rock crumbles, a shadowy silhouette emerges from the blinding dust. Slowly, the thick haze clears, revealing a breathtaking weapon of white majesty. With absolute elegance, Fairy Liu reaches out and wraps her delicate hand around the hilt. Her grip instantly tightens with overwhelming resolve. She gazes deeply into the blade, her expression turning deadly serious. Verdant jasper, she murmurs. Without a single second of hesitation, she pulls the legendary sword from its resting place. An explosive surge of pure energy erupts from the earth. Billowing shockwaves of aura spiral violently upward into the night sky. Only the sword can sever fate, Fairy Liu declares with a booming voice. A terrifying explosion of brilliant green light obliterates the ground beneath her, tearing everything apart in a storm of power. Radiating an absolutely majestic aura, Fairy Liu stands tall amidst the falling ashes. Her legendary blade is drawn, and the real battle is just over the horizon. Meanwhile, a fierce challenge has already been declared. Bring it on, Gao Neng. She tilts her head toward the midnight sky. Her gaze burns with absolute resolve. I will be waiting for you. 2 agonizing hours tick by. Then, a deafening roar shatters the forest's silence. A massive fleet of news choppers blackens the night sky. Frantic reporters scream into their microphones. We are now hovering directly above Fairy Liu's residence. We are standing by for this century-defining duel. But wait, why is her entire courtyard already reduced to rubble? Did we miss the battle? Is it already over? Another journalist quickly chimes in. Negative. The heavy killing intent proves they haven't even clashed yet. Down below, the tension is suffocating. Fairy Liu and Gao Neng stand locked in a deadly stare-down. The live broadcast continues to roll. Tonight, Chairman Gao targets none other than Fairy Liu, the legendary master of the Heartless Sword. She hasn't unsealed her blade since the Great War. The ultimate question remains. Can Chairman Gao force the legendary sword from its scabbard tonight? Are you blind? Look closer. The Heartless Sword is already gripped tightly in Fairy Liu's hand. The blade is fully unsheathed. Fairy Liu's expression is deadly serious. Her cold voice slices through the wind. You finally arrived. Completely unfazed, Gao Neng flashes a dangerously arrogant smirk. Gao Neng's tone is casually terrifying. Indeed, this junior has come to claim your defeat. Gripping her divine blade, her aura explodes with majestic pressure. She states her absolute limits. My core elements are wind and water. Wind holds no form, and water dictates the flow. Furthermore, I possess 100% tungsten mastery. I command 10 distinct elemental powers. You had better fight for your life today. Gao Neng merely chuckles at her warning. With his hands resting casually, he reveals his own arsenal. Thank you for the guidance, Fairy Lu. My elemental affinities are 100% iron, 100% silver, gold, aluminum, and tungsten, all fully maxed out. But wait, there is more. Simply put, I possess every single element you can possibly imagine. Suddenly, a chilling shadow falls over his face. His eyes turn into absolute voids of killing intent. As for my special attributes, I hold more than 50 ultimate variations. Wind, raging fire, devastating thunder, absolute lightning, and crushing water. Wood, absolute zero ice, giantification, and microscopic shrinking. Every single one rests at 100% mastery. You can experience them all, piece by agonizing piece. But just a heartbeat later, the heavy pressure vanishes. He sighs, flashing an infuriatingly innocent smile. Honestly, I just wanted a few normal abilities like yours, but my overwhelming talent simply refused to let me be average. His arrogant words hang heavy in the midnight air. Fairy Lu instantly shifts into her killing stance. Her voice echoes like a war horn. For this battle, I will not hold back a single drop of power. Her fierce fighting spirit only fuels Gao Neng's battle hunger. A wicked grin splits his face. Thank you for granting my wish, Fairy Lu, but let me make one rule absolutely clear. On the battlefield, my fists do not care about gender. The moment the words leave his lips, he unleashes the devastating demonic thunder. Following up with a brutal six-fold strike, he mocks her. Please forgive this junior if he hits too hard. Like two shooting stars, they violently clash. Their absolute powers collide, erupting into a blinding shockwave of white smoke. As they slide past each other, the aftermath settles. The very earth where they clashed has shattered, collapsing into a massive, smoking crater. Everyone watching assumes the monstrous Gao Neng has seized the absolute advantage. But pure terror suddenly drains the color from his face. A thin, deadly line of crimson appears directly across his throat. In a flash, Fairy Liu pivots, locking her cold eyes on her prey. I have heard terrifying rumors about Chairman Gao's brutal combat style. Her aura surges with absolute dominance. She levels the tip of her heartless sword straight at his heart. Since the rumors are true, I will expose every single one of your dirty tricks tonight. But the terror in Gao Neng's eyes vanishes in a split second. It is replaced by an uncontrollably manic grin. His blood boils with pure battle lust, as expected from a master of 100% wind. Such godlike speed. Fairy Liu isn't just slightly stronger than his master, she is a true monster. A flicker of genuine anxiety flashed through Gao Neng's eyes. His mind raced, calculating her terrifying speed. While she had not reached the godlike realm of the six-winged seraph supreme expert Ding Feng, she was dangerously close. He instinctively reached up, his fingers brushing against the warm blood trickling from his neck. His face paled as a chill ran down his spine. He possessed dozens of special defensive attributes, plus the mighty awakened blood dragon aura. And yet, he still took damage. The severing affection sword truly lived up to its terrifying name. The emotionless fairy traced her blade with pale fingers, her voice dripping with provocation. Gao Neng, since you want to play tough, I have no reason to hold back. Without a second of hesitation, she leveled the gleaming tip of her sword straight at him. He shot forward like a fired arrow, his body engulfed in a raging tempest of green energy. Catching sight of her incoming blade, he threw up his guard. For a few breathless seconds, they clashed in a flurry of sparks. But the fairy's overwhelming aura was clearly crushing him. Suddenly, a secondary blade materialized right before his eyes. Gao Ning's pupils shrank. An afterimage. Exploiting his momentary opening, her movements blurred, becoming as formless as the wind itself. The fairy instantly teleported, launching a deadly strike from his blind spot with mind-bending speed. Barely reacting in time, he threw his sword back to block, but the sheer force sent him skidding heavily across the ground. Observing his frantic reflexes, her icy expression softened into absolute contempt. Still acting tough? Brushing off the impact, Gao Neng flashed her a brazen smile, his tone practically begging for a fight. I am a man, after all. I have to stay a little hard. Striking a wildly arrogant pose, he thrust his hand forward with absolute confidence. Bring everything you have, fairy. I can take it. Hearing his shameless words, her face contorted with speechless fury. Her eyes locked onto him with lethal intent. With absolute resolve, the fairy unleashed an earth-shattering slash. Her soaring aura pierced the heavens as the sword light tore through the very fabric of the wind. She charges forward, her voice trembling with fury. Smooth-talking brat, do you even realize how young you are? In a flash, Gao Neng effortlessly parries her deadly strike. With supreme confidence, he casually throws back a tease mid-battle. A fairy is always 18 years old. Fairy Lu's gaze sharpens like a drawn blade. She lets out a disdainful scoff. You have a sweet tongue. What a pity we were not born in the same era. Completely unfazed, Gao Neng locks his blade against hers. A mischievous smirk plays on his lips as he pushes back. Fairy, are you perhaps thinking of Elder Jian? At those words, a shadow of sorrow crosses her delicate features. Her gaze drifts into the distance, falling into a heavy, absolute silence. But the vulnerability vanishes in an instant. Her expression hardens into deep disdain as she snaps back. Save your breath. Cheap words will not shake my resolve. The absolute emotionless sword cannot afford worldly attachments. Seeing her fierce reaction, Gao Neng's eyes gleam with pure amusement. He presses his advantage with another daring question. Oh? But what happens if feelings actually bloom? He does not even give the fairy a second to process the thought before launching his next verbal attack. Fairy, did your master read too many cheap martial arts novels? Blades may be heartless, but the people wielding them are not. Only those who truly understand emotion can truly become emotionless. Is that not the undeniable truth? Struck by the profound weight of his words, she is completely rendered speechless. Like a bolt of lightning, a sudden epiphany strikes her mind. She subconsciously mutters his profound phrase, "Only those who understand emotion can become emotionless." A fatal opening. Seizing the perfect split second, Gao Neng unleashes a devastating upward slash that sends the fairy flying. He does not forget to mock her mid-air. Careful now, fairy. Let us not waste any more time. Gripping his hilt tight, Gao Neng explodes forward like a fired cannon. His blinding speed kicks up a massive storm of dust in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he closes the distance. He delivers a ruthless palm strike straight to her chest, leaving her absolutely wide-eyed in shock. The sheer kinetic force of that single palm strike launches the mighty fairy flying across the battlefield. Yet, with incredible grace, she forcefully stabilizes her footing. High above in the pitch-black sky, news helicopters hover like mechanical vultures, capturing every explosive second of the duel. Spotting Gao Neng's devastating counterattack, the frantic reporters scream into their microphones. Did you all just witness that? Second Elder Gao just blasted Fairy Liu away with a single palm strike. The second Elder is actually dominating a living legend in single combat. Down below, the fairy clutches her aching chest. Pure, unadulterated fury ignites within her beautiful eyes as she glares daggers at the young man. Radiating an overwhelming aura, Gao Neng maintains his battle stance. A victorious, arrogant smirk creeps onto his face as he continues his relentless mockery. Fairy, never lose focus on the battlefield. Love, emotions, they are all just passing clouds. Despite his smug expression and teasing tone, his inner senses are dialed to the absolute maximum. Deeply wary of her true power, the legendary absolute emotionless sword cannot possibly be this weak. Yet, taking 2 direct hits has barely left a scratch on him. His playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a steely determination. The realization hits him like a physical blow. Whether it is Fairy Liu or his own master, neither of them is using lethal intent against him. They are holding back, because right now, he is the absolute spiritual pillar of the human alliance. He is simply not allowed to lose. A wave of deep frustration washes over him as he stares down the legendary swordswoman. At this rate, Fairy Liu will purposefully throw the match. If she does not fight to kill, his desperate gamble for a martial breakthrough will be completely ruined. Snapping him back to reality, the fairy's face twists in total outrage. "Did you intentionally aim for my chest?" she shrieks. Unapologetic, Gao Neng responds with the most infuriatingly calm tone imaginable. "Of course it was intentional. If I do not provoke you, fairy, you will never unleash your true killing intent. And without that, my breakthrough is impossible." He flashes a wicked grin, clenching his fists as his battle aura surges to terrifying new heights. "Therefore, hear me well. If you do not fight to win, I will shatter your precious emotionless sword into a million pieces. I will shred your pristine robes. I will destroy your flawless face. Tell me, fairy, are you ready to take me seriously now?" Hearing his utterly shameless threats, the fairy's restraint finally snaps. She explodes in a fit of apocalyptic rage. "Gao Neng, you crossed the line. Do you have any idea that even your master, Li Tiannan, would never dare to act this arrogantly in my presence?" Witnessing her finally lose her cool, the young man merely lets out an arrogant chuckle. He locks eyes with the enraged fairy and exhales a heavy, dramatic sigh. Without warning, he levels his pulsing blade straight at her. Exploding forward like a fired missile, he delivers his absolute mic drop. "That is exactly why I beat him up first." Registering the lethal incoming strike, the fairy's beautiful eyes instantly freeze over into pools of absolute, murderous ice. Steel sings against steel. The catastrophic collision of their blades ignites a blinding storm of scorching sparks. In a fraction of a second, those mere sparks cascade into a heaven-shaking explosion. The sheer magnitude of the blast violently fractures the earth below, drowning the battlefield in an impenetrable sea of dust. Deep within the chaos, Gao Neng's eyes blaze with absolute ecstasy. His heart hammers with pure adrenaline. Real killing intent. He can actually feel the icy grip of death creeping up his spine. This is exactly the life-or-death pressure he needs. Truly, a woman's mood shifts faster than turning the page of a book. Shifting into an absolute offensive stance, Gao Neng unleashes his legendary technique, the 6/Unity, a devastating, infinite combo strike tearing through the heavens. Refusing to be pushed back, the fairy simultaneously erupts with her ultimate art, the Heartless Swordsman's Descent. A merciless wave of absolute sword aura violently crashes toward Gao Neng. Once again, their mythical blades collide, sending a catastrophic shower of molten sparks raining across the landscape. The resulting shockwave is 10 times more devastating than the last. The concussive blast ripples through the very fabric of the air, sending massive tremors deep into the earth. The reinforced ground can no longer handle the apocalyptic pressure. Massive fissures tear through the terrain as giant boulders are violently ripped up and launched into the chaotic void. A torrential hurricane of spiritual pressure explodes from their epicenter. The razor-sharp gales violently shred the surrounding forest, snapping ancient, towering trees in half like mere twigs. The female reporter firmly shields her face against the raging gale. She desperately clings to her microphone. Are you seeing this, everyone? Gods might not exist in our world, but this is an absolute clash of divine beings. Nearby, a male reporter violently wrestles against the terrifying shockwaves. He screams directly into his camera. This is pure terror. Can human limits truly reach this level of absolute destruction? Back at Ground Zero, Chairman Gao and the fairy are locked in a devastating stalemate. The awestruck reporters continue their frantic, chaotic broadcast. The most terrifying part is that Chairman Gao hasn't even reached the Supreme Realm. Yet, he stands toe-to-toe with Fairy Lu. Suddenly, Gao Neng unleashes a devastating, earth-shattering slash. But with impossible grace, she smoothly weaves past the fatal strike. Looking up with eyes as cold as absolute zero, she instantly executes her technique. In a mere fraction of a second, the fairy lands a flawless counterattack. Her fierce strike blasts directly into Gao Neng's right chest. Caught completely off guard, his eyes widen in pure shock as the impact violently launches him backward. Witnessing this brutal exchange, the broadcast frantically continues. Chairman Gao has been fiercely pushed back. As expected, the power gap of a supreme expert is just too vast. Clutching his chest in sheer agony, Gao Neng's face pales as utter astonishment washes over him. The raw power of Fairy Lu's blade was clearly inferior to his own. Yet, she shifted her technique in the blink of an eye, using extreme speed to completely overwhelm his heavy strike. Gao Neng falls into deep, calculating thought. His eyes narrow dangerously as he mentally searches for a way to counterattack. His 6/Unity has pushed his physical power to its absolute limit, but it is entirely useless against this godlike speed. He heavily realizes he needs to be faster. Before he can even recover, the fairy's lethal blade is already flashing toward his throat. Clutching his wounded chest, he stares helplessly in absolute disbelief. Suddenly, he violently vaults into the air. A blinding, radiant golden aura erupts from his entire being. Witnessing this absolute miracle, the fairy's eyes go wide with pure confusion. In a spectacular flash, Gao Neng's human features warp, replaced by a majestic visage framed by flowing, golden dragon whiskers. Incredible. In mere moments, Gao Neng fully transforms into a magnificent golden dragon. He shoots into the heavens like a blinding meteor. His brilliant form utterly illuminates the pitch-black abyss of the night sky. The divine beast coils majestically above the towering city skyline. A reporter immediately screams into the microphone. Is this Chairman Gao's true dragon transformation form? The press corps is left absolutely dumbfounded. Their jaws hit the floor as they witness the miraculous sight. A giant golden dragon. Such overwhelming majesty. Down on the shattered ground, the fairy is shaken to her very core. Refusing to believe her own eyes, she gasps. He actually achieved true dragonification. Casually coiling through the dark heavens, the golden dragon flashes a triumphant grin down at the fairy. The ground reporters erupt into absolute chaos. Look closely. This is Chairman Gao's true dragon form, the legendary inheritance of the ancient dragon bloodline. Pointing a trembling finger at the divine beast, a male reporter cries out in pure awe. I cannot believe we are lucky enough to witness this myth today. Lucky indeed. Another reporter frantically orders his cameraman, capture every single angle. Suddenly, his eyes bulge out of his skull. Gripping the microphone, he screams, "Chairman Gao, look out!" In that exact moment, the fairy suddenly surges upward. Tearing through the howling wind, she charges with terrifying bravery, her lethal blade firmly in hand. Halting right before the massive golden dragon, her expression turns deadly serious. Her voice rings out like biting frost. "Gao Neng, for today's battle, I truly must thank you." Suspended face to face in the stormy sky, he stares intensely at the fairy, utterly baffled. "Thank me?" he wonders in total confusion. Closing her eyes tightly, her brow furrows as she finally explains. "During our brutal clash just now, I finally understood your earlier words. Only the one who deeply understands love can become truly heartless." The very instant the fairy finishes her sentence, Gao Neng is so profoundly shocked, he audibly gasps out loud. "Huh?" Almost immediately, his massive draconic body radiates a blinding flash. Gao Neng instantly reverts back to his fragile human form, instinctively raising his guard against this bizarre shift. His face turns incredibly dark. He locks onto her with piercing, cold eyes, silently demanding answers. But in stark contrast to Gao Neng's high-alert tension, the fairy's face has become completely serene. She answers his unspoken question with unsettling gentleness. "Therefore, the romantic tethers that have chained me for decades have finally completely dissolved." But before the words fully leave her lips, her terrifying killing intent violently erupts once more. A surging, godlike aura of pale green energy violently engulfs her entire body. With an expression of absolute resolve, the fairy confidently declares, "Just now, I have officially stepped into the peak supreme realm." Witnessing this horrifying evolution, Gao Neng's terror multiplies exponentially. His eyes bulge in unadulterated fear, his entire face draining of all color. Cursing himself internally, Gao Neng frantically panics. "Are you kidding me? I just spouted a bunch of random nonsense, and that actually miraculously enlightened someone straight into the peak supreme realm? What kind of magical motivational garbage was I even spouting?" Suddenly, the fairy gently lifts her head. She gazes into the far distance with a profound, heartbreaking sorrow. With a truly shattered heart, she speaks a tragically eternal vow. "Senior brother, I am the one who failed your true feelings. I was the one who never understood love. I have been completely wrong this entire time. If there is a next life," leaving the tragic sentence hanging, her ethereal silhouette rapidly ascends even higher into the raging heavens. She appears incredibly small, violently flickering within the massive pillar of green light. Her overwhelming aura descends exactly like a true deity gracing the mortal realm. Following this, the light instantly morphs into a colossal, blinding sword aura. Standing at the very epicenter of this absolute divine manifestation, the fairy fully unleashes a terrifying, supreme, holy majesty. Slowly, she firmly closes her eyes. With breathtaking, heart-wrenching gentleness, she finally completes her vow. "I am absolutely willing to be your bride, for all of eternity." The explosive divine light radiating from her body is so utterly blinding, it completely illuminates the entire shattered earth below. Witnessing the fairy's godlike metamorphosis, the male reporter gasps in absolute, gripping horror. "Are you seeing this, everyone? Her hair has turned completely white, and that great treasure sword is absolutely massive." Nearby, another female reporter squinted through the blinding emerald light, shouting her broadcast over the roaring energy. Just moments ago, Fairy Liu achieved an impossible breakthrough right in the middle of combat. She ascended to become a brand new peak supreme powerhouse. This battle was reaching levels of absolute madness. Now standing at the pinnacle of strength, she floated within a massive storm of green aura. Slowly, she extended her hand toward Gao Neng, her voice dropping to a freezing chill. "Gao Neng, to thank you for helping me shatter the tribulation of love, I will lend you a hand using my ultimate sword strike." Facing Fairy Liu's overwhelming pressure, Gao Neng immediately turned ashen. He shook his head wildly, waving his hands in a panic as he awkwardly bargained. "Hold on a second. I really think you should consider a less lethal way to show your gratitude." But his desperate plea only seemed to pour gasoline on her blazing fury. Pointing her finger directly at Gao Neng, the fairy delivered a harsh lecture. "If the heavens possessed love, even they would age. One who truly comprehends love must become completely heartless." Suddenly, hundreds of blinding beams erupted from her holy sword. The divine blade radiated a light that literally tore the sky wide open. Standing far below, Gao Neng could only freeze in absolute dumbfounded horror. He was completely alone, forced to face a terrifyingly mismatched opponent who had just transcended mortal limits. Drowning in despair, the main character desperately raised his single blade to block the incoming barrage of 100 swords. His face turned purple as shock washed over him. Just a single sword gleam carried the crushing weight of a mountain. Fairy Liu had already shattered the boundaries of human and sword unity. She had transformed into the blade itself, approaching the legendary sword saint cultivation of the beast race. And it was painfully obvious that the fairy had zero intention of showing mercy. Wave after deadly wave of swords manifested in the sky, hovering like executioners ready to strike. Pushed to the absolute brink, Gao Neng realized evasion was completely useless. His chance to break through his own limits was standing right in front of him. Time to risk it all. Without another thought, he threw himself into the slaughter. Charging forward like a hurricane, Gao Neng pushed his tiny sword to its absolute limit. He unleashed the 6 slashes unified infinite combo to counter her apocalyptic barrage. Dense sword shadows suffocated the sky, weaving together into a blinding web of destruction. Trapped in the eye of the storm, Gao Neng pushed back with a fierce, unbreakable resolve. Down on the ground, Elder Qin watched with pure ecstasy. Clenching his trembling fists, his eyes sparkled with overwhelming hope as he gasped out loud. She really did it. Fairy Liu actually broke through, but in the next second, all the color drained from the old man's face, replaced by a suffocating dread. This is disastrous. Forget Gao Neng, even I would struggle to survive that sword stance. If this continues, the boy will be ripped to shreds. Fairy Liu, you must calm down. High above, the fairy floated before her brilliant holy sword. With absolute certainty, she delivered her final, devastating judgment to Gao Neng. Gao Neng, because I just broke through, I only have enough energy for one final strike. Therefore, I absolutely will not hold back. Sweat dripped down her fierce, heavily furrowed brow. With a face carved from pure determination, she gave him a chilling ultimatum. If you fail to break through right now, I won't have the strength to stop my blade. For a fleeting second, a hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes, wanting him to surrender. But she instantly snapped back to her terrifying ruthlessness. She unleashed a devastating technique known as the ocean-severing sun and moon strike. Explosive sword energy erupted into the heavens. It was a world-shattering move, accompanied by a booming provocation. If you want to survive this, squeeze out every drop of your potential and comprehend the path. Hundreds of spectral blades rained down like a torrential storm, the deafening whistle of tearing air perfectly synchronized with the fairy's blood-curdling roar. Kill! Refusing to flinch, Gao Neng stared death in the face and charged straight into the dense swarm of blades. His flesh was torn open hundreds of times, his spilling blood violently mixing with his skyrocketing battle aura. His mind raced at lightning speed. If he activated the cave tomb artifact right now, he could definitely escape with his life. But doing so would completely trash Fairy Liu's brutal attempt to help him. Worse, it would betray the pride of a true powerhouse. As razor-sharp steel literally sliced across his face, he refused to back down. Gritting his blood-stained teeth, Gao Neng embraced the agony. He forced himself to feel the excruciating, bone-deep torment of every single blade tearing into his body. He knew that if he ran away from this supreme sword strike, he might never find another opportunity to break through his own bottleneck. The storm of steel was far from over, but the bone-chilling killing intent had already penetrated deep into his very soul. Trapped inside the apocalyptic rain of blades, Gao Neng focused his mind to the absolute maximum. Roaring like a cornered beast, his blazing will to fight was the only thing keeping his shattered body moving. Enduring hellish torture across every inch of his skin, he clamped his jaw shut. A profound lesson suddenly echoed in his mind. The path of the strong demands you to advance, for stepping back means ultimate defeat. Meanwhile, the crowd on the ground erupted into absolute chaos. The dedicated reporters kept their cameras rolling, screaming into their microphones. Look closely, everyone. Chairman Gao has completely abandoned his defense. He is going on the offensive. In reality, Gao Neng was rapidly losing ground against the fairy's endless combo attacks. His desperate blocks were becoming utterly useless as the wave of swords grew impossibly thick. Panic gripped his mind. This is not working. The deeper I push forward, the denser this suffocating wall of light becomes. Every single clash splits into 4 or 5 new sword beams. My attack speed cannot keep up. The 6 slashes unified is simply not enough. Despair began to cloud Gao Neng's vision. His expression darkened into an abyss as the bitter taste of his own weakness choked him. The 6 slashes unified on the path of the blade is already the pinnacle of fierce power. But raw, mindless strength is useless here. Shaking off his hesitation, his hand hovered over his hilt, preparing to draw his true weapon. An unbreakable resolve suddenly ignited inside Gao Neng's chest. He needed absolute speed and flawless concentration. He needed to merge his power, exactly how Fairy Liu condensed tens of thousands of ordinary swordlights into one supreme strike. A cocky, triumphant smirk suddenly spread across his bloody face. As he slowly drew his blade, An earth-shattering aura exploded outward. I get it now. I finally understand the true path, he roared, his eyes burning with newfound power. Then let's see how you handle this blade. Without a second of hesitation, Gao Neng unleashes his ultimate technique. The 9 slashes of the tyrant saber erupts with overwhelming power. His eyes lock onto the deadly storm of sword aura descending from the sky above. He sweeps his blade in a flawless horizontal arc, a blinding flash of pure light, crackling with violent purple lightning, tears through the air. As the devastating energy surges forward, Gao Neng roars. I am the absolute tyrant. His terrifying slash streaks toward Fairy Lu at the speed of sound. Wherever his attack passes, her heavenly sword auras shatter like fragile glass. Witnessing this overwhelming display of power, Fairy Lu freezes. Her eyes widen in absolute disbelief as shock roots her to the spot. Gao Neng's devastating strike arrives in the blink of an eye. Sensing the lethal threat, she desperately throws up her defenses. But his speed is on another level entirely. Before she can even fully react, the tyrannical slash tears right through her defenses. The impact violently snaps her gigantic phantom sword clean in half. Countless shards of shattered energy explode into the air like a meteor shower. Facing such a crushing defeat, she feels no anger. Instead, a gentle, serene smile graces her lips as she offers her absolute respect. A magnificent strike. As her magical aura completely disperses, she begins to freefall. But suddenly, the residual energy from Gao Neng's strike violently rebounds straight toward her. Down below, a panicked reporter grips his microphone in absolute terror. This is a disaster. Fairy Liu's sword energy is suffering a lethal backlash. Run! Get out of there! Another reporter screams. Realizing the fatal danger she is in, the color drains from Gao Neng's face. Without a single thought, he channels explosive power into his legs and launches himself upward like a fired cannonball. Meanwhile, suspended in the night sky, Fairy Lu knows she has absolutely zero strength left to defend herself. Embracing her fate, she smiles with a tragic sense of peace. It is finally over. Mu Bai, I am coming to find you. You do not have to wait anymore. I will finally be your bride. A sickening tear echoes through the air as the vicious energy slices straight into flesh. Crimson blood erupts into the night sky. The watching crowd instantly erupts into utter chaos. The reporters stare in pure, unadulterated horror at the sky. But the one bleeding is not Fairy Lu, it is Gao Neng. He had intercepted the lethal blow at the very last millisecond. His back is heavily shredded, dripping with fresh blood and emitting trails of dark, scorched smoke. The reporters below completely lose their minds. It is Chairman Gao. He protected her with his own body. He is too heroic. What a tragic, breathtaking sacrifice. Has Chairman Gao actually defeated another supreme powerhouse right after taking down Elder Li? Chairman Gao is truly unmatched under the heavens. Ignoring the chaotic cheers, Gao Neng anxiously stares at the woman in his arms. But her energy is completely drained, and she has already slipped into a deep unconsciousness. Panic flashes in his eyes. He gently shakes her, calling out softly, Fairy Liu, hey, are you all right? Suddenly, her final delirious words echo in his mind. Staring at her sleeping face, a deeply awkward expression crosses his features. What were you even saying back there? Becoming my bride? That is highly inappropriate, Senior Aunt. I am basically half a disciple to the Sword Elder. Besides, my heart already belongs to someone else. Beneath the vast, star-studded canopy of the night sky, Gao Neng carries her fragile body and gently descends from the heavens. Touching down softly on the ruined earth, he carefully props her up against a structure. He flashes a helpless, gentle smile and whispers, Fairy Liu, you really need to give up on me. Suddenly, a heavy voice calls out from the shadows behind him. Gao Neng instinctively glances over his shoulder. It is none other than Elder Qin. Emerging through the dissipating mist, the old man stares at him with a profoundly complex gaze. Leave the aftermath here to me, he offers solemnly. Gao Neng pushes himself up to his feet, his expression turning entirely serious. Understood. I will trouble you to clean up this mess, Elder Qin. A flicker of deep anxiety crosses the old man's weathered face. He hesitates for a split second before asking, and where exactly are you heading next? Without missing a beat, Gao Neng casually waves his hand in the air. His tone is completely nonchalant as he drops a massive truth bomb. Originally, I was planning to hunt you down, but since I just crushed Fairy Lu after her breakthrough, fighting you now would be utterly pointless. Hearing such blatant disrespect, Elder Qin's brow twitches violently in annoyance. Yet, he does not dare utter a single word of protest. Cold sweat instantly drips down the old man's spine as he stands paralyzed in helpless silence. What do you mean, fighting me is pointless? He screams internally. I have been a peak supreme powerhouse for decades. Whatever. Honestly, thank the heavens he is sparing me. Seeing the old man freeze up completely, Gao Neng narrows his eyes. A terrifying martial obsession suddenly ignites within his gaze as he reveals his true goal. This battle was not quite enough to push me into the supreme realm. However, my mastery over the saber path has evolved to an entirely new level. For my next step, I am going straight for Wu Xin. The name hits Elder Qin like a devastating bolt of lightning. His eyes bulge out of his skull as he realizes the sheer insanity of this plan. Forcing himself to regain composure, a faint, deeply solemn blue aura begins to radiate from Elder Qin's trembling body. His voice is dead serious as he issues a dire warning. Gao Neng, listen to me. Wu Xin is built completely differently from the rest of us. His raw power is leagues above mine. Furthermore, that monster has been hiding his true capabilities for decades. Even during the catastrophic Great War, he never once revealed his ultimate trump card. But before the terrified elder can finish his doom-filled speech, Gao Neng coldly cuts him off. His response is chillingly calm and utterly fearless. I am well aware. Behind his stoic expression, Gao Neng's brilliant tactical mind is already racing at light speed, running countless battle simulations for the ultimate clash. Wu Xin is definitely holding onto a legendary trump card, a hidden hand that can only be played at the absolute climax of life and death. Is that old fox saving it for the decisive apocalyptic war next year? Right as he dives deeper into his strategic plotting, a massive swarm of microphones is violently shoved straight into his face. Startled, Gao Neng snaps back to reality as a crazed reporter screams over the crowd. Chairman Gao, please tell the world, where are you heading next? Another desperate journalist elbows his way to the front, practically shoving his recording device into Gao Neng's chest. Are you going to continue this legendary streak of challenges? A female reporter aggressively chimes in from the side. The entire world wants to know, who is your next absolute target? Surrounded by a sea of flashing cameras, Gao Neng felt a fleeting moment of awkwardness, but he quickly composed his aura. Next, his voice rang out with absolute authority. I will head to the esoteric sect. I am challenging Master Wu Xin. The reporters instantly erupted into a frenzy of shock and excitement. Master Wu Xin? What a legendary matchup. The press scrambled to capture the man of the hour. Gao Neng flashed a bold, charismatic laugh. He raised his hand, pointing decisively at the cameras. The duel takes place in exactly 5 days. To show my utmost respect for the esoteric sect, I shall spend these 5 days fasting and purifying my body. Only then will I step onto their sacred grounds. Hearing this, a pair of reporters smiled warmly. Absolute adoration filled their eyes. 5 days from now? The male reporter shouted into his mic, utterly captivated by Gao Neng's declaration. His female colleague eagerly chimed in. What an honorable warrior. Chairman Gao truly cares for the greater good, constantly uniting our people. Above them, news helicopters blared the breaking announcement through giant speakers. Citizens everywhere, you heard it here first. In 5 short days, Chairman Gao challenges the esoteric sect. Crowds below gazed up at the helicopters, completely mesmerized by the unfolding legend. A glamorous anchorwoman flashed a dazzling, confident smile at her lens. Stay tuned, everyone. We will be broadcasting this epic clash live. Away from the glaring lenses, Gao Neng finally slumped into a chair. Exhaustion washed over his face as he let out a heavy sigh. Good heavens, he thought to himself. Blocking that single strike nearly cost me half my life. If I do not rest for 5 days, my body will completely shatter. But then, his expression shifted into a cold, calculating gaze. Besides, I grasped a new blade intent today. I need these 5 days to forge it to absolute perfection. A shadowy, almost wicked smirk crept across Gao Neng's face. Once these 5 days pass, my ninefold strike unification will ascend to an entirely new realm. Fast forward to noon of the second day, deep inside the eastern base. Inside his private quarters, Gao Neng swung his blade with relentless precision. His shirt was off, putting his chiseled physique on full display. A mesmerizing, ethereal blue aura radiated from his skin. He closed his eyes, gripping his hilt tightly. His breathing synchronized perfectly with the energy of the room. Suddenly, his phone shattered the silence. Gao Neng snapped his eyes open and grabbed the device. Yi Qinglian's urgent voice echoed from the other end. Fang Tang Tang has made her move. I am following her now. A wave of confusion hit Gao Neng. Where exactly is she going? He texted back. A photo instantly popped up on his screen. It showed Fang Tang Tang tearing down the highway on a high-speed motorcycle. She is heading straight for the western battlefield. The next text read. Gao Neng stared at his screen, utterly bewildered. He muttered under his breath, trying to process this reckless stunt. Is this kid seriously going out to fight? And at the Western battlefield? Of all places? Does she think she can force a breakthrough mid-combat? A flicker of worry crossed his eyes, but his calm demeanor quickly returned. He began to understand the method behind her madness. It makes perfect sense. Given her raw power and status, the battlefield is the only place she can truly evolve. He tossed his phone aside, lost in deep thought. After all, her path of cultivation is vastly different from mine. Closing his eyes, he pictured his own absurd battlefield encounters. He imagined terrifying monsters screaming in absolute panic. It is Gao Neng, the demon is here. In his vision, an alpha beast trembled violently. Cold sweat drenched its monstrous face as absolute despair took hold. A human that ridiculously handsome. It has to be Gao Neng, the beast shrieked. A massive explosion shattered the fantasy, bringing Gao Neng back to reality. If I show up, the alien powerhouses will just swarm me. It would instantly turn into a massive, pointless bloodbath. He stepped up to a tactical map on his wall, running his fingers over the borders. After the devastating war in the east, the western and southern zones will be on high alert. Launching a direct assault right now would be absolute suicide. Tension gripped him, and a bead of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He swallowed hard, his mind racing through grim scenarios. If we push the alien races into a corner, the West and South will join forces. Even if humanity wins, we will drown in our own blood. A heavy sorrow darkened his gaze as he clenched his fists tight. Our population has dwindled to merely 500 million. We simply cannot afford the cost of a Pyrrhic victory. He sank back into his chair, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The crushing weight of leadership bore down on his mind. Besides, are the alien races truly our only enemy? What sinister horrors lurk within the abyssal demon realm? His face twisted with growing dread as he stared unblinking at the map. And what terrifying secret are Gao Xiaomeng and my mother hiding from me? Too many dangerous variables are lurking in the shadows. His eyes tracked the small red flags scattered across the northern and eastern zones, his conquered territories. He took a deep breath, forcing his mind into absolute icy clarity. I now control the combined resources of 2 entire zones. If I use the next 3 or 4 months to elevate everyone's strength, millions of human lives could be spared. His resolve hardening, Gao Neng pulled out his phone once more. Looks like it is time to forge a massive batch of new pills, he muttered to himself. No, that is not enough. I need to finally attempt crafting a level 9 gene weapon. On the other end of the line, a girl's nervous, stammering voice answered. See, Chairman Gao? You needed me? A gentle smile softened his fierce expression as he gave his command. Juan, I need to make a trip to the underground city. Bring the car around and pick me up. Upon hearing his request, Juan's voice trembled with overwhelming excitement. Me? You want me to come? Are you serious? Hearing his calm confirmation, she practically squealed with joy. Yes, I will be right there, sir, but lurking in the shadows of the underground. What nightmare was waiting to strike? Half an hour later, the fierce battle was replaced by the hum of a speeding luxury car. Juan broke the silence to update the young hero. Councilman Gao, I have already notified Chairman Fang. He said he will personally welcome you at the gates of the underground city. Gao Neng remained entirely unbothered. Just handle the arrangements, he replied, calmly crossing his arms. And remember, just call me Mr. Gao like you used to. A bright smile lit up Juan's face as she happily nodded. Understood, right away, Mr. Gao. They soon arrived at the massive gates of the underground city. The Heavenly King Group was no longer just a military partner. Over the past 10 days, they had evolved into the Alliance's absolute largest supplier. Their manufacturing division had aggressively expanded into the underground sector, establishing an undisputed, government-backed monopoly. Stepping out of the sleek vehicle alongside Juan, Gao Neng confidently took the lead, offering a polite greeting. Greetings, Mr. Fang. Hello, everyone. Fang Yuan immediately stepped forward to meet them, his tone deeply respectful. Welcome, Councilman Gao. The young man offered a modest smile. Please, Mr. Fang, just call me Gao Neng. Realizing the boy was not putting on airs, the chairman chuckled warmly. Very well, Gao Neng it is. The two men shared a firm, meaningful handshake. Fang Yuan then shifted his gaze to the woman beside him, his expression turning fatherly. Chief Secretary Hua, you have worked incredibly hard. I am officially putting Gao Neng's daily meals and accommodations entirely in your hands. Juan's eyes went wide, visibly stunned by the sudden title drop. Chief Secretary? Aye. She quickly caught on to the massive promotion, her voice trembling slightly as she swore her dedication. Thank you so much for the promotion, Chairman. I promise to take flawless care of Mr. Gao. Turning his attention back to the main event, Fang Yuan spoke business. I have already prepared all the raw materials. The Heavenly King Group now operates a private, state-of-the-art laboratory right here in the underground city. Do you need it? Hearing the offer, Gao Neng immediately raised a hand to decline. No thank you, sir. I should stick to the laboratory provided by the Alliance. I am much more familiar with their setup. The swift rejection caught Fang Yuan slightly off guard. It was completely outside of his calculations. Recovering quickly, he let out a hearty laugh to smooth the tension. All right then, you two head inside first. I will have my people deliver the materials to your location. Gao Neng simply nodded in silent acknowledgement. As the luxury car drove off toward the facility, the three older men stood motionless, their eyes tracking its departure. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's demeanor turned ice cold. He ordered his men to immediately dismantle their newly built private laboratory and transfer every single piece of equipment to the Alliance's facility. His two top executives stared at him in utter shock and rising panic. Chairman, what is the meaning of this? One blurted out. The other executive echoed the confusion. Why go to such extremes? Fang Yuan's face was tight with heavy realization as he slowly shook his head. Are you two really that blind? Gao Neng's message was loud and clear. Right now, the Alliance is the absolute, undisputed authority. Swallowing his bitter corporate pride, Mr. Fang faced the harsh reality. We cannot let our corporate greed stretch our hands too far into the military's domain. His aged eyes remained fixed on the empty road, where the young councilman had vanished. A wave of self-deprecation washed over him. I am getting old and foolish. This is no longer the era for fighting over profit margins. Every single move we make must be dedicated to the pure survival of humanity. Meanwhile, the sleek vehicle pulled up to a towering, high-tech structure. Stepping out into the grand entrance, Gao Neng and Huan gazed up at the imposing doors of the research facility. A triumphant smirk danced on his lips, his heart swelling with undeniable pride. Just 1 month ago, he was a mere student walking these halls. Now, he had returned as a fully fledged councilman. It was the ultimate victorious homecoming. Huan stared at him with bright, expectant eyes. The laboratory is completely prepped. How long does Mr. Gao plan to stay isolated here? Bursting with infectious confidence, Gao Neng flashed a brilliant smile and raised 5 fingers into the air. 5 days. I will emerge just in time to attend my official inauguration ceremony. Huan mirrored his smile. Understood. His aura flared with an unstoppable fighting spirit as he marched straight toward the heavy doors. Then, let the Energy Evolution Project officially begin. Huan's eyes lock onto him. Inside the biological research lab, Ruo Hua stands gripping a surgical scalpel. Before her lies a pulsating heart on the examination table. Beside her, an assistant's voice trembles with panic. Dr. Lan, the living cells are dying off at an alarming rate. If this continues, every ounce of energy will completely leak out. A second assistant shakes their head grimly. It is just as we feared. This heart reactor technology is far from perfect. Suddenly, a steady hand lands on her shoulder. A calm, unwavering voice shatters the tension in the room. Step back. Let me give it a try. She whips around, only to find Gao Neng standing there. Ruohua immediately steps aside, yielding her position. All right then. Show me how it is done. I will treat this as a learning experience. Gao Neng strides confidently toward the heart on the table. He picks up the surgical scalpel. The blade gleams dangerously, so razor-sharp that a mere breath against it could draw blood. His expression turns dead serious. In a flash, his hands move in a blur, performing a terrifyingly precise operation on the exposed organ. The entire room freezes in absolute shock. The assistants watch with their jaws on the floor, utterly mesmerized by his godly, flawless technique. Unable to hold back her burning curiosity, Ruo Hua blurts out, "Wait a second. I have not even told you what this research project is about." Gao Neng does not even blink. Is that so? It does not matter anyway. I am already done. Right on cue, the complex network of wiring successfully attaches to the heart. The assistant stares at the monitors, their voice trembling with utter disbelief. The readings are normalizing. The living cell's activity level is off the charts. Energy output is 28% higher than our maximum estimates. Standing nearby, Ruo Hua's face darkens as she silently weeps tears of defeat in her heart. Is the gap between a genius and a mortal truly this massive? After flawlessly solving her crisis, he casually tosses out an offer. All right, Sister Lan, I have fixed your little project. In return, I expect you to lend a hand with my project later. Hearing this, a wave of confusion washes over her. A project? What kind of project could possibly require my help when you are already a genius? Hearing this, Gao Neng flashes a knowing wink. He is more than ready to reel Deco in. I am about to challenge a whole new level of difficulty. A level 9 gene weapon. Are you interested? Ruo Hua's eyes instantly ignite with burning passion. A level 9 gene weapon. Thrill courses through her veins. She is itching to dive into the research right this second. Count me in. Fast forward 5 days. Outside the Grand Research Institute, Wu Qingjing stands before a massive blue door, waiting with mounting anticipation. He pulls back his pristine sleeve, checking his watch for the 100th time. Yet, his expression remains perfectly composed. But that patience is wearing dangerously thin. The person he is waiting for is officially late. 5 whole days and 0 news, he mutters under his breath. There is only 1.5 hours until the handover. Why is he not out yet? Suddenly, the heavy blue doors hiss open. Gao Neng strolls out, casually waving his hand. Morning, Teacher Wu. But before Gao Neng can crack another joke, Wu Qingjing grabs him by the collar, dragging him away at top speed. There is no time for this. Hurry up and get on the chopper. Completely bewildered, Gao Neng can only let himself be dragged along like a rag doll. Why are we in such a massive rush? The boy questions. Hearing this, Teacher Wu glares daggers at him. Stop spouting nonsense, he barks. If the new council chairman is late, military morale will plummet. The war is at its bloodiest peak. This historic succession ceremony is our only chance to ignite the fighting spirit of our frontline troops. Gao Neng's face instantly drops. A deep frown of absolute confusion crosses his features. He scratches his head, totally lost. They are not even in a battle right now. What morale are we even boosting? Without another word, they dive into the waiting helicopter. Gao Neng simply surrenders to his chaotic fate. Whatever. He will figure it out later. Below them lies the glorious Alliance headquarters. Its massive glass towers gleam brilliantly under the morning sun. Down in the roaring plaza, a glamorous female reporter stares directly into the camera lens. Greetings, citizens of the Alliance. History is about to be rewritten. Today, we witness the rise of the youngest Supreme Council chairman the Alliance has ever seen. Gao Neng's heroic visage flashes across colossal holographic screens towering over the city. The reporter's passionate voice echoes through the streets. This 18-year-old prodigy takes his throne in the Supreme Council today. But make no mistake, his legendary prestige rivals even the greatest leaders of our past. The broadcast shifts to an epic battlefield. Gao Neng stands invincible in a raging blizzard, commanding an army of elite warriors. The reporter's voice reaches a fever pitch. In the brutal northern sector, he led a battered remnant force to obliterate a coalition of 200,000 enemies. With his own hands, he saved 20 million innocent souls. The screen flashes again. Now, Gao Neng is roaring battle commands, pushing his vanguard forward. The broadcast continues to hype the crowd. And in the unforgiving eastern sector, he stood his ground against a terrifying force of 300,000 troops. Crushing over a dozen supreme beings, he reclaimed our lost territories from the jaws of defeat. The reporter's cheeks burn red with absolute admiration. Even she cannot fathom these godlike achievements. Without a shadow of a doubt, Chairman Gao's legendary contributions to the Alliance have utterly eclipsed every single leader in human history. Suddenly, the helicopter doors slide open. Gao Neng and Teacher Wu step into the frame, waving proudly at the roaring sea of citizens. The reporter practically screams into her mic, "Look up at the sky, everyone. Chairman Gao has finally arrived. He is here. And former Chairman Wu is right there beside him." The two legends step onto the vibrant red carpet. Thousands of ecstatic citizens press against the barricades, cheering their lungs out. Gao Neng flashes a confident smile, acknowledging his people. The broadcast tracks their every majestic step. Keep your eyes glued to the screens, citizens. The passing of the torch is happening live. Our legendary past and our glorious future are marching straight toward the grand stage. High atop the grand podium stands Councillor Liang. His face is dead serious as he raises his hand. By the power of the Supreme Alliance Council, let the inauguration of our new chairman officially begin. Fire the salutes. Boom, boom, boom. Rows of heavy brass cannons roar in perfect unison. Magnificent fireworks explode across the sky, bathing the entire city in a boiling sea of dazzling light. Watching the spectacular artillery display, a fiery smirk curls upon Gao Neng's lips. His blood is absolutely pumping. Brilliant colors illuminate the towering skyscrapers below. Now, this is what I call epic, he breathes out. Beside him, Teacher Wu's expression shifts to deadly serious. Gao Neng, he begins. Today is not just about replacing the old guard. This very moment marks the true dawn of an unstoppable new era for humanity. A wave of deep emotion washes over Gao Neng. Teacher Wu. Instantly, his gaze sharpens into a deadly blade. An aura of absolute ice-cold confidence erupts from his being. You can leave everything to me. With steps as heavy as mountains, he marches toward the center stage. His eyes burn with king-like arrogance. His momentum could crush the heavens. Standing at the absolute pinnacle of the alliance, millions of eyes lock onto him. Yet, the young titan does not flinch for a single second. An unbreakable vow forms in his heart. Starting today, I will be the ultimate guardian god of humanity. Taking his seat in the VIP section, Teacher Wu watches his former student with quiet pride. The boy he trained has finally become a true leader. But suddenly, the shadows shift. A terrified bodyguard rushes up, leaning frantically into Wu's ear. "Chairman, sir, we have a catastrophic situation." Annoyed by the interruption, Teacher Wu frowns. Can this not wait until the ceremony is over? But the bodyguard's next trembling words instantly shatter the old man's calm composure. Our forces in the western sector have been ambushed. Forcing his heartbeat to slow, Teacher Wu responds coldly. An ambush? Then issue the order to tactical retreat. We cannot, sir, the guard stammers in sheer panic. 2 alien supreme beings have descended. Our main force is completely sealed inside Jianye City. Breaking out is mathematically impossible. The terrifying news strikes like a physical blow. Total shock rips across Teacher Wu's face, replacing his pride with absolute dread. Jianye City? He gasps in horror. That is a quarter of the way into the western heartland. When did our army march that deep into enemy territory? The guard swallows hard, his voice shaking. Because until today, the invasion had been going way too smoothly. After the main army seized several abandoned cities to harvest their resources, news of even more empty settlements arrived. However, Qing Jing's sharp mind immediately caught the fatal flaw in this strategy. Are you all blind to this setup? This is an obvious trap to lure us deep into enemy territory. His expression darkened as he rose to his feet, his voice ringing with absolute resolve. Move out. I am going to find Elder Li to discuss this personally. His loyal bodyguard quickly regained his composure, nodding firmly. Understood, sir. The scene shifts to the Grand War Room, where the veteran council elders gathered in heavy silence. Elder Wang absorbed the grim report, refusing to waste a single second. This crisis demands immediate action. A few of us must make this journey alone. Elder Qin hesitated, his eyes betraying his fear of walking straight into a snare. But Roro's gaze remained piercingly sharp, firmly backing Elder Wang's bold proposal. Even if this is a deadly trap, with our combined overwhelming strength, breaking out and escaping will be child's play. Hearing her confidence, a fiery powerhouse glared at Ruoro, his aura flaring as he itched to crush the problem with sheer brute force. We are the supreme masters of this era, he roared. Why cower in fear? Besides, those alien scumbags wouldn't dare face us in an open war right now. Seeking a final verdict, Elder Qin turned his attention. Elder Li, what is your command? But Elder Li's blood was already boiling with battle lust. What do I think? This old master is furious. Obviously, we march out and slaughter them all. Hearing this bloodthirsty response, Elder Qin finally stood up with a firm decision. In that case, I will personally lead the strike team. Elder Li, you will remain here to guard the headquarters. If this situation goes south, you must immediately notify Gao Neng. Elder Li's fiery temper exploded. Wait a damn minute. On what grounds do you get to lead the charge? A mocking smirk crept across Elder Qin's face as he delivered a ruthless blow to Li's ego. On the grounds that I didn't suffer a humiliating defeat to Gao Neng, nor did my own disciple shave my head bald. Elder Li's face flushed crimson with absolute fury. Yet the painful truth stung so fiercely, the old master couldn't utter a single word in defense. Watching the 4 supreme powerhouses vanish into the distance, Elder Li cursed under his breath. Ever since that brat beat him to a pulp, his days had been absolute misery, and he knew he would never get his revenge. But what could he do against such monstrous talent? Releasing a heavy sigh, he forced his crushing frustration to the back of his mind. Forget it, he grumbled to himself. A legendary master like me is full of magnanimity. I won't stoop to their petty level. The scene cuts to Gao Neng. Having just finished a grueling nationwide broadcast, he dragged his exhausted body into the hall. An entire morning of talking. It is finally over, he muttered. He suddenly stopped. A towering monk stood silently in his path. Shimo, Gao Neng's voice echoed smoothly. Hearing his name, the martial monk turned around to face the man he had been waiting for. Slowly reaching into his robes, Shimo produced a sealed envelope. I bring a direct message from the Grand Master. Meant only for your eyes. Gao Neng accepted the parchment and broke the seal. His eyes widened as the heavy ink revealed its secret. Midnight. The secret sect's grand courtyard. A silent battle awaits. Under the shroud of midnight, Gao Neng stood before towering ancient doors. His brilliant mind raced, analyzing every variable of the impending clash. Decades ago, 30 legendary pioneers first breached the mysterious Oram. Only half of them returned alive. Those traumatized survivors became the foundation of modern power, sparking the glorious dawn of the Source Energy Warriors. Lost in the depths of his own mind, Gao Neng tightened his iron grip around his blade. Out of all those legendary pioneers, Grandmaster Wu Xin was the sole remaining survivor. A blazing fire of absolute determination ignited in Gao Neng's eyes. Tonight, he would tear away the veil of history. Staring at the majestic carvings on the heavy doors, he thought of the dark secrets hidden within the Origin realm. Once this ultimate duel concluded, he would finally have his answers. As the ancient gates creaked open, he stepped onto the stone stairs. The martial monk, Shi Mo, stood waiting in the shadows, his palm raised in a solemn Buddhist greeting. Unsurprised by the presence of a second guest, the monk bowed his head. Praise the great sun Tathagata. Welcome, Gao Neng. And General Shen Ninger. The Grandmaster has awaited your arrival. Gao Neng stepped forward with absolute confidence. I honor my appointments. You do not mind that I brought my wife to witness this, do you? Without uttering a word of protest, Shi Mo pressed his massive, muscular arm against the stone. With a heavy rumble, the colossal inner doors yielded to his terrifying strength, revealing an abyss so pitch black, it seemed to swallow the very moonlight. Unfazed by their joint arrival, Shi Mo's deep voice echoed, "It is of no consequence. The Grandmaster foresaw this, and granted you both absolute passage." A sharp smirk touched Gao Neng's lips as he probed the monk's intentions. "Is that so? Then tell me, do you not wish to witness this clash yourself?" The question struck Shi Mo like a physical blow. Cold sweat beaded across the monk's forehead as intense pressure crashed down on him. Logically, he was still the reigning king of the dragon ranking, but the harsh reality? This young monster standing before him had already evolved enough to challenge the legendary Grandmaster. If he missed this monumental duel, his martial path might stagnate forever. Swallowing his immense pride, Shi Mo stammered, I also wish to observe the battle." Gao Neng's smile widened with deep satisfaction. "Then let us step into the dark together." The trio advanced into the void, soon discovering the supreme monk seated silently before an ancient Go board. Reaching the center of the aura-filled room, the couple bowed with genuine warrior's respect. "Gao Neng, alongside my wife Shen Ninger," he announced clearly. Shen Ninger lowered her head with perfect military discipline. "It is an honor to finally meet you, Elder Wu Xin." Standing gracefully by his side, she offered her deep respects once more. Grandmaster Wu Xin smiled warmly at their formalities. "Chairman Gao, General Shen, please, dispense with the rigid pleasantries." He gestured gracefully toward the black and white stones resting on the wooden grid. "Chairman Gao, would you indulge this humble monk in a game of Go?" Gao Neng coldly shook his head, his battle aura already flaring. "I have zero interest in board games." Unfazed, Grandmaster Wu Xin smiled beneath the dim light. "Then, shall we play a haunting melody on the zither instead?" Hearing this, Gao Neng waves his hand in absolute refusal. He couldn't care less. Everyone praises the elegant second elder. The monk sighs softly. "But meeting you today leaves this poor monk rather disappointed." Finally, Gao Neng drops his facade and reveals his true motive. "Elder, I have zero interest in the fine arts. Instead of painting, why don't we clash with alchemy? My true mastery lies in pill forging, or better yet, weapon crafting, forging mechanical gear to crush enemies. That is where my expertise truly shines. It is infinitely more thrilling than playing the zither, wouldn't you agree?" Wu Xin simply listens, wrapped in a heavy silence. Suddenly, Wu Xin stands tall, his expression remaining an unreadable mask of calm. "Forget it. Using cheap psychological tricks to probe Elder Cao is beneath this monk. Let the battle commence." A fierce grin spreads across Gao Neng's face. He casually rests his hand on his sword hilt, shifting into a flawless combat stance. "I am dying to know. What kind of weapon does Elder Wu Xin wield?" Sensing the escalating bloodlust, Ninger and Shi Mo scramble backward to clear the battlefield. Wu Xin raises a hand to the heavens, his voice perfectly tranquil against the rising tension. "This poor monk's weapon is simply this." In a flash of golden light, a towering staff materializes from thin air. Wu Xin grasps it with absolute authority. Without a second of warning, Wu Xin launches himself at Cao Neng. "Elder Cao, receive my strike," he roars, his overwhelming attack instantly shattering the earth around them. Yet, Cao Neng does not flinch. He doesn't dodge, nor does he draw his blade. The deadly staff screeches to a halt, hovering mere inches from his face. Wu Xin's eyes narrow, intrigued by the young man's absolute fearlessness. Trying to read his opponent's mind, the elder questions him. "Why did you refuse to strike?" It is as if Cao Neng predicted the staff would stop exactly in time, answering with ice-cold composure. Before blood is drawn, I have one question that needs answering. Wu Xin furrows his brows, falling into deep thought, utterly baffled by the boy's endless schemes. What is it that Elder Cao seeks? The playful smirk vanishes from Cao Neng's face. His voice drops to a freezing temperature as he demands the truth. Is the Origin Realm actually the legendary Dragon Tomb? Wu Xin clasps his hands together in a solemn Buddhist prayer, a heavy silence hanging in the air. It seems Elder Cao's challenge today is not just about breaking through your limits. You are hunting for the answers buried deep in your soul. Cao Neng's gaze turns razor sharp. Exactly. This secret ties directly to my true origins, and I expect you to spill everything. A knowing smile touches Wu Xin's lips. Naturally, whatever Elder Cao wishes to uncover, this monk will answer with absolute honesty. However, having received a formal combat request, Cao Neng's brows knit together. Your killing intent is leaking. Indeed, because today, I came to truly test my might against Elder Cao. Violent purple energy erupts from Wu Xin's core. Since we understand each other, shouldn't Elder Cao prove if you genuinely possess the power to shatter the boundaries of the Origin Realm? Cao Neng immediately drops into an offensive stance, his aura blazing. He brings his blade level with his jaw, locking eyes with the monk. Then, if I emerge victorious today, I expect Elder Wu Xin to personally escort me to the Origin Realm, after giving me my answers. The ultimate wager is finally set on the table. So be it, the monk declares. In a blink, Cao Neng explodes forward like a fired cannon. He launches into the sky, gripping his sword with both hands. Wu Xin gasps, utterly blindsided by the blinding speed. Watching from the sidelines, Shimo's jaw hits the floor. Too fast. I couldn't even track a single movement. Ning'er stands perfectly still, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Her mind races. Wu Xin has reigned as a supreme powerhouse for nearly a century. He is universally feared for his ultimate defense, the indestructible golden body. If Cao Neng cannot shatter that absolute defense, victory is a pipe dream. Above them, Cao Neng channels an apocalyptic amount of energy into his raised blade. He plunges downward like a falling meteor. Devastating pressure crushes the arena floor beneath them. He holds nothing back on the very first strike. The ghost lightning 9 slashes merge into a single, world-ending execution, crashing straight toward Wu Xin. Violent arcs of screaming black lightning erupt from the tip of his blade. Wu Xin instantly triggers the Great Sun Tathagata art. Golden energy blasts forward as he propels himself backward. The apocalyptic collision triggers a mountaintop earthquake, sending a shockwave of blinding fire and rogue lightning across the sky. Cao Neng is violently thrown backward by the blast. He slams a hand into the ruined earth, grinding to a halt amidst the suffocating black smoke. His eyes darken with extreme caution. A single drop of cold sweat rolls down his cheek. Looming through the dust is a colossal, blindingly golden statue. The towering golden Buddha stands with hands pressed together in prayer. Before it, Cao Neng looks no larger than a mere speck. Unbelievable. He tanked the exact same combined 9 slashes that completely crushed Fairy Lu. Shimo's face drains of color, his heart pounding in his chest. The Grandmaster is using his ultimate golden Buddha body right from the start? Has Cao Neng really grown this terrifyingly strong? But just a heartbeat later, Shimo breaks out in a cold sweat, his eyes bulging in absolute horror. He refuses to believe the impossible sight before him. Right on the shoulder of the majestic Buddha statue, jagged cracks begin to violently splinter outward. How in the world? The Grandmaster's supreme golden Buddha body. It actually cracked. Seizing the microscopic opening, Cao Neng rockets forward with a maniacal laugh. No matter how tough the statue, a good enough axe can chop it down. He unleashes his ultimate art. The combined 9 slashes. Endless chain. He violently hacks downward, roaring at the heavens, crumble before me. But in a split second, his devastating assault hits an immovable wall. The colossal Buddha claps its massive golden hands together, trapping Cao Neng's soaring blade in an iron grip lock. The young warrior's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as his sword aura shatters into dozens of crackling lightning orbs. Without missing a beat, he roars his command. Ghost lightning. Art. Detonate. The deadly spheres swarm Wu Xin like angry hornets, triggering an apocalyptic chain reaction of blinding, high-voltage explosions. The deafening boom of their mid-air war shakes the very heavens. Instantly, vicious lightning bolts crash down, shattering the very earth beneath them. Shimo trembles in absolute terror, gasping. Too strong. He is simply too strong. The moment the giant Buddha's hand touches the energy sphere, fractures snake across its golden surface. In a flash, It crumbles into countless stone fragments, fading into the wind. Cao Neng simply smirks, unleashing a devastating crescent moon slash straight ahead. Wu Xin remains perfectly calm. Bringing his hands together at his chest, he chants, "A mere late-stage, level 9 martial artist. Actually shattered my Buddha's golden body. Chairman Cao, you are the very first to achieve this." The old monk thrusts his staff forward, channeling his entire internal strength into a massive defense. Explosive power erupts from beneath his feet, violently shattering the ground. He masterfully manipulates this overwhelming force. The energy spirals through the air like a visible thread, condensing entirely at the very tip of his wooden staff. Cao Neng's eyes widen in absolute shock. His jaw drops as an ancient bell chimes through the air. In a mere fraction of a second, his unparalleled sword technique is completely obliterated. Staring at the old monk in sheer disbelief, Cao Neng curses under his breath. What the hell kind of demonic technique is this? In that split second, his blade aura was struck by 9 different attacks simultaneously. It was as if 9 distinct types of profound energy dismantled his 9 slashes technique, one by one. Murderous intent violently swirls around him, yet a thrilled smirk creeps onto his face. Incredible. The old monk of the tantric sect is truly unfathomable. Watching from the sidelines, Shimo's jaw practically hits the floor. His eyes bulge in sheer disbelief, glued to the monstrous clash before him. What kind of blade technique was that? I knew he was strong, but being this monstrous is completely illogical. He actually shattered the ancestor's Buddha's golden body, and even forced him to use the 9 Lotus Zen sound. Just a moment ago, I actually challenged him to a spar. If we had truly fought, he would have slaughtered me with a single strike. The residual shockwaves of their magical clash still violently swirl around Cao Neng. Wu Xin slowly lifts his gaze, his eyes locking onto the young prodigy. "Great son Tathagata," the monk praises. "To think Chairman Cao has not even broken the supreme barrier yet, and is already this terrifyingly strong. With my current cultivation, this poor monk can only fight you to a draw. Why does Chairman Cao not cultivate for a few more days, and then come back to challenge me again?" Cao Neng flashes a dangerously cryptic smile. His eyes narrow into sharp, predatory slits. "Elder Wu Xin, do you not think you are overestimating yourself?" Wu Xin freezes, letting out a confused gasp. Cao Neng nonchalantly rests his massive blade on his shoulder. "It is true that my single strike failed to shatter your ultimate defense," but his gaze instantly darkens into a deadly abyss. "But what if I unleash 10 consecutive slashes? Can your reverence block that?" Wu Xin's eyes shoot wide open in absolute horror. "What? 10 slashes?" Before the monk can blink, Cao Neng swings his giant blade downward. Terrifying energy erupts into the sky. Wu Xin stares in utter dread. A blade technique of this godly tier, and Chairman Cao can fire it 10 times in a row? The young powerhouse leaps into the heavens. Raising his weapon high, he roars like a thunder god. "Whether you can block it or not, let us find out." 9 slashes unified. Wu Xin desperately slams his palms together. A majestic surge of golden energy explodes outward, forming the ultimate Buddha's golden body. The two godlike forces violently collide, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Blinding light swallows the entire battlefield. The unified 9 slashes form an endless loop of destruction, and Cao Neng only grows more bloodthirsty. He dives straight into the blinding pillar of energy, roaring wildly. 9 slashes. But suddenly, an old, trembling hand shoots up to stop him. "Wait!" Cao Neng halts his momentum, raising an eyebrow. "What is it now? Does Elder Wu Xin have some last words?" The old monk clutches his side, lowering his eyes as a heavy sigh escapes his lips. "Cao Neng, you must understand. It is not that this poor monk cannot defeat you. Ah, forget it. For a mere late-stage level 9 to push me to such limits, I have already lost." Cao Neng smirks victoriously. "So the mighty elder admits defeat?" The monk helplessly bows his head, his face painted with bitter resignation. Indeed, this poor monk concedes. The fierce battle ends, and the 3 men finally sit down to negotiate. Shimo nervously brings over a steaming tray. "Ancestor, please, have some tea." "Chairman Cao, General Shen, please." Wu Xin slowly picks up his piping hot teacup, blowing gently on the surface. "All right. Since I made a promise to Chairman Cao, I will speak nothing but the truth. If you had asked me this question just 1 month ago, I would have given you a completely different answer." He slightly opens his ancient eyes, flashes of a terrifying dragon's power echoing in his memories. "But after the cataclysmic battle in the Eastern District, and witnessing the true identities of you and your mother, I now believe there is an 80% chance Wu Xin is actually the dragon tomb." Cao Neng bolts upright, his chair clattering backward. An 80% chance? The Alliance's secret history recorded it clearly. Back then, a total of 30 elite warriors entered the Origin Realm, and only 15 made it out alive. The old monk's brow furrows with dark secrets, but the hidden truth is, aside from our surviving group, there was one more person. That man's surname was Cao. His full name was Cao Ya. He was not a young master of a noble family, nor a disciple of an ancient sect. He was just a mere doctor. A suffocating, ice-cold aura violently erupts from Cao Neng. His eyes turn pitch black with raging anxiety. Cao Ya, a doctor? His legs give out, and he collapses back into his chair, absolutely shell-shocked by this revelation. Could this man actually be my father who vanished 18 years ago? His eyebrows twitch furiously, and his lips tremble uncontrollably. For 18 long years, his mother never even mentioned his parents' true names. She only ever promised that his father would return. Cao Neng violently clenches his fist, smashing it into the wooden table as his body shakes. Will he truly return? He grits his teeth, absolute resolve burning away his doubt. No. If my father cannot come back, then I will storm the gates of hell to find him. His burning gaze snaps back to the monk. Elder Wu Xin, I must know, where exactly is the Origin Realm? Wu Xin lets out another soul-crushing sigh. This is the very tragedy I wish to avoid mentioning. The monk's next words drop like a guillotine. The truth is, the Origin Realm has already been utterly destroyed. Even if you find its location, it is completely impossible to enter. Cao Neng's breath hitches in his throat. Impossible to enter? You mean the path is gone forever? Suddenly, a sharp, mechanical chime echoes in his mind. He swiftly turns his head, utterly bewildered. A glowing blue screen materializes before his eyes. Final mission. Details are as follows. Final mission. Investigate the whereabouts of the Origin Realm. Upon completing this final quest, the system will achieve its ultimate evolution. Does the host wish to proceed? His mind races with shock and confusion. There was only one mission left for the system's final metamorphosis, and he never expected it to trigger at this exact moment. Staring intently at the glowing holographic text, his heart begins to pound fiercely against his ribs. Every single previous evolutionary step he had already completed to a perfect 100%. But what true nightmare lay waiting at the end of this path? Cao Neng stared at the glowing monitor, his brows locked together in deep worry. He pressed his lips into a tight line. This final mission wasn't just hard. It was a complete suicide run compared to everything before. He forced his breathing to steady, closing his eyes with a heavy sigh. Elder Wu Xin, he began, his voice dangerously calm. Perhaps you have forgotten a crucial detail. The old monk tilted his head, letting out a curious grunt. Cao Neng's eyes snapped open, blazing with hidden power. Half of the dragon bloodline flows through my very veins. Even if others are barred from the dragon tomb, that does not mean I am. Am I wrong? The elder shot down the idea instantly, his aura flaring with authority. Absolutely not. The risk is far too immense. It is practically a death sentence. The Origin Realm has already been shattered. Its ancient mechanisms and divine barriers lie in absolute ruins. Elder Wu Xin's eyes narrowed with stern resolve. You carry the ultimate fate of humanity on your shoulders. I will not lead you into that graveyard. Cao Neng's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He whipped his head toward the elder, his gaze piercing through the tension. But what if I told you? He challenged. What if finding the Origin Realm is my absolute only path to breaking through to the Supreme Realm? Elder Wu Xin froze in his tracks. Deep, weathered wrinkles carved into his forehead as his brows drew together. A suffocating silence fell between the two powerhouses. That is merely Chairman Gao's wild speculation, the elder warned, his tone heavy with caution. You are blinded by your desperate thirst for a breakthrough. Pinning your life on the ruined Origin Realm is pure foolishness. Your progress is already terrifyingly fast. There is zero need to rush this recklessly. But Cao Neng stood his ground, his aura unyielding. No, he declared firmly. I am certain. This is no blind guess. My mother once told me the ancient secrets of the Dragon Tomb. Cao Neng clutched his fist, feeling the stagnant energy within. The true reason my power has hit an impenetrable bottleneck is because I have never undergone the Dragon Tomb's sacred baptism. If I can just set foot inside the Dragon Tomb, he continued, his voice thrumming with absolute certainty, I swear to you, I will smash through this final bottleneck and awaken my true power. Elder Wu Xin fell into a long, heavy silence before finally letting out a breath. How confident are you in this gamble, Chairman Gao? Cao Neng locked eyes with the elder, his intense gaze pleading for a leap of faith. Right now, only 50%. Gao Neng did not sugarcoat the deadly odds. But if you guide me to the Dragon Tomb's location, just to sense its ancient aura, then my odds might completely change. Elder Wu Xin's aura shifted as he finally made his heavy decision. Very well, the old monk conceded, his voice turning hard. But I have one absolute condition. At the very first sign of fatal danger, you must abort the mission immediately. Gao Neng flashed a fearless, confident grin. Rest easy, Elder Wu Xin. Have you already forgotten my ultimate trump card? I possess instant teleportation. With their deadly pact sealed, Ninger gracefully stepped in, carrying a tray of fragrant tea. Taking a delicate sip with closed eyes, she asked softly, "Our wedding is set for exactly 1 week from today. Will you make it back in time?" Gao Neng's eyes softened instantly. "Without a doubt, I will." But before he could even finish his promise, she abruptly stood up, turning to leave. "Then I will be waiting for you," she whispered. A warm smile spread across Gao Neng's face. Moving like lightning, he rose, wrapped his arm firmly around her slender waist, and pulled her flush against him. Before she could even gasp, he crashed his lips against hers, melting her shock into a passionate kiss. A furious, beautiful blush exploded across her cheeks. Her heart raced like a war drum against his chest as the world around them simply faded away. The two young monks in the room nearly choked on their spiritual energy. They instantly whipped around, facing the cold wall. Elder Wu Xin cleared his throat awkwardly. "See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil," he chanted rapidly. Beside him, Shimo nervously clasped his hands together. "This disciple hears your sacred teachings, Master." Finally, the star-crossed lovers slowly pulled apart, their eyes locked in an ocean of absolute devotion. Flustered, Ninger quickly straightened her posture. Her delicate hands gently pushed against Gao Neng's solid chest. I really need to head back now," she stammered softly. She turned away, but cast one last longing glance over her shoulder. "Gao Neng, when the wedding day arrives, you absolutely must return to me. Do you hear me?" Gao Neng offered a fiercely reassuring smile. "I swear it. I will come back to you." With a delicate wave of her hand, she disappeared down the corridor. "I completely trust you," her final words echoed. The moment her presence faded, Elder Wu Xin leaned in, dropping his monk persona entirely. "Say, where did General Shen sneak off to? When did he even leave the room?" Gao Neng smirked, tossing a sideways glance at the elder. "Elder Wu Xin, you are quite the master actor, aren't you?" Elder Wu Xin let out a hearty, booming laugh. "My acting is absolutely nothing compared to your natural talent, Chairman Gao." The two men bumped fists, sealing their covert alliance. "Enough with the formalities." Gao Neng grinned. "From now on, just call me Gao Neng." The elder's eyes gleamed with deep, warrior respect. "Agreed. Your monstrous strength managed to push back my golden Arhat body. In the world of martial arts, we are true equals. From today onward, simply call me Wu Xin." Gao Neng burst into laughter, turning to the bewildered young disciple. "Hey there, little monk," he teased, pointing at Xiaomo. "Did you hear your Grandmaster's golden words? Your Grandmaster and I are officially on the exact same level now. So, what does that make me to you? I think you know exactly what to call me." Gao Neng flashed a wickedly arrogant smirk. Xiaomo ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. He shot Gao Neng a murderous, resentful glare, jutting his chin up in utter defiance. "Are you seriously going to bully me with seniority?" He fumed internally. Later that dead of night, a blanket of brilliant stars illuminated the heavens. Below, the glittering city of Hope stood as a modern fortress of towering skyscrapers. Suddenly, the peaceful silence was shattered. A massive earth dragon tore through the midnight sky. Standing tall upon the majestic beast's head were Gao Neng and Wu Xin. As the beast soared further away from civilization, Gao Neng finally broke the silence. "All right, no more secrets. Where exactly are we heading? If we keep flying at this insane speed, we will completely leave the City of Hope's safe zone." He threw a calculating look at the stoic monk beside him. "Moreover, this specific direction." Wu Xin did not even blink, his gaze locked dead ahead into the abyss. "Your instincts are razor-sharp," the monk confirmed grimly. "Our destination is the very cradle of our civilization, humanity's earliest ancient capital, a place that has been reduced to absolute ruins." Right as the words left his mouth, the scenery violently shifted. The pristine, glowing towers of the modern era vanished instantly, replaced by a haunting graveyard of shattered skyscrapers and crumbling concrete skeletons. Decay and destruction choked the very air around them. Elder Wu Xin's voice dropped to a somber whisper over the roaring wind. "This is the true boundary, the very edge of your hometown, lying just outside the forgotten land." A violent shockwave of emotion slammed into Gao Neng's chest. His breath hitched. the desolate wasteland below. This colossal graveyard was the ultimate natural barrier, sealing away the forgotten land. His eyes swept over the apocalyptic, ancient megastructures rotting in the moonlight. The ghosts of a forgotten era seemed to whisper in the wind, as vivid flashes of the world's tragic history flooded his mind. This was not just a ruined city. The ancient capital was the ultimate bloody turning point. It was the very ground where humanity and the alien race clashed during the apocalyptic Second Great War. The terrifying collision of high-tech weaponry and catastrophic alien abilities had mutated the very Earth. The fallout transformed the glorious capital into a toxic, deadly dead zone. Now, it was a cursed wasteland where neither human nor alien could survive for long. Gao Neng crossed his arms tightly, his sharp eyes piercing the toxic fog ahead. For almost 100 grueling years, he muttered to himself, both humanity and the alien forces abandoned this cursed ground. That is exactly why they crowned it the Forgotten Land. A bittersweet, ironic smirk played on his lips. Who would have thought? After barely a single year, I would be returning to this nightmare, and coming back under these desperate circumstances. The massive earth dragon beat its colossal wings, diving through the desolate ruins. Its target, the remnants of the third high school of the Forgotten Land. As the familiar, broken courtyard came into view, a tidal wave of intense, inexplicable emotion crashed over him. His brows pulled together tightly. Sorrow flickered in his usually fearless eyes, his jaw clenching as his shoulders trembled slightly. Elder Wu Xin noticed the terrifying genius's rare moment of vulnerability and asked softly, Gao Neng, before we step into the wasteland, is there an old acquaintance you wish to visit? The wind howled through the ruined academy walls. Gao Neng slowly closed his eyes, sealing away the ghosts of his past with a calm, mysterious smile. But lurking in the shadows of this cursed land, a terrifying presence was already waiting. No need. When we secure this victory, we will return home draped in glory. With that bold declaration, he commands the massive avian beast to accelerate toward the desolate wastelands. In a flash, the creature shoots through the clouds. Gale force winds violently trail in their wake as the giant bird dives straight toward the ruins of the ancient capital. Gao Neng and Wu Xin touch down upon the cursed earth. A massive, glowing barrier of protective energy pulses to life around them, keeping the danger at bay. Wu Xin clasps his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowing with deep caution. Stay on high alert. The energy corruption in this zone is absolutely lethal. Keep your magnetic nuclear aura active at all times. Gao Neng scans the desolate horizon. So, where exactly is this origin realm? In response, Wu Xin's gaze shifts toward a crumbling ancient manor with a caved-in roof. Countless years have passed. Wu Xin murmurs, I only recall that it lies somewhere to the southeast. We will just have to test our luck. Gao Neng nods calmly. The southeast. Understood. Without a second of hesitation, Gao Neng furrows his brows and channels his power. Phantom Ghost Eye, awaken. Connecting his consciousness directly to the system, he commands the ocular scanner. A sweeping pulse of energy fires toward the southeast, effortlessly covering a massive 10-kilometer radius. Instantly, an urgent system prompt flashes before his eyes. Warning. Activating the Phantom Ghost Eye for large-scale clairvoyance will consume 200 million Alliance coins. The astronomical price tag makes him flinch, but he quickly steadies his breathing. Stay calm. I am loaded now. Just initiate the damn scan. The system hums to life immediately. His mind races with tactical theories. If the origin realm and the dragon tomb are truly the exact same place, there has to be some trace of dragonkin aura. Perhaps ancient dragon remains? He narrows his glowing eyes, analyzing every pixel of data. Suddenly, a terrifying image violently crashes into his vision. The gruesome, jagged teeth of an ancient dragon skull pressed directly against his mental scanner. A jolt of sheer shock ripples through Gao Neng's body. Noticing the sudden change in his demeanor, Wu Xin steps closer. Gao Neng, what did you just see? A thrilling smirk spreads across Gao Neng's face. It is not just scattered remains. I found the actual dragon tomb. It is buried exactly 7 kilometers underground to the southeast. Wu Xin's jaw practically hits the floor in absolute disbelief. What? You located it that fast? Gao Neng simply grins as he locks onto the system coordinates. Dragon tomb, prepare yourself, because here I come. The glowing blue interface flashes with the details of his ultimate mission. Gao Neng's expression hardens into fierce determination. It all comes down to this. The final step. I might not know the true nature of the origin yet, but once I breach that realm, the absolute truth will finally be mine. With a commanding sweep of his hand, he summons his beast. Flying Earth Dragon, it is time for your specialty. Tear this ground apart and dig. Hearing its master's call, the colossal Earth Dragon violently burrows into the crust. Boulders shatter, and debris explodes outward in a terrifying display of raw power. Shielded by aura, the two cultivators slowly descend into the massive crater. As they plummet into the dark abyss, Gao Neng casually tosses a mysterious token toward Wu Xin. Catching the item mid-air, the old master inspects it, before flashing Gao Neng a knowing, confident smile. Fueled by monstrous vitality, the earth dragon bulldozes through the bedrock. Dust and shattered stone choke the air as Gao Neng and Wu Xin finally touch down at the absolute bottom of the abyss. Before them lies a breathtaking, awe-inspiring underground palace. In its very center sits a colossal nine-pointed star formation, violently bound by four massive pillars and divine iron chains. A monumental dragon tomb stele stands suppressed in the core, wrapped in impenetrable seals. Yet, despite the bindings, the ancient pressure radiating from it is downright suffocating. Pushing their auras to the limit, the duo dives straight toward the ruins, but the ancient domain reacts instantly, sending a deadly rain of shattered boulders crashing down upon them. Suddenly, the gears of the massive star formation begin to grind and shift. Hovering in midair while dodging the falling debris, Gao Neng stares in absolute shock at the awakening mechanism. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to the apocalyptic western battlefield. Welcome to Jianye City. Atop the military fortress roof, a sweet voice breaks the tension. The old proverb is totally right. Nothing beats a warm plate of dumplings. Tang Tang rests her face in her hands, giggling. Auntie Luona, you really traveled all this way just to wrap dumplings with me? I suppose making this journey was totally worth it. Standing right beside her, Luona mimics the girl's pose, resting her own chin in her hands with a soft sigh. Her expression quickly turns serious. Enough with the sweet talk. Tang Tang, do you have any way to contact Gao Neng right now? Tang Tang straightens up, throwing her hands out in a helpless shrug. She smiles bitterly and shakes her head. Nope. He is the one who magically appears behind me. Whenever he actually bothers to remember I exist, if I am not on his mind, I am completely cut off from him. Luona's gaze drifts toward the blood-stained horizon. If I had not foolishly trusted that brat and come looking for you, I would not be trapped in this deathbed right now. Tang Tang's playful demeanor vanishes as she looks out over the barricades. If my strategic analysis is correct, the enemy is intentionally waiting for our reinforcements to arrive. Luona's brow furrows deeply, a shadow crossing her beautiful features. To think that the western and southern zones would actually form such a rock-solid alliance this time. They both stare intensely at the deceptively calm river currents. Auntie Luona, if Gao Neng does not show up soon, all 100,000 soldiers of the human alliance will be slaughtered in this encirclement alongside us. Isolated on this fortified island amidst the war zone, Luona keeps her eyes locked on the treacherous front lines as she speaks. It does not matter how many reinforcements we deploy into this meat grinder. The alien races will just endlessly multiply their swarm to suffocate us. Our only sliver of hope right now is praying for a supreme expert to break the siege. Tang Tang crosses her arms, letting out a deeply helpless chuckle. Auntie, you just got here, so you probably do not know the full picture. The supreme expert you are waiting for actually arrived way before you did. Now we have exactly 4 people for our little dumpling party. Luona whips around, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest in pure shock. Her eyes instantly lock onto the legendary Qin Lei, who stands there in absolute, heavy silence. The veteran powerhouse lets out a heavy, defeated sigh before explaining. The behavioral patterns of the alien swarm this time are incredibly abnormal. Thick, ominous fog swirls around his uniquely short stature, radiating immense pressure. They are not just massing unbelievable numbers. They have actually deployed nightmarish phantom-tier illusions all along the outer perimeter. The second we dare to march our troops outside these walls, a massive-scale fog domain activates. We would be completely swallowed alive by the alien encirclement, with absolutely zero chance of escape. Qin Lei's brow knots together, sweat dripping down his weathered face. My instincts are screaming at me. I am absolutely certain. The entire western and southern swarm is being puppeteered by a supreme-tier entity. Their tactical adjustments are way too fast. This is not the clumsy work of some multi-race council. This is the flawless coordination of a single, absolute tyrant ruling over them all. His mind flashes back to the devastating battle over the Jianye reserves. Sparks of destruction had rained down like hellfire across the burning skies. But lurking in the shadows, the true nightmare was only just beginning. Pitch-black smoke suffocates the sky. Just 24 hours ago, 10,000 elite alien warriors defended the gates of Jianye City with absolute desperation. Outside the shattered walls, surviving human soldiers watch in silence as the towering fortress burns to ash. But the horrifying truth finally surfaced. After annihilating those 10,000 elites, humanity made a chilling discovery. The fortress those aliens died to protect held zero resources. It was nothing but an empty shell. Qinlei slowly closes his eyes, piecing the puzzle together. In other words, those 10,000 elites were a suicide squad. Their only mission was to lure us in, stalling our forces until their main army could surround us. Luo furrows his brows, his gaze shifting to the horizon. The alien races are split into over 100 factions. They have never truly been united. Sacrificing their own people for the greater good? That goes against their very nature. Just what kind of supreme powerhouse could force them to bleed so heavily? Tang Tang rolls her eyes, her patience wearing thin. More people just entered the zone. Could it be another master? Squinting through the haze, they spot Tian Nan and his squad soaring toward them. They were expecting Gao Neng. Tang Tang waves her hand, greeting the incoming reinforcements with a bright smile. Tian Nan halts midair, staring at her in absolute confusion. Fang Tang Tang, what is going on? Why are you guys just standing around here? Tang Tang smiles playfully. We still have some room left. Care to join us and just stand around? Tian Nan's eyes immediately darken. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Aren't you currently being slaughtered by the alien races? Do you have no intention of defending yourselves? Suddenly, a terrifying realization hits him. He whips around, his voice trembling with shock. Oh no, it is a trap. Everything we just saw was a massive illusion. Qinlei keeps his eyes closed, his voice eerily calm. Exactly. This entire area is rigged with bizarre illusion arrays. To us, trapped inside, the outside world is nothing but an endless sea of fog. But to the reinforcements looking in, Qinlei hovers above the phantom battlefield, surrounded by the illusion of blazing fire and choking black smoke. They see an apocalyptic bloodbath. They see us being utterly massacred by the aliens, baiting them into a desperate rescue mission. Tiannan watches in horror as one of his squad members charges forward, immediately triggering a barrage of deadly spells from the void. Panic grips his heart. This is bad. Our backup is still out there. We have to break out and warn them. The squad member stares in absolute terror as countless razor-sharp spikes of condensed cloud energy rocket straight toward him. Frozen by fear, he clenches his fists, completely paralyzed. In a fraction of a second, a vicious phantom arrow pierces the fog, violently slicing open his cheek in a burst of blood. Tiannan throws his arms wide, stabilizing his aura as he roars a warning. Hold your ground. Do not move a muscle. Elite alien assassins are hiding in the shadows. Qinlei raises a hand, physically blocking Tiannan's path. Do not act recklessly. This grand illusion was forged by multiple alien powerhouses. Even with my strength, I cannot break free. Tiannan scowls fiercely, a volatile mix of anxiety and rage burning in his chest. But our brothers in arms are still out there. If we do not break out right now. Luona steps forward, her eyes shut tightly. She shakes her head. It is completely useless. The moment we stepped into this cursed fog, all forms of communication were severed. We are completely cut off from the world. It is only a matter of time before the outside reinforcements charge in and get swallowed up just like us. Tiannan's mind reels in disbelief. How is this absolute nightmare even possible? What the hell is their endgame? Qinlei clasps his hands behind his back, his tactical mind analyzing the grim reality. From a strategic standpoint, this is a classic siege and bait tactic. However, the enemy is actively choosing not to strike down our reinforcements. Tiannan catches on, his eyes widening. They spare the backup, while projecting the illusion of a desperate bloodbath to the outside world. This is a deliberate setup to funnel us all into Jianye City. Luo voices the dark suspicion creeping into everyone's minds. Are they? Are they waiting for Gao Neng to walk straight into this death trap? Qinlei remains deep in thought, his aura heavy with uncertainty. I'm not entirely sure, but if their primary target is not Gao Neng, then they are absolutely hunting Xu Zilan, or perhaps Gao Xiaomeng. Tiannan closes his eyes, running through every horrific scenario before speaking up. Look around us. We already have 10 supreme human powerhouses trapped in this cage. The terrifying part is not more of us falling in. The true nightmare is if Xu Zilan chooses to abandon the human alliance completely. Could Xu Zilan actually be the mastermind behind all this? The trapped warriors exchange horrified glances. In a flash, Qinlei's eyes snap open. His voice booms like thunder. Hold your tongue. Do not speak such poison. This is no time for internal conflict. If Xu Zilan does not come to our rescue, the alliance alone possesses zero chance of shattering this deadlock. Back at the heavily fortified military command center, the highest authorities are locked in a tense debate. Right now, Only by uniting Su Zilan with all the supreme masters from the eastern and northern sectors can this inescapable cage be broken. Inside the war room, Councilman Liang violently slams his fist on the table. He shoots to his feet, fury burning in his eyes. A cage tactic. Councilman Guo remains seated beside him, maintaining a chillingly calm composure. Precisely. It is officially confirmed. Every single wave of our reinforcements has been swallowed up by Jianye City. Our only remaining hope is to establish immediate contact with Gao Neng. We need him to track down Shu Zilan. Only by forging an alliance with her does humanity stand a chance of surviving this catastrophic crisis. Shen Changsheng locks eyes with Councilman Guo, his tone resolute. Then I will establish a psychic link with Ninger right now. But Councilman Guo immediately waves him off. Do not bother. I have already reached out to Lieutenant General Shen. If even you do not know Gao Neng's whereabouts, then I am afraid no one else does either. Bang! Suddenly, the massive oak doors are kicked wide open. Ninger bursts into the war room, screaming at the top of her lungs. Gao Neng has entered the Origin Realm. Councilman Liang freezes in absolute shock. He did what? All eyes snap toward her. Councilman Guo violently pushes his chair back, shooting up to his feet. Did you just say Gao Neng entered the Origin Realm? Why in the world did you not stop him? But little did they know, the real nightmare was just beginning. Shen Ninger brushed past the two men. Let's cut to the chase and discuss our next moves. She stepped toward the massive tactical map on the wall, her finger pinpointing a specific coordinate. Jianye City is located in the western region. Her eyes narrowed with sharp calculation. Based on this positioning, we can deduce the alien race's current formation and the exact location of their hidden troops. Grabbing a red marker, she circled 3 blue fortress icons on the map. The alien forces want to ensure that our army trapped inside Jianye City has absolutely no chance of escape. To achieve this lockdown, they must conquer the surrounding major cities to create an ironclad blockade. Their most likely targets? Wang City, Hu City, and Yan City. She tapped the board firmly. Among these 3, Hu City is the absolute most critical strategic choke point. Moving her marker, she highlighted a red fortress, but executing a massive encirclement like this requires a central command post to coordinate their troops. Personally, I believe this right here is the nerve center of the Alien Alliance's operation. A councilman leaned forward, turning his chair as he addressed her hypothesis. Are you suggesting that Lingshui City serves as the main command center for the entire alien army? Shen Ninger met the councilman's gaze with absolute certainty. Exactly. Lingshui City is the only major stronghold in this area bordered by a towering mountain. Holding the high ground grants them perfect battlefield visibility. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. More importantly, at the crucial moment, that peak can be weaponized into an unparalleled, razor-sharp blade against us. Councilman Liang crossed his arms. How certain are you of this? Without a second's hesitation, Ninger fired back. 70%. Hearing this, Councilman Liang stood tall, his expression turning gravely serious as he faced the assembly. Then we make the ultimate gamble. His voice echoed through the room. We deploy our forces to strike Hu City, and then drive our sharpest blades straight into the heart of Lingshui City. The room erupted in murmurs of agreement. The councilman nodded in unison. Let's proceed with General Shen's tactical analysis. Ninger watched the council exchange further strategies. Although we've completely lost contact with Gao Neng, she stated calmly, I can still reach out to Shu Zilan. His mother and Gao Xiaomeng are our best bet. She turned toward the exit. I will find her immediately, explain the dire situation, and request her intervention to break this siege. Councilman Liang squeezed his eyes shut, his brow furrowing deeply before he raised a hand to halt her. Hold on. I have an unprecedented proposal that I need the rest of the council to discuss right now. Opening his eyes with blazing conviction, he declared, I propose that Shen Ning be appointed as the supreme military commander for the next 7 days, while Chairman Gao is absent from the alliance. Those in favor, please raise your hands. The heavy silence that followed was deafening as the council members exchanged bewildered, hesitant glances. Chief Shen hesitated slightly. Councilman Guo rubbed his chin, deeply weighing the gravity of the situation. With Gao Neng missing from the battlefield, and Commander-in-Chief Qin currently trapped inside Jianye City, another councilman chimed in, nodding slowly. Given our desperate circumstances, this is truly our only viable option. After a tense moment of careful deliberation, 3 council members raised their hands high in solidarity. I vote in favor. I agree to let General Shen take the mantle of Supreme Military Commander. I second that motion. Having secured the Councilman Liang slammed his fist down in finality. Since the majority has spoken, the decision is absolute. From this exact second onward, Shen Ning officially steps up as the Supreme Commander of the Alliance. Thunderous applause instantly filled the command center. Congratulations, General Shen. Standing before the overwhelming support of the Alliance's elite, the fire of pure, unyielding determination blazed within Ning'er's eyes. Councilman Liang then approved Ning'er's earlier rescue strategy. However, since General Shen is now our supreme commander, she cannot leave her post. We must assign someone else to track down Xu Zilan. Ruo gracefully stood up from her seat. Lowering her head and closing her eyes, she volunteered for the critical mission. Let me go. Elder Qin and the others are trapped in Jianye City, and I've been powerless to help them. Please, allow me to take on this crucial task. It has been quite some time since I last visited the eastern region. I've been meaning to take a look around anyway. Moved by her resolve, Councilman Liang granted her request. Excellent. If possible, bring Xu Zilan and her group directly to the council. If they refuse, make sure you thoroughly relay our tactical layout and battle plan to them. Ning'er approached Ruo, her voice dropping to a serious, hushed tone as she delivered a final, vital warning. Sect leader Zhou, when you meet his mother and Xiao Meng, absolutely do not mention that Gao Neng has entered the origin realm. Ruo blinked in mild surprise, letting out a soft hum of acknowledgement. Ning'er then slipped a sealed envelope into her hands. Just deliver this letter to them and explain our battle strategy. That will be enough. Ruo firmly grasped the parchment. Understood. Meanwhile, Changsheng sat anxiously, staring at Ning'er's back. Ning'er, Gao Neng, has vanished into the origin realm without a single trace. Are you truly certain that Xu Zilan and Gao Xiaomeng will step onto the battlefield to save us? Without looking back, she answered, they definitely will. And furthermore, she tilted her head, a breathtaking, utterly confident smile gracing her lips. No matter where Gao Neng has gone, in exactly 7 days, he will absolutely return for our wedding. He promised me, and he never breaks a promise. Fast forward 1 day later, dawn broke over the eastern region's heavenly clan royal city, bringing a crisp, refreshing breeze. Deep within the grand estate, Xu Zilan sat elegantly with a steaming teacup in hand, while the mischievous Xiao Meng playfully hid behind her intricately carved chair. Xu Zilan leveled a piercing gaze at Ruo. Where is little Neng? Why are you the one delivering this letter? Where exactly did my son go? Resting one hand casually behind her back, Ruo met the matriarch's intense stare. The chairman has temporarily left the City of Hope. As for his exact destination, no one knows. Xu Zilan's brows knitted tightly into a formidable frown. Nobody knows? Peeking out, Xiao Meng stared curiously at the letter. Big brother is missing? Did sister-in-law write that letter? Xu Zilan's eyes scanned the crucial contents, offering only a soft confirmation. Upon realizing the gravity of the message, Xiao Meng clenched her tiny fists, her voice ringing out with battle-ready excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Big brother always said sister-in-law's words are his commands. If she needs our help right now, we're definitely going out there to slaughter those enemies. Xu Zilan closed her eyes, a dangerous aura radiating from her seated form. Indeed, it is time to make our move. Observing this quiet fury, Ruo thought to herself, it seems the Dragon Maiden is fully prepared to enter the fray. With a powerhouse like her joining the fight, the disastrous situation in the western region might just have a glimmer of hope after all. Zilan reigns upon her majestic throne. Her piercing gaze demands their next move. Sensing her unspoken willingness to ally, Ruo eagerly steps forward to reveal the strategy. The Supreme Parliament has made its choice, Ruo declares. We will focus all our forces on Lingshui City. Zilan closes her eyes, a silent nod confirming the alliance's path. Acceptable, the queen murmurs. Even if I had crafted the battle plan myself, this is the only logical step. You have my approval to proceed. Ruo presses for the crucial detail. Then, when do we deploy the troops? Zilan's expression shifts. Deploying the army is not the core issue here. Her eyes snap open, flashing with maternal intensity. The real question is the wedding between Xiao Neng and Ning'er. How will it proceed? Has your parliament even considered this? Ruo swallows hard, sweat forming on her brow. With the Great War looming, it will naturally be postponed. A terrifying aura erupts from Zilan. And what if I say, I refuse to delay it? Ruo trembles under the overwhelming pressure. But why? Shouldn't we wait until the war ends? Before the envoy can finish, Zilan raises a single, commanding hand. When one war ends, another begins. It is an endless cycle of blood and survival. Just like his father and I, forever fighting, forever running. A heavy sorrow laces the queen's powerful voice. I have no desire for anything else. I only wish for my Xiao Neng to find true happiness. Ruo shifts anxiously. But my lady, the flames of war are already at our doorstep. Zelan's patience snaps. She rises to her feet and tosses the alliance letter aside. The parchment flutters to Ruo's feet, a stark rejection of their terms. A storm of wrath brews in the queen's eyes. The very air in the throne room grows suffocatingly heavy. Tell Ning and the Supreme Parliament this, she commands. If the human alliance proceeds with the wedding exactly as planned, my armies will march. If not, we wait until Xiaoneng returns. That is my final word. Ruo hastily picks up the letter, her heart racing. Understood, my lady. I will deliver your absolute decree to the Supreme Parliament at once. With the tense negotiation concluded, the human envoy hurries away. Xiaomeng steps out from the shadows. Mother, are we really holding back our forces? Why make such a demand? She asks. Zelan's fierce aura melts into a gentle, motherly smile. Do you know why your brother still hasn't broken through to become a supreme powerhouse? Xiaomeng leans against the majestic throne, her eyes wide with curiosity. Why, mother? Zelan gently strokes her daughter's hair, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Because he has not yet truly become a man. The queen looks toward the horizon. It is exactly like the ancient legend, like a koi fish failing to leap over the dragon gate. If a member of the dragon race cannot find their fated mate, they will never awaken their true bloodline. They will never become a true, sky-soaring dragon. An illusion of a magnificent golden dragon roars into the heavens. Time flows like water. 2 days pass in the blink of an eye. Dawn breaks, but a thick layer of ominous clouds still chokes the city. Ruo returns to the throne room. This time, she presents a tightly sealed, heavily enchanted wooden box to the queen. Intrigued, Zelan accepts the offering. As the lid clicks open, spiritual energy spills out. A perfectly crafted jade token rests inside. What is the meaning of this? She asks. Ruo bows respectfully, revealing the token's profound significance. General Shen sends his word. With this artifact, in exactly 5 days, you will be the first to lay eyes on Gao Ning. Ning will be waiting for you. She will stand outside the gates of Jianye City, right at the edge of the Western War Zone. Before the wedding ceremony begins, you must bring this jade token to Jianye City. The pieces of the puzzle suddenly snap together in Zelan's brilliant mind. So that is her play, the queen murmurs. Ning wants to shift the wedding venue. She plans to hold it right outside the walls of Jianye City. A sharp, knowing smirk plays on Zelan's lips as she glares at the envoy. And if I do not deploy my army to meet her, this grand wedding simply cannot take place, can it? Ruo stands tall, holding her ground before the terrifying queen. That is absolutely correct, my lady. The fate of the ceremony rests on your march. Hearing the absolute confirmation, Zelan bursts into a proud laugh. This daughter-in-law of mine is truly formidable. The queen rises, her imposing figure casting a long shadow. Very well. I have no intention of changing my daughter-in-law anyway. We play by her rules. Ruo's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. A wave of overwhelming relief and joy washes over the human envoy. Does this mean you are finally deploying the troops? When do we march? Zelan's eyes flash with war-hungry lightning. We march right now. She raises her hand, commanding the very heavens. Xiaomeng, broadcast my decree to the east and north zones. Every single beast and allied race will march out of the city. We ride. For the western war zone of Jianye City. Yes, mother, Xiaomeng shouts, her blood boiling for battle. Ruo freezes, cold sweat drenching her back. Everyone out of the city? My lady, what are you planning? A god-tier aura erupts from Zelan. The terrifying pressure of an absolute ruler fills the throne room. Her gaze alone could crush mountains. I do not care if the human alliance holds back their forces, she declares. The situation at Jianye City has completely changed. If those alien races want a war. Zelan shoots a deathly glare at Ruo. Then I swear upon my bloodline, this will be the final battle. Meanwhile, beneath the scorching, merciless sun, Gao Ning lies motionless on golden sands. His consciousness slowly returns. This is the Forgotten Land, far above the underground ruins of the ancient capital. He jolts upward, sand falling from his clothes. A desert? His mind races frantically. I was just in the underground ruins. Wait, did I actually black out? Flashbacks of the wasteland flood his mind. He remembers the massive subterranean tunnels. He remembers following the great dragon Dao. Right. The entire underground space collapsed, and then everything went dark. He clenches his fists, feeling the immense power in his veins. With my current god-tier physique, passing out is practically impossible. Even a direct strike from a supreme powerhouse shouldn't be able to knock me unconscious. So, what kind of monstrous force hit me? He quickly pulls out his phone to check the situation. But the screen remains dead black, refusing to power on. Every single piece of tech is fried. Is an insane magnetic field active in this zone? Heavens. Exactly how long have I been out? Panic spikes as realization hits him. He wasn't alone. Grandmaster Wu Xin. Gao Neng whips his head around and spots the fallen monk. He scrambles over, shaking his companion's shoulders. Wu Xin. Grandmaster. Old man, wake up. A low, agonizing groan escapes the monk's lips. Ugh. Wu Xin forces himself into a sitting position. His eyes remain tightly shut as he rubs his pounding head. A chilling thought strikes Gao Neng. If even a peak supreme powerhouse with absolute defense got knocked out cold, what kind of terrifying nightmare is waiting for us? Recovering his breath, the old monk leaned in close to Gao Neng. The magnetic field here is incredibly bizarre. Gao Neng, you must stay on your guard. The young warrior nodded, having already sensed the anomaly. I felt it just moments ago. The magnetic force in this place is overwhelmingly powerful. Every single electronic device has been completely fried. Standing tall, his sharp gaze swept across the desolate surroundings. But the danger did not stop at ruined technology. This abnormal magnetic field was vicious enough to distort and mutate the very human body itself. Wu Xin chimed in with a heavy tone. This is the magnetic core we condensed here over 100 years ago. The monk stood up, his eyes scanning the area before confirming his grim suspicion. There is no mistake. This place is the origin realm. Gao Neng's eyes narrowed with unwavering certainty. If that is true, then this must be the legendary Dragon Tomb. But Wu Xin quickly shattered his assumption. No, we are not there yet. If the Dragon Tomb truly exists, then Dr. Gao Ya is likely the only mortal who has ever stepped inside. Right now, we have merely survived the magnetic mutation of this dimensional space. The old monk turned his gaze toward the hazy horizon, lost in centuries-old memories. We were trapped in this desolate hell for several months. The magnetic mutation ravaged our bodies, and our memories were fractured as a result. This humble monk can only rely on vague fragments of the past to guide our way. Wasting no time, Gao Neng channeled his energy. Phantom ghost eyes, awaken, he declared confidently. Since that is the case, leave the tracking to me. But as his visual scan activated, a chilling realization hit him. Normally, his phantom ghost eyes could pierce through hundreds of kilometers with ease. Yet here, they were completely suppressed, rendering his vision no better than an ordinary human's. Was there some unknown dimensional barrier blocking his divine sight? Flashing red warnings filled his mental interface. 3 massive zones were marked as absolute blind spots, completely unscannable. Every single ability below the epic tier was completely nullified. This space operated like a higher dimensional realm, meaning his current skill levels were simply too weak to function here. Frustrated but focused, Gao Neng turned back to the monk. Does the Dragon Tomb have any distinct visual markers? Wu Xin nodded solemnly. Yes. The magnetic field surrounding it is exceptionally demonic. The moment you draw near, a crushing, suffocating pressure will bear down on your very soul. Furthermore, the entrance is marked by a pitch-black stone tablet. It is an ancient relic that defies all forms of magical scanning. With their target clear, the duo set off on foot. Then we have no choice but to search the old-fashioned way, Gao Neng muttered. As he walked, a heavy frown creased his forehead. He could not afford any delays. In exactly 6 days, his wedding with Ninger was set to begin. They trudged through the oppressive wasteland for 4 grueling days. Exhaustion began to claim Wu Xin, his footsteps growing heavier as he fell behind. Drenched in cold sweat, the old monk gasped for breath. Gao Neng, do you truly not need a moment to rest? The young warrior glanced back with a confident smirk. I am perfectly fine. My energy reserves are overflowing. I could keep this pace for another 10 to 15 days easily. Wu Xin stopped dead in his tracks, his jaw dropping in pure shock as his mind reeled. The magnetic force of this origin realm was constantly trying to crush and mutate their bodies. To survive, one had to continuously burn massive amounts of internal energy just to resist it. I have only endured for 4 days, and my life force is already sputtering out, he thought. Yet this monster claims he can casually withstand it for half a month? Unfazed, Gao Neng pressed forward with relentless determination. They had just cleared the left sector, and the right was nearly finished. Trailing behind, Wu Xin stared at the young man's back in awe. Throughout this entire agonizing journey, Gao Neng had been constantly projecting his spiritual energy to scan the environment. How could any human endure such a catastrophic drain on their stamina? Suddenly, the young man halted. Found it, he declared, leaving the monk thoroughly bewildered. Without missing a beat, Gao Neng exploded into the sky like a rocket. Less than 1 kilometer away in the eastern sector, the energy field was several times denser than anywhere else. Wu Xin frantically chased after him, shouting, "Wait for this humble monk! Finally, they arrived before a massive, tilted stone tablet, half buried in the earth. Covered in archaic, mystical engravings, the monolith stood proudly beneath the scorching sun. Gao Nang's eyes lit up with fierce excitement. This is definitely the place. The majority of the relic was swallowed by the desert sands. Had he not used his spiritual radar, they would have walked right past it. Is the entrance hidden beneath this black monument? He asked. Standing beside him, Wu Xin slowly shook his head. I do not know. Although my comrades and I reached this exact spot back then, we never paid attention to this relic. His mind drifted back to a fading memory. He recalled seeing a doctor kneeling in the dirt, desperately treating a sharply dressed gentleman. One of our companions was critically wounded at the time, Wu Xin explained with a heavy sigh. Dr. Gao Ya stayed right here to perform emergency surgery, but by the time we turned around, Dr. Gao Ya had vanished without a trace. We scoured this area for 4 agonizing days. Ultimately, we assumed he had perished, and we were forced to abandon the search. Gao Neng listened intently, absorbing every word, his brows knit together as the pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. If that is true, then my father, Dr. Gao Ya, must have fallen into the dragon tomb right here, and that must be where he met my mother. But where exactly was the gateway? He stepped forward and placed his palm against the ancient stone. Did he seriously have to dig his way underground? The moment his fingertips made contact, the stone reacted. A miniature swirling vortex materialized right under his palm. In a flash, a terrifying suction force clamped down on his arm, pulling him inward. Gao Neng's eyes widened in sheer shock. The vortex spun violently, its gravitational pull growing monstrously strong. Panic gripped Wu Xin as he lunged forward, screaming, Gao Neng, but the young warrior raised his free hand, his voice rock steady. Do not worry about me. Instead of fear, a feral grin spread across his face. I can feel the ancient power resonating from below. This is the sacred ground of the Dragon Clan. This monument is the true gateway to the Dragon Tomb. As his body was devoured by the spatial rift, Gao Neng shouted his final instructions. Just stay safe and guard my command token with your life. If anything goes fatally wrong, I will use it to instantly teleport back out. Wu Xian hesitated, terror etching his aged face. But before he could utter another word, the vortex swallowed Gao Neng completely. I will return soon, echoed his fading voice. The old monk frantically grasped at the empty air, but he was a second too late. What horrors awaited the young warrior inside? Gao Neng spreads his arms wide. He free falls through the dead silence of the void. Above him, only a single, flickering speck of light remains against the suffocating darkness. His mother's warning echoes in his mind. Only those of the Dragon Clan can ever set foot inside the Dragon Tomb. So how on earth did his father manage to breach this sacred place back then? Suddenly, a chilling presence stops him cold. His eyes widen in absolute horror. Piercing, ferocious eyes glare back at him, followed by the terrifying silhouette of razor-sharp claws. He freezes in his tracks. Right before him towers a colossal, ice-bound dragon. A terrified scream escapes his lungs. Gao Neng simply cannot believe his own eyes. This shatters everything he knew. His mother swore they were the very last dragons left in this world. So why is there a majestic dragon slumbering inside this frozen prison? Miles away, Zilan instantly senses his aura. Shock ripples through her. Seated upon her grand throne, her eyes darken with dread as her hands grip the armrests in pure tension. Leaving Gao Neng to his shocking discovery, the scene dramatically shifts. Welcome to Jianye City, straight into the heart of the brutal western battlefield. The dead of night has fallen over the war zone. A single, pathetic pot bubbles over a campfire. With only a few wilted leaves floating inside, the pitiful meal forces a heavy, depressed sigh from the girl sitting nearby. Tong Tong rests her chin heavily on her hand. She miserably chews on a sad, tasteless weed. Pure frustration and sorrow are painted all over her exhausted face. Day 7. The absolute last of their rations has been wiped out. Muttering this grim reality to herself, an overwhelming wave of anxiety crashes over her. She had prepared so perfectly for this long war. Before leaving home, she had stuffed her high-dimensional storage ring to the absolute brim with endless supplies. But then, her eyes drift to the reality around her. The brave soldiers of the Alliance are slumped over, completely drained and defeated by hunger. Even though her perfect survival plan has been utterly ruined, she swallows her complaints. She simply has no other choice. With the city practically starving, she just cannot watch these good people die of hunger. But to understand how Tang Tang ended up in this miserable mess, we have to look at how this nightmare started. The vile alien race ruthlessly poisoned the city's entire water supply. Only a handful of elite warriors possess enough source energy to forcefully purify the tainted water. But for an army of hundreds of thousands? Those tiny drops of pure water are nothing but a meaningless grain of sand in a massive desert. Tang Tang absolutely refuses to live in this desperate poverty any longer. She violently rolls around on the ground, throwing a massive, dramatic tantrum. Why in the world hasn't Sister Ning come to save her yet? And that stupid Gao Neng, has she really been gone this long, without him even trying to track her down? She furiously glares at the mystic mark glowing on her hand and screams into the night. 7 whole days. She has waited 7 agonizing days, and he hasn't used his teleportation skill to visit her even once. If that idiot would just show up, she could finally escape this muddy, starving hellhole. Her patience is hanging by a tiny thread. The more she stews on it, the more her blood boils. She violently shoves another handful of wild grass into her mouth just to chew out her frustration. Damn that rotten Gao Neng. Just how much longer is she supposed to graze on weeds like a sheep? Meanwhile, at the heavily fortified command post, Ning stands as still as a statue, her sharp gaze scanning the chaotic battlefield before her. Counselor Liang hastily approaches from behind. His voice is tight with tension as he reports, "General Shen, since we have arrived at the front lines, our forces will follow your absolute command. The vanguard has fully assembled and eagerly awaits your signal. The entire military force is locked and loaded for war." But Ning brilliant tactical mind sees a different path. Her face remains completely cold as she issues a single, chilling order. "Hold your positions." Counselor Liang gasps in pure shock. With the enemy breathing down their necks, how can the Supreme Commander just stand there doing nothing? Counselor Liang completely loses his cool. "Hold our positions?" He frantically questions the unbelievable order. The situation is hanging by a terrifying thread. Artillery fire and deafening explosions are ripping the front line apart right before their eyes. His heart pounds with uncontrollable panic. The defenders inside Jianye City are on the absolute brink of total collapse. How can they possibly just wait in this situation? Before Ning can even defend her strategy, an ancient, powerful voice suddenly echoes through the camp. "Calm yourself, Liang Shan." The voice carries the weight of a mountain. This entire chaotic spectacle is very likely a deadly trap designed to lure us deeper into their jaws. Counselor Liang snaps his head up toward the sky. The moment his eyes lock onto the legendary figure descending from above, his jaw drops. A massive wave of relief washes over his terrified face. "Celestial Master Zhang, you have finally arrived." The Grand Master lands with ethereal grace. "Clear your mind, calm your breathing, focus your spirit, Liang Shan. Look closely at Jianye City, and tell me what you truly see through the chaos." Counselor Liang freezes, completely stunned by the Master's cryptic words. He squints hard, scanning the war-torn horizon. At first glance, nothing seems out of the ordinary. Wait, is there a hidden danger here? If the Celestial Master himself is warning us, could this entire battlefield be a massive illusion? Taoist Master Zhang lets out a long, heavy sigh and slowly shakes his head. "I cannot blame you for your blind eyes. The enemy's deception runs far deeper than mere mortal sight. Even legendary powerhouses like Li Tiannan and Qin Lei would struggle to pierce through such a terrifyingly profound illusion. With your level of cultivation, it is simply impossible. In this entire alliance, aside from myself, only the great Wu Xin possesses the spiritual sight to see the truth." His wise eyes shift toward the young female general. He cannot hide his absolute admiration for Ning. Truly, the alliance is blessed. The new generation of prodigies rises to surpass the old legends. For General Shen to see through this demonic trickery at such a young age is nothing short of miraculous. Ning bows her head, a humble, razor-sharp smile playing on her lips. "Celestial Master praises me far too much." Taoist Master Zhang strokes his beard, his curiosity utterly piqued. "Tell me, child, how did you manage to see through their absolute camouflage?" Ning answer completely shatters his expectations. Pure intuition. Her voice is dead serious. The Tao sect relies on absolute mental purity. The Heaven sect follows the profound flow of destiny. Both paths grant the divine sight to pierce through demonic illusions. But the military? We exist only for the slaughter, and a true killer understands the absolute nature of killing better than anyone else alive. The killing intent rolling off this battlefield, it is completely hollow. It is entirely fake. Taoist Master Zhang slowly nods, a brilliant smile of ultimate satisfaction spreading across his weathered face. He throws his head back and laughs heartily. What a terrifyingly brilliant mind. You haven't even stepped through the gates of the Tao, yet you understand its deepest mysteries. I hear your core affinities are metal and wind. Tell me, do you have any interest in inheriting the supreme, legendary arts of the Tao sect? The ultimate offer that any cultivator would kill for. Yet, without a single second of hesitation, Ning ruthlessly rejects him. The Tao sect binds its disciples to its strict legacy. I do not belong to your world. But how could the legendary Taoist Master Zhang let such a monstrous genius slip through his fingers? Refusing to give up, he lowers his voice, preparing a counteroffer that would change her destiny forever. It is nothing. We Taoists were simply too stubborn in the past. Even the warriors of Liangshan have already marched onto the blood-soaked battlefield. If our Tao sect continues clinging to outdated traditions, I am afraid we will no longer have the face to stand before the world. Taoist Zhang offered a warm, grandfatherly smile. If you find this old bag of bones worthy, you may simply call me teacher. Shen Ninger immediately bowed with impeccable grace. Since teacher honors me so highly, your student, Shen Ninger, pays her utmost respects. Seeing the young woman's perfectly measured humility, the old master's eyes gleamed with deep, genuine approval. A true heaven-sent talent. Taoist Zhang mused silently. This alliance desperately needs young blood like hers to survive. Suddenly, a scout sprinted into the command tent. Ninger raised a hand, signaling him to deliver the urgent report. Urgent intelligence, the scout gasped. The Allied forces from the eastern and northern sectors have officially arrived. Snatching the tactical tablet from his hands, Ninger rapidly swiped through the data. Disbelief washed over her stunning features. The eastern and northern armies were already at the city gates. 450,000 from the east, 400,000 from the north, an 850,000-strong army. Councilman Liang staggered back, completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale. 850,000. Even the legendary Taoist Zhang could not hide his absolute shock. Is Xu Zilan truly planning to wage a do-or-die holy war? Was this single battlefield truly worth exposing every hidden trump card they possessed? The surrounding commanders exchanged deeply uneasy glances, silently agreeing with the doubt. Councilman Liang stroked his chin, his gaze darkening. Regardless of the reason, Xu Zilan has deployed her entire military might. It proves she views this operation as her absolute priority. At that exact moment, streaks of blinding light tore through the heavens above. General Shen, Councilman Liang screamed. Something is incoming. Boom. A powerful silhouette crashed into the earth right before them. An overwhelming sky-piercing aura erupted, terrifying Councilman Liang into a cold sweat. As the dust settled, the figure revealed itself to be Xiaomeng. She flashed a bright, mischievous grin. Hello, sister-in-law. Ninger's tense expression instantly melted into a warm smile. Xiaomeng, you made it. Where is mother? The energetic girl answered honestly. Mom is stationed at the eastern main camp. She said you have absolute military command. Just give me the word, and I will execute it. But Xiaomeng's sharp gaze suddenly shifted to the chaotic stronghold in the distance. Her playful demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a freezing gravity. Oh? With just one passing glance, Xiaomeng saw right through the cosmic anomaly. She let out a disdainful scoff. An illusionary art? What a cheap parlor trick. Taoist Zhang happened to catch this incredibly arrogant remark. Deep within his heart, absolute shock and high alert violently flared up. Other than Shen Ninger, was there actually someone below the supreme realm who could pierce through a phantom illusion with a single glance? This cat king is far from simple, the old master realized. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng enthusiastically volunteered for battle. Sister-in-law, leave breaking that illusion to me, Ninger asked cautiously. Are you absolutely certain? The young warrior brimmed with supreme confidence. Tossing back a brief, arrogant reply, she immediately launched herself into the sky. Of course, because I am Gao Xiaomeng, and I am invincible. Watching Xiaomeng's soaring silhouette, a gentle smile graced Ninger's lips. Invincible, huh? That arrogant tone sounded far too familiar. Truly, birds of a feather flocked together. Over on Xiaomeng's side, she hovered right before the boundary of the illusionary domain and took a massive, chest-expanding breath. Roar! Xiaomeng unleashed a heaven-shaking battle cry. The pure sonic boom violently warped the very fabric of space, completely shattering the earth and stone before her. As the debris exploded outward, a pair of bloody, razor-sharp eyes slowly manifested from the shadows. It was the hidden mastermind sustaining the illusion. Realizing his perfect camouflage was blown, the vampire clan aristocrat erupted from the rubble. You insolent feline demon, he bellowed with absolute fury. Taoist Zhang's pupils shrank as he recognized the enemy's terrifying aura. This is bad. That is a supreme realm expert of the vampire clan. Yet, Xiaomeng did not show a single ounce of fear toward this apex predator. She merely arched an eyebrow and let out a chilling sneer. Huh. Like I just told you, with a devastatingly casual wave of her hand. Boom. The Vampire Supreme was violently blasted into the stratosphere by a single, crushing impact. Hovering in the air, Xiaomeng proudly declared to the heavens, I am Gao Xiaomeng, and I am invincible. Taoist Zhang, who had been fully prepared to rush in and save her, was left standing there, with his jaw literally hitting the floor, utterly speechless. Witnessing Xiaomeng completely and effortlessly obliterate a top-tier threat, Councilman Liang's eyes nearly popped out of his skull in pure terror. A supreme realm expert of the alien races, instantly crushed by a single strike from the Cat King? Taoist Zhang nodded slowly, proposing a terrifying theory. I fear the Cat King has broken through her limits once again. She must be at least at the late stage of the 9th rank. Hearing this astronomical evaluation, Councilman Liang looked as if he had seen a ghost. But the battle of the eastern sector ended merely a month ago, he gasped. Cutting through their shock, Ninger commanded sharply, brace yourselves. The Phantom Realm is collapsing, exactly as Ninger predicted. The very next second. Crack. The massive illusion completely shattered like fragile glass. The terrifying war zone vanished, revealing the original, dead silent night sky. As the mystical fragments dissolved into the wind, the truth was bared to the world. Jianye City had never actually been engulfed in a blazing inferno. A collective sigh of immense relief washed over the High Command. It was all a grand mirage. Jianye City remained completely untouched by enemy fire. Those bastards, a commander growled. The alien races positioned their grand army, waiting for us to blindly charge into their slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Lingshui City, an ominous, suffocating silence choked the midnight air. Deep within a dimly lit subterranean war room, terrifying, shadowy silhouettes sat heavily around a massive obsidian war table. Every single entity was shrouded in pitch-black cloaks, entirely concealing their monstrous features. One of the figures, clutching a freshly deciphered intelligence scroll, could not hide his grim hesitation. The grand illusion has been shattered. Another monstrous shadow spoke up, a chilling sense of dread finally creeping into his dark heart. It appears the apocalyptic collapse of our eastern and northern forces was no mere accident. That feline demon is incomprehensibly powerful. Instantly, the oppressive war room erupted into chaotic, fearful whispers. Will humanity actually dare to lay siege to Jianye City now? One creature hissed. Yet, despite the setback, some arrogant warlords still placed blind, fanatical faith in their master plan. Let them come, a sinister voice echoed from the dark. The very second those foolish humans launch their grand assault, they will realize that Jianye City is nothing but a flawless death trap, personally woven by the Imperial Lord. His words echo through the shadowy room, drawing nods of absolute agreement. No one could have predicted this move. The Emperor is actually launching a brutal, two-pronged assault in such a desperate situation. Outside the perimeter, the elite warriors of the Heavenly Clan stand guard. Their watchful eyes miss absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, inside the hidden chamber, the cloaked figures plot their next devastating move with terrifying confidence. One of them breaks the silence. Looking at the time, our strike force targeting the City of Hope should be breaching the Southern Zone's stronghold right now, shouldn't they? The alien commanders sneer, their eyes locked on the tactical map. In the foolish minds of humanity, the Western and Southern Zones only possess 800,000 troops, and a mere 49 awakened masters. A pathetic military force, completely incapable of surviving a multi-front war. Little do the humans know. Under the Emperor's absolute rule, the alien masters have multiplied exponentially. Yet, even with this overwhelming power, tension still lingers in the room. Even so, a commander interrupts. Our target is Gao Neng from the Eastern War Zone. Who could have ever predicted the Northern Zone's sudden betrayal? Another instantly shoots back. They also have no idea about the Emperor's supreme existence. Stop lowering our own morale. The alien commander's blood boils with wicked anticipation. Stepping into the light, Linger finally shatters the heavy tension. Enough talking. Look at Jianye City. She flashes a playful, devilish smirk. The fish has taken the bait. Meanwhile, at the Human Alliance headquarters, Changsheng raises his hand, his aura flaring as he issues a critical command. Shatter the siege. Form a deadly pincer strike with our reinforcements. We charge out of Jianye City right now. The massive gates of Jianye City roar open. The human army is officially on the move. Changsheng senses a disturbing trap hidden in the shadows. But cornered by fate, he has absolutely no choice. The Grand Illusion formation has suddenly shattered. On the surface, their reinforcements have perfectly flanked the enemy. It looks like a golden opportunity for a slaughter. But the suffocating dread in his chest tells a different story. They have been trapped in this living hell for over 10 days. Morale, rations, and water are completely drained. If they let this single spark of hope slip away, they will all die here. A scout lowers his binoculars, his hands trembling as he stares at the battlefield. He swallows hard before speaking. Sir, the battlefield is practically handed to us. Counselor Gao shattered the illusion, so why hasn't he launched the vanguard strike yet? Changsheng's mind races, piecing together the deadly puzzle. The absolute best strategy is a synchronized strike from both the inside and outside. They must be holding their ground, waiting for our legions to fully assemble. Once we are ready, we will crush them together. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the fortress, Tiannan notices Tong Tong standing frozen, a dark storm brewing in her eyes. Little Tang Tang, what is wrong? He asks gently. We are about to shatter this siege. Why the gloomy face? Tang Tang puffs her cheeks, frustration radiating from her aura. Of course I am not happy. That absolute jerk Gao Neng. After all the history we share, he actually leaves us to die in this hellhole. Tiannan blinks, utterly confused by her sudden outburst. Leaves us to die? What do you mean? Has he not arrived here in person to save us? Tong Tong grits her teeth, furiously clenching the mystic seal on her hand. In person? So what if he is here in person? Why does he not instantly teleport into the city to save me? With his godlike power, bridging that distance would literally take him a single second. I have completely misjudged that idiot. The words hit Tiannan like a physical blow. His blood runs utterly cold as the terrifying realization dawns on him. Wait, what did you just say? Panic consumes the old master. He frantically throws his hand into the air, screaming at Changsheng. Halt! Something is completely wrong. Abort the attack. Seeing Tiannan lose his legendary composure, Elder Qin rushes forward. Old Li. What is happening? Has the situation changed? Just picturing the apocalyptic trap waiting outside sends cold sweat pouring down Tiannan's face. Gao Neng is not in that vanguard formation. If that kid were truly out there, he would have instantly teleported inside to establish contact. And if that monster is not out there, it means the alien forces are completely holding their ground. They are waiting to ambush him. We absolutely cannot charge blindly into that meat grinder. The horrifying truth crashes into Changsheng's mind like a meteor. He immediately roars out a new command. Pass down the order, right now, hold the line. Even after the legions assemble, lock down the city gates. No one engages the enemy. The officers scramble, their voices trembling with extreme urgency. Yes, Commander, immediately. But this massive shift in the human formation does not go unnoticed. The alien commanders watch from the shadows, eyes narrowing in dark surprise. The human rats have halted their march. It seems they finally realize our 100,000 troops are merely bait. A brutal sneer creeps across a commander's face. Send the immediate order to the Hu City garrison. If the pathetic human alliance refuses to walk into the slaughter, then we will simply bring the slaughter to them. Let us show those ants the true, terrifying scale of our trap. Meanwhile, at the ominous Hu City, the earth violently quakes as a monstrous alien legion marches deep into the night. Demonic war cries rip through the darkness, igniting a bloodthirsty frenzy. Their target is absolute. Annihilate Jianye City, crush the human alliance into dust, enslave their entire race for eternity. However, an earthquake of this magnitude can never stay hidden for long. A human scout practically tears through the command tent. Urgent report from General Shen. The absolute main force of the alien vanguard has just breached Hu City. As the scout reveals their numbers, a deadly silence chokes the room. Even the legendary, unfazed Ninger freezes, her eyes widening in pure horror. 1 million troops, high upon the towering fortress walls. Changsheng stares into the abyss. The sheer volume of the approaching nightmare is absolutely suffocating. To the very edge of the horizon, a pitch-black tide of monsters devours the land. His heart pounds like a frantic war drum. This demonic legion stretches for over 10 kilometers. They are practically at our gates. From her hidden vantage point, Linger watches the despair unfold. A sinister, triumphant giggle escapes her lips. Let us see if you pathetic rats can still cower behind your walls now. Her eyes gleam with absolute, terrifying certainty. This bloodbath is destined to be their ultimate victory. But lurking in the shadows, a true monster is about to awaken. Time was running out. Within one single hour, the colossal army of Hu City would completely suffocate Jianye City. Whether she wanted to or not, Shen Ninger was being forced into a corner. Panic painted Councilman Liang's face as he anxiously turned to the commander for orders. General Shen, are we truly going to stand by and watch hundreds of thousands of our own brothers bleed out in Jianye City? Councilman Guo's patience finally snapped. Unable to bear the agonizing silence any longer, he stepped forward, his voice tight with desperation. General Shen, if we do not deploy our forces right this second, Commander-in-Chief Qin and Elder Qin will be slaughtered. They simply cannot hold that line. The surrounding officers immediately echoed his plea. We cannot just sit here while our comrades face a death sentence. More voices joined the chorus, practically begging General Shen to unleash their military might. Suffocated by their mounting pressure, Shen Ninger's eyes flickered with deep hesitation. After a grueling moment of internal warfare, she finally called out to her trump card, Xiao Meng. The response was instantaneous. Are we finally moving out, sister-in-law? Just point me at the target. Shen Ninger's gaze hardened as she gave the order. I need you to lead the Northern Alien Army. Sever the enemy's central reinforcement line heading toward Hu City. Xiao Meng did not waste a single breath. Understood. I will transmit the command immediately. With a sharp burst of speed, she vanished into thin air. Councilman Guo immediately pushed forward. General Shen, is our main vanguard just going to stay put? Shen Ninger slowly turned her back to the frantic councilman. Her voice was chillingly calm as she broke down the battlefield. Look at the alien tribe's attack pattern. They are practically spoon-feeding us their exact coordinates. The Hu City forces launched their assault on Jianye City before even fully assembling. They deliberately stretched their front line across dozens of miles. A cold sweat broke out on Councilman Liang's forehead as the terrifying realization hit him. They are intentionally baiting us to strike their vulnerable flank. The sheer gravity of the trap finally dawned on Councilman Guo. He furrowed his brows, his voice trembling as he demanded answers. Then why on earth did you just order the Northern Alliance to march straight into their jaws? Shen Ninger's expression twisted in frustration, but her hands were completely tied. Just as you all said, we cannot stand by and watch the Jianye City defenders perish. Therefore, we have absolutely no choice but to leap directly into their fiery abyss. A dark shadow cast over her striking features. The true nightmare is, I still do not know what their ultimate scheme is. If only Gao Neng were here, she whispered to herself. Councilman Liang frantically threw out a wild guess. Could the alien tribe be using a decoy strategy to blindside us? But Shen Ninger had already locked in her resolve. Letting out a heavy, helpless sigh, she gave the fatal word, initiate the assault. She immediately commanded her subordinates to sound the horns of war. 100,000 elite troops were ordered to launch a brutal frontal assault on Jianye City. Councilman Liang was completely baffled by this suicide mission. Wait! Did you not just say this was a guaranteed death trap? He screamed over the rising clamor. Shen Ninger summoned her weapon, her battle aura blazing into existence. The Northern Alliance has already engaged. Trap or not, our only path forward is to carve our way through. She swung her weapon toward the horizon, her voice thundering across the plains. If we cannot see through their master plan, then we will beat the truth out of them. Transmit my orders. The massive army behind her roared in absolute unison. Yes, General. Meanwhile, standing high atop a distant fortress wall, Linger clicked her tongue with a sinister smirk. Finally, the foolish fish have taken the bait. Yet, a hint of annoyance flashed in Linger's eyes. Resting her chin on her hand, she sighed dramatically. Such a pity. Shen Ninger is far too paranoid. She refused to deploy her entire military might. She only drew out half of the human reinforcements at most. But I suppose that is more than enough for a slaughter. Behind her, a horde of cloaked alien tribe elites shifted restlessly. Their bloodlust was leaking out, completely unable to wait another agonizing second. They blasted into the sky simultaneously, their dark auras trailing behind them like smoke. Then let us pull the net tight and crush them all. Maniacal laughter echoed through the clouds as the monstrous elites charged forward. The moment of reckoning has finally arrived. Let the bloodbath begin. An overwhelming battle formation blotted out the sun. Amidst an ocean of blinding golden energy, countless pairs of wings violently tore from their backs, descending upon the earth like fallen angels. Witnessing her faction's terrifying display of absolute dominance, Linger covered her lips and giggled with malicious delight. With this invincible force, whether it is those pathetic traitors from the northern and eastern districts or the stubborn human alliance, today, every single one of them will be erased from existence. After watching her hounds of war fly off, she elegantly turned around and dropped to one knee, bowing to the supreme leader in the shadows. Everything has unfolded exactly as you willed it. Linger's voice dripped with absolute reverence as she addressed the terrifying figure on the throne. Your Majesty, the grand mastermind behind this catastrophic war was none other than a familiar face. Feifei sat upon the high throne, her face obscured by a mystical veil, exuding an aura of untouchable divinity. She muttered under her breath, a chilling edge to her tone. Shen Ninger, is it? But why? Why did he not come? Meanwhile, on the other side of the apocalyptic battlefield, total despair had swallowed the Jianye City war zone. Councilman Liang's face was drained of all color, his lips violently trembling. What in God's name is that? Beside him, Councilman Guo was trapped in sheer panic. He stumbled backward, refusing to believe the nightmare unfolding before his very eyes. How is this even possible? The source of their soul-crushing terror was the apocalyptic scene hovering directly above them. The enemy forces had bypassed the ground entirely, advancing upon Jianye City from the heavens. Councilman Liang collapsed to his knees. They all possess wings. A nearby officer gasped in horror. Are we fighting the legendary celestial tribe? But a second glance shattered that theory. Among the endless flock of winged warriors, only a fraction bore the divine features of celestials. The rest were monstrous mutations from entirely different races. Their wings were definitely not the pure white of holy angels. A veteran commander barked back. Stop spouting nonsense. Look closely. Those twisted freaks are definitely not from the celestial tribe. Councilman Guo gripped his weapon, his mind completely short-circuiting. Then what the hell is happening up there? It was Taoist Master Zhang who finally pieced together the devastating truth, his eyes wide with unadulterated dread. Do you not see the true horror here? Only absolute top-tier powerhouses possess the ability to wage war in the sky. And yet, right at this very moment, an army of 1 million alien tribe soldiers had suddenly transformed into an unstoppable aerial armada. The Human Alliance and the Northern Army were completely powerless against a godlike force like this. The truth struck Ning-Er like a bolt of lightning. She pointed fiercely toward the sky. That is not angel descent. That is the evolved archangel descent. Look at the core of the otherworldly horde, she commanded. The chaotic energy of the aerial armada was clearly converging into massive, pulsing vortexes of power. Revelation washed over the commanders. The puzzle pieces finally aligned. The enemy's supreme rankers were acting as celestial anchors. They were directly channeling divine power to the alien angels. Ning-Er's mind raced at lightning speed as she broke down the apocalyptic battlefield. They control the skies, she warned. We cannot flank them. If we launch a frontal assault now, we are marching straight into their domain of death. Without missing a beat, she barked orders to the ground forces. Switch to heavy artillery. Rain fire upon them from below. Commander Cheng Sheng watched the grim reality unfold from the tactical lines. A heavy knot formed in his stomach. This defensive play. It is a losing battle, he muttered. A green-faced monstrosity lunged at Ning-Er. With a blinding flash of steel, she delivered one clean, devastating strike, executing the beast instantly. The blood-soaked skirmish brought utter clarity to Ning-Er's tactical vision. It all made sickening sense. No matter when humanity struck, the enemy could use this celestial network to rewrite the flow of battle. The entire sky was a carefully woven death trap. Councilman Liang and Councilman Guo desperately provided aerial cover. Panic laced Liang's voice. General Shen, our lines are breaking. What are your orders? A nearby officer shouted over the explosions. We must fall back. Salvage whatever forces we have left before it is a total massacre. Ning-Er outright rejected the cowardice. Her blade clashed against another horror as she roared, There is no retreating. We hold this line. She wiped a streak of crimson blood from her flawless face. There was only one path to survival. Her predatory gaze locked onto the supreme ranker, hovering at the center of the swarm. Their limitless flight is a lie, she declared. It is entirely sustained by that supreme being acting as an anchor point. Shatter the anchor, and we shatter their sky. Ning-Er's voice commanded absolute authority. All high rankers, listen to me. Rally to my position immediately. A thunderous, yes ma'am, shook the very earth. She locked eyes with her elite vanguard to lay out the desperate gambit. Their supreme rankers are scattered across the war zone. Our standard formation of grouping one supreme with 3 high-rank squads is completely useless here. We must fracture our forces. Build your strike teams around our own supreme beings and dive into the meat grinder. The casualty rate will be astronomical, but it is the only card we have left to play. The elites roared in fierce agreement. With the Vanguard's mission secured, Ning-Er turned to her ultimate trump card, Taoist Master Zhang. You are with me. The ancient master stroked his beard, a terrifying aura leaking from his frame. I am at your disposal, he replied calmly. And where exactly are we directing our wrath? He inquired. Ning-Er did not hesitate. We are marching straight into the heart of Linshui City. Xiao Meng gripped her massive weapon, stepping into the fray. Sister-in-law, Mother gave me absolute orders. Once the slaughter begins, I am your ultimate shield. Ning-Er's icy battlefield demeanor melted into a warm, grateful smile. She accepted the young warrior's unwavering loyalty. All right, you are coming to Linshui City with me. But her grandfather stepped forward, his face etched with dread. Ning Er, let this old man lead the suicide squad. You must stay behind in command, but an apex commander never hides behind her troops. Her tone left absolutely no room for debate. Grandfather, I have Xiao Meng and Heavenly Master Zhang at my side. My defense is impenetrable. You have nothing to fear. I must see Lin Shui City with my own eyes to dictate the next phase of this war. With a sharp hand signal, the trio vanished into the chaos of battle. Heavenly Master Zhang, move out. Changsheng knew he could not stop her force of will. He could only shout over the roaring winds, Ning Er, come back alive. As they tore through the wind, Ning Er's tactical mind spun flawlessly. 59 supreme rankers were anchoring the enemy's angelic legions. Logically, Lin Shui City should only house their highest supreme commander. With Heavenly Master Zhang and Gao Xiaomeng acting as her vanguard, and her mother ready to drop the hammer as backup, victory should be mathematically assured. Yet, a chilling premonition gripped her heart. What if logic did not apply here? Meanwhile, miles away, in Lin Shui City, every desperate struggle, every dying breath of humanity was being watched like pieces on a mere chessboard. Ling Er smirked, her eyes gleaming with wicked amusement. My emperor. This human commander is surprisingly competent to instantly pinpoint our celestial anchors and counterattack. Quite impressive. A shadowy figure in the throne room stepped forward in agreement. Her tactical brilliance is undeniable. Fei Fei rose from her throne, her dark aura suffocating the room. To deduce my location in Lin Shui City, she has earned the right to face me. Leave us. Fall back for now. The cloaked zealots bowed deeply, their absolute submission echoing through the grand hall. As you command, Emperor? A cold wind howled through the tower, violently lifting Fei Fei's dark veil. A twisted smile played on her lips. The bloodlust for this reunion was utterly intoxicating. The last time our paths crossed, your bullet tore right through my shoulder. I wonder what delightful despair you will bring me today. Back on the battlefield, Ning Er's strike team breached the perimeter. This is it, the heart of the enemy's hive. I have already signaled my mother to prepare for absolute destruction. Taoist Master Zhang narrowed his eyes at the looming structure. I sense only a single, isolated presence on the top floor. Shall we initiate the slaughter? Xiaomeng's battle aura flared wildly. Let me take the vanguard. If they are weak, my hammer will crush them into paste. If they are a monster, I will fall back instantly. But Ning Er's face hardened into a mask of pure dread. Stand down. She knows we are here, yet she hasn't moved an inch. We are walking into a nightmare. Xiaomeng grinned, her sheer thirst for battle drowning out the warning. Nightmare or not, we will find out once I smash her skull. Xiaomeng charged straight at the solitary figure on the tower. The enemy showed zero intention of dodging. Gathering explosive momentum, Xiaomeng channeled terrifying power into its fist. It aimed a devastating strike right at the target's face. Fei Fei, of course, was not about to just take the hit. She casually reached out, catching the incoming fist with her bare hand. The clash of their auras triggered an earth-shattering explosion. As the shockwave cleared, Xiaomeng's arm rapidly regenerated back to its original state. Full of confidence, the beast declared, taking you down means taking absolute control of this battlefield. But the clearing smoke revealed a chilling truth. Xiaomeng's ultimate strike had not left a single scratch on the opponent. The blast had merely blown away Fei Fei's veil. You are absolutely right, she sneered. Recognizing that face instantly, Xiaomeng gasped in pure shock. It is you! Xiaomeng immediately unleashed its ultimate move, going 100% elementalized. Yet, it could not devour the soul of the person standing before it, something it could usually do with terrifying ease. Panic set in as it realized a horrifying anomaly. It is still not working. I have already suppressed the Heaven Clan's evolutionary source, but I cannot sense a thing from you. Wait, this is wrong. Inside your body, an unbelievable deduction flashed through Xiaomeng's mind. It blurted out in sheer disbelief. Why do you not have a soul? Fei Fei surged her inner qi, forcefully breaking out of Xiaomeng's suppression. The elemental fragments violently shattered, throwing the beast off balance and sending it flying. Letting out a panicked meow, Xiaomeng twisted mid-air to land gracefully on its feet. Its eyes widened with intense suspicion. How is this even possible? Not long ago, you were merely at the 7th tier. Moreover, how could anyone from the Heaven Clan resist my power? Unless, at that exact moment, a deadly situation was unfolding behind them. Taoist Zhang's razor-sharp instincts flared. We are walking into an ambush. Xlinger and her cloaked assassins dropped their stealth, instantly surrounding Shen Ninger and the old master. A mocking grin twisted her lips. Of course it is an ambush. Shen Ninger's cold eyes scanned the enemy forces, 13 elite assassins, plus their commander, and the 50 to 60 heavy hitters they had sensed earlier. But Taoist Zhang was entirely focused on something else, something far more terrifying. Absolute horror washed over him as he recognized the enemy's face. You are Hugh Linger, the elite of the Spirit Fox clan. 19 years ago, you died by my own hands. How are you standing here right now? You should still be resting in your grave. Instead of answering, Linger threw her head back and let out a manic, blood-curdling laugh. Taoist Zhang shifted his gaze to the surrounding cloaked figures. A chilling realization froze the blood in his veins. No, it is not just you. These are all fallen masters from the western and southern regions. Every single one of you has been resurrected. Linger did not bother hiding the truth any longer. Her smug, wicked laughter confirmed his darkest fears. That is right. We were brought back to life by the absolute power of the Imperial Lord. Old Celestial Master, you never saw this coming, did you? In the next second, a sinister glint flashed in Linger's eyes. Venom dripped from her every word as decades of hatred boiled over. 19 years ago, you slaughtered me. Today, I will drain every last drop of your blood. Terrifying waves of energy erupted around her body, leaving Taoist Zhang utterly stunned. She had achieved 100% elementalization. Xiaomeng instantly caught onto the horrifying truth. Evolution. Every single one of them has evolved into peak-level masters. Slowly flexing her razor-sharp claws, Linger cackled like a maniac. This is all thanks to the Imperial Lord's blessing. With a sickening crack, her body underwent a complete metamorphosis. A massive, nightmarish fox demon with blazing fiery orange fur loomed over them. Taoist Zhang immediately waved his hand, manifesting a heavy energy barrier for protection. His voice thundered with absolute authority. Illusion arts again? Get lost. But Linger merely bared her massive fangs and lunged straight at him. She roared with mocking laughter. Back then, your strength was truly unmatched, old Celestial Master. But before Taoist Zhang even needed to strike back, a blinding streak of light pierced the battlefield, accompanied by a deeply annoyed shout. So noisy! A lethal spear shot out of nowhere, burying itself dead center into Linger's third eye. Fresh blood sprayed the air as she unleashed an agonizing, ear-piercing shriek. Scalding blood poured down Linger's monstrous face. Snapping her massive head around, she glared fiercely at her attacker. You are not even a top-tier master, yet you dare to court death? Shen Ninger did not flinch for a single second. Instead, she delivered a ruthlessly cold smirk. You might be a so-called elite master, but you are nothing more than second-rate trash. Driven absolutely insane by Ninger's casual disrespect, Linger bared her bloody fangs and pounced with lethal intent. Shen Ninger, I will tear you apart. A gleaming layer of iron armor instantly materialized, shielding Shen Ninger from the demon's deadly claws. Consumed by bloodlust, Linger violently ripped through the defenses. Such pathetic scrap metal. Let us see where you run now. She opened her massive jaws, aiming to bite Ninger clean in half. Ninger squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the flesh-tearing agony. But suddenly, the massive beast froze in its tracks. Someone had grabbed the fox demon firmly by the tail. Shocked, Linger turned her head around. What the hell? Zilan had arrived in her magnificent dragon maiden form. Her face was a mask of pure, terrifying wrath. A puny little fox dares to bully my son's wife? Seeing her sudden appearance, the cloaked assassins aggressively charged forward. It is the Dragon Maiden. Capture her. Zilan did not even consider them a threat. A dangerous scoff escaped her lips. You think trash like you can stop me? Her grip tightened around the fox's tail with monstrous strength. With a single brutal swing, Zilan hurled Linger's massive body straight into the approaching masters from the western and southern regions. The devastating impact sent the elite assassins flying backward like bowling pins. Get the hell out of my sight, her voice echoed like thunder. Meanwhile, down below, Taoist Zhang's trio found themselves swarmed by the remaining cloaked killers. Assessing the dire situation, the old master gritted his teeth. We must find an opening and fall back. But with an army of resurrected masters closing in, would they even survive the night? Meanwhile, high above in the aerial battlefield, Zilan just obliterates one attacker, only for another to dive in for a lethal ambush. The enemy roars. Trying to run? There is nowhere to hide, but Zilan does not even break a sweat. With a casual flick of her wrist, she hoists Ling Er's massive form into the air, using her as a living meat shield to block the devastating strike. An agonizing shriek tears from her throat. Ling Er glares furiously at her own supposed allies. Damn you all! Can you aim your attacks properly? Every single hit is landing straight on me. What the hell is your problem? Are you trying to take advantage of this old lady? Her answer is a relentless, overwhelming barrage of explosive attacks. Ling Er's battered body becomes the ultimate impenetrable shield, allowing Zilan to effortlessly weather the enemy onslaught. To make matters worse, the treacherous mob actually has the audacity to blame her instead. Shut your mouth, Hu Ling Er. You are the one who cannot break free. Stop complaining. Sacrifice yourself for the greater good of us all. Beaten black and blue, Ling Er sobs as tears of pure pain stream down her face. No way. If I keep taking these hits, I am actually going to die. Suddenly, the fiery red tail grasped in Zilan's hand vanishes into thin air. Ling Er forcibly deactivates her fox demon state. Reverting back to her fragile human form, she scowls and spits angrily. You idiots can risk your own lives. I am done playing your games. But her moment of relief is tragically short-lived. A dizzying, mind-shattering agony strikes her brain. Bulging blue veins crawl across her pale face like venomous snakes. Clutching her head in pure torment, Ling Er shrieks, "No, please, Sovereign. I will go capture the dragon girl." But she never gets the chance to finish her plea. In a gruesome spray of blood, her entire body violently explodes into nothingness. The remaining powerhouses freeze in absolute bone-chilling terror at the sight. Mu Feifei just executed her own subordinate, yet she looks utterly bored. Resting her chin on her hand, her voice drips with ice. Now then, you may resume your attack. Her ruthless, blood-curdling methods send violent shivers down her underlings' spines. Trembling with visceral fear, they have no choice but to obey. Yes, ma'am. At this desperate juncture, their lives are entirely out of their own hands. Like suicidal moths drawn to a roaring flame, they charge wildly at Zilan's group. Kill the dragon girl, capture Shen Ning-er. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Meng quickly analyzes the grim situation. Their souls are being entirely manipulated by Mu Feifei. And worse, I already tried to probe her. That woman has absolutely no soul to target. Hearing this terrifying revelation, the truth strikes Zilan like lightning. She has transcended the evolutionary source of the Heaven Clan. So, that is her secret. She also wields the forbidden power of that realm. Zilan and Xiaomeng press their backs together, forming a desperate defensive line. Faced with this apocalyptic scenario, her majestic features darken into a mask of unprecedented gravity. Zilan fully grasps the catastrophic stakes of this battle. We have to gamble everything on killing her right here. If we fail, this entire world will be erased from existence. The warrior beside her turns their head, voice laced with dread. But look at us. We cannot even defeat these vanguard elites, and escaping is completely impossible. How in heaven's name are we supposed to kill her? Having listened to the grim exchange, Shen Ning-er suddenly speaks up. This was a massive miscalculation on my part. However, if we truly want to risk it all, I do have one final strategy. Everyone whips around, their eyes widening in shock. They hold their breath, waiting for her life-saving plan. Ning-er's voice carries a frantic urgency. Mother, quickly, give me that special seal mark. Zilan hesitates, deeply conflicted by her daughter's dangerous request. You are planning to use that? But what if Xiao Neng does not arrive in time? A blazing, unwavering resolve ignites in Ning-er's eyes. Her absolute faith in Gao Neng could move mountains. No, he will definitely return. He promised he would be back within 7 days, and I believe in him with all my heart. Besides, the overwhelming crisis leaves zero room for hesitation. Terrifying hostile auras surround them tightly from all 4 directions. Ning-er whispers through gritted teeth. This path is our one and only chance at survival. Accepting her daughter's iron will, Zilan's aura explodes. She locks her body into the ultimate combat stance. A blinding surge of azure energy erupts into the sky. Triggering her full dragon transformation, Zilan unleashes a shockwave roar that sends the encroaching elites flying backward. Panic shatters the enemy ranks as they scream. Watch out! The dragon girl is ready to fight to the death. The group of elite experts had barely steadied their footing when a thick, ethereal mist suddenly swallowed the battlefield. They exchanged bewildered glances, completely caught off guard. It is a mist domain, one of them shouted in alarm. This cursed fog is completely blocking our energy perception. To think the dragon girl would go to such desperate lengths, another sneered with absolute disdain. It is nothing but the pathetic flailing of a dying prey. Unnoticed by the enemies, Zilan slipped behind Ning-er and whispered intensely. Ning-er, we are going to assassinate Mu Feifei. Use my mist to conceal your presence and escape. It might not hold them off forever, but it will buy you crucial time. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the young woman nodded firmly. Thank you, mother. Grabbing her shoulder, her mother urgently added one last thing. There is a secret I must tell you right now. If little Neng is to ever achieve his final breakthrough. The words that followed sent absolute shockwaves through Ning'er's mind. The only way is for him to consummate his union with you. She lowered her head, a soft chuckle escaping her lips as an unbreakable resolve ignited within her heart. Then I absolutely refuse to die here. Initiating the next phase of their plan, Ning'er channeled surging power into her palms. Energy manifestation activated. Meanwhile, the elite martial artists remained stationed outside, fiercely monitoring the swirling white abyss. Suddenly, they detected movement. It was the Dragon Girl. Taking full advantage of the exact moment, every single expert locked onto the massive dragon body bursting from the fog. Two brilliant streaks of light abruptly shot out, rocketing away in entirely opposite directions. However, this clever diversion could not fool the absolute strongest of the pack. That is not the Dragon Girl. It is Shen Ning'er. She is trying to escape, a top-tier expert roared, as his comrade frantically ordered his men to intercept her. Absolute chaos erupted across the enemy ranks as the realization set in. We have been played. She used an energy clone to flee from the other flank, split up and hunt her down, but right as they mobilized, yet another shadow exploded from the opposite side, tearing through the wind. The elite warriors curse in furious disbelief. How are there still more of them? Damn it all. One commander barks out orders to the rest. Intercept them. Even if we cannot tell real from fake, leave no shadow unchecked. Zilan lunges with a ferocious bite at a distracted warrior, but her jaws snap on empty air. The target senses her killing intent and dodges just in time. He lets out a shaky breath, narrowly escaping death. The black-cloaked elite smirks with overwhelming arrogance. He mocks Zilan flawlessly. Did you really think I would end up like Hulinger? Keep dreaming. If you thought a cheap decoy tactic could take us down, you are painfully naive. Zilan completely ignores his pathetic taunts. She pivots instantly and blasts off in another direction, throwing the elites into absolute panic. The Dragon Girl is running. She actually abandoned Shen Ning'er. One of them tries to steady the ranks. Good, let her run. We focus all our power on capturing Shen Ning'er, but a wave of dissent immediately ripples through the group. No, the Sovereign commanded that not a single one escapes. Split into two teams and hunt her down. Internal chaos erupts as nobody wants to follow the order. Then who goes? If you want to chase her, be my guest. However, with their very lives resting in Mu Feifei's merciless hands, they have no choice. Gritting their teeth, they agree to swarm Zilan together. Pin down the Dragon Girl. The rest of them pose no real threat. Halfway through their pursuit, a chilling realization strikes them from behind. Another pure white draconic figure is already rocketing toward the citadel. Their eyes widen in absolute horror. Two Dragon Girls? If she is heading in that direction. The elites simultaneously arrive at one terrifying conclusion. Her true target is the Sovereign. The entire pack halts in their tracks, paralyzed by confusion, as one finally speaks up. Illusions? Have we been chasing phantoms from the very beginning? This white dragon. And the first three. They are all energy constructs, manifested by Shen Ning. Her chaotic retreat was a flawless trap to lure us away, leaving the real Dragon Girl a clear path to the Sovereign. Their desperate theory is 100% correct. Back at the stronghold, Xiao Meng initiates the ultimate assault. Channeling absolute power, he unleashes the Iron Beak's destiny-altering strike. Taoist Master Zhang refuses to merely watch. He erupts with the Taoist sect's ultimate art. Zilan seamlessly merges with their formation, detonating her own devastating spatial rampage. Three apocalyptic attacks weave together into a storm of destruction. Their sole target? Mu Feifei, resting calmly upon her throne. Witnessing this catastrophic convergence, her elite guards scream in sheer panic. Sovereign, watch out! Yet Mu Feifei does not even flinch. She stands rooted to the spot, letting out a terrifyingly cold scoff. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming ocean of aura erupts from her body, shattering the very ground. Her preparation is complete. With agonizingly casual grace, Mu Feifei raises a single hand. She easily catches Zilan's devastating spatial attack. Her other hand flicks out, flawlessly neutralizing Taoist Master Zhang's ultimate strike. But Xiao Ming's attack is still in play, viciously closing in on her blind spot. Got her! But instantly, pure energy manifests behind Mu Feifei. Radiant wings burst from her back, violently tearing right through Xiao Meng's body. Witnessing the brutal counterattack, Zilan screams in absolute horror. Xiao Meng, but she has zero time to mourn. The cataclysmic energy from Mu Feifei's wings expands outward, The shockwave blasts both Zilan and Taoist Master Zhang out of the sky. The two warriors struggle to their feet, completely battered. Zilan clutches her bleeding shoulder in terror. She and Master Zhang can only stare in paralyzing awe at the nightmare unfolding above them. Mu Feifei hovers high above the battlefield, her majestic wings spread wide, dominating the entire sky. What freezes the blood in Zilan's veins is the absolute impossibility behind the sovereign's back. 12 wings. She has manifested as a legendary 12-winged angel. Zilan literally cannot believe her own eyes. She mutters in a trembling, despairing whisper. 2 wings make an angel. 4 wings make a war angel. 6 wings mark an archangel. But 12 wings belong only to the supreme angelic sovereign. The godlike being before them issues a chilling decree. This is where your story ends. Your final pathetic struggle has failed. Just as Mu Feifei declares her absolute victory. An incredibly unwavering voice cuts through the despair. Mu Feifei. Shen Ninger materializes out of nowhere. Gripping her weapon with world-shattering resolve, she launches a suicidal charge straight at the sovereign. Her miraculous appearance leaves the spectating elites gasping in absolute shock. Shen Ninger? She never ran away at all. Shen Ninger ignores them all, leaving only the sight of her fiercely determined back. Her eyes lock onto one singular target. She must stop Mu Feifei from slaughtering anyone else. But the outcome of this clash is tragically obvious. Mu Feifei takes 0 damage. She even finds the audacity to offer Shen Ninger a casual compliment. Well, that was truly unexpected. The sovereign speaks with freezing indifference. To think a mere tier 8 insect could actually find my blind spot. Shen Ninger freezes in midair, her eyes wide with soul-crushing shock. Her trembling lips cannot form a single word. She had poured every drop of her life force into a flawless, lethal strike directly at Mu Feifei's throat, yet Mu Feifei stands completely unscathed, casually mocking her efforts. Such a pity. Tier 8 will always be just Tier 8. It is not that Shen Ninger lacked explosive power. Her spear tip had literally struck Mu Feifei's neck, but it violently failed to pierce even the first layer of her skin. Shen Ninger realizes in absolute despair. It is impenetrable. Her body is literally tougher than adamantine. The sovereign wastes no more breath on the weak. She raises her hand to deliver a fatal execution, reflecting in Shen Ninger's terrified eyes, then quietly accept your death. But miraculously, the killing blow never touches Shen Ninger. A mysterious figure violently intercepts the strike, sacrificing everything to become her shield. This silhouette. It feels entirely too familiar. Feifei freezes for a split second, but quickly forces herself to snap back to reality. No, this is impossible. Her face darkens with realization as she unleashes a devastating palm strike at the figure before her. You are not him. With a single, explosive blow, the illusion shatters into oblivion. It turns out Ninger had prepared a brilliant backup plan all along. She immediately summons her army of genetic weapons, throwing a desperate glance over her shoulder. Mother, everyone, run away, now! But the surrounding powerhouses have already locked onto their prey. Did she really think they would let them escape so easily? The enemies close in on Zilan and her companion in an absolute flash. There is nowhere to run today. Accept your death, Dragon Maiden. Meanwhile, Feifei does not even bother lifting a finger. With a mere flex of her shimmering energy wings, she completely annihilates every genetic weapon in sight. A furious, earth-shattering roar erupts from her throat. Every last one of you, get out of my sight. Through the blinding smoke of the explosion, Ninger's spear thrusts forward with desperate momentum. Her target? Feifei's eye. But once again, the legendary strike fails to even scratch her untouchable opponent. A sharp, deafening metallic clang echoes through the battlefield. The tip of the spear is deadlocked right against Feifei's eye, completely and utterly halted. Feifei's expression remains terrifyingly cold as she scoffs. As expected from the one who actually managed to wound me before, you deserve a sliver of praise. With those chilling words hanging in the air, Feifei slowly raises her hand toward Ninger. Deadly, overwhelming energy gathers, ready to obliterate her. In this life-or-death moment, cold sweat drips down Ninger's pale face. Her mind races at light speed. Should she desperately release more genetic weapons? It is too late. My speed cannot match hers at all. Is this where she gets captured? There is no escaping this. But even so, I will keep my eyes wide open to see how my battle ends. Just as Ninger completely braces her heart for the absolute worst, a gentle hand brushes past her trembling shoulder. That mysterious hand shoots forward with overwhelming, blinding speed. It meets Feifei's deadly strike head-on. A terrifying surge of internal energy blasts Feifei backward. Then, that same hand pulls back, wrapping naturally and protectively around Ninger's waist. She freezes in absolute shock, slowly turning to see her savior's face. Zilan, Taoist Zhang, and Xiao Meng are completely paralyzed. Their jaws drop at the unbelievable, heaven-defying sight. The newcomer speaks with a slow, deadly drawl. Which suicidal bastard ate the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? The man casually holding Ninger's waist is none other than Gao Neng. He glares at the battlefield, demanding an answer. How dare you bully my wife the moment I turn my back? Ninger leans softly against his firm chest, her voice trembling as she whispers his name. Gao Neng leans down, his voice a tender, heart-fluttering whisper meant only for her ears. I am sorry. I am not too late, am I? When Fei Fei finally gets a clear look at the man, she grinds her teeth, spitting out every syllable with pure, unadulterated hatred. Gao Neng! The surrounding powerhouses stare at each other in utter, fearful confusion. Gao Neng? Is this guy the legendary Gao Neng? At that exact moment, Wu Xin quickly catches up, stepping up to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gao Neng. The instant he arrives, he grasps the gravity of the battlefield. Great son Tathagata, there are entirely too many familiar faces from the southwest region here today. Gao Neng's eyes dart toward Zilan's group, and his heart violently sinks. Mother, Xiao Meng, you are all injured. He had arrived in such high, triumphant spirits, but now utter confusion washes over him. He curses inwardly as the tension thickens. Just what in the world is happening here? I only came here to get married. I even wore my wedding suit to avoid any misunderstandings. Why am I walking into a bloodbath? Standing nearby, Fei Fei's expression twists into a manic grin. Today's surprises just keep getting better and better. Gao Neng glances down at the exhausted woman in his arms. Ninger, what exactly is going on? She rapidly debriefs him on the dire, life-threatening situation. The Alliance launched an attack on the Western District. We walked straight into a massive ambush. Our current enemy is Mu Fei Fei, the 12-winged angel. All the powerhouses from the Western and Southern districts. She has completely mind-controlled them. She desperately feeds him every crucial, horrifying detail. Worse yet, she possesses the power of resurrection and continuous evolution. Right now, the combined number of controlled experts has surpassed 60. 50 of them are controlling the mutant army, granting them flight abilities to completely suppress my troops. Gao Neng fully absorbs the devastating intel. He rubs his chin, plunging into deep, calculating thought as the pieces connect. An angel whose wings I personally chopped off just a month ago. How did she become this monstrously strong? This entire situation has escalated way too fast. But Fei Fei has absolutely zero patience left. She refuses to stand there and watch their touching, emotional reunion. She glares at them, rudely interrupting. Are you done? To everyone's shock, Gao Neng casually cuts her off. He furrows his brows, throwing her a look of utter, dismissive annoyance. We are not done talking. Wait your turn. His nonchalant, arrogant attitude is the ultimate insult. Fei Fei is now trembling with an ungodly amount of pure, unfiltered rage. She completely explodes, her eyes sharpen into deadly blades. All 12 magnificent wings burst from her back at once, unleashing a devastating shockwave that violently shakes the very earth. Fei Fei's voice drops into a demonic, blood-curdling growl. You will absolutely die by my hands today. The brainwashed minions watch this terrifying display in absolute horror. The Sovereign. Is this the Sovereign's true, unrestricted power? She is going to use her full strength to obliterate Gao Neng. Their supreme leader's face twists into a mask of pure, unstoppable fury. She propels herself downward like a falling meteor, aiming straight for him. Fei Fei has lost her absolute mind with rage, but the man bearing the full weight of her murderous hatred. He does not look the least bit bothered. Gao Neng just shakes his head and lets out an exhausted sigh. Normally, I would properly greet you since it has been a while. But bad timing. I'm just here to get married. At the exact millisecond, Fei Fei's lethal strike is about to make contact. Gao Neng effortlessly activates his wormhole skill. He vanishes in an absolute flash of spatial light, leaving behind a single, infuriating sentence. I have to go deal with another problem first. Catch you later. Left behind, Wu Xin helplessly clasps his hands in prayer. Great son Tathagata, to think that after 12 years away, I return to a world-ending catastrophe. But the moment his prayer leaves his lips, he slowly opens his eyes, only to find a murderously enraged Fei Fei standing right in front of him. Wu Xin's heart completely skips a beat. The real nightmare has just begun. He frantically scanned the chaotic battlefield. Panic set in. The person beside him had vanished into thin air. Where on earth did Gao Neng go? Before Wu Xin could even steady his racing heart, a deafening explosion shattered the sky over Lingshui City. The ultimate greeting complete for this deadly encounter. High up on a rooftop, Fang Tong Tong aimed her massive weapon straight at the sky. Those floating alien freaks were getting on her last nerve. I, the great Fang Tong Tong, am the absolute best at shooting down birdmen. With a single click of a button, a blinding laser beam vaporized an entire horde in seconds. She proudly admired her chaotic masterpiece, casually stuffing a handful of snacks into her mouth. I have slaughtered thousands of these scumbags. One woman guards this gate, and 10,000 cannot pass. With me here today, not a single alien takes another step, but right in the middle of her victory snack, a massive energy wave blasted from behind her. It instantly vaporized the remaining enemies right before her eyes. Robbed of her glorious kills, Fang Tong Tong whipped her head around with a fierce scowl. Which absolute idiot dares to steal my prey and interrupt my snack time? Are you blind to the explosive aura of the mighty Fang Tang Tang? Suddenly, a hand deliberately gave her backside a gentle smack. She whirled around in fury only to freeze. It was Gao Neng and Ning Her rage instantly melted into pure joy. Gao Neng, Sister Ning is smiling. Suddenly overcome with grievance, a waterfall of comic tears ruined her tough image. She aggressively hammered her fists against Gao Neng's chest. You heartless scoundrel. So you finally decided to care whether I live or die? Do you have any idea how I survived these past 10 days? I had to live on disgusting energy pills, she continued, dramatically pounding his chest. Gao Neng chuckled softly, gently patting her head. All right, you poor thing. Seeing Ning warmly holding Tang Tang's hand, a heavy weight lifted from his shoulders. Ning I am leaving Tong Tong in your care. I have another battlefield to clean up. But just as he turned to leave, her voice stopped him. Wait, Mother said. Gao Neng caught the hesitation. He turned back, locking eyes with Ning What did Mother say? Her wide, innocent eyes darted away, quickly changing the subject. It is nothing. Did you successfully break through your limits? A confident smirk crossed Gao Neng's face. He brushed his hair back, revealing a glowing new crest on his forehead. You could call it a breakthrough. Look at my shiny new upgrade. Ning gasped, her eyes widening at the majestic symbol. Does this mean you have finally ascended to the supreme realm? Even Gao Neng was not entirely sure of his new terrifying depths of power. But there was no time to analyze his stats now. Monk Wu Xin is running out of time. I have to move. In a flash of distortion, Gao Neng teleported away, leaving Ning staring thoughtfully at the empty space. A heavy secret weighed on her mind. He already broke through. Which means that thing is no longer needed. Could Mother's prophecy have been wrong? Meanwhile, deep within the underground city's genetic weapon research lab, Ruo Hua struggled to balance a massive, towering stack of documents. Boom! Gao Neng materialized out of thin air. Startled out of her wits, Ruo Hua sent the papers flying everywhere. What about the results? She stammered, still in shock. What results? Oh, you mean the project. It is practically finished. Gao Neng's eyes lit up with predatory excitement. Perfect. I am taking all of them. Ruo Hua's jaw dropped, her eyes bulging. All of them? Meanwhile, back in the war zone of Lingshui City, a blazing golden barrier illuminated the ruins. A battered monk pressed his palms together. Female benefactor, this poor monk is truly not the target you seek. Before he could even blink, Fei Fei thrust her palm forward with world-ending force. Die. The indestructible golden statue shattered like cheap glass. Wu Xin leaped back in absolute horror. Cold sweat drenched the old monk's face. For over a century, even against masters who could break my golden body, I always had a secret art to stabilize my Buddha form. But, against her, even my ultimate trump cards are useless. Her power is absolute tyranny. Just as despair set in, the smoke parted, revealing Gao Neng, Wu Xin. Sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing the boy, the old monk nearly broke down in tears of salvation. Gao Neng, you finally came back. This poor monk refuses to strike a woman. I leave this demon to you. High above them, Bai Feixue was trapped in a deadly siege by supreme-tier dark entities. This poor monk can hold off at least 3 to 6 of those dark goons. As long as I do not have to fight this heavenly envoy, I still have a chance to turn the tide. Gao Neng stepped forward, his piercing gaze locking onto Fei Fei. Since we first met, Ling Ling has already tasted defeat at my hands 3 times. Are you so terrified of me that you resort to bullying an old monk? Fei Fei's eyes twitched, pure fury contorting her face. Gao Neng, you are courting death. He let out a dark, mocking laugh that echoed across the ruins. Courting death? Please. Even if I groveled, would you spare my life? Pushed past her limits, Fei Fei's aura exploded into a devastating storm. Then go to hell. But Gao Neng was ready. He summoned his divine sword, condensing a terrifying surge of energy. I have plenty of energy to spare. Every step she took was met with his heaven-splitting blade. Without breaking eye contact with his enemy, Gao Neng roared an order. Xiaoman, take Mother and the others and run. I will hold the line. The Supreme Tier Dark entities immediately dove to intercept them. Trying to escape? Let us see you try. Bai Feixu gritted her teeth in humiliation. To think she was being hunted by such filthy trash. If only I were not severely injured. Xiaoman grabbed her arm, desperate to pull her away. Mother, we have to trust him. Brother told us to leave first. He definitely has a master plan. Suddenly, a colossal shadow completely eclipsed the sky above them. Hundreds of glowing genetic weapons materialized out of the void. Those are Brother's genetic weapons. Heavens, there must be over 1,000 of them. Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with overwhelming hope and awe. Brother actually managed to forge exactly 1,000 level 8 genetic weapons. This will absolutely turn the tide of war. The Supreme Dark Sovereigns hovered in the blood-stained sky, sneering down at the battlefield. To them, these mass-produced gene weapons were merely 8th-tier trash at best. Bypassing this mechanized garbage to capture, the Dragon Maiden seemed like absolute child's play. But the moment they moved, the gene weapon's eyes flared with an apocalyptic crimson light. A deafening blast shattered the heavens. Blinding golden shockwaves ripped through the atmosphere, hurling the invincible sovereigns backward like rag dolls. As the suffocating smoke finally cleared, a terrifying sight emerged. The gene weapon stood perfectly still, its dead eyes returning to normal, while clutching the mangled remains of a dark sovereign. These were no ordinary soldiers. They were walking, breathing nuclear warheads. The remaining monsters turned deathly pale. Nuclear weapons? Actual nuclear weapons? One of them shrieked in absolute terror. Didn't we obliterate humanity's nuclear silos decades ago? Their trembling eyes locked onto the legion of silent, towering figures below. A horrifying realization dawned upon them. Was every single one of these puppets a walking weapon of mass destruction? Hearing their despair, Cao Neng's lips curled into a dangerously wicked smirk. But the terrifying truth of these humanoid warheads did not stop at mere explosions. These monstrosities were forged by draining the entire resource reserves of the northern and eastern districts. Humanity's darkest, most forbidden technology was finally showing its fangs. Driven by cornered desperation, a supreme dark sovereign lunged forward, throwing an earth-shattering punch. "Get out of my way!" he roared. But an unbreakable energy shield instantly materialized, completely absorbing the devastating blow. What kind of monstrous defense is that? Xiaomeng gasped, her eyes widening as realization struck. That absolute barrier. It was perfectly cloned from her own DNA. Her brother had actually spliced her genetic code into these killing machines, and the fusion was flawless. Combined with their nuclear-level offensive output, these gene weapons were the ultimate nightmare. No! What in the world are these abominations? The Dark Sovereigns screamed. Their strength and speed vastly eclipsed the peak of the 9th tier. Such unnatural existence defied the very laws of reality. Boom. 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 A relentless symphony of nuclear detonations painted the sky red. The Immortal watched in absolute awe as Cao Neng single-handedly flipped the entire tide of war in mere seconds. Master Wu Xin stood frozen in profound reverence, completely mesmerized by the mechanized legion. These supreme weapons perfectly fused absolute defense with terrifying cellular regeneration. Coupled with the devastating payload of a nuclear warhead, they were flawless. Benefactor Cao Neng, you are truly the divine savior humanity has been praying for, the monk whispered. Against the backdrop of apocalyptic fireworks, Empress Fei Fei glared at the young man with venomous eyes. Cao Neng, do you honestly believe these pathetic toys are enough to defeat me? Cao Neng's grin widened into a mask of pure arrogance. Why wouldn't they? I might not be able to beat you in a fistfight, but I can sure as hell blow you to absolute kingdom come. Raising his right hand, he executed a crisp, single snap. Your turn, Your Majesty. In the blink of an eye, 6 towering gene weapons teleported into a flawless killbox formation, trapping the Empress within. Fei Fei detonated her terrifying aura, projecting a massive sphere of absolute energy that blasted the machines backward. "Scram, you metallic filth!" she roared. But up in the sky, Cao Neng merely raised an eyebrow at the spectacle. Her energy barrier was laced with a devastating countershock, cleanly severing the limbs of his gene weapons upon impact. Yet, the victory lasted a mere fraction of a second. Before her very eyes, the severed metallic limbs violently snapped back together, regenerating instantly. This was the terrifying pinnacle of genetic engineering. Standing high above the chaos, Cao Neng nonchalantly waved his hand. Don't bother with the fancy martial arts. Just detonate. After all, in the face of absolute explosive art, all worldly defenses were reduced to meaningless ash. A relentless chain of blinding atomic flashes engulfed Fei Fei. Trapped within her rapidly cracking barrier, the once arrogant empress gritted her teeth, her flawlessly pale face twisting in sheer, unadulterated agony. Finally, her absolute defense shattered like fragile glass. The ultimate, catastrophic explosion swallowed her whole. Watching their supreme ruler vanish into the inferno, the remaining dark sovereigns trembled in absolute despair. "Empress!" they shrieked in horror. As the mushroom cloud parted, a bottomless, apocalyptic crater scarred the very crust of the earth. Cao Neng took a deep breath, extending his terrifying sensory net into the abyss. Total silence. Zero life force fluctuations remained. Taking 10 point-blank nuclear detonations would turn even a god to dust. With the supreme threat finally eradicated, Cao Neng instantly activated his spatial teleportation. Swoosh! He materialized directly behind Master Wu Xin like a phantom. "Old monk, I'll leave the cleanup of this garbage to you." Startled by the sudden appearance, the Grandmaster let out a deeply exhausted sigh. "Could you give a warning before you pop out of thin air? Stop treating my back like your personal spawn point." Ignoring the monk's complaints, Cao Neng's eyes hardened with absolute authority. "The alien tribes are launching a massive sneak attack on the southern district. I need to reinforce them immediately. Once you finish sweeping the trash here, lead our remaining forces back to Jianye City," he commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. "I will slaughter the invaders in the south, then rendezvous with you all." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Master Wu Xin pressed his palms together. "Understood. The Northern Front and Jianye City are safe in my hands." The immortal offered a deep, respectful bow, his eyes burning with absolute faith. "Chairman Cao, the fate of the Southern District rests upon your shoulders." Nodding grimly, Cao Neng closed his eyes, mentally projecting the tactical map swarming with hostile purple markers. His spatial wormhole skill granted him exactly 20-dimensional anchor points, excluding the trackers embedded on Ninger, Tang, and the Old Monk. He had brilliantly planted teleportation nodes inside the underground city's research institute and the Western District's federal headquarters. His tactical web was flawless. Locking onto his destination, dimensional energy surged around him. He could now warp his apocalyptic gene weapon army anywhere on the planet in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, at the southern fortress, the stench of death choked the air as countless human soldiers fell in pools of blood. Atop the crumbling battlements, the desperate survivors unleashed a blinding storm of suppressive fire. Hot brass rained down like steel hail in a frantic bid for survival. "Hold the line. We cannot let these alien bastards breach the City of Hope." Two bloodied, high-ranking officers exchanged a look of pure, unadulterated dread. Where in the hell were the reinforcements? "Dispatching forces from the other military zones takes time," one officer roared over the deafening gunfire. "Even if we have to burn our souls, we must hold this fortress." Smash! A mountainous, grotesque hand slammed into the steel watchtower, effortlessly crushing it into twisted metal. Witnessing this godlike power, Officer Cheng Tian froze, his voice trembling in absolute horror. Emerging from the smoke with a terrifying, shadow-draped visage, a supreme sovereign of the hill giant tribe stepped onto the battlefield. The massive, bald titan locked his bloodthirsty gaze on the fragile humans, raising a fist the size of a meteor. "Die, you pathetic human insects," he bellowed. The terrified soldiers dropped their weapons, shielding their heads as they awaited their brutal execution. But the apocalyptic impact never came. An eerie, deathly silence suddenly suffocated the battlefield. The four surviving officers slowly opened their eyes, their jaws dropping in absolute disbelief. Standing casually upon the towering giant's shoulder was a lone human figure. The invincible bald titan was already missing his head. A fountain of black blood erupted like a geyser. The figure turned, his eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson predatory light. "Trying to play giant in my territory? Absolute fool." The entire human legion erupted into a frenzy of tears and cheers. "It's him!" Chairman Cao Neng has descended. Down below, the remaining alien tribe elites felt their blood run cold, their arrogant smirks twisting into masks of utter despair. "That monster, Cao Neng, is actually here? How did the human demon teleport to the southern district?" Facing his terrifying aura, the alien commanders desperately tried to steady their shaking knees. "Hold your ground," one shrieked. "Humanity's main army isn't here, it's just him. The four of us combined can slaughter this arrogant boy." But lurking in the shadows of Cao Neng's smile was a nightmare they could never comprehend. Gao Neng's mind races as he processes the battlefield intel. 4 supreme experts and thousands of high-level threats still remaining, Right now, Jianye City is completely running out of time. I don't have the luxury of playing games with you all, he mutters, his eyes narrowing with lethal intent. To end this slaughter instantly, he summons his entire gene weapon squad. Over 1,000 units materialize, every single one at the terrifying rank 8. With a single, cold sweep of his hand, Gao Neng issues the absolute kill order. Standing atop the tower, he leans against the railing, his mind calculating every variable. This battlefield is far too close to the city's civilian sectors. Throwing nuclear weapons around casually simply isn't an option. Besides, wiping everything off the map would severely impact their resource-gathering progress. High above, the gene weapons awaken, their mechanical eyes flaring with a sinister, blood-red light. Even with their overwhelming power, it takes them 20 full minutes to thoroughly purge the area. Down below, Officer Zhongshan looks up to the sky, cold sweat drenching his back. What kind of monstrous legion is this? These aren't rank 8 at all. Their aura screams peak rank 9. The surviving human soldiers thrust their weapons toward the heavens, their voices roaring in thunderous worship. Long live Chairman Gao! Long live Chairman Gao! But the sea of mangled corpses blanketing the earth catches Gao Neng's gaze. He closes his eyes, a heavy sigh escaping his lips as the devastating weight of the casualties settles in. According to my original timeline, after a 6-month recovery period, we were supposed to conquer the western and southern districts without shedding rivers of blood. He never expected this apocalyptic war to erupt so soon. The sheer cost in human lives is already suffocating. Shaking off the hesitation, Gao Neng instantly teleports back to where Xiao Meng and Ning Er are stationed. I'm here, he says softly, locking eyes with them. What is our current status? Qin Lei turns to Gao Neng, his brow furrowed in grim concentration. Although they managed to stabilize Lingshui City's immediate crisis, 1 million light-wing aliens and 59 powerful experts still plague the battlefield. Our front lines are still completely surrounded by mortal danger, the old veteran warns. The report catches Gao Neng off guard, and he rubs his chin in deep confusion. This makes absolutely zero sense. He personally ensured Mu Feifei's total destruction. By all logical rules, even if these supreme experts survived, her horde of light wings should have instantly disintegrated upon her death. Ning Er eyes him with a flicker of doubt. Are you absolutely certain you killed her? She presses. Gao Neng digs through his recent memories. I swear on it. I literally watched her energy signature completely flatline. Unless... Gao Neng's hand snaps out, barking an urgent order at Fang Tang. Give me the highest grade telescope, now. She quickly hands the device over without a second thought. Zooming in through the lens, a massive, scorched crater comes into sharp focus. Peering deeper into the abyss, something terrifying takes shape, an egg. And right before his eyes, sinister cracks begin to spiderweb across its shell. The shell shatters. A pair of majestic, chilling wings bursts forth, followed by a tragically familiar face. It is none other than Mu Feifei, reborn from the ashes like a nightmare incarnate. Her resurrected form sears itself into Gao Neng's retinas through the glass. Panic sets in. He stops observing, as his expression darkens into absolute dread, cold sweat pouring down his face. In a heartbeat, his grip tightens around his blazing, fire-forged blade. Gao Neng blasts into the sky, leaving Tiannan completely stunned. As he rockets through the air, his mind races with desperate strategies. Trailing right behind him, the entire legion of gene weapons swarms to provide heavy fire support. Down below, Qin Lei and Tiannan can only watch the spectacle in stunned silence. Suddenly, Ning Er and the two elders snap their heads back. The reinforcements have arrived. The esoteric sect masters, the Taoist perfected one, and celestial master Zhang, alongside Xiao Meng and Zilan, the dragon maiden, rush onto the scene. Zilan collapses, clutching her severely bleeding arm, sending Xiao Meng into an instant panic. Mom, are you going to be okay? Qin Lei immediately steps forward, pressing a jade medicine bottle into Zilan's trembling hands. Dragon maiden, take these. They are top-tier healing pills specifically forged for critical wounds. As you all know, my supreme mastery lies in alchemy above all else. She weakly grasps the bottle, offering a breathless nod of gratitude. Thank you. Back up in the blood-soaked sky, Gao Neng acts as the ultimate commander, directing his gene weapons with ruthless precision. In the middle of this chaotic melee, deploying humanoid nukes would be suicide. The Human Alliance forces would be instantly vaporized in the crossfire. Instead, he locks their targeting systems exclusively on the Dark Supreme Experts, powered up to peak rank 9 and flawlessly infused with the combined DNA of Gao Neng and Xiao Meng. It only takes 3 of these mechanical monsters to completely suppress a single Supreme Expert. Their merciless blades slice through the enemy ranks with zero hesitation, absolute overkill for dealing with mere grunts. Watching the slaughter, Tiannan bursts into manic laughter. Good boy. In just 10 minutes, he has already crippled half of those arrogant supreme experts. Qin Lei runs the tactical variables in his head. At this devastating pace, the alien race's entire supreme lineup will be completely wiped out within 30 minutes max. But Jian Fei glares nervously into the distant horizon. That is, assuming Mu Feifei doesn't crash the party. Tang Tang. What is the monster's current position? Tang Tang grips her tactical binoculars, her enhanced vision sweeping the apocalyptic wasteland. She is closing in, and she is moving absurdly fast. Propelled by those demonic wings, Mu Feifei is tearing through the sky at a horrifying velocity. At this rate, the nightmare will be upon them in mere minutes. Qin Lei's face hardens into stone as he issues his final command. All right then, it is time for us old bones to step up. Tiannan smirks, his aura flaring. The Taoist perfected one steps up beside them, his spiritual energy surging. We must buy enough time for Chairman Gao. But just as their suicide pact is formed, Gao Neng's furious roar shatters the sky. No! Stand down! He dives forward, spearheading his army of mechanical beasts. I will throw the gene weapons into her path. Gao Neng's eyes burn with unyielding resolve as he barks his logic. Gene weapons can be rebuilt from scrap metal. But human lives, once lost, they shatter like a mirror, never to be restored. Hearing this, tears of pride well up in Tiannan's eyes. This damn brat. He really knows how to make an old man feel things. But right at the emotional climax, Qin Lei mercilessly shatters the mood. Old man Li, did you conveniently forget the time Gao Neng beat the living daylights out of you? Tiannan glares at him, his brow twitching furiously. You bastard. Having a disciple this legendary, getting beaten up is an absolute honor. He smirks proudly. Besides, the kid could wipe the floor with me while only at the 9th rank. Can any of you say the same? But there is no time for banter. High above, Mu Feifei and the Mechanical Legion finally clash. One of Cao Neng's genetic weapons issues a chilling command. Target locked. Prepare for detonation. But before the sequence can even start, Mu Feifei's hand shoots out, gripping its mechanical head like a vice. Crack! A sickening crunch echoes through the air. The genetic weapon's head is twisted completely backward. Decapitated in a split second, the lifeless metallic body plummets from the sky. Cao Neng watches the brutal display, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He has to admit, this 12-winged angel actually has a brain. Inside the skull of these genetic weapons lies a complex mechanical core. Originally, the Alliance's genetic weapons were merely puppets controlled by basic programming. But after Cao Neng personally upgraded them with high-energy encoding, these artificial warriors can now channel mental waves to manifest pure energy constructs. And the vital receiver for this awesome power? It is housed right inside their mechanical brains. Seeing Mu Feifei ruthlessly rip off its head, Cao Neng's heart skips a beat. Severing the spinal cord or destroying the brain completely cuts off his ability to transmit tactical orders. To think she figured out their fatal weakness so quickly. In just a brief, chaotic clash, Mu Feifei saw right through his ultimate design. Hovering majestically in the sky, she unleashes a terrifying burst of dark energy, tossing the broken weapon aside. Worthless scrap metal, she sneers. Did you really think this could stop me? The situation is turning critically dangerous. Cold sweat forms on Cao Neng's forehead. This is extremely troublesome. Against the overwhelming might of Mu Feifei, his elite genetic weapons cannot withstand even a single strike. If his artificial army is wiped out, the tide of this war will be impossible to reverse. Cao Neng tightens his grip on his blade. There is no stepping back. Retreat is simply not an option. Right behind him stands Ninger, his mother, his friends, and hundreds of thousands of innocent Alliance citizens. His eyes harden with absolute resolve. With a world-shaking roar, Cao Neng screams, "Kill!" Leaping into the high heavens, Cao Neng swings his blazing sword straight at Mu Feifei. The 9 slashes converge into one supreme strike. An apocalyptic wave of boundless, infinite energy violently erupts from his blade. The devastating slash tears through the sky, roaring directly toward her. Yet, Mu Feifei does not even flinch. Standing perfectly still, she merely casts a cold, mocking side glance. Clang! Cao Neng's ultimate, world-shattering blade. World-shattering blade is caught bare-handed by Mu Feifei. The terrifying sight makes Cao Neng's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. He poured his very soul into this downward slash, yet the monstrous kinetic force cannot advance even a single millimeter. Right now, Mu Feifei's presence is an unbreakable fortress. Pushing against her feels exactly like trying to cut through an immortal mountain peak. Sensing the immense danger, Cao Neng forcefully yanks his sword backward. In a split second, the golden blade erupts into a blazing tempest of azure fire. Shifting into its terrifying laser state, the blinding blade sweeps relentlessly toward Mu Feifei. She simply watches the incoming inferno. With overwhelming arrogance, she scoffs, completely useless. And her words become reality. The energy sword instantly shatters into a million glowing fragments. The massive shockwave blasts Cao Neng violently backward. Now standing face to face, Mu Feifei grits her teeth, glaring holes into him. "You are no longer fit to be my opponent." Her terrifying aura sends a chill down Cao Neng's spine. He looks at the woman he once knew. "Auntie, just what kind of hell have you endured over this past month?" Horrifying streams of bloody tears begin to pour from Mu Feifei's eyes. "You dare ask me?" Slipping into absolute madness, she tilts her head to the heavens and unleashes a blood-curdling scream. "You want to know what I have survived?" Observing her chaotic state, Cao Neng's mind races. Is she experiencing a complete mental collapse? But this is it. Seizing the fleeting window of opportunity, he completely clenches his fist, pulling his arm back to strike. Boom! He launches a devastating, straight punch right into her chest. The explosive kinetic energy violently pierces straight through Mu Feifei's back, but instantly, cold sweat heavily cascades down Cao Neng's face. Is this some kind of sick joke? How can she be this outrageously overpowered? Mu Feifei simply looks down at his trembling fist buried beneath her collarbone. She literally stood perfectly still, and his ultimate blow did 0 damage. Without uttering a single word, she raises an elegant, almost delicate hand. She merely taps Cao Neng's chest. Bam! A massive geyser of fresh blood violently erupts from Cao Neng's mouth. Like a broken meteor, he is mercilessly blasted from the sky, crashing into the earth with a deafening explosion. As the dust slowly clears, Cao Neng lies completely battered. Ever since arriving at the Northern District battlefield, he has never tasted such absolute defeat. Clutching his violently shattered ribs, he slowly, painfully forces himself to sit up. Unbelievable. To think his invincible bones could be snapped by a single, effortless tap. Watching from afar, Zilan and Xiaomeng are completely paralyzed with dread. "Cao Neng! Cao Neng!" Meanwhile, the supreme-level dark entities witness his crushed state. Wicked, mocking laughter echoes across the blood-stained battlefield. "Look at that pathetic worm," a monster cackles. "The so-called savior of the human race has been instantly completely crippled by our glorious empress. The human alliance is doomed to extinction." Descending from the heavens like a grim reaper, Mu Feifei slowly lands right in front of the broken boy. A sinister, dark azure aura begins violently swirling around her outstretched palm. Her voice drops to a bone-chilling whisper. "We have played enough games. At long last, your pathetic life is mine to claim." Zilan's eyes widen in sheer terror. Desperately using her spatial mastery, she screams at the top of her lungs, "Xiao Neng, run away." But Mu Feifei ruthlessly thrusts her lethal hand forward. "Just die." Despite the fresh blood dripping from his chin, a defiant smirk suddenly slashes across Cao Neng's face. "What the hell are you thinking?" he fiercely whispers. "Too naive." Swoosh! In a fraction of a heartbeat, Cao Neng perfectly teleports out of the lethal strike zone. Refusing to let him slip away so easily, Mu Feifei grinds her teeth in pure fury. "No matter what corner of the world you run to, I will slaughter you." Flash! Cao Neng abruptly materializes right behind the esoteric master, Wu Xin. He chuckles softly through the pain. "I have to admit, old man, your foresight is practically legendary." Barely touching the ground, he explosively launches himself back into the sky. "I am pulling out my absolute trump card. Everyone, brace yourselves." Down below, Tian Nan desperately yells out to him, "Wait, Cao Neng, what are you doing?" But the boy inhales a massive breath of air. The surrounding atmosphere violently warps. And right behind his back, a terrifying, colossal dragon head suddenly materializes. Apocalyptic lightning begins tearing through the heavens. The alien forces violently panic, staring at the sky in absolute horror. What in the world is happening? Within the violently swirling thunderclouds, the massive silhouette of a divine dragon ominously takes shape. Even the merciless Mu Feifei stares upward, completely caught off guard. A dragon hiding within the clouds? Suddenly, a pitch-black leviathan violently rips through the storm. It opens its abyssal jaws, unleashing a soul-shattering roar that forces even the Empress to stumble backward in shock. Down below, an uncontrollable tremor racks Zilan's paralyzed body. She stands completely frozen, shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. Xiaomeng rushes to her side in utter panic. "Mom, what is happening to you?" Staring blankly at the abyssal dragon in the sky, Zilan stammers through her tears. "It is him," Xiao Neng. He finally freed him from the eternal ice seal. Xiao Meng's breath hitches as she makes a terrifying connection. Him? You mean that apocalyptic dragon is actually a demon? For a split second, Zilan hesitates before shaking her head. No, he is not a demon. But he is. Before she can finish, Cao Neng violently erupts into action. Gripping his weapon, he charges straight toward the sky, launching a coordinated strike alongside the beast. Netherworld strike. He rockets from the cratered earth like a supersonic missile. His insane strategy? To launch a lethal pincer attack, striking Mu Feifei a split second before the black dragon devours her. His blazing sword cuts through the air, inches away from her throat. But with terrifying reflexes, she wraps her demonic wings around herself, flawlessly blocking the fatal blade. Humph, she scoffs with venomous disgust. Still too naive, but little did she know. The real nightmare was right behind her. The colossal black dragon descends, throwing its abyssal jaws wide open. Chomp! With a world-shaking snap, the beast successfully swallows Mu Feifei's entire body whole. This sudden counterattack catches Cao Neng completely off guard, forcing him to stumble backward. His expression darkens instantly. His eyes widen in absolute disbelief as he mutters, "No way." Before he can even process the shock, the black dragon's massive jaws are forcibly pried open. Cao Neng realizes with a cold sweat that even dragon fangs cannot pierce her terrifying defense. Mu Feifei's face twists into a dark, triumphant smirk. "A soulless puppet dares to dream of scratching me?" As she speaks, blinding golden light erupts from her very core. "Get lost!" She roars with the absolute authority of a sovereign. The white-hot aura explodes outward, violently stretching the beast's jaws even wider. With a sharp, icy glare, Mu Feifei clenches her fist and scoffs. She unleashes a devastating uppercut straight into the black dragon, sending its colossal body launching into the sky. The shadow beast contorts in agonizing pain. Within seconds, its massive form dissolves into thin air, fading like a mere illusion. Suddenly, a sharp cry shatters the tension. The unexpected sound makes Mu Feifei pause her assault and glance over her shoulder. Out of nowhere, an emerald-green dragon plunges toward her. It unhinges its massive jaw, unleashing a devastating beam of pure destructive energy. Instantly, a spherical energy barrier flares to life around Mu Feifei. The devastating blast scatters harmlessly against her shield as she sneers, mocking the pathetic childish trick. Seizing the perfect opening, Cao Neng, fully transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, dive bombs from her blind spot. "I can only push forward now," he mutters with ironclad resolve. High above the earth, the sky becomes an apocalyptic war zone between three godlike beings. The stakes are ultimate. If Mu Feifei claims victory, the alien races conquer all. If Cao Neng prevails, humanity survives. The entire fate of two species rests squarely on their shoulders. Yet, even sandwiched between the crushing jaws of two legendary dragons, Mu Feifei looks completely unfazed. She still holds absolute, overwhelming dominance. She lets out a chilling, empty laugh. "Cao Neng, do you even know the true meaning of despair?" Hovering safely inside her impenetrable sphere, she looks down on the golden dragon with suffocating arrogance. "Didn't you just ask what I went through to get this power? I will tell you. I lived through absolute despair." Her tone is deceptively calm, but her violently trembling fists betray the storm of raw emotion inside her. "I once believed I was the flawless, undisputed princess of the heavenly race. I was born for a lifetime of endless conquest. I never considered anyone worthy of being my equal. Until I met you," she mutters, haunted by the memory. "Back then, you were nothing but a pathetic ant in my eyes. Yet, that ant defeated me. And then came our second encounter. Your power was still absolute trash compared to mine. But somehow, you made me suffer and sealed away my space." Her knuckles turn white as her entire body shakes with fury. Gritting her teeth, she unleashes her buried wrath. "In my entire life, I had never tasted defeat. Yet I fell twice at your worthless hands. At that exact moment, I swore a blood oath of vengeance. I promised to use 120% of my effort to obtain ultimate strength. I vowed to use your pathetic life to wash away my humiliation." Her voice cracks, trembling as the phantom pain resurfaces. But then, our third encounter happened. At the Blood City, we crossed paths again. Mu Feifei hugs her own shoulders, desperately trying to suppress her violent shaking. "Both your strength and your realm had completely surpassed mine. I suffered an absolutely crushing defeat. You mercilessly ripped away my wings and shattered my pride. At that exact moment, I swore I would make you choke on my exact flavor of despair." Her eyes turn freezing cold, dripping with murderous intent with every syllable. Without warning, Mu Feifei whips around and launches a devastating blindsided attack backward. The sudden ambush leaves Cao Neng frozen in sheer disbelief. A lethal beam of energy erupts from her palm, scoring a direct, catastrophic hit on the emerald dragon. The majestic beast shrieks in absolute terror. No, a deafening explosion instantly rocks the heavens. The dragon roars in pure agony. Watching from the ground below, Xiaomeng screams in utter panic. Mom! Fueled by pure, blinding rage, the young girl grips her weapon and charges into the sky. I am going to kill you. But before she can even close the distance, an invisible shockwave slams ruthlessly into Xiaomeng's chest. She violently coughs up a spray of crimson blood. Watching both Xiaomeng and her mother get brutally swatted away, Cao Neng loses his mind. Stop! He roars furiously. But Mu Feifei does not flinch. Instead, she throws her head back and laughs with manic delight. Can you feel it now? The suffocating, beautiful taste of this exact despair. She stares at his broken expression, her twisted enjoyment only growing as she mocks him. Even if you grow stronger than the rest of the world, as long as you are weaker than me, you will always be a miserable failure. Watching the massacre unfold, Elder Qin and Taoist Master Zhang frantically prepare to join the fray. Cao Neng, Chairman Cao, we are coming to help. Do not come over here! Cao Neng screams in absolute panic, desperate to stop them. Mu Feifei simply smiles, a deeply malicious curve of her lips. It seems you really have tasted the sweet flavor of despair. So, shall I finally tell you exactly what I endured? Hearing her words, the horrific truth finally clicks in his mind. You went into the demonic abyss? Feifei's eyes glaze over as she relives the nightmare. Losing my wings meant I practically could not survive. And honestly, I did not plan to keep living either. Her voice drops an octave, heavy with dark, ironclad resentment. Down there in the pitch black, I sacrificed my own soul and life force to obtain this transcendent power. I did it all just to crawl out of the abyss and slaughter you. A chilling realization washes over Cao Neng. Sacrifice? He stammers in dread. What exactly is lurking at the deepest bottom of the abyss? Mu Feifei offers only a brief, terrifying explanation. Another world. A highly advanced civilization infinitely more terrifying than this pathetic one. Now that you know everything. Before she even finishes her sentence, apocalyptic energy flares around her hands for the final strike. A catastrophic beam of absolute destruction blasts straight toward him. Her eyes burn with 1,000 lifetimes of hatred. Drop dead, Cao Neng. Before Cao Neng could even react, Elder Qin and another figure leaped forward. They threw themselves in front of him like living shields. A desperate, late warning tore from his throat. No, but the merciless surge of power tore right through them both. Like a blinding comet, the energy blasted straight toward Cao Neng's body. The devastating impact sent him crashing into the ground. The sheer force shattered the earth, leaving a massive crater beneath his broken body. He struggled to keep his consciousness intact. This entire situation defied all logic. Winning a 1-on-3 fight was one thing, but obliterating them with a single palm strike? Was she using some kind of cheat code? Trembling, Cao Neng turned his head. He looked at the heavily injured figures lying beside him. Master. Elder Qin, he murmured, his voice breaking. Forcing his eyes upward, he witnessed a desperate charge. A massive crowd was relentlessly rushing toward Feifei. Wu Xin's booming voice echoed across the battlefield, commanding everyone to block her path. Jianfei wasn't holding back either. Leading his own elite squad into the fray, he roared his orders. Their mission was clear: protect Cao Neng at all costs. Lying battered on the ground, tears welled up in his eyes. But gratitude was quickly swallowed by overwhelming dread. Don't go, he thought frantically. Charging at her now was like moths diving into a roaring flame. They were just throwing away their lives to buy a few fleeting seconds. Unable to bear the heartbreaking slaughter, Cao Neng squeezed his eyes shut. He gritted his teeth, a profound sense of regret crushing his chest. It is such a damn pity. I came all this way just to get married. And now I won't even get to share a wedding night. Could she really not wait until the ceremony was over to seek her revenge? Memories of his recent triumphs flashed through his mind. Back in the Dragon Tomb, he had achieved the impossible. He had successfully shattered the frozen seal of the Black Dragon's coffin. He vividly remembered pressing his hand against the majestic dragon's forehead. In that extraordinary moment, his spirit had perfectly resonated with the Black Dragon's soul. The legendary encounter had left a blazing dragon crest permanently etched upon his brow. His overall power had skyrocketed to unimaginable heights. The mighty Black Dragon had waited for him to burst out of that icy dungeon. Its very physical form had merged with him, transforming into his ultimate, manifestation-type energy weapon. That fusion alone had multiplied his base strength by at least 2 times. On top of that, he had finally completed the research for the incredible Tier 9 Gene Weapon Legion. With such godlike power in his hands, absolutely no faction in this world should have been able to stand in his way. But the agonizing pain tearing through his chest violently yanked him back to reality. Cao Nang let out a bitter, blood-stained sigh. No matter how legendary his power-ups had been, if he couldn't surpass this monstrous woman, it was all completely meaningless. Suddenly, a soft, familiar voice whispered directly into his ear. "I will help you break through." Cao Nang froze. His tightly shut eyes snapped open, blazing with utter disbelief. Ninger had materialized right in front of him. Without a moment of hesitation, she leaned down, her lips pressed against his in a deep, passionate kiss. "Ninger," he called out silently in his heart. "Let us rewind the clock just 5 minutes ago." While everyone was frantically administering first aid to the fallen, Ninger knelt beside Cao Nang's battered body and turned to Tang Tang. "Tang Tang," she whispered with fierce determination. "Help me find a completely secure location. I need to take Cao Nang away for a little while." Tang Tang's eyes widened with immediate panic. "Just the two of you? Shouldn't we prioritize retreating to the City of Hope right now? This battle is an absolute lost cause. We cannot win," Tang Tang pleaded. But Ninger shook her head grimly. "We cannot run. The Human Alliance has staked absolutely everything on this single battle. If we lose here today, no matter where we hide, we will only live the rest of our lives as trembling cowards." With those heavy words, she gently hauled Cao Nang to his feet. Supporting his dead weight, she began to guide him away from the carnage. "Come on, Tang Tang. Follow me," she ordered firmly. Tang Tang didn't dare argue, hurrying to keep pace with them. Soon, they reached a secluded room. Tang Tang stood to the side, watching as Ninger carefully lowered Cao Nang onto a soft bed. Once he was settled, Ning turned around with a commanding aura. "Tang Tang, I need you to stand guard outside this door. Under absolutely no circumstances is anyone allowed to approach." Tang Tang hurriedly offered another solution. "Sister Ning, if you want to heal his terrifying injuries, just resting won't be enough. I still have some premium energy pills and evolution essence on me." But Ninger simply reached out. She placed a firm, reassuring hand on Tang Tang's shoulder to stop her. "There is no need for that, Tang Tang. Just guarding the door will be more than enough." Seeing the unwavering resolve in Ninger's eyes, Tang Tang could only nod in compliance. Without another word, Tang Tang spun around and stepped out of the room. With a quiet click, she pulled the heavy door firmly shut behind her. Left entirely alone, a deep crimson blush violently painted Ninger's cheeks. "Now," she murmured softly to herself, "I can only pray that Mother wasn't lying to me." The scene snaps violently back to the present. Breaking their passionate kiss, Cao Nang gasped for air, his voice barely a whisper. Ninger?" She was hovering right above him, her face instantly lighting up with overwhelming relief. "You are finally awake," she cried out softly. Ninger?" She was hovering right above him, her face instantly lighting up with overwhelming relief. "You are finally awake," she cried out softly. Cao Nang stared up at her, utterly bewildered. "Ninger, what are you doing?" His eyes darted around, flooded with absolute confusion. His brain was short-circuiting as he tried to process this incredibly bizarre situation. He couldn't make sense of anything right now. Had the heavens actually heard his final, desperate regrets? Was some divine power turning his dying fantasies into reality? Is this really the time for this kind of thing? He panicked internally. There is a literal apocalyptic war happening right outside this door, Ninger. But Ninger remained completely silent. Her hands moved deliberately, slipping the outer layers of her clothes right off. In one fluid, breathtaking motion, the remaining garments cascaded down, pooling carelessly on the cold floor. Her face burning like a beautiful sunset, Ninger boldly straddled Cao Nang's waist. Her daring movements left him completely paralyzed. "Ninger, are you trying to?" She leaned in until her breath ghosted against his lips. Fighting through her immense shyness, she whispered her intentions clearly. Cold sweat instantly drenched Cao Nang's face. His jaw dropped as he sputtered. "Right now? In here?" Ninger's blush deepened, but the raw determination in her beautiful eyes never wavered. "Yes. Right now. Right here." Cao Nang was completely dumbfounded. But why? She closed the distance, pressing her soft body fully against his battered chest. "Why must there be so many questions?" she murmured against his skin. "We are all going to die anyway. If this is the end, I would rather spend my final moments giving myself to you. At least then, we can cross into the afterlife with no regrets." Her voice softened as she revealed her true purpose. "My mother once told me a secret. She said that the ancient dragon bloodline courses through your veins, And for a dragon to truly achieve its legendary awakening, there is one sacred ritual that must be completed. Cao Neng's brilliant mind instantly connected the dots. You mean consummation? He gasped out. Ning didn't pull away, remaining tightly draped over his chest, nestled against his racing heart. Her voice grew incredibly peaceful. It doesn't even matter if my mother's ancient tales are true or false. In this life, and in the next, I, Ning will only ever be your wife. And since that is my undeniable fate, who cares if the awakening ritual is real or not? Hearing her confession, Gao Neng's heart raced wildly. He shot up from the bed, wrapping his arms around her as he breathed, Ning but she instantly shoved him back down against the mattress, her voice holding a dangerous thrill. Do not move. The sudden forceful rejection left the young man staring up at her, utterly bewildered by her shift in demeanor. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, but her eyes sparkled with overwhelming affection. I once told you, if there ever came a day you defeated me in battle, I would surrender myself to you. Falling for you was inevitable. Now, let me fulfill that promise. With that, she leaned down dangerously close. The distance between them vanished, their breaths melting together in the quiet room. Meanwhile, Tong Tong was standing guard outside, her ear practically glued to the door. Her imagination ran completely wild as she eavesdropped. Oh my heavens, they are definitely doing something huge in there. But abruptly, an apocalyptic bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky. The thunderous roar ripped through the heavens, shaking the very foundation of the world. Startled out of her naughty thoughts, Tang Tang peered through the glass window, her jaw dropping in disbelief. What in the world is happening out there? The raging lightning seemed to possess a mind of its own, continuously blasting a single point on top of the towering skyscraper. Anyone witnessing this divine fury could only ask one thing. Is someone undergoing a heavenly tribulation to ascend as an immortal? Suddenly, a devastating bolt of lightning smashed directly into the building. It was the most terrifying lightning strike yet. A blinding golden light erupted from the cracks of the room's door, making Tang Tang gasp in absolute shock. Then, Cao Neng emerged from the fading smoke, bathed in crackling electricity. Someone cursed out loud, completely stunned. Holy crap, did Cao Neng just turn into pure lightning? A wild, thrilled smirk crept onto his face as he felt the unfathomable energy surging through his veins. Every drop of evolutionary energy inside his body was rapidly condensing, refining itself to absolute perfection. Cao Neng activated his inner vision, inspecting his meridians. The massive evolutionary power he had absorbed from the northern to the eastern regions, once completely bottlenecked, had finally fused into a single, flawless entity. The boundless power coursing through his flesh was overwhelming. He knew it in his bones. He was now insanely strong, stronger than ever before. This strength was absolute. It felt like a single punch could shatter the very fabric of space. Unleashing his suffocating aura, he threw his head back and laughed in pure triumph. I actually broke through. Watching his legendary transformation from a distance, Tang Tang's jaw hit the floor. Cao Neng has ascended. He literally ascended to the heavens. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be dead? Stepping out of the room, Ning calmly explained, he has just completed the true evolution of the Dragon Clan. Her gentle voice caught Tong Tong's attention, making her spin around. Sister Ning sensing an entirely new aura radiating from her, Tong Tong stammered, Sister Ning why do you feel so different? Your energy, your presence, it has completely transformed. Ning furrowed her brows, feeling the boundless sea of power within her own core. It seems I have broken through as well. Tang Tang's eyes practically bulged out of her head. A breakthrough? Sister Ning did you finally reach the 9th tier? Unleashing a majestic wave of aura, Ning offered a radiant smile. No. I believe it was the resonance of breaking through alongside him. I have officially become a supreme being. Mother did not lie to me. The real war is only just beginning. Suddenly, a supremely confident voice echoed from behind, drawing both of their gazes. She is right. The true slaughter starts now. Hovering in the sky like a god looking down on mortals, Cao Neng's eyes gleamed with arrogant killing intent. Now, we return to paint the town red. It is time for our revenge. Down below, a severely weakened Zilan stared at his floating figure, trembling in absolute shock. Little Neng, he actually shattered the absolute restriction of the Dragon Clan. Supporting her, Xiaomeng tilted her head in confusion. He really broke through? But as Zilan squinted at the sky, a chilling realization washed over her. She muttered under her breath, wait, something is deeply wrong here. Watching Cao Neng fearlessly lead the human clan's warriors into battle, Zilan's heart pounded against her ribs. I can barely sense any Dragon Clan aura coming from him anymore. Could it be true? Did little Neng undergo a reverse evolution, shattering the Dragon Clan's ancient curse to become a flawless, ultimate human? A terrifying surge of energy erupts around Fei Fei. The shockwave blasts in all directions, instantly blowing away anyone foolish enough to charge at her. She lets out a cold sneer, her eyes dripping with absolute disgust. Locking her gaze on Gao Neng's trio as they rush the battlefield, she throws her head back and laughs. You actually survived? Good. It would be far too boring if you died that easily. Down below, Wu Xin finally recognizes the incoming blur of speed. Wait, look, it is Gao Neng and Shen Ninger. Tian Nan's eyes widen with overwhelming hope. They made it back. They are still alive. The entire human army bursts into deafening cheers, their morale skyrocketing in a single heartbeat. Speaker Gao Neng has returned. Even the monstrous alien horde freezes in its tracks, completely caught off guard by his miraculous reappearance. Confusion ripples through the monster ranks. How is he still breathing? But their fear quickly turns to arrogant mocking. It does not matter. He is no match for our emperor. The gap in their power is like heaven and earth. Even if he tried 10,000 times, he would still be crushed to dust. Long live the emperor. All hail the emperor. Fei Fei shoots forward without a single second of hesitation. She senses the dangerous new aura radiating from him, yet her arrogance remains unshaken. Oh, it seems you have leveled up. Makes sense. If you had not gotten stronger, you would never dare to face me again. But hear this, no matter how much you have grown, you will never defeat me. With supreme confidence, she violently swings her hand, unleashing a catastrophic beam of energy straight at him. My power descends from a higher dimension. Nothing in this pathetic world can ever surpass me. The apocalyptic blast tears through the sky at blinding speed. It instantly reaches the trio, locking them in a deadly blast zone with zero room to dodge. Watching the nightmare unfold from below, Zilan and Xiao Meng feel their hearts leap into their throats. Brother Gao Neng, watch out! They scream in pure terror. But Gao Neng does not flinch. He does not even blink. Instead, a chilling, mysterious smirk slowly creeps across his face. In a flash of impossible agility, he shifts his body. Swish! The devastating energy beam misses him by a mere inch, dodged with flawless perfection. Fei Fei's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Her mind races wildly as shock finally sets in. He dodged it? But how? Under my absolute aura suppression and target lock. How did he just casually slip past my attack? Suddenly, her eyes darkened with an unbreakable resolve. Her voice dropped to a bone-chilling whisper. But even if you choose to dodge, it only proves one thing. You are completely terrified of my attack. Gao Neng remained perfectly calm, issuing absolute orders to the two beside him. Ninger, Tong Tong, I am leaving the rest to you two. Without a second of hesitation, they nodded and dashed into the fray. Understood. Fei Fei was still rocketing straight toward him. The terrifying energy surging around her body perfectly mirrored the blazing fury in her heart. Gao Neng, you are completely dead this time. Gao Neng calmly took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he provoked her. Do you really think I cannot block your strike? In a flash of pure madness, he viciously slammed his forehead right into hers. Then, let us test that theory. Charging at full speed, she could not dodge the brutal headbutt and took the agonizing blow head-on. A devastating shockwave erupted between them, blowing away everything in its path. The agonizing impact left Fei Fei's forehead dripping with blood, as she momentarily blacked out from the dizzying blow. Gao Neng's own forehead was bleeding as well, but instead of pain, a wicked smirk crossed his face. You really have a hard head. Gazing at her falling form, he proudly declared, but now that I can finally injure you, the invincible Gao Neng has officially returned. Fei Fei clutched her bleeding forehead, grinding her teeth in pure frustration. His body. It has completely transformed from a moment ago. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions echoed across the battlefield, forcing both of them to snap their heads around. In the distance, a familiar figure was expertly commanding the human forces. Her eyes widened in absolute shock. Shen Ninger? Fei Fei roared in furious disbelief. You actually handed over control of the gene weapon to Shen Ninger? Gao Neng just looked at her with a triumphant, mocking grin. I handle you, and Ninger handles your useless minions. We are crushing you from both sides with an iron grip. Fei Fei furrowed her brows, a spark of panic finally igniting within her. Not a bad plan. But did you ever consider that without your gene weapon, you do not even have your life anymore? He merely chuckled and fired back. Why would I not have it? She glared at him with a knowing sneer. Are you planning to rely on teleportation to stall for time again? Do you really think I am stupid enough to waste my time chasing you around? Without giving him a single second to react, She abruptly turned and blasted off in another direction. A wicked laugh escaped her lips. If you love playing these little tricks so much, then I will happily grant your dying wish. I will slaughter everyone you care about first. Fei Fei locked her predatory gaze on the injured Zilan and Xiaomeng below, eagerly selecting her new prey. Starting with them, but instantly, a blinding flash of light tore through the air. The blade slashed violently across her neck, freezing her dead in her tracks. Moving at an unfathomable speed, Gao Neng had swung his sword and intercepted her path in the blink of an eye. Trembling, Fei Fei touched the bleeding cut on her neck. He actually blocked me? His speed is completely matching mine now. He even managed to draw my blood. Grinding her teeth, pure rage surged through her until the veins bulged on her face. But with your pathetic strength, there is absolutely no way you can take me head-on. Channeling every ounce of her apocalyptic power into her palm, Fei Fei unleashed a devastating blast right at him. Get out of my way. Gao Neng did not hesitate for a split second. Focusing an overwhelming aura into his fist, he threw a monstrous punch to meet her attack. His blindingly fast and heavy strike utterly shattered her technique, forcing a mouthful of blood from her lips. Gritting his teeth, he roared back. You get the hell out of my way! Gripping her agonizingly bruised stomach, Fei Fei stared at him in sheer, unadulterated horror. You! In a desperate frenzy, she detonated the core power within her body, unleashing a chaotic shockwave that sent Gao Neng flying. She screamed like a cornered beast. Die for me right now! Sent hurtling through the air, his back violently crashed into a massive stone wall, shattering the entire structure on impact. Watching from below, Jianfei panicked and desperately screamed Gao Neng's name. But before panic could settle, Gao Neng made his move. A tyrannical aura erupted from his body, vaporizing the surrounding rubble into absolute dust. He ground his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it, my raw power is still just a fraction below hers. Refusing to waste a single second resting, Gao Neng launched himself right back into the deathmatch. I refuse to accept this. Let us go again. Witnessing this insane recklessness, Jianfei literally could not believe his own eyes. He gasped in total disbelief. No way. How did he get this monstrously strong in just a few minutes? Above them, Fei Fei and Gao Neng violently clashed once more, resuming their earth-shattering battle without a hint of hesitation. Every lethal strike she threw, he perfectly countered. Every bone-crushing kick he launched, she viciously deflected. The collision of their auras pushed the battle to terrifying new heights. The human soldiers below watched the spectacle, their blood boiling as they cheered at the top of their lungs. Counselor, kill that monster. Counselor Gao is invincible, an absolute god of war. Meanwhile, the alien forces fell into utter despair, trembling as raw panic consumed their ranks. What is happening? How is Gao Neng suddenly fighting on par with our emperor? Lord Emperor, please, obliterate this human instantly. High above, Fei Fei furrowed her brows, deeply rattled by his explosive growth. Has he really evolved to this terrifying level? How is this possible? I sacrificed my soul and my very life force. I obtained the absolute supreme power of this world. There is no way he can surpass me. Impossible. Suddenly breaking off their close-quarters combat, she retreated into the sky. The massive wings behind her began to radiate a blinding light, sending glowing feathers cascading into the air. She roared with unyielding obsession. You will absolutely never defeat me. Gao Neng merely let out a calm, indifferent response. He analyzed the glowing feathers swirling around her like a deadly storm. Radiant feathers. It looks exactly like the technique from the new index. Slowly raising his blade, Gao Neng channeled his terrifying aura into the steel. With absolute arrogance, he declared, "This single strike has the power to tear the very heavens apart. Did you really think your pitiful feathers could stop me?" Fei Fei unleashes a deadly barrage of razor-sharp quills straight at him. Unfazed by the incoming assault, Gao Neng summons his 12-winged heavenly aura and draws his blade. He executes his ultimate move, the Invincible Blade, upgraded to the 9 slashes in 1. The explosive shockwave shatters her attack completely. Fei Fei's eyes widen in absolute horror. Her jaw drops as her ultimate defense crumbles. Seizing the opening, Gao Neng launches a devastating counterattack. The strike lands flawlessly, blasting her across the sky with catastrophic force. She is knocked so far away that she becomes nothing more than a flickering speck of light. I knew it, Gao Neng smirks, admiring his own blazing sword. I am absolutely invincible. He quickly analyzes the situation. Although her raw strength and speed surpass his, her actual martial comprehension is stuck at a mere level 7. Her mastery over these divine techniques does not even hold a candle to her father's legendary prowess. But his triumph is cut short. Fueled by burning humiliation, Fei Fei surges back into the battlefield. This next strike decides it all. She roars. Below them, the alien horde spirals into absolute panic. Impossible. How could the mighty Empress be swatted away by a mere human? Meanwhile, the human army erupts into thunderous, earth-shaking cheers. Humanity will prevail. Humanity will prevail. The two titans, Gao Neng and Fei Fei, clash glares once more. Panting heavily, Fei Fei glares at him with pure hatred. What exactly did you do? How did your power spike this fast? Her face twists into a demonic scowl. No one achieves this without sacrificing their very soul and life force. It is utterly impossible. Gao Neng just shrugs, a calm smirk playing on his lips. The answer is quite simple. Fusion. That single, loaded word leaves the alien empress completely stunned, her mind struggling to process the massive revelation. Fusion? What fusion? Gao Neng flashes a cheeky grin. Ninger and I finally became husband and wife. Fei Fei freezes, her mind short-circuiting. You gained godly power just by marrying her? Suddenly, her face flushes with absolute rage. You dare humiliate me? She unleashes a fresh storm of lethal feathers, her voice dripping with venom. Do not try to trick me with your filthy lies, she screams, charging forward with murderous intent. If you are lusting after my body, you will never have a chance. Gao Neng blinks in utter disbelief. Wait, who said anything about your body? Your delusional imagination is the real insult here. Blinding fury takes over as she roars, I am going to slaughter you. Gao Neng bursts into mocking laughter. Since your ultimate techniques are useless against me, you want to bet it all on close combat? Bring it on. He instantly closes the gap, planting a ruthless punch right onto her pale, flawless face. Refusing to back down, Fei Fei retaliates with a brutal hook to his jaw, forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. The two monsters trade devastating, bare-knuckle blows. Their fists collide in a catastrophic shockwave that rips through the heavens. The sheer force of the impact sends both fighters hurtling backward. Impossible! Fei Fei screams in denial. He didn't sacrifice his soul. Where is this absurd power coming from? Skidding across the sky, Gao Neng wipes the blood from his mouth, a grim realization hitting him. In pure, raw strength, she still holds a slight advantage. Giving him zero time to breathe, the Empress launches herself forward for another bloodthirsty assault. Gao Neng! She screeches. Without hesitating, the young hero drops into his combat stance, dual-wielding his blazing swords. His fierce aura explodes outward as he smirks. She is risking it all in a clash of blades. Today, only one of us walks away alive. Fei Fei channels apocalyptic energy into her weapon, unleashing a titanic sword aura that forces Gao Neng into a desperate block. He lets out a painful grunt as the overwhelming pressure crushes against him. Though he successfully parries the strike, the residual energy slashes across his chest, drawing a sharp hiss of agony. Ignoring the searing pain, Gao Neng roars. Who is afraid of who? He retaliates with a blinding flurry of strikes, slicing cleanly through one of her majestic wings. The battlefield devolves into a brutal, high-speed melee of clashing steel. He slashes, she dodges, she thrusts, he parries. Both warriors are battered, bruised, and rapidly draining their stamina, yet neither refuses to yield a single inch. Die. Just die. Fei Fei shrieks with savage desperation. You are the one going to hell. Gao Neng roars back. Down on the ground, the mortal spectators can only see flashing lightning and massive shockwaves ripping through the clouds. This battle is absolutely terrifying, a veteran soldier mutters, shivering in awe. The very fabric of space is collapsing up there. Another gasps. If they were fighting any closer to the ground, every single one of us would have been wiped out. As the apocalyptic storm of their clash finally settles, the two battered titans stand on opposite ends of the fractured sky. Gao Neng's clothes have been shredded into bloody rags. Dozens of fresh, agonizing sword wounds litter his trembling body. Gasping heavily for air, he stares at the Empress. Her raw power and speed are truly monstrous, he admits, through gritted teeth. But the most terrifying realization is yet to come. The magnetic core of my level 4 nucleus is already half empty, he calculates in a cold sweat. Ever since I awakened the 4 symbols, this is the very first time my energy reserves have run dry. Across the battlefield, Fei Fei gasps for air. Her body is battered, pushed to its absolute limit. She grits her teeth in frustration. Taking down the other fighters drained a massive chunk of her aura, leaving her with barely 1/5 of her total energy. But as her eyes lock onto the boy, a smug smirk curls her lips. Even now, my raw power eclipses Gao Neng's. My remaining energy reserves still crush his. If that is the case, whether it comes down to sheer willpower, guts, or a battle of endurance, there is absolutely no way I lose to him. Suddenly, a thunderous war cry erupts from behind. making her freeze in her tracks. Down on the blood-soaked earth, the war between humans and the alien race reaches a boiling point. Without warning, the radiant halos of her winged soldiers vanish into thin air. Scanning the carnage, panic strikes Feifei's eyes as she watches her elites fall. My supreme enforcers, slaughtered like cattle? Do not tell me Ning are actually. Seizing her momentary distraction, Gao Neng explodes forward like a coiled spring. Catching her words, he locks eyes with her. Bingo. After fusing her aura with mine, Ning Er evolved into a supreme existence too. With that devastating truth, he lunges at Feifei, bringing his blade down in a brutal arc. She barely raises her guard in time. Her face drains of color as a painful groan escapes her lips. Gao Neng narrows his eyes, his battle instincts screaming. Mu Feifei is running on fumes. Is she setting a trap? But backing down is not an option. He gnashes his teeth, pure adrenaline flooding his veins. To hell with playing it safe. One of my 4 energy cores is already tapped out. It is all or nothing. Letting out a deafening roar, Gao Neng unleashes a terrifying strike. Feifei throws her weapon up in a desperate parry. Crack. A spiderweb of fractures suddenly appears on her glowing blade. The cracks multiply like wildfire. Horror washes over her pale face as she realizes her absolute defense is crumbling. With her guard utterly shattered, Gao Neng's blade becomes an unstoppable flash of steel. The strike cleaves right through her magnificent wings. Shock paralyzes Feifei's features. As she instinctively turns her head, warm droplets of blood from her severed wings splatter across her cheek. The human warriors below witness the impossible. A deafening roar of triumph shakes the heavens. They are gone. The wings are gone. Second Commander Gao Neng actually severed the wings of the 12-winged angel. We won. Humanity is going to win. Gao Neng points his bloodied sword dead between her eyes. Drop it, he orders with glacial finality. You have lost. Feifei stumbles back, muttering in manic disbelief. No. I sacrificed my very soul and lifespan. How did I still fail to kill you? His expression remains unreadable as he speaks. Mu Feifei, you are an absolute prodigy. And even though you are a genius bent on my destruction, I would be lying if I said I did not feel a trace of pity for you. But your death is the only way to end this nightmare. Shockingly, she steps forward, intentionally driving his blade straight through her own chest. Blood spills from Feifei's lips as she chokes out. You lied to me. Gao Neng blinks, completely caught off guard. Huh? Suddenly, she screams at the sky with unbridled fury. You promised me. You said if I offered you my soul and my very life, you would grant me the ultimate power of this world, surpassing all known limits. Her voice cracks with absolute despair. You promised I could wash away my absolute humiliation, but you failed. The contract is void. You do not get to claim my soul. The moment the words leave her lips, a blinding pillar of light erupts from the heavens, engulfing her completely. The celestial beam swallows Feifei whole, unleashing a shockwave that sends Gao Neng skidding violently across the terrain. He stares at the anomaly in sheer terror, his mind screaming as he recognizes the aura. Demonic energy? A sinister, spine-chilling voice suddenly echoes through the void. Mu Feifei, I granted you absolute, overwhelming power. It is your own pathetic weakness that failed to fulfill the wish. Resistance is entirely futile. Writhing in agony, she continues to scream her defiance. Our pact was Gao Neng's death. I had only one wish, and he still breathes. You failed to uphold your end of the bargain. You will never touch my soul. A massive, demonic eye tears open in the sky above. It seems to pause, mulling over a twisted compromise. Very well, if I merely slaughter this human, your wish shall be fulfilled. The abyssal gaze locks onto Gao Neng. Mu Feifei possesses a flawlessly pure angelic soul, thoroughly corrupted by burning hatred and delicious resentment. An absolute delicacy, I simply adore it. Because of this treasure, I forged the covenant, ensuring she would end your life. Standing his ground against the abyssal pressure, Gao Neng spits back. And if I do not die today, your pathetic little contract remains broken. The ancient demon merely chuckles. As an entity of the abyss, making absolute promises was a slight oversight. But since the words were spoken, I suppose I must enforce them myself. With a flick of its intent, a catastrophic surge of dark energy forcefully injects into Feifei, tearing a blood-curdling scream from her throat. Right before his eyes, she begins to forcibly evolve. Her severed wings erupt from her back once more, larger and more terrifyingly majestic than before. Boundless, suffocating power rolls off Feifei's newly reborn body, but her eyes roll back entirely white. Gao Neng's jaw hits the floor in absolute disbelief. Are you kidding me? He roars in sheer frustration. We fight for this long, she heals off a single drop of blood, and keeps getting massive level ups? This is complete system-breaking nonsense. Right on cue, a mechanical chime echoes in his brain. Ding! Reminding host, in exactly 60 seconds, Mu Feifei will undergo complete demonic assimilation and absolutely obliterate you. Strongly advise completing the ultimate quest immediately. That notification strikes a chord, pulling him from his rage. Ultimate quest? The system interface suddenly flares to life, projecting the elusive Origin Realm ultimate quest to find his father. Notice, should the host clear this ultimate quest, the system will trigger its ultimate evolution. Gao Neng's eyes narrow in pure disbelief. Why isn't it complete? Didn't I already uncover the Origin Realm? The system's robotic avatar materializes right in front of him. Its next words completely shatter his confidence. How do you even know where your father is? If you cannot locate your own father, how can you claim to have finished the Origin quest? Gao Neng's mind races, desperately piecing the fragmented clues together. At first, he assumed that terrifying Black Dragon was his father's evolved form. But that makes no sense. If it truly was his dad, the system would have cleared the quest long ago. Furthermore, after refining the Black Dragon's shattered remains, he had confirmed one undeniable truth. That beast was a pure-blooded member of the dragon race. Right now, the only person who knows its true identity is his mother. Gao Neng abruptly raises his hand, barking a fierce order to the surrounding soldiers. The moment Mu Feifei emerges from that energy pillar, you must pin her down. Buy me as much time as humanly possible. With an explosive burst of speed, he rockets straight toward the city. He hasn't set any warp points near his mother. Right now, she should be recovering from her wounds in Jianye City. Zilan sits quietly in a dimly lit corner, her body wrapped in heavy bandages. Seeing him suddenly materialize, she calls out softly, "Little Neng?" But Gao Neng doesn't have time for pleasantries. "Mom, you have to tell me everything, every single secret about the Black Dragon in the Dragon Tomb. Why was there a Black Dragon hidden in that grave?" Zilan freezes, hesitation flashing across her face. The Black Dragon? Do we really need to discuss this right now? Desperation fuels Gao Neng's rapid-fire response. "Mom, I am completely out of time. I have 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes at the absolute maximum. Please, you must tell me. This determines if we can defeat Mu Feifei. It determines if humanity will even survive. Why was he sealed in the Dragon Tomb? And what is his connection to my father?" Zilan lets out a heavy breath before slowly revealing the truth. "That Black Dragon, he has absolutely no connection to your father. He was the adoptive father who raised me. Ever since I was nothing but a fragile dragon egg, he was the one standing by my side." Her brows furrow deeply, but she forces herself to unveil the dark history, the true nightmare. It all began in the sealed world. Our dragon race, Mu Feifei's celestial race, and the beast race of the Sword Saint. In fact, every single alien race originally belonged to that sealed world. Fearing her son wouldn't believe such a wild claim, Zilan quickly elaborates. "Long before we were banished to that prison realm, we actually shared this exact same world with humanity. We built our civilizations side by side." Suddenly, her voice drops into a vicious, bitter growl. "That was, until the demonic abyss world descended upon us." Gao Neng's eyes widen in sheer shock. The demonic abyss world? What kind of monsters actually live in a place like that? Zilan shakes her head, her eyes clouding with uncertainty. "I do not know the full truth. I can only tell you this. They were terrifyingly powerful, stronger than any human or alien warrior. Their might was absolutely peerless. Ancient memories of a desperate, united front flood her mind. It forced humanity to take the lead. They commanded the alien races, forging an ultimate alliance to push back against that hellish world. They gathered every ounce of strength across all races for one final, apocalyptic war, and against all odds, they actually achieved victory." Gao Neng stares at her, completely baffled. "Wait, they won? If they won the war, then why were all the alien races banished into the sealed world?" Zilan lets out a heavy, sorrowful sigh. "It is simply the cruel nature of reality," she explains with a bitter smile. "Since ancient times, humanity has lived by one paranoid rule. If they are not of our blood, their hearts must harbor treason. In the end, the alien races lost the ensuing political war. We were mercilessly sealed away by humanity, locked inside a prison realm of endless, suffocating darkness, a void with no sun and no moon. Suddenly, the menacing image of wicked eyes flashes in the narrative, and in our darkest hour of despair, a horrific entity from the abyss emerged. It offered a sinister, twisted deal to the imprisoned alien races. The terms were simple. Swear absolute loyalty to the abyss, and they would shatter the seal. We would receive the origin of evolution, and gain immortal, undying bodies. The top three races were completely corrupted, descending into pure savagery. Trapped in hell, not a single race could resist that temptation. Every single faction swore allegiance to the darkness. Driven by a burning thirst for vengeance against humanity, they clawed their way out of the sealed world, and yes, that tragic fall included the noble dragon race. Zeelan's voice trembles as she brings up the black dragon. But that specific black dragon, he was the supreme dragon king. His overwhelming pride refused to let him bow to the abyss. The moment he shattered the boundaries of the sealed world, he rallied whatever forces he could muster. He launched a glorious, desperate rebellion against the demonic abyss. But tragically, he failed. His divine dragon soul was forcefully ripped from his body, and his hollow shell was sealed away inside the dragon tomb. She grips her arms, recounting the miracle of her own existence, and the Dragon King's final, desperate gamble before the darkness consumed him. In his final moments, he spat out my egg. He burned the last of his divine bloodline to cast a forbidden curse, a barrier ensuring no other race could ever take a single step into the dragon tomb. Zeelan's eyes soften as she remembers her birth. That was when I finally shattered my shell. I lived a solitary life hidden deep within the dragon tomb. That is, until the fateful day your father stumbled into my world. Gao Neng's mind is spinning. But what exactly is the power of this demonic abyss? Zeelan shakes her head helplessly. I truly do not know. However, back when I was still resting inside my egg, the Dragon King would constantly whisper one specific name. A chill runs through the room as she drops the horrifying moniker. Sha Seng. A bolt of lightning strikes Gao Neng's mind. Every single scattered clue violently slams into place. Sha Seng, the demonic abyss. Is it literally a world ruled by legendary demons? Meanwhile, on a completely different battlefield, a geyser of pure, unadulterated demonic energy erupts into the sky. The catastrophic shockwave crushes the earth, splitting the very bedrock wide open. Mu Feifei has undergone a terrifying metamorphosis. She is now a fully realized demon. Pitch-black wings of despair stretch from her back, her eyes glowing with a hollow, murderous void. This is the true, devastating power of the abyss. Right at that critical second, the mechanical system chime violently rings in Gao Neng's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate quest, Origin. You have finally uncovered the horrific truth behind the world's apocalypse. You now understand the true origin of existence. The robotic avatar flashes a disturbingly cheerful smile. Please prepare yourself. The rewards for the ultimate quest are beyond astronomical. First, please take 3 deep breaths, host. Calm the racing of your heart. It would be quite tragic if you soiled yourself in fear, but Gao Neng has already lost his patience. He roars in absolute fury. The enemy is right in front of us. Can you speed this up? The system calmly chimes in with its rewards. All of the host's abilities are now evolving into epic tier skills. A blinding golden interface materializes. First, the Phantom Soul Eye undergoes a legendary transformation, becoming the epic tier, Eye of Time. The upgrades cascade like a waterfall. The Heavenly Deduction Scroll shatters its limits, ascending into the epic tier, 5,000 years of history. Atomic Life Fission evolves into the 6 paths of reincarnation, and Infinite Potential breaks the boundaries of reality, becoming the epic tier, Omniscience of Heaven and Earth. Watching these godlike epic skills unlock one by one, Gao Neng stands completely paralyzed. His jaw practically hits the floor in sheer disbelief. He glances at Feifei's terrifying shadow rushing straight toward him. At this very moment, a hilarious thought crosses his mind. Absolutely nothing in this entire universe can match his monstrous level of cheating. It is so lonely at the absolute top, he muses. Suddenly, Tong Tong materializes beside him. Her voice trembles with desperate panic. Gao Neng, what is wrong with you? If you do not fight back right now, we are all going to die. But Gao Neng simply flashes a fearless smirk. Relax, he replies with chilling calmness. Nobody is dying today. An overwhelming aura erupts from his body. He shoots forward like a human missile, his voice thundering across the battlefield. Let us end this once and for all. 2 apocalyptic forces violently collide. They clash at a speed invisible to the mortal eye. Gritting his teeth, Gao Neng unleashes his brand new power. Epic skill, Eye of Time. A blinding wave of temporal energy materializes in an instant. It cascades down the edge of his blade, blasting directly toward Feifei with unstoppable force. Epic skill, Omniscience of Heaven and Earth. Gao Neng shatters the very laws of physics. He moves at an impossible, godlike speed, instantly teleporting right behind her. Without a single second of hesitation, he swings his mighty blade. Wind, fire, and lightning slash. This relentless, devastating combo catches her completely off guard. She gasps in sheer horror, violently coughing up a mouthful of dark blood. "What in the world?" she screams. Closing his eyes, Gao Neng bathes in the overflowing aura, delivering a chilling explanation. Under the absolute gaze of the Eye of Time, whether it is illusion, reality, or time itself, your past and your future are completely laid bare. Absolutely nothing can be hidden from me. With the omniscience of heaven and earth, the very forces of nature now bow to my command. He violently swings his blade, unleashing a torrential wave of raw destruction. "Even a true demon from hell cannot survive this strike," he declares. But Fei Fei adamantly refuses to back down. She summons a terrifying orb of dark energy. Her voice drips with arrogant disdain. "You borrowed a tiny fraction of nature's power, and you dare to act this arrogant?" Gao Neng's piercing sword aura slams into her dark sphere. But impossibly, it is completely blocked. His devastating energy simply fizzles out into nothingness. Gao Neng freezes in pure shock. His eyes widen to the size of saucers. He cannot believe what he is witnessing. Suddenly, the system's robotic voice echoes in his mind, detecting the opponent using the double spatial folding skill. "Would you like to activate 5,000 years of history to copy and deduce this ability?" Hearing this, Gao Neng furiously calculates in his head. "What kind of broken technique is this? If I can steal it, then do it immediately." A blazing blue notification panel flashes before his eyes. "Copy and enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the quadruple spatial folding skill. However, the good news comes with a devastating catch. The system ruthlessly chimes in once again. This deduction and copying process has consumed a total of 2.7 billion alliance coins." Gao Neng almost suffers a heart attack right then and there. He practically coughs up blood, screaming, "Damn you, that is all the alliance's public funding. Do you have any idea what that means? I have to pay every single cent back." But he has no time to mourn his empty wallet. Fei Fei is already launching a lethal blast of dark energy straight at him. "What a pity, human brat," she mocks maliciously. "The power of nature is nothing when faced with absolute spatial laws. Your parlor tricks are utterly worthless. Now, die, double spatial folding." Yet, Gao Neng does not flinch for a single microsecond. With terrifying calmness, he simply raises his bare hand to intercept the apocalyptic black mass. "Utterly worthless, you say?" He coldly clenches his fist, shattering her ultimate attack like frail glass. A demonically confident smirk creeps across his face. "I completely agree with you. Your pathetic grasp of spatial laws is truly not worth mentioning. Let me show you how it is really done." Quadruple spatial folding. Fei Fei shrieks in absolute terror. She stares in horror as her own arm begins to violently disintegrate. Gritting her fangs, panic floods her mind. How is this possible? He completely overwrote my spatial laws? His mastery over spatial folding is leagues above my own. Desperate, she rapidly channels dark energy, forcing her shattered hand to aggressively regenerate. But Gao Neng is already moving like a ghost. Before she can even blink, his fist crashes brutally into her face. There is absolutely zero chance to dodge. The devastating impact sends Fei Fei flying backward like a broken ragdoll. Gao Neng glares at her with pure, unadulterated disgust. "Get the hell out of my sight, you otherworldly trash." She clutches her battered, bleeding face, a murderous aura leaking from her body. 10,000 years, she hisses venomously. "I have not suffered humiliation like this in tens of thousands of years." "Gao Neng, it seems I truly underestimated you." Refusing to give her even a second to breathe, Gao Neng lunges forward once more. His blade hums with apocalyptic energy as his arrogant voice pierces the battlefield. "It is way too late to start taking me seriously. Just lay down and die." But a chilling, mocking smile suddenly creeps across Fei Fei's bloody lips. She lets out a sinister scoff. Her crimson pupils flare with a terrifying, absolute resolve, biting down hard on her own teeth. The unimaginable happens. Crack! The legendary blade in Gao Neng's hand instantly shatters into dust. His mind goes completely blank with shock. What the hell? She completely canceled out my skill? He screams internally. He watches in pure horror as Fei Fei tilts her head back, performing a terrifying swallowing motion. She licks her lips with sickening satisfaction, flashing an insanely triumphant grin. She is actively devouring his attack's energy to instantly regenerate her own health. "That skill of yours packed quite a punch," she taunts. "But, to me, your attacks are nothing more than a delicious snack. Tell me, human brat, how on earth do you plan to kill me now?" Just as despair begins to loom, the system's robotic voice chimes in like a beacon of hope. "Opponent detected using the devouring assimilation skill. Would you like to activate 5,000 years of history to copy and deduce this ability? Gao Neng's eyes flash with intense light. A confident smirk crosses his face. Of course I will use it. The system interface materializes before him. It successfully analyzes the assimilation process. He unlocks a brand new ability, Devour Enhancement. By breaking down and absorbing enemy power, he can infinitely strengthen his own body and soul. But the system also reveals the steep price. This single replication and deduction costs a staggering 3.9 billion alliance coins. Hearing this astronomical figure, Gao Neng clutches his chest in physical pain, but he forces himself to calm down. Epic skills require epic sacrifices. Besides, isn't this exactly what his tax money is for? Meanwhile, Fei Fei erupts with blazing fury. She charges at him like a meteor. Gao Neng, do you really think a slight advantage means you have won? Your previous victory over Mu Fei Fei was never about having superior technique. My skills have been honed for 10,000 years. Neither you nor her could ever compare to my mastery. Countless demonic hands suddenly stretch toward him. They aim to strike his momentary blind spot. This is her ultimate technique, demonic fangs. The system instantly chimes in. The enemy is using demonic fangs. Should it initiate the 5,000 years simulation to replicate and deduce the technique? Gao Neng clenches his fists, his eyes burning with absolute resolve. The system can deduce anything. Activate it. Let me test this new power. His jaw tightens, his gaze turns razor sharp. He unleashes his newly acquired Devour Enhancement. A terrifying surge of energy erupts from his core. The overwhelming blast instantly shatters the encroaching demonic hands, wiping them from existence. Fei Fei stares in pure, unadulterated shock. Her ultimate, ever-changing demonic fangs was obliterated in mere seconds. How is this even possible? Gao Neng's body radiates an absolutely monstrous aura. He flexes his newfound strength, marveling at the changes. My bones, my energy and spiritual power have all skyrocketed. As expected of a replicated demonic ultimate. This feeling of absolute power is exhilarating. Her expression twists into a mask of dark dread. What kind of monster is he? Everything she possesses, he also commands, and his mastery completely eclipses hers. What in the world are you? Are you just like me? A mocking smirk curves upon his lips, dripping with absolute disdain. Not even close, he scoffs, firing a devastating blast of pure energy straight at her. The system simultaneously confirms the deduction consumed 4.7 billion alliance coins. He has successfully acquired the enhanced demonic fangs. The terrifying energy instantly swallows Fei Fei's entire being. Even her majestic wings are completely eclipsed by the blast. She helplessly watches her own demonic energy betray her. The overwhelming force slowly devours her, tearing agonizing screams of pure fury from her throat. Standing just outside the blast radius, Gao Neng speaks with chilling calmness. Out of every technique I have witnessed, this one possesses the most terrifying variations. It does not just crush the physical body, it invades your spiritual essence and energy. It traps the victim in an endless cycle of agonizing torture. It will truly kill you 3,000 times over. Trapped within the absolute prison of his power, Fei Fei writhes in horrific agony. Impossible, she screams in denial. I am a demon, a supreme demon. In this pathetic, low-level realm, I am absolute. I cannot be defeated. A massive surge of demonic energy explodes from within her, howling with primal rage. Gao Neng, you have truly surpassed my expectations. The demonic entity snarls. To think you possess the aura of my own world. Forcing its way through sheer physical might, the demonic presence tears out of the absolute confinement. It launches itself at him, radiating murderous intent. Today, you have cost me a precious soul. But mark my words, you will pay for this with your everything. Gao Neng narrows his eyes and scoffs. Is that so? The demonic entity halts right before his face. Its twisted body violently expands, revealing a horrifying, triumphant grin. My true power cannot manifest in this pathetic world, but when the day comes that you step into my realm, I will be waiting for you. Having declared its absolute threat, the entity flees into the void like a terrified coward. Remember the name Samael. I will be waiting. Gao Neng watches the fading shadow, his mind racing. Samael. So, it was not Satan after all, he murmurs. He nonchalantly flicks his fingers, instantly running the terrifying calculations in his head. The demon lord might have escaped, but overthinking it now is utterly pointless. The real prize is securing the fallen angel. With a mere wave of his hand, the energy prison dissolves. The silhouette of an angel is finally revealed, her majestic wings restored to a pure, brilliant white. Gao Neng crosses his arms, staring down at her. Your energy is completely drained. Your vitality is dropping to practically zero. So, how should I dispose of you now? At least your soul has returned. Samael granted you ultimate power, but utterly failed to claim your soul. What a massive loss for him. Fei Fei struggles to prop up her shattered body. Her trembling eyes lock onto him, completely devoid of all hope. Gao Neng, just kill me. He takes a slow, heavy step forward. His legendary blade rises, pointing directly at her throat. Devastating energy swirls around the razor-sharp edge. Rest assured, I will end you. If you do not die, how will the alien races ever surrender? Down below, the Allied forces watch the climax unfold. Relief washes over their exhausted faces. It is finally over, someone whispers in awe. The war is won. But suddenly, the atmosphere warps. Elder Qin's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated terror. Watch out. The surrounding energy is shifting. What is happening? The earth beneath them violently splits open. A massive, bottomless abyss materializes out of nowhere, hungrily swallowing everything in its path. Agonizing screams tear through the blood-stained sky. The alien forces are instantly dragged into the crushing darkness. Fei Fei watches the horrific massacre, her voice trembling with absolute despair. Gao Neng, are you really going to exterminate us all? But Gao Neng's own body violently trembles in shock. This was not my doing, he roars. Staring down into the pitch-black void beneath his feet, a chilling realization strikes him. This is the demonic abyss. Hearing his words, Mu Feifei's clouded mind finally clears up. A chill runs down her spine as she mutters, "It is Samael. She is gravely injured." She plans to use the abyssal demons to devour the soul energy of every single non-human, all to heal her own wounds. Hearing this horrific truth, Cao Neng's expression instantly hardens into solid ice. Truthfully, he would not bat an eye if tens of thousands of those non-humans dropped dead on the spot. But Cao Neng turns to her with piercing eyes. The demonic power Samael traded to you still lingers in your veins. You should be able to control it. Can you stop the abyssal demons from devouring them? Mu Feifei hesitates, biting her lip. I can. But if I expose my back to do so, you will not hesitate to strike me down. Am I wrong? Cao Neng does not even try to deny it. Spot on, he replies coldly. But if I kill you now, millions of non-humans will become Samael's all-you-can-eat buffet. That would give her the power to shatter the dimensional barrier between the abyss and our world. With a sharp ring, he sheathes his glowing blade and turns his back. Go! Stop the abyssal demons from feasting. Mu Feifei stares at him in disbelief. Are you not afraid I will just run away? She questions him, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Do you not want the non-humans wiped out? Cao Neng frowns, his patience wearing razor thin, yet he still drops the cold, hard truth. With your current pathetic state, I could crush you with a single thought. If you do not move right now, I cannot guarantee I will not change my mind and end you here. Mu Feifei freezes, utterly overwhelmed by his heaven-defying arrogance and sheer confidence. Without another word, she leaps into the pitch-black abyss, leaving behind only a proud silhouette. Cao Neng watches her vanish into the dark, his brilliant mind already calculating 10 steps ahead. She might be able to seal the demons for now, he mutters. But once this bloody war ends, the true nightmare begins. Meanwhile, on the human battlefront, everyone remains completely unscathed. Thunderous cheers shatter the heavens. Chairman Cao, humanity has achieved total victory. Chairman Cao is invincible. The endless war between humanity and the non-humans has finally reached its glorious end. Shen Ning glides to Cao Neng's side, her beautiful eyes filled with lingering doubts. Why did you spare her life? His gaze softens entirely as he looks at his future wife. If I slay her right now, millions of non-humans will become instant sacrifices for the abyss. The monsters lurking in that dark realm have never given up on invading our world. Zilan steps up behind him, her brow furrowed in deep concern. For now, we might be able to rely on Mu Feifei to keep the non-humans in check. But what about the future? Cao Neng sighs heavily. I have not figured that part out yet. She offers no scolding. Instead, a mother's warm hand gently rests on his shoulder, offering silent, unshakable support. No matter what path you choose, Mother will always stand by your side. He simply nods, a quiet hum of gratitude escaping his lips. Suddenly, Tang Tang jumps in, ruining the tender moment. Wait a minute, you actually let her go? Cao Neng, something is wrong with your brain. Do not tell me you actually have a crush on her? Cao Neng instantly snaps, transforming back into a roaring dragon. Shut your mouth. Even if I fell for you, I would never fall for her. Tang Tang's face immediately explodes into a blushing mess. She twiddles her fingers, completely flustered. Hey! Confessing to me is a bit too sudden. I need time to think about it. The veins on Cao Neng's forehead practically burst. Think about what? I meant I would rather fall in love with a stray cat or a dog than like her. Right on cue, Xiaomeng, who is literally hanging off his arm, blinks innocently. Wait, what? Big brother, did you just say you love cats? Cao Neng slaps his forehead, utterly defeated by this chaotic group. He gazes up at the sky, dramatically sighing in pure narcissism. It truly is a curse being this perfect. Even my most brilliant words are hopelessly misunderstood. But as he stares into the vast, infinite void, a heavy question anchors his soul. The intertwined fate of humanity and the non-humans. Just how am I supposed to solve this massive crisis? Time flashes forward. Half a month later, the day the entire world has been waiting for, finally arrives. The royal wedding of Cao Neng and Shen Ninger. The Grand Plaza erupts with deafening broadcasts. Ladies and gentlemen, I am reporting live from the gates of the federal government headquarters. We are gathered here today to witness the wedding of the century. As the energetic voice booms, millions of vibrant rose petals rain down from the heavens like a magical storm. The absolute youngest chairman in Alliance history, joining hands with the most brilliant, youngest general of our generation. Today, they bind their destinies forever. Massive holographic screens flash Cao Neng's heroic figure alongside his legendary decree. Humanity has triumphed. The fate of the non-humans now rests entirely in our palms. Just 1 year ago, such absolute dominance was a mere pipe dream. Nobody would have dared to even imagine this. Back then, the entire world was trembling in fear, wondering if the human race would be completely wiped out in the final apocalyptic war. Now, endless waves of pure worship echo across the globe. However, every single bit of this miraculous reality was forged by one man alone, Cao Neng. The crowds below throw their hands toward the sky, roaring in absolute frenzy. Son of Heaven, the hero of humanity, all hail Lord Chairman. The passionate voice from the global broadcast continues to hype up the crowd. The bride's royal escort has officially departed from the federal headquarters. As you can all see, the sheer scale of this ceremony is overwhelmingly magnificent. But let me tell you this. No matter how outrageously luxurious this grand fleet is, it does not even begin to match the infinite gratitude we owe our Lord Chairman. Amidst the glorious chaos, Cao Neng sits in the luxurious carriage, his sharp eyes narrowing in deep thought. If his calculations are correct, the very moment this wedding ends, the High Council will drag this exact issue to the table. Shen Ninger, looking absolutely breathtaking in her divine wedding gown, nods softly. Her voice is gentle, yet firm as steel. Imprisoning the non-humans forever. I cannot agree to that path either. The truth is harsh. Humanity simply does not possess the sheer strength to face the demonic threat entirely alone. If we foolishly choose to chain them up, once the abyss tears open its jaws completely 1 year from now, our forces will be utterly slaughtered in the resistance. She locks her stunning gaze onto him, an unwavering fire burning in her eyes. You are the absolute chairman now. You must be the one to sway the council's minds. A cunning, predatory smirk slowly curls onto Cao Neng's lips as a brilliant scheme forms. Then we just need to rig the board. What if exactly half the seats in the High Council belonged entirely to us? Shen Ninger closes her eyes, a soft, relaxed smile blooming on her gorgeous face. Tung might be completely unreliable, she giggles softly. But if we add Yi Qinglian and Sha Shimo to our ranks, then our absolute victory is already set in stone. Gao Neng shoots her a sideways glance. A playful smirk dances on his lips. Aren't you going to count me in? He asks. Hearing his words, she bursts into laughter and teases him right back. According to the council's strict decree, married couples must avoid arousing public suspicion. Ignoring the rules, he gently takes Shen Ninger's hand, his eyes filled with absolute mirth. And what if I refuse to hold back? She whispers playfully. She leans in dangerously close to Gao Neng's face. I think we can get away with it. Shall we test the waters? Without a second thought, he nods in agreement. Let us find out. The moment those words leave Gao Neng's lips, the world fades away. They pull each other in for a deeply passionate, breathtaking kiss. Meanwhile, atop a towering skyscraper nearby, a lone silhouette watches them closely. The figure flickers like a phantom in the wind. It is none other than Feifei, his ultimate rival. She watches the grand wedding unfold from a distance. Suddenly, Ruohua's voice echoes from behind her. She states that there is simply no other way, as Feifei cannot possibly attend such a public event under these circumstances. Feifei does not even flinch. I am fully aware of that, she replies with chilling calmness. There is just one tiny detail I cannot wrap my head around. Do all of you truly trust me that much? Sending a completely ordinary human like you to keep an eye on me? Ruahoa's expression remains ice cold. A hint of sharp sarcasm laces her next words. Does it even make a difference? She retorts. In the entire human alliance, who else could possibly stand a chance against you? Besides Gao Neng, you are absolutely unrivaled. Fei shoots her a sharp sideways glance. A mocking, playful smile creeps onto her face. Is he really not terrified that I might crash his perfect little wedding? Ruohua stands her ground and boldly provokes her. If he were truly afraid, Gao Neng would have erased your existence long ago. She then steps forward. Placing a heavy hand on Fei's shoulder, she makes a firm proposition. In exactly 3 days, the newly reformed Supreme Federal Parliament will officially convene. When that moment arrives, the ultimate fate of the alien races will finally be decided. Hearing this revelation, Fei grits her teeth. A flash of pure anger burns in her eyes. Do not be so naive. Just because he is playing the merciful hero, it does not mean my hatred for him will vanish. Ruohua brushes off the threat completely. She bluntly states that Fei's hatred is completely powerless to stir up any real chaos now. Fei bites her tongue in silence. However, her hands clench into fists, trembling violently with restrained fury. Her expression violently darkens. I am hungry, she demands, with a bone-chilling tone. Regardless of our history, I still count as an official wedding guest, do I not? Ruohua seamlessly drops her hostile demeanor. She offers a polite, welcoming tone instead. Right this way. The grand banquet has already been prepared, and your meal is identical to the main hall's feast. As Fei elegantly takes her seat, Ruohua makes a sudden request. Before you dine, we must conduct a brief routine check. But do not worry, you can put your mind at ease. I harbor no hidden agenda. I merely wish to observe the physical differences of a multi-winged angel before and after a meal. Hearing this, Fei suddenly falls into a deep, heavy silence. Her eyes lock onto the world outside the window, swirling with 1,000 unspoken secrets. Far below, Gao Neng and Shen Ninger stroll down a brilliant red carpet. The massive crowd of ordinary citizens erupts into deafening, joyous cheers to welcome them. Fei casts a long, piercing gaze downward. So, is this what humans call marriage? She murmurs softly to herself. Hearing her rare curiosity, Ruolan nods in agreement. A bright, genuine smile lights up her face. Close enough to the real thing. Fei's eyes narrow as a sudden thought crosses her mind. If that is the case, she declares smoothly, I feel this grand ceremony is still missing one crucial blessing. Ruolan, however, completely disagrees. Gao Neng and Shen Ninger have already received the absolute blessing of the entire human race. Look at the heavens above and the earth below. What possible blessing could they be missing? Without another word, Fei slowly raises her hand. A dazzling surge of holy light erupts from her palm, effortlessly piercing right through the reinforced glass as she mutters a silent chant. He is still missing the ultimate blessing of an angel. Down below, the massive crowd is instantly captivated by the blinding golden aura. Someone desperately points up at the sky and screams, Quick! Look at that! Gao Neng and Shen Ninger both snap their heads up, staring in pure shock at the radiant golden descent. A majestic pillar of holy light crashes down from the very heavens. Countless ethereal, glowing feathers flutter beautifully through the air, completely bathing the newlyweds in an angelic glow. A deeply warm, triumphant smile spreads across Gao Neng's face. The grand blessing of an angel, huh? He whispers to himself in awe. High above on the towering skyscraper, Fei gracefully lifts a crystal glass of crimson wine. She playfully toasts the empty air, as if directly answering his silent question. She takes a slow, elegant sip of the rich vintage. Here is my final blessing, she whispers into the wind. I truly hope you can bear the crushing weight of the future, for both humanity and the alien races. Gao Neng gazes deeply into Shen Ninger's eyes, his expression overflowing with eternal devotion. It is not just a hope, he vows silently. It is an absolute certainty. The wheels of time relentlessly turn. Exactly 1 year later, under the eerie glow of a blood-chilling purple moon, a terrifying dark castle materializes from the absolute shadows. A frantic, demonic bat violently flaps its wings, desperately darting through the grand halls of the cursed fortress. Lord Samael, Lord Samael. It screeches with terrifying excitement. It frantically circles the abyss, desperately searching for its master while shrieking her legendary name over and over. Suddenly, a bone-chilling aura suffocates the room. An impossibly cold, sinister voice slices right through the bat's frantic cries. Speak. What is the meaning of this interruption? The supreme entity demands. Instantly, an ancient, corrupted magic mirror materializes in the dark void, ready to project its horrifying report. The fated hour has finally arrived. The Dark Star has successfully forged a cosmic link with Earth, the servant stammers in absolute awe. Furthermore, We have detected the primordial mark you planted on that pathetic planet. Please, witness this revelation for yourself. This apocalyptic news finally strikes a chord of dark curiosity within her twisted soul. Oh? Is that so? She hums, her voice dripping with lethal intrigue. The cursed glass ripples like dark water. Slowly, it reveals a crystal-clear vision of a breathtakingly pure, newborn child resting peacefully in the mortal realm. The vision shifts, revealing Gao Neng and Shen Ning Air tenderly cradling their newborn. Their faces are glowing with absolute, untainted happiness. Lord Samael studies the pathetic, joyful scene with predatory eyes. Suddenly, she erupts into a fit of downright diabolical laughter. Her maniacal cackles echo violently, shaking the very foundations of the dark fortress. A monstrous, blood-red aura explodes from her physical form. Massive, terrifying wings violently unfurl from her back, casting an overwhelming shadow of pure despair. Samael sharply clears her throat, her voice commanding absolute doom. Excellent, she purrs with world-ending malice. Then let the grand nightmare finally begin.